We're here at Sunset and Vine, not out on the corner, but inside the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters Clubhouse for a unique opportunity to talk with four people who contributed a tremendous amount to the radio days, all of them known as announcers, although Les Tremaine, who is with us, is a triple threat man. He was an announcer from time to time. He was an actor. And this last weekend, he's acted as a producer for us as we set up an awful lot of conversations with folks out here in La La Land. And we really appreciate all the work that Les has done for us.
I sing, too.
Oh, okay. Dresser Dahlstedt is here, John Milton Kennedy, and Wendell Niles. John M. Kennedy was the announcer of most regard, I guess, on the Lux Radio Theater through most of the 1940s and many other things. We're going to hear about that. Dresser Dahlstedt was the man who introduced the Old Ranger on the Death Valley Days program for Pacific Coast Borax Company. And Wendell Niles was the man who said, and now the Lever Brothers, the makers of Pepsodent, present Bob Hope. Wendell, glad to have you with us today. You announced for Bob Hope for how long?
I think we did about 7 or 8 years. I have the scars to prove it. It was a long, all through the war.
All through the war. So you would travel with Bob from camp to camp then in all those shows?
Yeah,
huh?
I didn't go overseas with him because I had to stay and do the shows. We were on 52 weeks out of the year, for Pepsodent.
Mm-hmm.
And
no summer break on those?
No.
Hope shows?
No, usually not. We did when he was traveling, usually I did the shows locally. And trying to think now. It's hard for me when I try to think. Nothing always happens.
You're not alone, kiddo.
Yeah.
Something to be said for no.
Oh, I had a lot of fun. It was great. Bob just lives 2 blocks from me down over in Toluca Lake.
So you get to see him every once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Even though all those
he's great. He's 2 years older than I am, and I've learned to respect my elders. And he's a wonderful guy. He was a great person to be with all the time. And there's a lot of fun, a lot of laughs.
On the Hope shows, as I understand it, there would be an hour-long non-broadcast, an hour-long rehearsal in front of an audience, after which they would start editing material for the half-hour show. Didn't that happen for some time?
No.
Okay,
Nothing.
This is it. Thank you and good night.
I can tell you many times we didn't rehearse at all. I remember we were the #1 show on the air at that time. And I remember many times, like we'd be doing something like in St. Louis, out of one of those camps, and you get out of a staff car and go on stage and immediately do our show. No rehearsal. Many times, none at all.
Just to hand you the script and away it would go.
Yeah, that's right. We'd had to sometimes to review the script in the staff car, but many times we didn't have any rehearsal. I never heard about that. We did many shows do that. I know they will.
Well, I have read that Hope did that. Maybe it was earlier than the 40s. When you joined Bob in
41.
41. Oh boy, you were right at the beginning of all of those camp shows.
Yeah,
because he was the first
true.
one to do all of that sort of thing.
Yeah, I was. I got. It's always amazing to me to look in New York things and see who did my shows. Like Bill Goodwin gets most of the credit for being in the Hope Show, and a few other people. I've got a thing they did. I suppose you guys all did the same thing. They put out a book on the people who were in the Walk of Fame. And I got a nice picture, a big picture, almost a half, and I got 2 shows that they gave me credit for, and I never heard of either one of them.
We'll rattle off a bunch of your credits. Bob Hope Show, Lum and Abner, The Man Called X with Herbert Marshall. You were on When a Girl Marries. You announced that show. Philip Marlowe, Charlotte Greenwood, the Fitch Bandwagon.
Yeah, thousands of them.
All kinds of stuff. You worked with Al Pierce for a number of years, too.
5 years, as with Al.
Nobody home, I hope, huh?
Yeah, people forget, isn't that amazing how He was one of the biggest performers we had on the air.
Mm-hmm.
And you would say, Al Pierce? I don't know, what do you do? But again, they know his catchphrase.
Mm-hmm. Elmer
Blurt.
Elmer Blurt, yeah. That was...
He's a good performer.
Those were interesting programs. He had somebody on that show did a Tizzy Lish.
That was Tizzy Lish.
Well, but that was a man was Tizzy Lish,
yeah, that's right.
Was
but
that Al?
Called him, he lived right up the next block from me.
Yeah.
Yes, he was very good.
Comstock. Was it Bill Comstock? I think it was Bill Comstock.
Yeah, that's close.
We
always call him Tizzy Lish. I remember on that show with Al Pierce, I remember, Man of 1,000 Voices, Mel Blanc.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And Mel was making $75, and he was getting a lot of laughs and things. So I went to Bob, and I said, to Al, I said, this, $1 was worth $1 in those days. Nobody made a whole lot of money, but I said, $75 is not enough for a guy like this, and I think you should pay him more money. So he said, all right. So they doubled his salary, got him $150. And Mel never forgot that. He gave me a beautiful cigarette case with solid gold, right? But and here, he ended up one of the richest people in Hollywood. That's enough about me. Now, have you seen my latest picture?
Well, we're going to get back to you, Wendell Niles. I want to talk with John Milton Kennedy for a couple of minutes. You were one of the premier announcers on the Lux Radio Theater for a number of years, right?
I did it from 1942 to 52.
10 years.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Were you the man who said, Lux presents Hollywood?
Yes.
And, of course, talked about the Lever Brothers commercial products, too.
Yes. And I was always proud of the fact that the head of Lever Brothers at the time was Charles Luckman, who later was known as an architect in partnership with Pereira.
He was an architect.
He had started out as an architect, as a matter of fact, but Charles Luckman, I think his father was in the druggist business, a pharmacist, and he. Somebody snapping pictures? Oh,
yes.
Of course.
You're not used to it, John, but go ahead.
Go ahead anyway.
Never bothers me.
He worked Mr. Luckman worked his way up to the head of the Pepsodent Company, and he was head of Pepsodent, something like that, while he was sponsoring the Bob Hope Show. And then he later, from Pepsodent, became head of Lever Brothers Company, while Lux was on the air, when I was on it. And his parents, God love them, delightful, beautiful people, used to, the word is not really bum, but used to ask me for tickets to the show, to the Lux Radio Theater show. And I was always delighted to provide them with tickets. The people would wait out front to get into these shows. And this was at the Vine Street Theater, which is now the Doolittle Theater. And I first went to the Vine Street Theater as a kid in high school. I took my sweetheart there to see Edward Everett Horton in Arms and the Man by George Bernard Shaw. That was, 1928? That dates me, doesn't it? I was in high school in 1928.
A few years later, you were back on the stage.
Yes.
I shouldn't say
1928
back
to 42, whatever
stage,
it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that's how I became acquainted with Mr. and Mrs. Luckman, the father of Charles Luckman. He later left Lever Brothers Company. I think they got rid of him because he was spending too much money on traveling to London, the headquarters of Lever Brothers.
I can tell you about that, John, if you want to know the real truth.
What is the real truth?
Be careful.
Chuck Luckman, I was with him. He was a very close personal friend of mine, as a matter of fact. And when they did make him, he was the head of Lever Brothers, which is one of the largest corporations in the world. And they were at Boston, or what is the place next to Boston where the Lever Brothers plant was? What is it down? That doesn't make a difference. It's a whole city, a little city right across. And
Gee, we're helpful, Luckman.
Yeah, I don't know.
Chuck was never really received in Boston, and it made him very mad. So he built, unbeknownst to everybody, I guess, built this building in New York, which is still there. And like D-Day, he gave everybody it was a wonderful operation. It was like Storm and Norman. You couldn't do it any better. He was a brilliant man. But one morning, Cambridge, is that the town?
Cambridge.
Yeah.
That's it. Cambridge, man.
They went to sleep. Everybody. It's a big place. That was the heart and soul of Lever Brothers.
You sure it's Cambridge?
They went to school. They went to sleep that night. The next morning, there was nobody there. Absolutely empty. They all had their orders. They all went to New York, and they all moved into this building. That's why they fired him. That's why Lever Brothers did. But it was a fantastic operation. He moved.
And then he decided to go. He had studied architecture in school. As I
he was
understand
in
it.
He was
He told me
Pereira.
this,
They were
and
both in school.
He had met Pereira in school, and then they decided to join their forces and became outstanding architects. And then later, when I was what was I doing at CBS? I think it was Life with Luigi. The main studios, CBS TV studios in town at Beverly and they pronounce it Fairfax. It's not Fairfax there, it's Fairfax, with a slight Eastern accent. And he had done what was the architect for that building. Yeah. I had great pleasure treading those boards and some commercials I did there.
The Lux Radio Theater took up a lot of your time, John, but there you certainly had other programs that you were announcing on radio at that same time through the 40s.
Not very many, really. Not very many, let's face it. I had met your guest this morning, my longtime friend, Dresser Dahlstedt, at Blue Network.
Who?
When Dresser...
He's waiting in the wings over here.
Where? What? Dresser, he's on my left here. This is Dresser Dahlstedt over here. He hired me as an announcer on the Blue Network, which later became the American Broadcasting Company, in February '42. At the same time, he hired Paul Masterson and Hank Weaver. Yeah. Hank Weaver used to say, this is a 15-minute build-up to a frog in your throat, because always said, this is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, at the end of a program. Well, I was on staff there and had wanted to augment my income and did some work as an actor from time to time. And Sandy Barnett at J. Walter Thompson hired me as an actor on Lux in May, I think it was, '42. And then later had the auditions, and I was chosen. And one of the things he told me before he passed away recently was that among the competition for that job of announcer was one of his neighbors. Hold still for this. Chet Huntley.
Oh, my.
And you see how good that was for Chet Huntley. Not he went from there to many great things.
Yeah, good guy.
I was on staff, as I say, at Blue Network, the American Broadcasting Company, with special permission to do this job on CBS. And what was the name of the man dresser that gave permission for me to do that show on CBS when I was chosen?
I would guess Don Gilman probably. He was
I think it was a man under Don Gilman, and they thought it was pretty nice for this was Blue Network staff, and they thought it was pretty nice for a guy to be chosen to do a CBS show like that. And what was I going to say? What's my name? How soon do you have to know?
Norman Brokenshire? We were talking a few moments ago while we were waiting there and looking at some of those old pictures on the wall there, and John remembered that he had auditioned when he was on a small station in L.A. He'd auditioned for Ken Carpenter, who was the chief announcer at KFI. And KFI rejected him, so I don't know what that means about me. I hired him.
You hired him. Well, this is Dresser Dahlstedt.
In the meantime, I got better. That's why.
That was a good staff. It really was excellent. George Fenneman was later on the staff, so we had quite a collection there.
And oh, by the way, some dirty son of a gun came out from Chicago, if you'll pardon the expression.
Watch it.
Yeah. he came out to be head of the program department or something like that, and he found out that I was doing a CBS show. He terminated my permission, and at the same time, I think George Fenneman was on staff at the American Broadcasting Company. Pardon me, and George would bug out or skip out, getting somebody to cover him at ABC, sometimes me even, while he went over to CBS to do a warm-up for Sweeney
and March.
Sweeney
yeah.
and March, the comedy show. This dirty guy from Chicago, pardon the expression, found out that George was bugging out, and I was doing this, and so our permission terminated, as I remembered it. And then I started announcing a soap opera. Oh, what the heck was the name of it? Not Today's Children or something like that, but...
closing up.
Is that...
Sounds like it.
Well, there was a Today's Children.
Soap opera, doesn't it? They terminated the leads, the male and female leads on that show, and hired... Frank Lovejoy's wife. But at the time, they were separated. And
Joan Banks.
Joan Banks, yes, thank you, yes, and an excellent actress. They were separated, and oh dear, the producer of that show, this great big guy with a heart as soft as Jello, he found out that they were separated, so he cast Frank in the part opposite Joan Banks, and they came together again.
Oh, that's nice.
What was his name? Oh, I loved the guy. He would direct a soap opera with a straight face. You never snickered at these lines.
How could he?
No, how could he? See, there's an actor who says, "How could he?" He
Wasn't
never
Joe Ainley, was it? The great
no,
big
no. Oh, the big Axel Gruenberg.
Gruenberg.
yes.
Yeah.
I loved the guy. He was so.
He was so professorial.
Yes, but so sincere about and never cracked a smile during rehearsal. I never saw a flicker of anything comedic on his face. It was serious as the dickens to him.
Oh, but he had a lot underneath.
I learned then how to be a soap opera actor. I never did a soap opera job, but you say a line, somebody says a line, you pause, and then you answer. And then you say part of a line and you break it up. And then finish the line, and the next guy pauses before he picks it up.
Well, they didn't have much of a script, you know. I remember once in a show in New York, LCBB, Life Can Be Beautiful.
LCBB, Life Can Be Beautiful.
It took well, that's another story. It took them 4 weeks to go up a few floors in an elevator, talking all the time. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
Let's move over to Dresser Dahlstedt for a couple of minutes. Dresser, you were the announcer for so many programs during the heyday of radio.
Just getting back to Death Valley days, it's interesting that at that particular time, it was originating in New York, and of course at that time you couldn't record anything, and Pacific Coast Borax, they wanted the show on at a certain time on the West Coast, so we actually did a repeat show live in San Francisco. They did the one in New York early, but we had no way to record it, so we did an actual, got their scripts, did the same show with a very good cast in San Francisco at that time.
Why wouldn't they repeat it in New York?
There was no way. You couldn't do it.
Well, other programs were broadcast
Not
twice.
that time. Not that time.
This was earlier.
Was it ever? You don't realize how
this was
early.
in the early 30s then. That's
It
right.
was about 1935,
Yes,
36,
right, okay.
somewhere along there.
Yeah.
My golly, that's a new one. I've never heard that.
Yeah, yeah.
I know there was a West Coast whistler and a Midwest whistler. They had it was the same script, but there was a whistler out here by the Signal Oil Company for the West Coast, that sort of thing.
Do you know that the whistler on the Whistler was a girl? At least out here.
You mean the actual whistle.
I wish you hadn't said that.
It wasn't Muzzy Marcelino.
I guess it could have been at one time.
People don't really realize back in those years in 1936 when I was back there in San Francisco, they don't realize, what we were doing on the West Coast. There was probably the Red and Blue Network in New York, but on the West Coast we had our own designations called the Gold and the Orange Network. And we did everything live out of San Francisco. At that time, NBC, so high and mighty, they wouldn't play a record. No way they'd put a record. And for years and years that went on. And so we had a great, Meredith Wilson was on our staff there, big orchestra, singers, actors, a regular stock company. So we really run 2 networks and 2 stations from 7 in the morning till midnight. So we really did an awful lot of live shows out there, which was great fun for an announcer.
We used to, we always knew about the Red and the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting, but not the Gold and what was the other, the Silver?
Gold and the Orange.
Gold and Orange Network. Well, out here in California, it had to be an Orange Network, I guess.
Well,
NBC used to say CBS was a lemon.
The Gold State.
When we built this building, that's when they changed the designation to the Red and the Blue, which was already in existence in New York.
At that time when you were out in San Francisco, that city was more of a hub for Western radio than L.A., right?
That was the central broadcast headquarters. Hal Perry, Oh, great cast up there. Carlton Morse started there. One Man's Family began there.
Well, you worked with him a little bit, didn't you?
I worked with Carlton quite a bit. Got to know him quite a bit, right. And then down here, of course, I was fortunate enough to do I Love a Mystery with him for quite a few years, which was just a great show to work on with Carlton and all the actors. He did hire a lot of actors and actresses on I Love a Mystery. Great shows.
When did you come down here?
1938, this building. I came in the day they moved in here. So,
yeah, I did the first show from here. I came here in 35, but...
38, because... when I first came down, and NBC was doing everything they had down there on Don Lee, on Melrose, next to the Grotto. And so when I came down, they were just beginning to open the studios here.
Yeah, this was, we're sitting in a pretty nostalgic spot right here.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, I'll say,
I think all of us have done thousands of shows right here upstairs.
Never
forget it.
I'll say,
Wonderful stories. Beautiful.
I guess some of the most exciting things I can remember out of San Francisco with the Golden Gate Bridge and the Bay Bridge, because at that time NBC would like to have descriptions of progress of the bridges. And we had a special events man, Don Thompson, who was an ex-football player, a huge, big fellow, and he would just automatically assign us to these things. And one of the things he assigned me to was when the bridge was being built, with the catwalk still just barely starting, he sent me to the tower of the San Francisco side with an engineer. And I tell you, when I look back at that, and I look at that now, and I think, how in the world? Oh, gosh. But NBC at the time, they said to do it as an announcer. You thought, well, I better do it. They'll fire me if I don't. So I went up on the top of that bridge, and on the opening day, I was on the Marin Tower describing the opening of the bridge. So that was really pretty exciting.
I bet you were making about $35 a week.
Just about, John. I think. I think so.
A lot of money.
But everything was so cheap then. My gosh, you get a whole dinner for 75 cents with a cocktail.
I'm sorry they brought that up.
I have to tell you, that Dresser's got one on all the Chicago actors who used to claim they couldn't get to the Merchandise Mart or the Wrigley Building because the bridge was up. Dresser was up on the bridge.
How high was that?
Oh,
Gee whiz,
up,
several
up,
hundred.
up a lot.
Yeah.
Just don't look down.
When I look
Beautiful
up now
bridge.
and I think, I don't believe I ever did that. Oh, my God.
What an experience.
Yeah.
Les Tremaine, of course, is well known as the leading man on the First Nighter program, as the Thin Man on so many radio broadcasts.
30,000.
You were an announcer with Bob Crosby on the Old Gold Show, and in Chicago, in the 30s, I guess it was, Dr. Herman N. Bundenson, who was the president of the Board of Health, had a program, and you announced that show for him, too, right?
Yeah, I'd been in radio by that time since 1930. And this was a big break. It was an hour show, 5 days a week. And I was hired to be the announcer, the personal announcer for Dr. Bundenson, which was quite a feather in my cap. And also to, we had a soap opera on this hour. We had 20 minutes of news events, a la the March of Time. And I was the guy who was given all the various voices. I sang for Paul Robeson. I played FDR before he became president, that sort of thing.
You made him president.
And they called me and they said, "You're going to do FDR tomorrow morning." And I said, "Who's he?" And they said, "There's a 1-minute recording tonight of a speech he made." And I listened to that and then had to go on the next morning and be FDR, And oh boy. But this show, I had to get up at 4 o'clock every morning in order to get there for rehearsal because we went on the air at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I had no automobile. And I had to make 3 streetcar changes in order to get there. It was at WLS on the west side of Chicago on Washington Boulevard. Mm-hmm. And we did everything on that show. We had to be up on current news events in case the script wasn't written. And the guy was in the... Herb Hutram was his name, and he was in the control room typing up the script. And if he didn't get the page out to you, you had to ad-lib. And had to make it halfway decent, with a conclusion and so on. One day, Bundenson didn't show. And it's no wonder. Outside, as you know, Chuck, the streets were like glass. It was the middle of winter, and they had tried to clear the streets, but they were covered with this sheet of ice. And we sweated it, and we were on the air by now. All of a sudden, we heard this siren coming down Washington Boulevard, right through it was just, the studios were nothing like they are now, They weren't soundproofed or anything. And we rushed to this window in one of the offices to see what was coming. And here was Bundenson coming in his chauffeur limousine, and he was going about 1 mile an hour down the sheet of ice. He got there for the conclusion of the show. But that was a great experience. I made $20 a week on that.
Hey.
5 hours a week. Boy.
Those were the days.
Yeah, hell, I bought myself a 1929 Studebaker.
Sure.
This was 1934 by then. And I paid I paid $244, and the $4 was the tax, the sales tax. And I spent about $500 trying to fix it up and finally got rid of it.
We're having a good time talking with 4 announcers from the radio days, Les Tremaine, Dresser Dahlstead, John Milton Kennedy, and Wendell Niles. And we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back and have some more stories. John?
Yes, I wanted.
Your hand is raised. We want us to take a little longer break? As you need to.
No. I wanted to mention at this point that the man in the control room here is Norman Dews.
Yes.
Norman Dews, baby. I met in 1935, at XEBC Agua Caliente. I hired on a...
Was he a wetback?
No, he was the engineer
You were
at XEBC, if you please, and we were on not a salary. It was so much a week, but
a retainer.
No, room and board. It was room and board kind of a thing, and he tells me this many years later, for goodness sakes, that when I came on as the announcer, he was bumped out of this classy room in this Mexican hotel. And we were on Mexican food. The board was Mexican food 3 times a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Mexican food. I left, though.
Yeah.
Well,
You left your
Norman
heart.
Dews and Marty Halprin here, volunteers from the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters, are the gentlemen of distinction behind the controls at this little get-together, and we sure appreciate that.
What would we do without
And
them?
we are in wonderful surroundings here in the clubhouse. All around us are wonderful photographs of the Pioneer Broadcasters. There are radio sets that won't quit around here. Some of the old cathedral radios and the early crystal sets, and everything is all around here. And some microphones that we see are just incredible. And
Lots of old things around
Marty
here.
Marty and Norman are working on vintage equipment that's been kept in tip-top shape by the pioneers. So we're glad to be doing that. So you stick around, don't go away, and as they used to say, don't touch that dial. We're talking with Wendell Niles, John Milton Kennedy, Dresser Dahlstedt, and Les Tremaine, people who, my gosh, I would say together represent
$52
20
billion.
Oh, dollars. I was thinking of years.
That's what I was going to say. I'm
Years.
afraid he was going to say years.
Oh, you rather? Should we talk net worth instead of so many years? A lot of
Net
years
worth,
of radio. Net worth. Les mentioned that we should describe where we are more. We should actually talk a little bit about the NBC studios that were originally on this site. Each of you worked at NBC at one time or another, or for many years during your career.
As a matter of fact, speaking of NBC, I was on ABC staff, and I took an audition for an ABC comedy show, one of the big comedians. And it was a show that ran for years and years and years. And I was told by the producer that I was chosen to announce it. And then I was on staff, as I say, at ABC, and went to see what the heck was his name on the second floor at NBC. Oh,
John Swallow, by any chance?
No, not Swallow. No. Swallow was a good guy. This was one of the awful guys. But he told me since I was on staff at ABC, I couldn't accept this job. And I said, why? Why? And he said, it's NBC policy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's the way they were.
And NBC policy was
pretty rugged, I'll say. Yeah.
There was a guy on what's it called on Variety. What was his name? He did a long time column for
You mean
years.
the showbiz?
Carol?
No.
Jack
Hellman.
Jack Hellman,
yeah.
At his retirement party.
Good catch, Marty.
At his retirement party, it was presided over by, oh, goodness gracious, this man's name.
Him.
Anyway, he said that when Jack Hellman's, when his bar mitzvah was catered by the Salvation Army. Anyway, joke over.
Well, to get back to the orientation,
Yes.
we're at Sunset and Vine. This bank building is on a slant. It cuts across the corner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There was to be a parking lot or a parking area under the bank building. And they found that was not feasible when they built this building that we are in now, after the NBC building was torn down. And about where we are, as closely as I've been able to figure it out, is where Studio B was, which was right above here. Studio B or C.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. There was A, B, C, and D. We have a model right over here, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen.
Just to look.
If you look
Dresser,
hard.
hold the mic up over there so our listening audience can see that. Yeah.
Better take it away.
Okay.
But,
A model of the NBC studios, we should say, rather than a model
that's right.
like Playboy.
Like
Oh,
good-looking broad, yeah.
That's a different story. I was in Chicago when the Palmolive building was built, which later became the Playboy building. So you're on my
It's
way.
no longer the
Frank.
Playboy building. No.
It is no longer.
No, they
What
have
is
their
it?
own. They have their own building now. I don't know what it. I don't remember what it's called now, but
I wonder if it went back to Palm Olive.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
This was a wonderful location because NBC had this one on the corner. CBS was just a couple of blocks down the street. Mutual down the other way on Vine Street. And everybody was around. The agencies were just up the street on Hollywood Boulevard.
Taft
All
Building.
over Thompson,
The
Taft
Taft
Building.
Building.
What's the other building? The
There's a
Echo. I almost said it.
The Eccles
I used
building?
to have
Was it-
anybody ever go to my nightclub across the street? You weren't here, but were any of you people around? Right across, where Brenneman's place was.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Brown.
I've got a. That's one of my great
Well,
mistakes.
you had an orchestra, didn't you? At
Oh
one
yeah,
time?
well, that was many years ago. That was when I always started in the business. But I was thinking we're talking about this whole location around here, and I made a few mistakes. I should have known better. That the factory that I had, I should have known that
I've
buggy
never
whips
made one.
weren't anymore. And I made a lot of mistakes, but this was one of them. We opened this. It's called Wendell Niles Gag Club. And I was,
Is that kind of a gag?
I was
No.
the one that gagged on it, yeah. But it was I had 11 bartenders,
Yeah.
and it was quite a place. The only thing we needed, were customers. The bartenders did very, very well. They did just fine. And I said, fellas, let's leave a little, and maybe we can laugh.
Somebody may come in.
But that was when this was ever in full swing.
Yeah.
Oh, we could tell stories about this wonderful building upstairs and what it was.
Yeah.
I remember, we dresser during the war. We had to have the little
Oh, a little
things
identification.
that
Yeah.
But they were very, very particular.
Oh.
What was in here? I don't know why they would carry it.
Well, I can tell you, right after television started to come in, one afternoon, there was a shipping dock just beyond the artist entrance,
Yeah.
I mean, here.
and a couple of at NBC, Hollywood, and a couple of guys in a big truck backed in down that driveway that was there, up to the shipping dock. They had on coveralls, white coveralls. They looked very professional, And they went inside, and they came out with a grand piano, which is pretty darn big, as you know.
No, it's still in my.
And either one or two television cameras, which were very big in those days.
Oh, yeah.
Wheeled them out, put them on the truck, and drove off. Just like that.
Unauthorized.
Yeah.
Unauthorized. That parking lot.
Did you ever hear that story?
No, I never had.
I just made it up.
Oh,
That's why I never heard
Good
of it.
story.
That parking lot was special for me. We lived for about 5 years on Holly Hill Terrace, which was up the street, up the hill, on a steep hill off Coenga. And I had an early morning shift at ABC. On Sunday mornings, I think I had to be there at 5 o'clock, something like that. And this was in wartime, and gas was rationed. And so I would open the garage door, let my car roll out of the garage, stop it, and close the garage door without even starting it. Roll down this steep driveway onto Coenga Boulevard, south on Coenga to Yucca. Well, this without starting the engine, over Yucca to Vine Street here, and down Vine Street, if you please, clear into the parking lot, the NBC parking lot, without even starting the car.
Never did warm it up.
Somebody told me, I was telling this story, they said, yeah, but you had to use twice the gas to get back
Yeah,
up the
that's
hill the
true.
next day.
you're getting great mileage at that time.
I wouldn't advise that for anyone.
Not now.
I don't mean to put a damper on this, but I lost a very dear friend up at the ranch about 2 years ago because he did that when he didn't have to.
Was he
Just
drunk?
to go down the steep hill from his house to the little country road that we live on. And he didn't make it. And he went down an embankment about, I don't know,
Oh, gee.
75, 100 feet. Crushed himself to death.
Oh, dear.
He didn't have the control he should have had.
We used to.
So don't do that again.
I promise.
We used to share the when ABC came in, Blue Network came in. We shared an awful lot of offices together in this building, and on Vine Street, as John is remembering a little while ago, the announcers, of course, could sit there and look out Vine Street and all these pretty girls and everything walking up and down the street.
Ooh, the broads.
Pretty good. But sharing the announcers, there was a wonderful fellow by the name of Buddy Twist. I think you remember Buddy.
Oh, yeah.
He was at that time. He was supervisor announcers that night for the NBC, and I was doing that for ABC. And I remember one time, this was during the war when they're first starting everything, and Hank Weaver, who I don't think I wouldn't know much about him in the East, I guess, but he was quite a character here on the West Coast. And Hank, big fellow, he came into the office one day, and Buddy Twist was a great one to put people on. And he said, just casually announced, isn't that interesting? They're going to conscript all the dogs. You're going to take all your dogs and put them in the Army. And Hank Weaver reared up and he said, they're not going to get my dog out of here. No way. And, he carried on like something awful.
Charlie Weaver. You remember Charlie?
Oh, Charlie, yeah.
Charlie
gosh.
Weaver.
Used to be the Derby up the street, of course, where everybody met.
Cliff Arquette.
Yeah.
You met... a lot of good friends there.
Yes, indeed.
But I had an idea. That was after Charlie quit. What was his name?
Cliff Arquette.
Cliff Arquette.
Oh. Yeah, well, Cliff, he quit because he had he retired. Well, I had an idea that was really great for him. An old man, just perfectly fit his character. So I called Charlie one day. I said, Charlie, let's have lunch. I got an idea I want to talk to you about. He said, not me, boy. He said, I'm through. I worked for the government on the Three Wives long enough. He said, hell, I'm not going to mess with it. So I said, well, let's have lunch anyway. So we went down to the Brown Derby, and he said, you understand, of course, that I don't want any part of this business from now on. I said, sure, Charlie. I understand that, Cliff. So I started to tell him anyway. I said, this is what I had in mind anyway. I got into it. He said, yeah, and here's what we'll do. He said, then we'll do. But the sad part of the story was there was a guy representing Jack Parr, one of his advanced men or whatever he did, a scout. He happened to be in the Derby at the same time, and he saw Charlie or Cliff, and he said he got that idea in his mind. He'd be great on the Parr show, and they gave him a contract that he couldn't refuse, and that started him all over again.
Yeah.
That was a whole brand new thing. He forgot about the wives and
Sure.
Anyway, it's a sad story.
Started a big career again.
Oh, yeah.
I cried about it.
Wendell, who was Don Prindle?
Oh, Don Prindle was my partner. We did a show on the Blue Network, incidentally, Coast to Coast for Hires Road Beer.
Oh, yeah.
And we did it originally. We started at CBS. We did with Prindle. And Prindle was a writer. He was one of the very good gag writers. And we had the show here. Chuck Huntley, incidentally, Chet Huntley was our announcer. And Chet was a good friend of mine. We grew up together. He was from Bozeman, Montana, and I was from Livingston. And we're about the same age. But he was our announcer. But one of the top people in a network heard us one time. We were just doing Brittingham's, you know, where everybody ate and went across. And when I was at Lum and Abner, you waited until you heard that organ, and then you get up and you went over and said, "Good evening, here we are."
You mean you stayed in the place until it was time?
Oh yeah, you walk across and go in, and Ann Leaf River was playing the organ. You say, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, Lum and Abner." They didn't have anything prepared either. Half the time they didn't know what they were going to do, but it didn't make any difference. Where was I? I was talking about Prindle,
Yeah, Don Prindle.
So we were having lunch at Brittingham's, and we told something about, I don't remember what it was, we're always clowning. Prindle and I had a place at Lake Malibu, talking about our or a boat or something. I said, it's fine, but it was something wrong with the plumbing. Every time in our cottage you flush the toilet, you had to go down and bail out our sailboat. And well, he laughed so hard that he literally threw up in those days $3 steak, which would be $12 today. So he said, these guys are that funny, we got to put them on. So anyway, we were sold to this kind of interesting, really, now that I think about it. You sold, and we did the Niles and Prindle show for Hires Root Beer. And it went until the war, and they couldn't make any more. The old man Hires, I don't know whether you know him. You might have, Leslie, might know of him. He was
I know
a very
of him.
religious
He lived down
man.
the road.
Oh, yeah. He had 12 roots, Pip Sisquo and a few of those things. He said it's the only root beer fit to drink, and it probably was. But anyway, he couldn't get any more sugar when the war was on, so he quit. Boom, they didn't make any Hires root beer the rest of the war, And so that ended us. But the interesting thing that people talk about the Velvet Fog,
Mel Torme.
Mel Torme. They said, you liked Mel Torme? I said, yeah, I hired him. I started him in the business. Which, everybody laughs. And so if you come to my house, which I hope you all will someday, and I see the plaque that you gave me is there, and I have a frieze of most of the shows that I've done. The front page, of the shows for a long period of time, 2, 3, 5, 6 years, whatever they are. But, what is that?
That's a microphone.
So, anyway...
He's retired.
That was 1945. And our cast included Gail, I can't think of her, Gail Robbins, and Mel Torme. I remember his little agent came to me that time. We were with Music Corporation of America. And he says... we got this group. It's a dandy group. He said, you'll like it. It's called Mel Torme and his Monotones. It's a catchy name, It was Mel Torme and his Meltones. That was his. So here, this is agent.
Well, that's par for the course.
And actually, I didn't like him. I'm being honest with you, but everybody did, and MCA, put it in such a way that we couldn't very well refuse. So we hired him. That was actually the start, as far as I know, of Mel Torme.
He's done all right, though, since then, I guess, hasn't he?
In spite of it, yes.
He was pretty young at that time. He must have been just like a late teenager or something.
Well, then I'd hate to say
he
it.
wasn't that young, but we were all a lot younger.
I hate to say this, but
go ahead,
because you'll cut me down. I was doing a movie with Bing and several other people.
Bing who?
I forget. And I came on the set, on the stage, this particular morning, and I'm walking along past the portable dressing rooms. And all of a sudden I hear this voice say, "Hi, Les Tremaine." I turn around. I say, "Hi, you're Mel Torme." "Yeah, I've never met you. How are you?" He says, "You've met me." He says, "I did my first bit on the First Nighter show way back in the 30s.
1910.
When I was just a kid, 1908.
I should have let you tell your story first.
Yeah, it was much shorter. Yeah.
Well, he couldn't have been, what was he, about 6?
Yeah, he was just a kid.
Yeah.
Kid actor.
Yeah.
Before he ever thought of singing.
Before he lost his voice, huh?
Dresser, you were saying that ABC and NBC shared offices here, but they also shared studios here, didn't they?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So
yeah.
after the split up from the red and the blue,
Mm-hmm.
and so there would be times when you would be in the same studio, but an ABC program might come out of there, and the same as an NBC program.
Oh, yeah. They'd follow one another. A lot of. I was just thinking about that. And announcers had a lot of problems. Like Mike Stokey, I remember so well. Pantomime Quiz, remember that? Well, Mike Stokey was on our staff at that. I think he was a junior announcer, wasn't he?
So they made him a junior announcer.
I think so, yeah.
After that.
But we do a lot of standby on the network because at that time they were running over a lot of times. You know, like the Bob Hope and all of the shows got wound up and they weren't getting off on time. So they came down, NBC came down with an edict that, by golly, everything had to get off right on time. It didn't matter what they were doing. And so they'd run this thing through a booth and assign an announcer there. And he was told that when that gets to 29:30 or whatever it is, hit the button and say this is ABC, NBC, and that's it. And so Mike Stokey, he was doing that, and he came down to the end, and they're still going on. He pushed the button. He said, this is the, it's the red... No, I don't know. Well, what does it matter?
Mentioning Mike Stokey, dropping his name, reminds me that he started a program on KTLA, Armchair Detective, a television show,
yeah.
And I was going to say he hired me. He hired H. Allen Smith and myself, but we weren't hired. I wasn't paid. It was early television. You had to get in on the ground floor. Armchair Detective. It ran about a year and a half, from about 49 until 51, and that was my first experience in not my really first experience in television, but my early experience in television. And
I hate to tell you about my first television experience. 1939.
It was a very interesting thing for me. I went into television later when I left Lux in 1952.
Mm-hmm. And when was your first? When did you first?
Thank you. I thought you'd never ask. No, 1939, W9XYZ, Zenith Experimental Station in Chicago. And we did the whole thing in an area about the size of this. And I was the host, white tie and tails.
What year was that?
39.
See, that's why I let him tell his story first.
Yeah. Now, he's going back to 1908 again. Anyway, I was a skinny guy. And in 45-minute show, I lost 8 pounds. It was 140 degrees in the studio.
Hot.
No air conditioning, no
God.
incidental music. I had to crawl out of the scene where I was the host. They didn't even turn the cameras off. You know, the viewing box was about that big, about 3 by 4, and inches, that is. And I crawled out of the one scene, and I didn't have a breakaway. I had to take off this outfit and put on a business suit, shirt and tie, and open the show, because I was the leading man in the show, too. And they said, get in on this. On the ground floor, boy, you'll go places.
This is important to get in on the ground floor of television, and that in that run of the Armchair Detective, an actor, Nestor Paiva, no longer with us.
Yes.
Nestor Paiva was murdered and put in a box.
Literally?
Literal. Well, no, not really.
Should have been.
This is what we saw on camera, but then they forgot to take a camera off him. And he came out of the box. This on the air.
Well, I like the show with Ellen Mowbray we did for Climax here. You know, I've been people argue with, including Johnny Carson, that it wasn't Ellen Mowbray, it was somebody else. But I was standing 20 feet from him, and it was a day. This is when the big Climax show from Chrysler, and he. Nobody was quite sure what they were doing. It was a very big show. It was on CBS over the new building. And it was a serious thing where Mowbray was killed. And they had him in the living room and a blanket over him. And so then they went to this other shot over here, which was cut away from him. Or supposed to, but they didn't. And the floor manager gave him the wrong cue, and this is before tape or anything like that. And here's the guy. He picked up his bed and walked. He got up. Jesus, everybody.
He had seen.
Believe it.
He had seen that show on Armchair Detective, and that's why they did it that way.
They didn't plan on it. They were really raised hell. But anyway, I got to answer my friend over there, whose name I can't think of. I'm getting a little older.
That's Tremaine.
Les Tremaine, yes.
Thank you, Chuck. He's nasty, isn't he?
My first experience in television, and this is documented, and you can look it up.
Oh, I will, too.
1929.
Yes.
And there was a Schenectady, New York.
Mm-hmm.
And there weren't any sets. And there wasn't a hell of a lot of television either, but I mean, it was but I was playing, that's when I had my orchestra, and I was playing at the...
Can you document that?
Yes.
All right.
A lot of people are still mad at it. Before, I was playing at the Bandbox, the Tonic Hotel in Albany, New York, and they asked me to come up to Schenectady. That's where the big...
Westinghouse, probably.
No, it wasn't Westinghouse, but
I knew it wouldn't be.
But in your store.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's not very interesting, but I've got a few more that I could put to the sleep with two of you.
How long did you have a band, Wendell?
Well, I started out, I've heard nobody had ever asked me that. Except for most people ever do ask, how did you start in the business? I was going to school in the University of Montana.
Mm-hmm.
And I always wanted to go to China, so I never knew anybody had ever been to China, but I wanted to go. It fascinated me. So I heard that they hired orchestras to go on these boats to China, the Oriental lines, the Admiral lines. So I wrote him this fantastic letter, and I got a letter back from him and said, from the chief passenger agent's matter, and he said, this is, we've never hired a band sight unseen before, but if your orchestra is 1/10 as good as you say it is, we don't feel that we have the right to deprive our passengers of this great musical treat. Says you sail February 22nd, whatever it was, from Pier 41 in Seattle. Well, that's fine, except the only trouble was I didn't have an orchestra. I didn't play anything. But anyway, we did. We had time enough. I went out and got a band together. They taught me to play drums. And then, I was in, let's see, until Chrysler 29. Let me see, I would go, yeah, that's quite a long period of time at that, because I was in China in 24.
Boxer Rebellion. No.
I'm glad you mentioned it. I was a boxer.
He rebelled.
Champion of Montana.
You mentioned 19...
My earphone is making a noise. I was in Wyoming with my grandson in September, and I damn near ruined my whole hearing structure. They shooting some big guns back there.
Oh.
But anyway, that's from 20... I was in Europe... and I replaced Whiteman on the Leviathan.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's just before it sank. No.
No, this is pretty fascinating, pretty interesting. And I came back, and we did, I think, the first show of its kind ever on CBS. It was in Steinway Hall. People argue with me about that, too. See, CBS was never in Steinway Hall.
Oh, yes, they were.
I said, I wonder what we were doing there. The boss was there, smoking a cigar. But we did pretending that we were on a ship. It was supposed to have been a broadcast from the Leviathan, and we did it in the studio.
You mentioned 1929. In 1929, I was in high school, and the teacher of photography there, a man had been on staff at Fox Studios. He taught photography. Anyway, he brought a man to do a demonstration of television for us with the scanning disc. This was scanning disc television in the earliest days of it.
Yeah.
Which dates me, but I don't know.
You're just a
You
kid.
mentioned Lum and Abner a little while ago.
Yeah.
I'm studying up on as much stuff as I can find around the house I'm going to be a guest at the Lum and Abner convention
Are
this
you
year.
really?
Oh. Can
I
you
gotta-
imagine?
Yes.
And I said, well, where is it? And he said, well, you fly to Little Rock,
That's right.
and then we will meet you, and 2.5 hours later, we'll be in Mena, Arkansas.
That's right next to the, what were the, where do the boys have their
Pine
store?
Ridge.
Pine
Ridge.
Ridge,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mina's right next to Pine Ridge. You drive because Pine Ridge only has about 8 or 10
18
people
people.
that live there. The store is there.
Yeah.
That's interesting because I was the guest 3 years ago.
Were you?
Yeah, I could.
Jerry Hausner was there
Yeah.
2 years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
And
But
went
it's-
back another year. They loved him so much. He had so many stories. He says, I can't go back again. I want to make more stories.
I know you guys have more stories, but we have to take a pause for just a minute or two. So stick around. We're talking with Wendell Niles, John M. Kennedy, Dresser Dahlstead, and Les Tremaine, talking about the good old days. And it's such a pleasure to sit around this big round table here at the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters. We'll be right back.
Cut, Norm.
Well, we've gotten the signal from Marty Halpern and Norman Dews, and we're ready to continue with our conversation here at the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters Clubhouse with 4 legendary names from the days of radio. We have Wendell Niles, John M. Kennedy, and the M stands for Milton, Dresser Dahlstead, and Les Tremaine.
That's spelled with one S.
One S.
I've been getting mail lately. L-E-double-S.
Okay.
Did any of you ever, when you first started as an announcer, did you ever believe that somebody would call you legendary?
I hope.
But you know, you really are. People who listened to the radio had their image of what you looked like, and the announcer was always the person who was in control. Even on a wild, crazy comedy show
He held
or
it together,
whatever it
that's
was,
true.
he was the one who was
voice.
in control.
I believe that. That sounds splendid. I'm in favor of that.
Will you vote on it?
Well, John, I'd listen to the Lux Radio Theater, and we would hear your voice, a voice of authority, yet it was a very warm voice talking about Lux toilet soap, and you would be interviewing occasionally a starlet who would say that she did her duds in Lux, or
Almost invariably a starlet.
Libby
Says, "No, she-
Collins wasn't
No,
she
she
on
gets
there?
everything.
Right. Libby Collins was a legendary person. It was an actress. Dorothy Lovett, most of the time, or a part of the time, did the part of Libby Collins, and many people thought that Libby Collins was an actual person. Dorothy Lovett is still around. I have seen her within the last couple of years. As a matter of fact, we went to Doss Butler's, the late Doss Butler's
Memorial?
Not memorial. She didn't go to the memorial. I went to that, but he had a class that met every Wednesday evening for years. I was there a year and a half. He wrote prolifically, and then
The clever man.
Clever man with a wonderful voice, a wonderful personality and talent, and then we would act out some of the material that he had written.
Well, John, on the Lux programs, you were. It was tightly scripted, wasn't it? Everything was scripted.
Oh, yes,
There was no
yeah.
ad-libbing. Even
Right.
the little commercials where they would, in between, and then finally the curtain call when the stars would come out and try to sound spontaneous. But basically, they were all reading from prepared script.
Oh yes, always. Radio in those days, at least certainly on Lux Radio Theater, was by script, and
Oh, it's quite true.
I was never really relaxed. I was always uptight.
Well, the lawyers always had to check it, and everything was in.
Yeah, right.
Like when I did the Tom show, and he came in one day for that commercial, and I said to the producer, "You kidding with this?" He says, "No, he said it's been approved and everything is from New York." And I said, "You're going to make a big bowling alley out of the CBS studio here." It was so he said, "You read it the way it is." Okay. I said, well, it's a serious show, and I got one of the biggest laughs I've had in a long time.
Oh, boy.
I said, "I'll tell you the line." I said, take Tums and kiss your acid indigestion goodbye.
Well, you know, and in those days...
I read it. People that way said I told you.
We have to stress the fact that in those days the air was very pure and clean.
Yes.
The first nighter show, Barbara Luddy and myself, the two leads, didn't dare on the show smoke, drink. You couldn't say heck or darn or anything that smacked
You
of...
couldn't say a word like that.
And if you made a mistake, you figured
Nothing.
you better put on your hat and go because you were fired.
Yeah.
Well, there was this radio station in town that practiced that.
Yeah.
I didn't get fired there that way, but I left.
Were you there during the Sonny Tufts episode there with...
As a matter of fact, I asked the movie's Joseph Cotton if he had actually said that. You've heard it back there.
He said it.
The old joke. The next week, the cast boy so and so and so and so. Sonny Tufts. that was the inflection that he allegedly used. I asked him if he actually did that, and he said, "Oh, they say I did, but
He
did. Did he? Well,
Norm
no,
Blackburn.
he wouldn't admit it. Yeah.
You know, Norm Blackburn, he's the one, he was head of that, at that particular time with
J. Waller
Thompson. And the trouble was during the war, and it was hard to get people. Now, Sonny Tufts actually was a real good actor.
Yeah, he was
a
fine.
good singer, a good performer, but he was an alcoholic. And somehow he got like Vice President Quayle. Somehow, you know, that was a Tufts a bashing thing to do. And he was a much better person I could... in fact, maybe I will tell you about Sonny. But anyway, you mentioned the star, was he?
Joseph Cotton.
Yeah, Cotton. See, they couldn't get people, and Norm was up, and he had a real tough time. You can get girls because there were plenty of stars, girl stars, but during the war, it was hard to get the male stars. But usually, you know how he was at the end, and he would say, "Tune in, you know, next week, and we're going to have," and so forth. And he didn't have a chance to read it over because Norm didn't have it either until
They didn't want anybody to know.
Well, they didn't know. He couldn't find anyone. He finally got Johnny Test, but it. And he dashed in, and while they were almost ready to sign off, they were. And they hand it to Joe Cotton, and he gets his, you know how you've done so many times. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to tell you that next week we have that great actor, Sonny Tufts. That was a sad thing about it.
Happened.
Yes.
Sonny was he was really a good performer. I my roommate one time at a cancer thing down in Phoenix, but. He would defy all medical science. He would drink maybe, you've heard we can do one, he'd drink at least 2 quarts of whiskey a day. And people say that'll kill you because it does, but it took a long time for him. And
he was a big guy.
He was a big guy, and wonderful. He was a big guy.
Yeah.
So we have a little lab dissolve here, and I was in New York. Coming down Madison Avenue, and I see Sonny Tufts coming. And he sees me and greets me, and I said, "Gee, it's good to see you, Sonny. What are you doing?" He said, "I'm going to open in a big play." It was like Bye Bye Birdie. I can't remember. It was a big thing. And I said, "How's your drinking?" He said, "Haven't had a drink in 6 months." He reeked of bourbon. Right? It's sad, you know. Here's a guy.
Terribly sad.
A big... And he said, "I want you to be there." He said, "You come." He said, "Look, you come to the stage door and come back to them. You're my guest, and come, and I'll meet you there." And I did. I went, and I showed up, but Sonny didn't.
Oh, dear.
Wendell Niles.
It was really sad. It broke my heart because here's a sweet man, a talented man.
Yes.
Too bad. Great chance for a whole brand new thing.
One of my dearest friends early on in radio. As a matter of fact, he was the first leading man on the First Nighter show, which opened on Thanksgiving night, 1930, on a little station called WIBO before it moved to NBC. And he was a wonderful man. He looked to me, I was, 17, 18 years old, so I had no comparative basis. I didn't know about age, and when you look at somebody, well, they're 60 or 70, you know. But I thought he was about 60, 65 years old. He had the most beautiful voice, and he was the finest actor I think I have ever worked with.
Sonny Tufts? Are you talking about?
No. I'm talking about another man, and I don't want to malign him. He's long gone. I won't even mention his name. But he was the most horrible alcoholic.
Yeah,
and he had every show in town. He was a wonderful leading man. And he had gray eyes that the girls just loved between the eyes and the voice. It didn't matter that he was thin and gray and balding and so on. He would get drunk. Every show had to be recast. And I was a pretty good friend of his. And I knew what had happened about the third time it happened. And he would be gone for 6, 8 weeks. And I used to track him down in these flea bags on Clark Street in Chicago and find him and try to sober him up and bring him back. I was with him when he died. He had been drinking formic acid. And he was a mess. No point in going into it. But this man, he'd had a very tragic life. I made his headstone when he was buried, and he was 35 years old.
God.
But that's what liquor had done to him, and the tragedies in his life, because he had lost 2 twin boys and so on, and a terrible thing out here. And he was born in 1900, and he died in 1935. But I will never forget this man. He was a marvelous actor.
Yeah, we had a lot of them out here the same way. But
It's a
you
terrible
realize,
thing.
speaking of age, you know, most of these people are talking about they never made 50. You know, you wouldn't believe it. You know, guys like Bogart, Errol Flynn, people, they never got to be 50 years old.
Yeah.
Well, what's the secret of your longevity, gentlemen?
Well,
You drink a lot.
Good life?
I really don't.
Well, I've
Dewar's
never
White
had a
Label
bag
is mine. I don't know about yours.
I've walked all over that. What did you say? I'm sure it was funny.
Yeah, well, it was.
What, you tell us.
I
You're not going to tell us?
don't do a repeat show since we used to do it for the West Coast.
Yeah.
You remember?
Oh, the stories about
Well-
the repeats.
Well,
for the
yeah,
West
you
Coast.
talk about drinking, and certainly it is something that is a horrible disease.
Yeah.
But I've heard stories over the years of the people who would really
Didn't make
step
the
off the
repeats.
wagon between the first and the second broadcast.
yeah.
They would get
Yeah.
lost. And
That's true.
You had 3 to 4 hours to kill some time.
You go down to the Derby and,
The Derby
you know,
and-
and you have a few
Oh,
drinks and
gosh,
you come
yeah.
back and
the
Those were
Brown
good- those were
Derby must
interesting
have been a
times.
heck of a place in those days.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
was.
that's within
Yeah, it was.
a block or so from here,
Yeah,
and it's right. It's right between Hollywood and Sunset on Pine Street.
Right,
Yeah,
right across
yeah.
the street from Lux, where Lux
Where
Radio
Lux-
Theater
yeah.
originated.
one of the
yeah.
most famous restaurants in the world.
Oh,
I used to get my, like Louis L'Amour. You ever read any of his books?
yeah.
Guys I knew back there when he just had his first hit, Hondo. And, you know, there's things you go back. He's dead now, just died last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very fascinating place, the Derby was.
Well, Sardi's
Wish
was
it
the
was
same
there.
way in New York, you know.
Yeah.
And Sardi's was not close to NBC or to CBS or any of it, but we used to go there between shows. I was sitting there with some other people, and Ben Grauer joined us one night, and he had a repeat at I don't know what time. And we got into a big discussion about something, and he forgot all about his repeat show. And he was in the middle of a story, and somebody looked up and said, "Ben, what time do you go on?" He says, 11 o'clock or something like that. And they said, "Well, it's 11 now." You know, I never saw anybody move so fast in
Hand me a
my
mic.
life. Funny
Well-
stories about New York. You know.
There were so many of those, and I guess it happened almost to every show at some time or another where you set the clock ahead of time, you know, so that
Yeah.
Boy.
when we were doing one man's, it was I Love a Mystery, I guess, we'd go to the Derby, and Carlton Morris would do the first show, and then he'd take off, and he'd give the production to a fellow general and NBC producer, Mike Dutton. And Mike was a great guy, and everybody liked him and everything, but we'd all gone to the Derby, and we came back, and while Mike was gone, we did the thing with the clock, set the thing back and what, a whole bit. And so when we came on, the light goes on, and Paul Carson, who was the organist at the time, he hit the worst clinkers you could ever imagine. Just terrible clinkers. And, of course, I started announcing, and I would stumble all over the stuff and introduce the cast, and in would come Mike Raffetto and all those people, just terrible, and laughing and the whole bit. This poor Mike Stokey, I'll never forget it, the look on his face, and finally, of course, they let him know what had been happening.
That's a good way to give a guy a heart attack.
Oh, yeah, it was a terrible thing to do. It's just awful.
I have a real one for you. I don't know whether this has ever happened to any of you famous voices. I was the host on the Hallmark Hall of Fame out of New York. And Tom Shirley, somebody mentioned him here a little earlier. Yeah. We were talking about Tom. He was a fine announcer. And he announced Merton Marge for years and years and years out of Chicago. And we had rehearsed during the day, and of course in those days we had a couple of movie stars as our guest stars on the drama. I am supposed to open the show. And everything had gone beautifully during rehearsal. And I stepped up to the mic, opened my mouth. Nothing came out. I had laryngitis up to my nose, For no reason. Nothing had happened that would make it that way. And Tom, to show you how instantaneous the reactions were, like any of you, he was across the mic from me, and as soon as I opened the show, he came in and did the first commercial. And when he saw that I didn't even have time to panic my eyes, he took over immediately. There wasn't a second's pause. And he did my part, and he did his part. And I went home in the car listening to the show.
Well, the announcers did. They literally did hold things together. There's no question about it.
Any of you ever have such an experience?
Yes.
I bought Hallmark cards anyway, Les.
In spite of everything.
He cared enough, see?
I did the Hallmark Playhouse out here for a long time, too. But I was thinking about Edward G. Robinson. We're thinking about taking over, like my brother was doing this show with Edward G. Robinson. He was the one that played all the tough parts in Al Capone and all the rest. So that was his radio. And the kid with the muff that does, that we, you see him all the time. The sound man, Ray.
Erlenborn.
Yeah, Erlenborn. Yeah. 100,000 shows I've done with him. But he got excited. There was an exciting scene in there. Of course, you got the audience out here, and you got the stage up here. There's no cameras or anything. And there was a big crash, and he overdid it a little bit, and he had a broken box, and the box went up and hit it, came down, and cut a pretty good gash in his forehead, and he started to bleed. And here's Edward G. Robinson, big, he's played Jack London, all of the things when he'd crush people's hands, shot people. And here is Edward G. Robinson, and he sees this blood, and he faints.
Oh, my.
Faints,
yes.
Dead away. Now, what do you do? So Kenny is the announcer. He comes in. He does Edward G. Robinson until I could get the guy back on his feet, But that's
a terrible thing. That happened to me in real life with a friend of mine who had a show out in Pasadena on some station, and we went to Musso Frank's over here for lunch. And I had a bad truck accident up at my place up north and had badly broken my arm, and I was all bloodied up and so on. And we were sitting there talking, and I wasn't looking at him particularly, and I mentioned blood, and I turned around, and he was out cold on the bench alongside of me. I had never seen this before.
And he was a doctor.
Terrible.
Yeah.
While we're dropping names, I will drop the name of Cecil B. DeMille.
Oh,
Many people have asked me Was I chummy with Cesar?
Was anybody chummy?
Was anybody?
Yeah, right.
I was on the show about a year. He had a secretary always with him, telling him about the lines where he was to say this and that. And I was just at one of the rehearsals. I was just on the other side of the curtain from him and his secretary, and she was telling him, "You say this, and then Kennedy says that, and then you say." He said, "Kennedy." Who's Kennedy? Which hurt, and I thought that hurt. But when Bob Cummings was on a Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters program, a tribute to Lux, and he said that he had been on that show 10 years, 10 times, and had never met Cecil B. DeMille.
Yeah.
William Keeley, who replaced him, was an entirely different story. William Keeley and his lovely wife, Genevieve Tobin, were delights. Delights.
Yes. Well, you're talking about the secretary always being with him.
Yes.
I had an attorney in New York named Bill Feitelson. And he was quite a well-known attorney. And he had offices on Fifth Avenue and so forth. And I'm walking down the street one day, and here comes this little guy. I didn't see his face, but I could tell who it was immediately. He was always going away, And he was shouting at the top of his voice over the traffic, the milling crowd on the sidewalks on Fifth Avenue. And running up behind him was his secretary, this girl, running along and making notes on her stenographic pad.
Sounds like Donovan Winters.
Sorry, I went away there. Everybody's gone.
I noticed that.
I got carried away.
Dresser, did you ever have any panic-type situations that you either saved or someone saved for you?
Not that I can remember. We were doing a show with Ben Alexander once, and we were all ready to go. I was announcing it, and it was an audience participation show. That's as close as I can remember. And just before we were to go on the air, all of a sudden Ben fainted and he was gone. Yeah. And apparently he'd had a heart attack.
Oh.
So I did what everybody did at the time. I just took over and did the whole show and did it for a couple of weeks, I guess. But Ben recovered, and he was okay after that. But
was that wasn't Queen for a Day, was it?
No, it was. I can't remember the name of it. It was on ABC, and I can't remember now the name of it. But it was an audience participation show. And Ben was a great guy. He was a wonderful fellow to work with, but that was a bit of a shock. But you respond to those things so fast, you just
came up the hard way like everybody all did. You come to the local stations, they can't make you laugh. Well, some exceptions, like my brother Ken. If he started to laugh, that's it. Forget it. And there was a case where it was the reverse happened. It was on Chesterfield, I believe, one of the big shows, and something he couldn't help it, and he started to laugh during a commercial. And they're coast to coast with top show, big. What do you do? So Mel Blanc is here. Here's the man of 1,000 voices, and he's got 1,000 voices, but that doesn't include a straight voice. So he takes over and he does the commercial from Kenny. I don't think it's ever happened before in the history of the world. And speaking of that, one of the great breakups, I don't know if you were around. You must have been. You remember when they used to do the Hollywood Hotel?
Oh, yes, yes.
And we did it at the Figaro Playhouse downtown.
Mm-hmm.
But Kenny, my brother, was the announcer, and he was also one of the producers. He was, he produced it with, can't think of the guy's name, but it was a great show. It was one of the top shows on the air. The big show. Yeah, sure. Llewellyn Parsons, she was the... and she'd bring everybody in she says, "Oh, yes, honey, I want you to be there tonight, and you will be there next week." And till she got to Mae West, and she says, "Mae West, may you be there?" She says, if you look very closely, you'll see it's not me. And that's not the story I started to tell because because she was the only one that ever told her to go shove it, and she wouldn't do it. So she was blacklisted in every Hearst paper. They wouldn't even handle. They wouldn't even handle her ads for her pictures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that was May, and I could tell you another story the next time we all meet here about
2010.
They tell in the stories. But I started to tell about Hollywood Hotel. They had Igor Gorin, the great tenor, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And they had what's his name wrote the music for the Lord's Prayer.
Oh dear.
He put it to music.
I don't know, but it's beautiful.
It was Martin Luther King, wasn't it?
No.
John Charles Thomas.
It was a trio. Somebody said
It was Martin Luther, probably.
Only Kennedy that can find his pants. That doesn't mean that you're... But they were sponsored, of course, by Campbell Soup.
Mm. Oh, yeah.
And they went all out. They did everything. They had in those days the Colliers and Life and all of the magazines, big full-page ads. Igor Gorin is going to sing for the first time the music, the Lord's Prayer. And it was tremendous. So we had down, it's at the Figueroa Playhouse. This is before tape, for anything. We would talk. Yeah. And Kenny, Dick Powell was the MC. Kenny was the announcer. And Raymond Page and his orchestra, and all. So he said, ladies and gentlemen, now, everybody was waiting for this big thing, big scene, coast to coast. The theater was full, of course. And Dick gives it a nice build-up. The first time anywhere in the world, a great tenor, ladies and gentlemen, Igor Gorin. And at first he said it would be kind of nice if you'd bow your head, the whole way. And ladies and gentlemen, the great tenor, Igor Gorin, and the Lord's Prayer. So he started, that Father, and he and the whole till he get, hallowed be thy name, and he froze. He absolutely froze. Well, what do you do? The band it straggled off like they went, and there's no saying we can't take it over. This is it.
Yeah.
Now you got Dick. Of course, he froze. There's all MCs like that. They don't know. The announcers, the producer, he said, for God's sake, do something. Kenny, do something. Here's again. Nobody can do anything but the announcer, of course, but Kenny.
Yeah.
And this is where it comes those years and years and years of experience that we're all talking about coming up to hardware through these little stations. So Kenny said, my God, what do I do? Things that go through my mind. What do I say? He said, I'll go, yeah, I'm sorry, folks, old Igor blew it. I didn't say that. So he said, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your, whatever the word was, he used indulgence, something. But he said, obviously you can see that Mr. Gorin just became overwhelmed with the and so he choked up because of the what this really meant to him. Mm-hmm. The really the jerk. He forgot his lines. He forgot the whole damn thing, and he blew it. So he said, with your indulgence, we'll now
do it again,
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Igor Gorin and the Lord's Prayer. This time was fantastic, when you hit those big Bach chords at the end of that thing, and there wasn't a dry seat in the house. It was there, coast to coast. The people went crazy. We were 3 minutes over, nobody cared. Never something like it.
Run out and buy 3 minutes more time.
Nobody cared. It was.
That's amazing.
At our ages, we begin to think more and more about hereafter.
Yes.
You walk into a room and say to yourself, what did I come in here after?
Oh, sure.
My! Well, I have to know what I came here after was a great conversation with some nice people, and it's been amazing. I can't tell you how much it's meant to myself and our listening audience to spend this time with you guys.
You're been tremendous, hasn't it?
Tremendous.
Some other time when you have 3 days, I will do and tell you the real truth.
Yeah,
we can send you some more tapes.
This rolls by so quickly, but we really appreciate this. And I want to thank you all for the contributions you made to the great radio days, because they really were great. And they're greater because of your contributions.
You've made us feel very comfortable.
Very easy, very relaxed, and I'm very pleased that you came out to see the Pioneer broadcasters in their lounge and club room. And yesterday you were at the luncheon, which with Donald O'Connor, which was so good.
Well, the red carpet was rolled out for us, and we appreciate that. And I extend that invitation to you. Come to Chicago. You've got a lot of fans there who would like to see you in person.
It'd be fun.
And,
tell them about my book, Chuck, when you get if it ever comes out.
Hey, I say, Chuck, that I'm very happy to have had this opportunity with the rest of us to do this sort of a show for a man like you, young as you are, who has the feel for old-time radio that you have, and know so much about it, and love it so much.
Well, you've made this joy for us, too.
Who's going to hear this, incidentally?
My wife.
Tell her about my book, will you?
Thank you, Wendell Niles, John Milton Kennedy, Dresser Dahlstead, and Les Tremaine. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you. Cut, Norm. Cut, Norm.
This summer, our Those Were the Days program, in conjunction with the Museum of Broadcast Communications, is celebrating a summer of soaps. The focus is on daytime dramas, the good old shows from the golden age of radio and television. And, of course, naturally, on our Those Were the Days program, we're spending a lot of time this summer focusing on the greatest of the great radio daytime dramas, the soap operas. I have before me an original copy of a press release that was issued by the National Broadcasting Company on March 26th of 1936. And the headline says, Backstage Wife, New Serial Story to Debut over NBC March 30th. I'd like to share this with you. Backstage Wife, the story of a naive, demure young Iowa girl who marries a dashing matinee idol and is then confronted by many a perplexing problem when she attempts to keep on being herself while coping with her temperamental husband, comes to an NBC network on Monday, March 30th. 3:15 p.m. Central Time, and will be heard daily except Saturday and Sunday thereafter at the same time. Backstage Wife will be sponsored by the Sterling Products Company. Vivian Fridell, who takes the feminine lead as Mary Noble in the new series, plays the role by simply being herself, the character having been by coincidence created in the script expressly to fit her own. Although only 23 years old, Miss Fridell has been in radio professionally for the past 5 years, starting her career over local stations in Wisconsin while she was a student in the speech department of the University of Wisconsin. While carrying a full course of academic studies at the institution, Vivian was writing and acting in her own program over the university radio station 6 days a week. Since coming to Chicago a little more than a year ago, an unbroken succession of lucky breaks, as she terms it, has brought her straight to a network program. Playing opposite Miss Fridell in the male lead as Larry Noble is Kenneth Griffin, Harvard graduate and well-known Chicago radio actor. Well, playing opposite Chuck Schaden today on Those Were the Days is the lady who starred for so many years as Mary Noble, Backstage Wife. And we're delighted, absolutely delighted, to welcome Vivian Fridell to our microphone. Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
It's so nice to see you.
So nice to be here.
You're a lovely-looking lady, and you have a charming voice, and you did so much to entertain us in the good old days.
Thank you. Well, think of what you're doing here. It's remarkable, wonderful.
Well, we're glad to be able to share the sounds and to invite our listeners to share in your memories, too. Now, let's see. You said that when you came to Chicago, you had, in this press release, a succession of lucky breaks that brought you to this network program. Well, what were some of those lucky breaks?
Well, I was just lucky that the right people heard me at the right time, people that just happened to like my way of speaking and so on. and therefore I would win.
These were all auditions. You'd have to take
They were all
auditions, right?
Oh, yes.
Now, it said at the University of Wisconsin, you had written and performed in your own radio series. What kind of a series was that?
Well, we gave various plays and things, you know, and we would have to cut them. It was part of our education there, you know, and we were required to do it. We did it.
You at that time looked forward to a career in broadcasting? Was that your goal at that time?
It certainly was. It was as long as I can remember. I wanted to be a radio actress.
Not the stage?
No, my father did some acting in Sweden when he was a young man, and I guess I just got the idea from him.
So then you just automatically... Now, it's got to be pretty... Did you have an idea when you started out in the role of Mary Noble, which actually didn't start on NBC? It had been on the Mutual Broadcasting System in GN in Chicago for a while.
That's right.
And then it went on the network, right? Moving to NBC?
A year later.
When you started that, did you have any idea that it would become as popular as it ultimately did?
No, I didn't. I hoped that it would. I had no way of knowing, but I thought it was a wonderful theme, a wonderful story.
Back in the mid-'30s at that time, there was a little bit of a track record with the daytime dramas having run for a couple of years, but no one knew that they would ultimately go on into the 50s, and even some of them up to about 1960. Now, Backstage Wife ran from 1935, when it started on Mutual, until 1959, so that was a pretty long run.
No, till 1943.
You were on it till 43.
Yes.
Right.
Well, that's right.
But
that was
show,
in New York.
The show went to New York.
That's
now,
right.
I understand. You showed me something before we got started. A copy of a letter to you from Ann Hummert from the Hummert Radio Features. She and her husband were the ones who put this together. And in 1943, I guess, she said, she wrote you saying, "We are finding it impossible to stay in Chicago anymore. We need to move to New York." And while we have kept it here for the last several years because we wanted you to be in this role, we now find it really difficult. We hope you can come to New York. Now, what was your decision at that time?
There was no question. I wouldn't leave my husband, and I wouldn't leave my daughter.
Now, your husband had an advertising business in Chicago,
he did,
is that
on
right?
Michigan Avenue. It was just a beautiful business.
And your husband's name is Solomon?
Yes, it is, Ben Solomon.
Ben Solomon.
He was
Now,
with the Charles Silver Advertising Agency.
I see.
And that's where I met him in an audition.
Oh, so you didn't know you were auditioning for him instead of the...
No, I didn't know him then. But I did have the audition. I had gone to him to see if he was having an audition. And he said, "Yes, I am in about a week." And he told me where, and he said, "You can come and try out." So I did, and I did get the part. It was for Taylor Washing Machine Company and Little Bo Peep Ammonia. And I did it for quite a while. And after a couple of weeks, he said to me, "You know, by the way, I admired him. Really, I thought he was such a sweet and dear person, as he was." And he said, "This has nothing to do with your work, but I would love to take you to dinner sometime." I was so thrilled. And so I went. And then after that, we dated quite a bit. And a while later, the first thing I said, "Are you married?" Because my mother said, "Don't go out with any married men." And he said, "No, I live with my mother." And then we got married. And we lived for 49 years together, and he passed away last October.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad to hear that you had a wonderful 49 years. That's marvelous. Yeah, that's beautiful.
It was wonderful.
You and he was not in the note from Ann Hummert. She said about your husband. I'm quoting from this letter. "I have heard he's in advertising, and I know in the family what he does and where he does it comes first. This is proper, but it may be that now or later his business could bring him to New York, but he was not able to go to New York, or didn't he want to go to New York?"
He was too big here. He couldn't do that.
So firmly entrenched here in the Chicago area.
Yes, he was.
Well, now when the show left then for New York, then you stayed here, and there was Claire Neeson took over the role for the rest of it, for the rest of the run.
And she did very well.
Now, Did you ever hear, did the audience notice any change? Did the audience respond to a change?
I don't think there was much of a change because she had heard my voice and she listened. And I offered to have her come here and I'd help her.
Oh, I see.
But she didn't do that. And so it worked out.
Now, when I was a youngster listening to the daytime dramas, now I, of course, had to go to school, but once in a while I'd have a cold and had to stay home, and I'd listen to the stories, and I'd get to know them over a childhood, you know what I'm saying? And I remember Mary Noble as being a character who was deeply in love with her husband, Larry Noble, who was the Broadway matinee idol of millions, right? And she trusted him, she believed in him, and would never believe anything that anybody said about him. They say, "Oh, Mary, you know, Larry is out there. I saw him having lunch with so-and-so," and you would say, no, it had to be business and all. So Mary was always a very trusting person, right?
Yes, and that's why later on, when you were talking about Mary Noble, you changed it to Noble Mary.
Noble Mary.
Remember when you did that?
Did I say that?
She did. She was kind of noble.
Yeah,
but
well,
she was also very smart. There were so many leading ladies that were fond of Larry Noble, but she managed to get them away from him.
Did you, as the lead actress in the series, get advice from the listeners? Did they write?
Oh, yes. They wrote to me telling me what was going on with my husband and other people. Oh, yes, it was very, very true.
They assumed that you didn't know that Larry was having a rendezvous, perhaps. Now, did Larry ever openly cheat on Mary?
No.
I don't think he did.
No, not
did he?
really.
No?
No, not really.
But
no.
sometimes his head was turned,
yes,
as they
of
say,
course.
right? Yeah.
As anyone would be.
Yeah. Well, he was this glamorous star, and Mary often felt a little. Mary was really a housewife, right?
That's correct.
And she felt a little left out of his career. And yet, Larry, of course, always had he loved Mary, and he would, when he realized that this mild transgression had caused her pain, then he usually was repentant, right?
Very much so. I played an altogether different role in Wife versus Secretary. She was a very sophisticated woman, and Reese Taylor played opposite me in that.
Now, were you doing this at the same time you were doing Mary Noble? Wife versus Secretary. Was that, what network was that on?
That Wife versus Secretary was over WGN.
Just a local broadcast. How many different shows were you doing at a given time?
Oh, about 4 or 5, you know. Some of them were not regular shows. They were like the Worry Clinic was not a regular show. But I did that. And that was interesting. I was on Merton Marge. That was one of the first shows I did. And then there were others.
You were on did you do The Road of Life?
No, I didn't.
Didn't do Road of Life? No. How about The Romance of Helen Trent?
Yes, I was in that.
Were you one of her girlfriends or
yes,
Gil
I was
Whitney's?
her best friend.
Oh, you were her best friend.
Jeanette McNeil.
Oh, I see. We're next Saturday we're going to play an episode of The Romance of Helen Trent. So, and in fact, Bernice Martin, who is heard on that show from time to time, will be here sitting right where you are. So
nice.
It's so nice. We're going to we have Mary Noble and Helen Trent and all kinds of people.
Where's Virginia Clark? Do you know? Is she passed away?
Virginia Gregg?
She played Helen Trent.
Oh, Virginia. I think she's gone. Julie Stevens also played Helen Trent for a while.
See.
Yeah, unfortunately, so many of these folks have gone away. You know, they've passed on. And
I know this Neeson girl who played Mary Noble after me passed away.
She did. Out of all the years that you were on radio, and your career spanned professionally from 1935 until when?
Well, till 1946. 48, pardon me.
48.
1948, that's when Mary Noble left.
And it didn't leave until 48 then?
Yes.
I see. Okay. So you had... And then basically when that ended, then you just decided to devote
to my family.
To your family. And you have how many children?
One.
A daughter? Is she Jan? Is here today,
yes,
right? Oh, good.
And we adored her.
Did your you got a lot of coverage in the fan magazines and in the newspapers and all of that sort of thing from I know you brought a couple of clippings along today and some nice beautiful photographs, which I think at least one of which is going to turn up in our Nostalgia Digest and Radio Guide one of these days.
Seymour can't do wrong, you know.
Yeah, Maurice Seymour. Everybody went to Maurice. They must have been standing in line to go to Maurice Seymour for the photographs. Now, Backstage Wife, and that was really the title of the show, Backstage Wife. It was not Mary Noble Backstage Wife, just simply Backstage Wife.
Well, the announcer always said that Mary Noble Backstage Wife. That's the reason it came to.
Yes,
right.
right.
But the real name, as you say, is Backstage Wife.
And that was broadcast from the NBC studios, WMAQ, in the Merchandise Mart.
Yes, it was. The 19th floor, Studio A.
Which is they're all gone from there now. All the NBC stuff is out of there now.
It's heartbreaking.
It's sad that...
Were you there at all, Chuck, when it was a hub? It was so busy, humming and everyone laughing, greeting one another, musicians, everybody all alike. Were you on the floor, or you're too young?
No, well, I used to attend a radio broadcast at the Merchandise Mart when I was young, and I would get a chance to sneak in and see some of the shows. And there was
to the 20th floor and look down.
Yes,
we had an audience.
Yeah. And of course you would have an audience behind the glass. You wouldn't have a studio audience.
No, behind the glass.
And the sponsors up there looking down and saying, "Now make sure you mention that product properly, right?"
Right.
How much preparation did it take you to do, for example, a 15-minute Backstage Wife program?
Oh, I would say about a half an hour.
After you had established the character, you really knew what you were doing, and you'd get the script cold, right?
Yes.
Half an hour before?
Yes, cold. And we would have to go through it 3 times, you know. Once just to go through it for timing.
Yes.
And then for familiarization. And then to go through it once more for direction. And that was it. Then we were on the air.
Then you do it live. It was done live. Did you have to do more than one broadcast of that each day?
No,
for
one
the time
each day.
change? It didn't make any difference. Because that press release said that was on at 4:15 in the East and then 3:15 in the Midwest.
Well, that's the way it usually is, isn't it?
Well, that's right. But then it would have been carried at 1:15 on the West Coast. But that would have been okay. They didn't need to worry about the network nighttime schedule, because some of the nighttime shows they had to do twice.
Yes, that's true. You know, before Backstage went away, they now I forgot what I was going to tell you. I was going to tell you something else about it, but
well, you think of it. Think of it. Backstage Wife really became one of the best remembered of the radio daytime dramas. Now, did you have a problem with the fact that they called it a soap opera?
No.
Did you mind? You didn't mind that they called it a soap opera? I mean, that's...
Never even thought
Sometimes people think, well, that's degrading. It's a daytime drama. But they were soapy because of the sponsors.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, did you get many perks from the sponsors? Did they offer you some of their product from time to time? Did you have to go out on publicity tours for the show? Never did that. Just strictly the acting. And when you were hired, were you hired for this role for like a year at a time, or 13 weeks at a time, or what kind of a length was your contract?
It was usually 13 weeks.
So that you knew you had a job for 13 weeks.
Yes.
Now, if I'm not getting too personal.
Yes.
When you first signed on for the network, not for the WGN run, but for the network run, you were going to do this 5 days a week.
Yes.
What kind of money were they paying for that?
Not very much.
Yeah.
No. I think they offered me $100 a week. And I thought that was an enormous amount of money those days.
Well, I would think I've heard stories where people got $5 a show or something like that.
I know. I did when I first did commercials and other little things, you know. That's all I'd get.
So $100 a week. You probably had a Rolls Royce driving you over to the Merchandise Mart, picking you.
But you know, what I was going to tell you, after you do a show for a number of years, you really become the character when you're in the studio.
Yes.
You don't need much direction, actually. You know exactly. You were in character, and you stay in character just automatically. And there's nothing really for the director to do except to cut it, if it needs cutting, or tell you to make it to speak more slowly.
Right, and I suppose the director would work with characters who were not regulars on the show.
That is correct.
Someone come in that this is a role that's just going to be 4 or 5 days or something like that. Yeah.
But some interesting people were on the show at various times through all those years. One was Edie Davis, Reagan's mother-in-law.
Reagan's mother-in-law, Ronald Reagan's, Nancy's mother, right?
Yes, that's right. And I used to see her when we went to Scottsdale every year because she lived on the Biltmore Estates, which was in Phoenix.
Oh, yes.
So I could get to see her, and we'd go to the Sugar Bowl, crazy place.
Oh, yeah? And you talk about the radio days.
Radio days.
You worked in Milwaukee. You worked with an actor who became Dennis Morgan, right?
Yes, that is correct.
He was Stanley Mourner?
He was Stanley Mourner.
Yeah.
He sang in our church, too.
Oh, wonderful, yeah. So he had... he changed his name and went on to, I think he worked for Warner Brothers and MGM and a lot of studios. Did some work with
he did.
Jack Carson and some others.
And John Huston was on our show.
He was.
And I thought that was a very interesting experience because he had Alice Smith, who played the organ in the theme song, and myself. He wanted to speak to us after the show and asked us if we would help him with something. He was doing Abe Lincoln in Illinois in a theater in Chicago at the time. And we said, what can we help you with? He wanted to sing a song, and he wanted Alice to play the piano for him, and he had to go to the not the Wrigley Building, the Tribune Tower, where they had a piano. And he said, and I should come and tell him which gestures to use in the song. So we went and did it a couple of days, and then he did it. All right. But wasn't it amusing to think that he'd listened to two of us when he became the greatest director in Hollywood?
Well, that's how he became the greatest director.
I thought it was funny.
He listened to other people.
I thought it was funny.
Speaking of directors, you worked with a man who has left an impact on Chicago broadcasting and someone you admire a lot, I think, Blair Walliser. Right? Didn't he work on your show for many years?
For many years, yes. And he was wonderful, a very good, fine director.
What made him different from other radio directors?
Maybe his personality. He was so understanding and so sweet and gentle about everything. We've had some directors, were bombastic and impossible. It only made the people nervous, But Blair knew just how to handle people, and he got the best out of them because they appreciated him.
The gentle glove does it better, doesn't it?
That's right.
Out of the years that you spent on radio, broadcasting dramatic programs, the soap operas, whatever, what was the best experience you ever had? Can you think of one that stands out among
the best
good experiences that you've had? I guess the whole thing was a good experience for you.
I think it was, really. I loved it all. And I was just delighted to be on Backstage Wife. I loved the show. I thought it was a nice show, and it was really pleasant.
Well, you brought a lot of happiness to an awful lot of people. Now, I mentioned that I listened to it occasionally because I'd be off school or something, but my mother listened to that program religiously. I mean, it was part of her life, along with Stella Dallas and Helen Trent and Lorenzo Jones and young Widder Brown and all of the others. But it was a show that brought people out of their kitchens and laundry rooms and living rooms to fantasize what it might be like being the wife of a movie star,
right,
a Broadway star, and so there was a lot of empathy for you and the role that you performed on there. Thank you very much for doing that.
Well,
you did a good job with it.
I'm just thanking you because really, when you think of all the people, Chuck, that were in radio, and at that time it was a big thing, okay? And all of a sudden it was nothing. I'd go up to the 19th floor with my husband to look and see what was there. There wasn't anything there. Yeah. It was sad. And really, you have brought the people an idea of what it was like, that it was really real and really great.
Well, it sure was, and I appreciate your saying that. It's my pleasure. I love doing this, and I'm so delighted that you took some time out to come down today.
I'm mighty glad you
to be with us. And we've got a treat for our listeners now because we're going back to the very first season on NBC from 1935, an episode of Backstage Wife. This was sponsored at the time by Dr. Lyon's Tooth Powder.
That's right.
Right? And this is an episode set in Chicago. The scene is backstage in Larry's dressing room. So we're going to have some fun. There's something else? Want to say something? You gave me the high sign. I should say waving goodbye. This is I must say that Vivian Fridell, who played Mary Noble, has survived tremendously better than this particular recording. You're beautiful. You look lovely today. I know you are a charming lady, and I'm so delighted that you could come down. The episode here that we have is a little worse for wear. You aren't, but the episode is. So thanks very much for coming by, Vivian Fridell. We really appreciate it.
Well, the first broadcast was actually on January 31st, 1933. You'll find an awful lot of reference material saying January 30th, but that's really incorrect, and I think the original date when it was put out as January 30th has just been perpetuated by people digging into some other book and just carrying over or plagiarizing the date. But it was actually the 31st.
That was the first time the Lone Ranger was broadcast out of WXYZ for the general public's consumption. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did they do a test broadcast before that? It seemed that, no, I read something that you had written that there may have been a test broadcast before that?
Yeah, there may have been one or two broadcasts, more or less to straighten out or file off a few rough edges of the scripts and stuff. That is a little unclear. Documentation and records are, as you probably know, Chuck, very hard to get, if any exist at all, for radio back that early. But the real production really started on the 31st and then continued 3 days a week, for the next 21 years.
Now, listening to the Lone Ranger in Chicago, I remember it being broadcast here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings at 6:30 Chicago time, so it would have been 7:30, I guess, in the East. Now, it was not always at that specific time period, though, was it?
No. As a matter of fact, that is why most people remember or have taken into account that the 30th was the beginning, because that would be a Monday date. In the beginning, the broadcasts started on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And it wasn't until broadcast 150 on November 29, 1933, which was a Wednesday, did they switch over to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday broadcast. And from there on, it stayed Monday, Wednesday, Friday until the last original broadcast, which was in September of 1954. Then they started doing repeats for several years.
Actually, the Lone Ranger has been in repeats virtually all that time.
Ever since,
from the beginning. It's been on. And, of course, it has enabled new generations to thrill to those thrilling days of yesteryear.
Yeah, the last original broadcast, unfortunately, because it's, like you said, it's still in syndication, it's still popular, but the last original radio broadcast was September 3rd, 54.
A long run for a good radio show.
3,376 broadcasts, to be precise.
3,376.
Yeah.
The how many of those broadcasts, to the best of your knowledge, still survive?
Well, probably of the recorded shows, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about, I would say, 70-75% of them. You have to remember that the broadcasts from the beginning on the 31st of January, 33, were not recorded. There's a lot of recordings going around saying this is the first broadcast, which what the people actually get when they see that is the 20th anniversary of the origin of the Lone Ranger, which was broadcast in 1948.
Yeah.
The first recorded show was January 17th, 1938. It was broadcast 776. So from there to the end of the run in September of 54, those shows were recorded. With the exception of maybe a dozen shows that were specifically not recorded for a variety of reasons, you end up with somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,400 recorded shows, 2,500 recorded shows. And of that, there's probably maybe around 2,100 that have survived to date, shipping them around the country. Some of them are on glass masters.
Yeah.
Some of them, due to multiple stacks of ETs being stacked on top of another, have broken the ones on the bottoms, and they're gone.
Well, that really hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really
when you
does.
Hear stories like that, man.
In my personal collection, I have probably close to somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,800 of them. I probably have the largest single private collection of original material. And out there with in the collector's world, you probably could find 700, 800 of them.
So you have the most complete collection then, you think?
Probably, privately held. Matter of fact, I know for a fact that the copyright owners and I have talked for many years over my documenting the program, and I do know that I have audio copies of programs that they neither have the ET, which is the electrical transcription, what was recorded on, nor do they have an audio copy, nor do they have a script. So there are shows that I have that I got many years ago before the current owners got the material, and since then those materials have been destroyed before they got them, that I actually have audio copies they don't even have.
Wow. Now, you mentioned scripts. Do you have many scripts of the Lone Ranger program?
Oh, yes. Yes. I've gathered them for many, many years. I have an interesting area. I have the first 30 scripts that were done. It's interesting in the fact
way back from January of 33?
33, right.
30 scripts? Wow.
It's interesting in the fact that the first 10 scripts don't have Tonto. Everybody assumes Tonto was at the masked man's side from the beginning, but he was not. He was brought in on the 11th script merely as a companion to talk to kind of explain what's going on to the radio audience. Otherwise, the ranger would be talking to his horse all the time, being it was not a visual medium, you know.
Well, that was typical in the radio. In fact, anyone who listens to radio accepts that. In many cases, a character talking to himself or talking to a pet or something like that. But it would be unlikely that the 3,300 shows could survive with a Lone Ranger talking to his horse.
That's correct. And it's interesting when you read through the scripts, the various changes and things that either people do not remember or have long since forgotten, such as Tonto did not always ride Scout.
He didn't.
There was a horse before Scout. White Feller.
White Feller?
Feller. F-E-L-L-E-R.
Well, that wouldn't do if the Lone Ranger's horse was silver.
No, as a matter of fact, one of the main reasons they went to a paint was in I don't remember right off the top of my head, but I want to say it was around 1938. They started some of the movie serials, and rather than having two main characters, the Ranger and Tonto, both riding white horses, it wouldn't work for two reasons. One, photographically, it was too much reflection. And two, it would draw your attention away from the main central character, which was the Ranger. So for film purposes, they went to a paint. And at the same time, they introduced the Ranger's, or the Tonto's horse, in July of 38 on radio. And it took about 2 to 3 broadcasts on the transition. It was very low-keyed. And then one particular script specifically named the new horse Scout, and they went from there.
So up to that point, had Tonto been referring to his horse as White Feller?
Yes.
But we never paid much attention to it, right? There was
That's
not
correct.
much focus on the horse, as much, of course, as there was on the great horse, Silver.
Right.
Well, Tonto came in as a device for the Lone Ranger to speak with, but of course he became a very important part of all of those Lone Ranger stories.
Oh, that's absolutely true.
Now, it was George W. Trendle out of Detroit whose initial idea developed this program, and then a lot of people, I guess, were involved in the concept making of it, but it was Franz Stryker, who was not at the station, I guess, who really wrote most of these Lone Ranger stories. Is that correct?
Oh, that's true. George Trendle, by the way, the W stands for Washington, in case anybody's interested. Sometimes people want to know, what's the W stand for?
You have incredible amount of information about it. You know what W means in George W. Trendle. That's good. I would have thought it might have stood for WXYZ.
Well, that's true. Actually, the names of when Trendle bought the station several years before the Rangers started, it was under a different set of call letters, and they changed it to WXYZ so they could be the last word in broadcasting.
Ah. Wow.
But getting back to the creation, and there are some avenues which get a little vague here. It is true that Trendle came up with wanting a Western concept for a show, but he was very broaden his latitude as to what direction it was going to go. So he turned to Fran Stryker, who had been writing scripts for a number of stations for a number of years. Fran pulled down script number 10 from a series that he had written several years before called Covered Wagon Days.
Mm-hmm.
And he rewrote it for a central character, which would be the Ranger. But so far as the development and the ideas like the silver bullets, silver horseshoes, things like that, those were pretty much Fran's ideas. And I do have documentation on WXYZ letterhead signed by Trendle to Fran, who was living in Buffalo, New York, and writing the scripts and mailing them to the station, that he thought the silver bullets and silver horseshoes and things like that were a great ideas, gag ideas, or however you want to interpret that, to keep those kind of uniqueness things coming. So while later that authorship of originality did not necessarily be pointed in Fran's direction, it is nevertheless, it was Fran's ideas. But Fran also acknowledges the fact that if it wasn't for Mr. Trendle, for the ideas for his station and, of course, his ownership and financing and everything else, the Ranger may not ever have made it to the air and become as popular as it was. So there's kind of a co-ownership, but not any. The bulk of all of the originality does not lie in any one, person.
What the concept was with Trendle.
Yeah, Trendle wanted a Western.
He wanted a Western. He needed something to bolster up his radio station.
That's true, because he was with CBS and left, pulled the plug on the network, and had many hours of the broadcast day he needed to fill. He was not going to be taking networking programming. And
why would he have done that? Why would he have left the CBS?
He wasn't happy. Apparently they were feeding some programs that he thought were a waste of time. He could not sell commercial time on. Sponsorship just was not interested. And it also was taking away, it's like a franchise today. You pay a certain portion to the franchise holders, or like network, and he wanted more of the financing to stay in his ballpark. And I think he also felt he could do a much better job than what was being offered at that point in commercial broadcast history.
Well, he certainly
proved himself right.
Yeah, I was going to say he did indeed. You know, you can have the idea to do a show like that, but you had to also have the ability, the talent.
It was a very risky gamble. A very risky gamble. They were financially they were starting to go down the drain, and so this was a very big gamble on their part, and it paid very well. As a matter of fact, it's kind of interesting that on the Lone Ranger show, it was sustained for a number of years, for about the first 5 years before finally Silver Cup Bread, which is a local bread here in Detroit, picked up sponsorship and ran with it for a while. But it's interesting to note that during the first 11 months, there was one sponsor that was kind of pressured into paying for the sponsorship of the Lone Ranger, and they did it for about 2 weeks. And they left after 2 weeks saying that, and this was the Lone Ranger show, that it was, quote, a lousy show, and canceled. Well, of course, the Lone Ranger continued to outlive, apparently, the company, because the company that sponsored was called Broadcast Corned Beef Hash. I don't ever remember hearing of this product.
Oh, the product, Broadcast Corned Beef Hash, was a very big product in the Midwest, in the Chicago area especially. I can attest to that. I really don't know if it's still around or not, but
they may have changed names.
Yeah, well, a lot of it does, but Broadcast brand corned beef hash was a big product here in the Chicago area at least. Well, the Lone Ranger, of course, did survive, and the story of Butch Cavendish and the I guess, what was it, the Hole in the Wall gang? Was that what they were called? Or just the Butch Cavendish gang?
Yeah, they wrote out a Hole in the Wall, allegedly. I think it was just the Butch Cavendish gang.
Yeah, and they ambushed the Texas Rangers and left one for dead, and Tonto came along and nursed him back to health, and then he was the remaining Ranger, or in other words, the Lone Ranger, and then the Lone Ranger and Tonto, who was really a boyhood chum, continued the fight for law and order in the early days, as they say. That actually was not the first program in the series. You mentioned before the 20th anniversary show. It was wasn't it the 20th anniversary where this story first appeared?
Yeah, there was some references to it during the 15th anniversary broadcast, but the 20th broadcast in 48, in 48, which was the 15th anniversary, is where they really promoted the idea pretty heavily. They repeated it for the 20th anniversary.
Oh, I see.
But in 48, they also they turned Cheyenne, Wyoming into Lone Rangerville, Wyoming for one day.
No.
And they went ahead and did a whole Wild West Days. And during that day, they did a separate broadcast during the day with the governor and everybody in, and then they did a different broadcast at night. But during that day, they really promoted the fact of the whole basic idea of the ambush and the killing of all except one, and Tonto finding the ranger and stuff. That's slightly different on how the story originally started, but that's the one that all of us remember now. A very high standard, both moral-wise, respect for others, law-abiding. Fran kept extreme close vigilance on the scripts, especially if they were being worked by any of the other writers at WXYZ, to make sure that the ranger spoke with only correct, perfect diction, never slurs, never slang. In the film versions on television and the movies, impeccable cleanliness on clothing, a straight shooter right down the line. A very good standard by which to
a good example for a young audience,
right,
for any audience
to aspire to.
Speaking of the Lone Ranger being a straight shooter, now I guess he only killed one person in his long career, right?
That was in a book in 1939. The title escapes me right off the top of my head. But yes, in the book it bears it out that he with a vengeance, went after somebody very viciously. And I think once they decided that wasn't really the way to go. And so they never again approached that directness of a confrontation.
As a kid remember listening to the Lone Ranger, and still today listening to the Lone Ranger, when he shoots, he never shoots to kill, he shoots to wing, right? He shoots to wing the guy.
Or wound as slightly as possible.
Right. Mostly to try to shoot the gun out of the other guy's hand.
Right. Well, draw their attention away for a moment until they can physically get a hold of him,
Now, we only have a couple of seconds left, but over the years, there were many bad guys on this show who wanted to unmask the Lone Ranger. I mean, the Lone Ranger came to the brink of being unmasked many, many times. Was he ever unmasked by anyone who lived to tell about it?
He was never unmasked by force. The Lone Ranger did unmask himself voluntarily several times.
No, was that when he put on his prospector's disguise or whatever and went into town?
No, I'm talking about a full unmasked, no disguise. There was a little girl who befriended him many years before, who knew his identity. There was the Padre at the mission that was one of the few people that knew exactly who the Ranger was. He also unmasked himself during the Legion of the Black Arrow series to President Grant in a railroad siding in St. Louis. And, of course, the other person that knew him intimately besides Tonto was the miner who worked the Reed Brothers silver mine, which provided the silver bullets, silver horseshoe, and all the traveling expenses that the Ranger would need, his per diem expenses, if you will. And he was the only other person. Do you remember his name?
No, I can't remember his name.
Jim Blaine.
Jim Blaine. Wow.
And he worked
Now, was he a former Texas Ranger also?
He was a former Texas Ranger that had retired and worked the mine for the Reed Brothers. Of course, John was the only one surviving after the Cavendish ambush. But the understanding that Jim had with the Lone Ranger was that the Lone Ranger told me he could have all the silver he wanted as long as he could at least furnish the Lone Ranger his immediate living expenses. And so in trade for mining it, he got all the other proceeds that Jim would want. And, of course, Jim, being a very honorable man, never took advantage of the Lone Ranger.
He got pension and welfare and...
He may even have gotten a dental plan, I'm not sure.
Well, if he did, of course, he didn't have any gold fillings. They had to be silver, right?
That's right. And you know, do you remember where the entrance to the silver mine was?
No, I don't.
It was through a bottom of a false floor in a bunk in the Reed Brothers ranch house.
Oh, gee, I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, there was no visible outside opening to the silver mine.
Now, there's a lot of similarity. I wish we had time to go into this, but there are a lot of similarities between the Lone Ranger and his story and the Green Hornet and his story. Because
yes.
The Green Hornet had a sliding panel in a room in his home to find the car, the Black Beauty, right?
Right.
That's another story for us to talk about sometime.
And there's a direct family lineage there, so we'll have to get into that another time.
That'll be an amazing... This is a cliffhanger now, Terry.
By the way,
yeah.
Just to leave your audience with a little bit of local questioning, who played the Ranger in an independent production in Chicago? You know, in the early days, they had 4 or 5 or 6 stations that were doing co-productions at the same time with different casts in different cities. This is before networks. Who played the Lone Ranger from WGN while it was produced in New York?
You mean in a separate production?
In a separate production.
My
there
gosh.
was a very famous actor that played the Lone Ranger out of the WGN studios in the fall of 33.
I can see that it would be useless to get into a trivia contest with you, so I'll have to ask you to tell us. I don't know who that would be.
Silent film screen star Francis X.
Bushman. Oh, boy. Yeah, he was acting in the Chicago area for some time. Wow. So that is more trivia for our audience tonight to know a little bit more about the Lone Ranger. And you are an incredible resource for the Lone Ranger, and I know you're always doing a lot of digging, finding new things constantly, and you're a great resource to all of us in radio land about this particular subject. And of course, it's not your only interest in old-time radio. I know, Terry, you're very much interested in, as so many of us are, in the entire history of the great days of radio.
It's a hobby that got out of control.
Well, tell me about it. I know all about that sort of thing. What do you do in real life, Terry?
I'm somewhat pseudo-retired now, and I do broadcast, original broadcasts. Like a couple of weeks ago, we were down in Mount Carmel, which is the birthplace of Brace Beamer, and we did a enactment of a Lone Ranger broadcast with Fred Foy, who played the role one time in '54, and we recreated that individual broadcast and redid it live.
Fred Foy, the announcer on the show, actually played the Ranger on one episode?
Yes.
Why would he do that?
Somebody didn't show up? August 29th, 1954, as a matter of fact, was the broadcast, and the script was Burley Scott's Sacrifice. And Brace Beamer, that particular day, had laryngitis.
Oh, see,
Fred
sleeping outside
did the role
skies.
one time, and Brace said he would never lose his voice again.
He was afraid, huh?
Right. But we have the actual audio of that particular broadcast, and then I wrote the script for the recreation, and we went down to Mount Carmel and recreated it with Fred. He came in from New York, and Dick Beals, who used to play children's voices on the Lone Ranger, and a sound effects man by the name of Barney Beck out of New York, who's retired. He did sound effects on Gangbusters and The Shadow and a lot of other shows. He did the sound effects. I, very fortunately, did not make too many mistakes in assisting in the sound effects, so I didn't make anybody look bad. But I had a lot of fun doing that.
Sounds good.
And so we do that, and we provide radio programming to various organizations of old-time radio, and we continue to find, discover, preserve, and transfer from disc before they get any more damage to tape thousands of radio shows a year. Our personal holdings are probably well over 100,000 shows right now.
Wow. Lots of stuff.
And a lot of writing. And, of course, I'm in the process now of rewriting the Lone Ranger log, which hopefully I'll be able to broadcast log for radio, which hopefully I'll have done in about 2 years.
It's not a quick project, is it?
No, the original log took me 8 years to put together, to find all 3,376 shows or titles or synopsis or whatever, and I had a few that I couldn't find. I now have found them. I now know even more information than before, and I'm in the process of a very long rewrite, and I don't think it'll ever be released in its complete form. It'll probably be close to 900 pages in length, but we'll make available to somewhere along the line a more manageable size for the person who's interested in it.
Terry, I know a lot of people are interested, and I know maybe some of our listeners might like to contact you about the Lone Ranger or some of these other things. You have an address where someone can write to you if they'd like to...
Sure. P.O. Box 347.
Post Office Box 347.
And that's Howell, Howell, Michigan.
Howell,
zip
Michigan.
Is 48844.
48844. All right, Terry Salomonson, that's Salomonson, Box 347, Howell, Howell, Michigan, 48844. So if someone has a story they want to tell you about the Lone Ranger, you'll be glad to open an envelope and read about it, or if someone needs some more information, or maybe you can get some information, it all helps build what we're trying to do, right?
Oh, absolutely. And if there's information that comes forth that we can use in the log, we'll be more than happy to add to the credits of the various people that have helped me over the years. There's always something that we haven't heard about or seen. That's how I got the various names of all the different actors that played the Lone Ranger over the years in independent productions. You know, there were about close to a dozen of them, of which most people only remember 2 or 3.
Is your existing log available to anyone who's interested in having it?
The log, of course, I'm in the process of doing an update, and it will take several years. But, there is a log available. It's 106 pages long. And, I can make copies available for those that are interested in it.
Okay, so if someone wants to know about it, or you would just want to talk about it, you want to... obviously there's got to be some kind of a fee for this. So what do you charge for
Well,
that
unfortunately, the printers don't always print and provide for free.
Yeah,
so
right.
we have to charge, and I don't charge, much beyond what it costs to reproduce a log. And in this case, it's pretty sizable. It's 106 pages long. So the fee is $17.95, and that includes postage and handling and all that other good stuff.
Okay. So this is a rather complete log of all the 3,376 Lone Ranger broadcasts, right?
Yeah, there's only a few that I don't have in that particular log, dated or synopsis, although I will try to put that together just to fill that little gap in. But, all 3,376 shows are there, dates, times, broadcasts, who played what, writers, the directors, a brief history of how the shows were numbered and dated and where the recording started, and it's a nice log. We do a lot of logs. We've also done logs on yours truly, Johnny Dollar, Escape, Dragnet, the Green Hornet, Challenge of the Yukon, and we're working on a dozen more of major shows.
Great.
We never really announce the titles until the logs are done.
Well, if someone wants general information on all that, maybe if they write to you and send you a self-addressed stamped envelope, then you can give them more information about that. Yeah,
that helps.
Okay.
I get a lot of mail a year.
I get
postage keeps going up.
Yeah, right. All right. Terry Salomonson, Salomonson, Box 347, Howell, Michigan, 48844. And maybe some of our Lone Ranger fans in the Chicago area or throughout the country who get to tune us in here on WBBM will be checking with you further about some of the great Lone Ranger and other things. Terry, I appreciate very much you spending some time with us today. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. I know you're a super Lone Ranger fan, among a fan of so many other radio shows. Thanks very much for being with us.
My pleasure, Chuck. Anytime.
Thank you very much.
Our guest is Ed Haacker, who is from the Pacific Palisades, California, by way of NBC and World War II. And how are you doing today?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Chuck.
Good.
How are you doing?
We're doing great, and we're glad to talk with you.
Very good.
When did you first join NBC?
Well, in 1935, actually, I'd been going to college in Pennsylvania, and it was Depression time. I had to go back to New York, which is my home, and take advantage of my grandmother who had a house there. So I was enrolled at NYU, New York University, and had to get a job. I took a course in speech at NYU, and the talking to the professor the second day, a woman, she said, "You need a job?" I said, "Yes." And she said, "Take this note up to NBC in Rockefeller Center." and there I was.
Just like that.
Just like that. So after I got out of college, NBC said, "Do you want to stay on?" And I said yes. And where? And I said the news department.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, being a guide and a page up there, I knew more of the executives in NBC than most of the executives themselves, wandering around NBC, and so I went up to the news department. They said, "Yes, you can have a job if you can type." That was a Thursday.
Uh-huh.
I said, "Yeah, I can type." They said, "Oh, when do you want to start?" I said, "Tuesday." It's the next Tuesday. So I went down to the Underwood Elliott Fisher typewriter company in the basement of the Rockefeller Center building and got a book on how to type and spent hours, ASDF, SAD, ASDF, pages of that stuff. And by Tuesday, I could touch type.
Wow.
The boss said, "Ed, I have an apology to make to you." And I said, "What's that, Milt?" He said, "When you told me you could type last Thursday, I didn't believe you." And I just laughed. I said, "Milt, I owe you an apology. When I said I could last Thursday, I couldn't." and told him what had happened. Well, he started laughing. We became very good friends.
Oh, that's wonderful. You see, you got to believe in yourself that you could do that over the weekend.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
Absolutely. Now, how did you move from NBC in New York to the NBC's coverage in D-Day? What happened along the line to get you to find yourself in France?
What happened was I progressed at NBC, from a copy boy on up, and they finally. I was finally doing the morning news roundup for them, and the boss asked me to stay up until 9 one morning, and he said, "King George VI is coming over from England to spend 6 weeks in Canada and the United States. Would you like to travel with him?" I said, "Well, you don't say no to something like that."
Yeah.
So I did, and to make it brief, I did, and so then I was now moving on to being an on-the-air type, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved me down to Washington from New York, and for a year or so I covered Franklin Roosevelt and on his Tuesday news conferences, and then NBC refused to send me back to New York, so I quit and went with the Associated Press, and almost a day to the year walked across the street from AP to NBC. They're both in Rockefeller Center.
Uh-huh.
And as I walked into the NBC newsroom, they said, "Ed, you're rehired." So I was back, and from there it was on to London as a war correspondent.
For NBC now.
For NBC,
yes,
yeah. Yeah, they sent me over. I was a little bit annoyed with them. I said, "What about expenses over there? It's expensive living in London." They said, we pay 50%. And I got over there. I was so angry at them, I almost said, I'm not going. I got over there, and the secretary at NBC in London, as I came in, said, the boss sent you a cable. It was dated the day I left New York on the convoy, and said you have your salaries doubled, and you're on a 100% expense account.
Mm.
So I forgave him.
What was the reason? Why did they do that?
Oh, he was just being mean. He
was giving you the business beforehand?
He was giving the beforehand, yeah.
I see. Well, now, when was that? What time?
Well, that was in end of 42, toward the end of 42.
Okay, so you were right in the midst of it.
Early 43, yeah. Oh, yeah. We were there. There were air raids on London quite frequently.
Were you in danger?
Oh, well, everyone was to an extent, but and being in a big city like that, you don't figure that an enemy bomb has your name on it, really. My wife went over the same way. She was called. You remember Wild Bill Donovan, OSS.
Yes.
She'd gone to school in Boston and traveling around with a young lawyer from Harvard Law School who went with Donovan, and he called her in New York one day and said, you want to come down and take a job as secretary to Donovan? She said, no, I don't want to live in Washington, but if you send me to London, I'll go. He said, you mean you go to London with all that bombing going on? She said, yes, I'd like to see London. So she arrived in London, too.
Now, this was before you were married?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you met them over there?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, where were you on, well, let's say, the eve of D-Day?
Well, what happened? What happened was NBC had sent me to a B-26 base south of London to do it on an assignment.
Mm-hmm.
And when I finished the assignment, I went in to thank the base commander, and he said, "Oh, you hadn't heard." And I said, "Heard what?" He said, "You're spending the night here." And I said, "Thanks for the invitation, Colonel, but I said I've got to get back to London." He said, "Ed, it's not an invitation; it's an order. Security. You're staying here for the night. You'll discover why tomorrow morning." So they woke me up at 4:00 and said, "This is D-Day." That's the first I really heard, although I did suspect,
Well, there was everybody was on edge about all of this stuff, right?
Yeah. NBC Chuck never said point blank, "Do you mind going off, getting your head shot off," or to the correspondents. How they said, now on D-Day we're going to have these assignments. Someone will have to go over in a bomber, medium bomber, a big bomber, high-flying bomber. Someone else will have to go over in a battleship, someone else in a troop ship, et cetera, et cetera. And do you have any of you have any objections? Actually, all the reporters, NBC reporters in London, except one, said no. They had no objection to any of them.
They wanted to be in the midst of all the action.
Well, I suppose. And the one who said he couldn't take that. They sent him to Sweden, where there was no war going on, of course. But so but it was disquieting being told at a B-26 base that I was it. Rather unsettling, really. A B-26 had really an erratic reputation. It was called variously the flying coffin, the flying prostitute, things like that. And if it wasn't my idea of how I should make my first trip to France, if you see what I mean.
Well, you were with a bombing raid then, weren't you?
Yeah. So we took off. What they did was they gave me a flak suit to put on and a flak suit to sit on, and a parachute, and the colonel had the center door panel taken out so I could see out. Actually, you couldn't see a lot because the weather wasn't that good. But at any rate, we took off, and you know how many sorties there were over Normandy that day, Chuck?
No, how many?
14,000.
Oh my gosh!
Now you can imagine what would happen at O'Hare, for instance, if this were going to happen in one day. Well, we took off, and we couldn't just fly across the channel. It wasn't very far, as you know. The channel at that point is only about 20 miles across from England. We had to go into a holding pattern and follow the plan, and couldn't really set out for the bombing raid over Normandy, and what turned out to be a successful hit on a German base. We couldn't just set out until we had the word from Supreme Headquarters, So we finally got the word and set out, and I'd been given a headset from my position in the center of the plane. I could hear the engineer talking to the pilot and to the rest in this V formation that we were in, and he had a stopwatch. He'd count out 50 seconds and start all over again, counting out 50 seconds. The reason was that they'd figured out that it took the German anti-aircraft types 55 seconds to get a bead on you, and if they kept diverting, they would, of course, missed the flak.
Uh-huh.
And it actually saved us, I'm convinced.
They knew what they were doing, didn't they?
They knew what they were doing, yeah.
Well, how long was that flight that you were in?
Well, altogether, it ran about, from the time we left that base in England till we returned, it was about 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
And we saw a lot of the nearly, 4,000 ships below us. As someone noted, that it was sort of like wall-to-wall ships.
I mean, it must have been an absolutely spectacular sight with all those planes in the air and all those ships in the sea.
Yeah, and the weather wasn't that good that you could see all of it, really. The initial D-Day was for the 5th of June, and the weather was so bad that the weather forecaster, by the way, this may be interesting to you. The weather forecaster, Dr. Irving Crick, is a retired meteorologist from Caltech. He's about 88, 89, 90 now. He lives in Pasadena, which is where Caltech is, and he changed it from 5th to 6th, and the the rest of the Air Force's the rest of the meteorologists around the United States Weather Bureau, the Royal Air Force Weather Bureau, the British Weather Bureau all said they couldn't do it on the 6th, and Irving told Eisenhower that yes, he thought he could, and
Ike said, "We've got to go. We've got all these people ready that we can't stop it anymore."
Well,
I guess,
Irving said, Irving said to him, "Yeah, there's one other outfit that says you can't do it on the 6th." And Eisenhower said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, the German Weather Bureau. They figure things out the same way the United States Weather Bureau figures them out, and they will say it can't be done on the 6th too, so they won't be prepared." I said, "Good idea," so away they went.
Oh, well. The drama of it, it's amazing.
Yeah, it really was, the whole thing.
Now, when you came back to home base there, what was your next, as a NBC correspondent, what was your next move? What did you do?
Well, what I was... all the rest of the NBC types were across the channel up to their knees in mud. I was back in London in my comfortable London flat, and the only one around, as a matter of fact. I broadcast for about 48 hours without getting any sleep.
Oh.
And incidentally, with David Sarnoff, he was the head of RCA, as you know, and my top boss, sitting across the table from me. He was a colonel in the Army and head of communications for Eisenhower. But the next move was I really wanted to get into the war. I wanted to cover one of the armies, and they finally sent me over to cover George Patton.
Oh.
And that was one of my more unpleasant assignments with NBC.
That was a little later on, then. That was
well, it was before the war ended, of course.
Yeah,
but I distinctly did not like Patton. I thought he was arrogant. But the final straw came was when NBC said, "Describe Patton's press camp in a few words." I wrote out a note to cable to them. Patton press camp, more like rest camp. And the censor came up to me and said, "You know, Ed, the old man got to see everything that's written about him." I said, "Well, show him this kind of thing." And he said, "You really want to send?" I said, "Sure, there's nothing sensual about it anyway." And the reason was, Chuck, Patton's, unlike most of the generals, Patton's press camp was at Army rear. Most of them were at Army forward. So every day, the reporters from Patton's press camp had to go 25, 30, 35 miles up these war-beaten roads to the front, and then back over the same bumpy roads, and it was a pain in the neck, you know.
A lot of travel, and a lot of
traveling,
time,
and
right. So you weren't happy with Patton?
No. So they finally, I finally moved to an army, the 6th Army group, from the 3rd Army down to the 6th Army group, And Patton incidentally didn't like me either, so we sort of agreed on.
Well, how much personal contact did you have with General Patton?
Well, every morning we'd see him in the war room.
But I mean, you yourself.
I was there, maybe 5, 6, 7 correspondents, you know, in the war room every day, and then you'd go in and there you'd see him every morning for an hour and a half, and you got to know a man fairly well, you know, seeing him that often, sure. Years later, NBC called me home for a brief period, and I finally got on a plane out of what now today is JFK. Wasn't then; it was before Kennedy. And they said I was going back to Germany by way of London and Frankfurt, arriving in Frankfurt, and we took off, and I went to sleep, and then woke up, and then I said, "My Lord, we're coming down. I've flown. Here we are arriving in London, our first stop, and I've slept all the way." But he said we're putting down in Boston. You know, that was like a few minutes from New York. They opened the door of the plane, put out a small ladder, and the woman got in, and the only empty seat in the plane was one next to me. I said, "Would you like to sit next to the window?" She sat down. We took off again. She turned to me and said, "I'm Mrs. George Patton."
Oh, boy.
And I mentioned I had known her husband and how sorry he'd been killed, you know. He'd killed in that accident near Heidelberg. And she was on her way to Frankfurt and then to Luxembourg, where he was buried, to see where he was buried. She was one of the more delightful women I have ever met, Mrs. Patton. All the way over to Frankfurt, I was wondering how in the world she got tied in with that guy George.
A little profile of a general.
Yeah, a little profile of a
Ed
general.
Haacker, I just want to get back a little bit to D-Day for a minute yet. And when you got off that plane after that bombing raid, and where did you go? Did you go to to BBC studios, or whether
no? We had
NBC?
all of the broadcasters were at the British Ministry of Information, a subterranean, really was way down because of the German bombs that were hitting around us all the time. V1s, V2s, you know.
Yeah.
We were way underground in studios and workrooms, and we and the censors were down there with us. We knew them all, and I typed something out from a communique, for instance, and mostly in the beginning, Chuck, the information we were putting out was all based on communiques. In other words, completely controlled by the military, what we were saying, and the censors worked on that. We couldn't say much beyond what the communiques were saying.
You were broadcasting live, actually. I mean, you were at an open mic and you were broadcasting. Prior to the broadcast, did you? Prior to the live broadcast, did you file a cable or a report to NBC in the United States?
No, we were given a pretty free hand, and we did our own writing. What it was, we saw the censor, handed our copy to the censor, and then went on the air. Oh yes, what I was going to say in reply to your question a few moments ago, NBC was completely live up to that point. The reason I had gone to that B-26 base the day before was that for the first time NBC was going to use a recorder, and I was going to use that on the 5th of June for the first time.
Oh, I see.
It was a wire recorder. Are you old enough to know?
Yeah, sure.
Remember the wire recorder?
Right.
Well, it was a wire recorder, and
very heavy.
Very heavy.
Right.
And you know what? I left after the trip across the channel and back. I drove back to London. I left the wire recorder at that B-26 base, and I never did go back to get it.
It may still be there as a monument.
It may still be there as a it may still be there as a monument. Yeah.
Well, you're still here, and we're glad that you've got some memories of this
I
very
was
special
thinking of
time.
that. There's Red Muller, Merrill Muller. There's W.W. Chaplin, Bill Chaplin. There was Elmer Peterson. And let's see, there were a few others of us at NBC. I think I'm the last of the NBC D-Day reporters alive.
You will probably never forget that experience, will you?
Well, no, you can't.
Yeah,
you can't. Had you ever thought, that was the beginning of the end for Hitler? The German generals knew it. He didn't, or at least he wouldn't admit it. But if it hadn't been, and if Germany had won, we'd all be speaking German today.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Ed, appreciate very much you spending some time with us to talk about the one of the most famous days in the history of the world, I think.
History of military warfare and the world too. Yes.
And you're in retirement now. You're doing okay. You're doing well.
Yeah, I've been retired since I'm 83, as I may have mentioned, and I've been retired since I was 65. That's what 15, 18 years or something.
Do you ever watch CNN or NBC TV news or listen to it here or there and say, geez, I wish I could get back in the swim of this?
Yeah, I had a letter from Tommy Brokaw the other day.
Tommy Brokaw?
Tom Brokaw. Yeah, he and I worked together out here. He was out here, He was one of our main anchormen out here after Chet Huntley left.
Well, you did a good job with all of that stuff over the years, and I appreciate very much your talking with us today.
Well, it's a pleasure to talk to you, Chuck, and I don't know. Maybe I'll fly over to Normandy next for the.
You think you might go back in June?
I may go back. Yeah.
Well, it might be a.
Tommy suggested he'd be there, and Tom Brokaw, and be interesting.
Well, we'll see you.
Yeah.
On the television. Huh?
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Those NBC chimes herald the beginning of a nice little get-together here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications at a meeting of the Chicago Midwest Pioneer Broadcasters. We're delighted to have with us three veteran newsmen, announcers, jacks of all trade from NBC in those great Merchandise Mart days. And our audience is loaded with veterans from NBC and Chicago Broadcasting. So that our listening audience can get a chance to hook up the voice for just a second, we're going to ask each of our guests to tell us when you first got to NBC, and maybe in just a few seconds how you got there. And we'll start with Ed Grennan.
I got there on a fluke. I was very lucky. I was doing the summer replacement job, and we had just bought a house. Wonderful feeling, just to be a summer replacement. I figured I'm dead at the end of the year. And Norm Berry, who happens to be here today, decided to retire. And they hired me at that point to train the fellow who was going to replace Norm. I wanted the job. I didn't want to train anybody. He came into town. Apparently his wife was very big in Texas and didn't like Chicago too well. He showed up one day and didn't show up the second day. And the PD came in and said, "Do you still want the job?" And I said every Hail Mary I could lay my tongue to. It started in 1962.
1962.
Yeah.
And were you working at all on radio at that time?
Yeah, I started in 1944 on Guam.
In Guam?
With the Armed Forces Radio.
Okay, Ed, we're glad to have you with us this afternoon. Norm Berry is with us also. Norm, when did you first walk through those doors at the Merchandise Mart?
It was in April 1934. And I had just been at CBS for 7 months, and then left there and went to the Chicago Theater for a week with Ben Lyon and B.B. Daniels. And then I got a call from Hal Totten over at NBC, said it was an opening, and I'd done an audition there. So I went over and started there and lasted there till 1962 when I retired with actually leave of absence until 69. But I remember Grendon came in there earlier than that when you did a special show, which was a hell of a great show. It was a religious thing. If you remember that, it was a recorded thing that we played there.
Yeah.
What was that?
Father Banahan is in the audience this evening.
That was a great show, and you were professional as hell at that time.
At that time, whatever
before you ever
happened to him?
started at NBC.
Yeah.
But we enjoyed it just standing by on it before I ever met you. So
Thank you.
A late congratulations on a good job.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, we're a little late, folks, so good night.
You're going to get a lot of that, Chuck. Try and stop these guys when we start talking.
Well, that's going to be real easy for me today. Jim Hill is also with us. Welcome, Jim. When did you first walk through the doors at the Merchandise Mart?
My assignment, Jack Angel gave to me, was to keep Norm in line, so that's really why I'm here. The coldest January in history in 1958. From East Tennessee, a real good station in the South, and scared to death hillbilly. And it was 2 years, I think, after I came up and auditioned for Bill Kephart, who was supervisor of announcers. At that infamous audition that Norm still has copies of, I must have scored the least of anyone in the history of the station on that thing, and I couldn't believe that a couple of years later, Kep called and said, "You got a job if you want it." And I was really stunned. And I didn't think I'd last over 6 months, but the finest fraternity of people I've ever known, before or since, and everybody made me feel great, and they still do. Those of us that are left.
It seems to me that to have on your list of credits NBC staff announcer would be the thing that would open the doors for you anywhere. I mean,
it really meant something then, but it's diminished in its importance just slowly but very steadily over the years. And I don't think there is any. I don't think I'm retired now.
There's no more staff announcers, are there?
Yeah, there's at Channel 11.
Ah, okay. I'm sorry.
There are very few staff announcers any place anymore.
Yeah, any place.
And in many cases, they're really not on staff. They're almost an independent contractor, or they're a voiceover talent who comes in and records a lot of material.
Which is what I'm doing at the station right now, 1 or 2 days a week for another month or two. But at that time, Norm and Ed both remember well, the staff announcer did everything on the air, and was supposed to be able to do anything, from announce a parade to a classical music program to news, commentary, anything that had to be done on the station, and supposed to do it well. The change came when they hired all newsmen and remember Sam Saran, who's still in town, I think, and John Palmer and Neil Boggs were the first ones that came in with us in about 62 or 63, and that signaled, the newsmen gather the news, write it, and deliver it, and that started the slow decline of the importance of the staff announcer, I think.
Norm, when you first got to NBC and were placed in the position of being staff announcer, how many other staff announcers were on staff?
Just made a list of them, and it's hard to believe. I had left CBS. There were 8 announcers at CBS when I was there. There were 15 at NBC when I was there. Is that okay? I'm lazy, I sit back. There were 15 at NBC. I've got the names here. Bob Brown, Charlie Line, Al Totten, Al Sachs, Don McNeil, myself, Harlow Wilcox, Gene Rouse, Bill Kephart, George Watson, Norm Ross, the old man, Ed Allen, Vince Pelletier, Louis Rowan, and Everett Mitchell. This was staff. Now, some of those later became what they called junior announcers. They couldn't handle any commercials. They only did sustaining shows. They got a little less money. But at this time, everybody made a different salary. I was so surprised when I went over there. I think I started at $60.75 a week, an odd figure, and found out that Bob Brown, who'd been there a year ahead of me, was only making 50-something. Because when they hired you, they put you in the place of the man who just left, regardless of what the salary was. You might start at a better salary than the than the guy next to you who'd been there longer, but you fit in. They didn't want to change the bookkeeping, I guess. Very easy to just put your name down there. So we enjoyed that very much, getting a little bit more. But I couldn't live it down when I had to talk to Bob Brown, who was making $50 or something, and I was making $60 or something. He was an established announcer at that time. Very, very good.
That is a heck of a list of announcing names from the past, and not a one of them, excepting Norm and Kep, the supervisor, were there when I got there in 1958.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you want my list?
So many of those. Sure. What's your list?
I don't think I can name them all. There were 13 I was the 13th at that time. Maybe we'll get that.
A great many of those people, like Harlow Wilcox, moved out to the West Coast, and he became one of NBC's premier announcers. He was with Fibber McGee and Molly, and
Harlow came over to NBC from CBS just before I did. He had been at CBS too, and it looked like they were raiding CBS, but that didn't happen that way. It was a coincidence. But then we had the big announcers audition when they decided to put on a show that nobody wanted because it was going to be a Sunday show, and nobody wanted to work on Sunday. And you didn't get extra money. You got a salary. You didn't get a fee for the shows. So they had an audition for the show that Billy Mills had come up, not Billy Mills, Billy somebody, had come up with, and it had Marion and Jim Jordan, who had been really a standby act at NBC. They sat out in the lobby, and if something went dead on the line from New York, you call for them, they come in, she'd play piano, and he'd sing and crack jokes. That was Marion and Jim Jordan. Mm-hmm. And then they do this guy wrote this show called Fibber McGee and Molly, and they have an announcer's audition, and Wilcox won it. And he was angry because it was going to be a Sunday show, and he didn't want to work on Sundays. Nobody wanted to work on Sundays. But it turned out to be a pretty good investment for him.
He did all right with that.
You know, Chuck, speaking of Fibber McGee and Molly, there's a very famous man in the audience here. Fibber McGee's closet is out here. Kurt Mitchell. He used to do the sound effects for Fibber McGee's Molly's closet. When they'd open the door and all that stuff would pour out, and Molly in the background say, "Oh dear."
And Fibber would say, "Got to straighten out that closet."
Yeah, one of these days, got to straighten it out. Yeah.
We're going to talk to Kurt a little later on when we get to bring our microphones down into the studio audience. Ed, when you first came to NBC, how many people were on staff there?
You know, I was listening to the guys. I thought I counted up to 16 staff announcers. Now, I may be wrong on the thing. I just know, I don't mean this as false modesty or anything like it. When I got there, I honest to God didn't know what in the world I was doing there. I wanted the job, sure, but when you figure the voices that they had there, John Holtman and George Stone and Dick, Noble, names like that, you know, I'm standing in the hallway looking at these guys and say, what am I doing here? I better not open my mouth, I'll kill the whole thing. They were just marvelous announcers there, and they could do so much. In fact, I'll go further. This may step on some toes. I think the second best announcer I ever heard in my life was at NBC, and that was George Stone. I thought there was a dignity to that man's voice that you couldn't build in. It was already there. The best I ever heard was Alexander Scorby, if anybody cares. I thought he was a marvelous announcer. But George Stone had a built-in dignity that I could only admire and not even emulate. I couldn't come anywhere near him.
You're right, you stepped on my toes.
Yeah. And that's the closest anybody's gotten near you in some time.
To my toes, anyway.
I wouldn't say he has big feet, but he has to back up to a door to push the bell.
Oh, come on now, guys.
So
this is what
you weren't hired as a comedian.
No, I wasn't.
Try to keep it in mind.
Is this the kind of stuff that went on in the announcers' lounge at NBC?
I'd hate to tell you what on.
Yeah. I think we just better skip right over that.
Well, I
can't figure any way to gloss it.
It was a very accommodating company, NBC was. At one time we got a guy in from the East who had trouble staying awake. And we didn't have to stay in the studio during a program. You know, if it was a program out in New York or somewhere, we'd go in there and set it up and go back to the announcer's room, sit around, play cards or talk or whatever, and get up in time to get back for the chimes and make the local. But this guy kept falling asleep back here, and he was a new man. And you'd have thought after he missed about 4 shows, they'd get rid of him like they did at GM when you did something like that. Instead of that, they put a thing in there that the engineer out in master control would push a button and would ring a hell of a bell in the announcer's room and wake these guys up. He was the only one asleep, but they went to all the trouble to put that in there for this one guy, and I thought that was really considerate of him.
But do you remember the final result of that?
No.
This was before I got there, but this is the way I heard the story, or the wind-up of the story, that after a couple of days, I can almost remember the name, not quite. After the first couple of days, he again was missing, and they'd look in the announcer's room, and he wasn't there any longer. And they found him, and they said, why weren't you in the announcer's lounge? He said, that bell kept going off and waking me up.
You know, over the years, I've heard about the announcer's lounge at NBC. Now, can you fellas describe the announcer? I mean, how big a room was it?
There was one announcer's lounge at the depths of a lot of things that were happening at NBC. I've forgotten where it was, Jim, now. But remember, it was a cage. It wasn't even wood. It was a cage.
Yeah, literally a cage.
8 years,
wire cage. They said, that's your announcer's lounge. And I remember John Holtman went in there one day and came up with a great line. There was nobody in the cage. And he said, oh, they all escaped.
Well, actually, the first announcer's room, there were two of them, was next to the men's room, which was helpful. But then there was also the engineer's room next to that, so we were kind of together. But nice big offices and good furniture, with good furniture in there. And it was a place where you really liked to hang out. You wouldn't wander about anywhere else because this was more comfortable than any office there. And we always had something going on because between Garraway and, holy smoke, wait a minute.
Hugh Downs?
The other brilliant, Hugh Downs. Mm-hmm. They would try to match each other, stump each other. And Garraway was a genius. You couldn't stump Garraway. There's no way you could do that. He knew the dictionary frontwards and backwards. But they would work together, and so much a word, about $1 a word, to try to stump each other. Garraway usually took most of the money because he just was impossible at the top. But Downs did darn well, I must say, because he's a very erudite guy, as you know, and he's lasted where Garraway couldn't live with it. But that was a very interesting thing for the guys in there, and it kind of kept us level. Otherwise, I think we'd all fallen asleep or got to gambling, which was a great thing to do. But it was interesting to sit there and listen to these two guys who were so far above us mentally and intellectually that we would get educations just listening to this argument back and forth. They'd come up with words I'd never heard of, and they'd know them. They were great. I think Garraway was one of the guys who had read the 5-foot shelf twice, you know.
There's a factor. We're talking about the difference between NBC today and yesteryear and whatever. And I think one of the factors is the dictionary. I remember to this day, we had a huge dictionary next to the microphone, and we're constantly looking words up. To this day, I don't know whether it's Caribbean or Caribbean. I don't remember anymore. Or is it culinary or culinary? Those things I'd have to go back and look up because I wouldn't retain them. But that kind
was
of
the Bible.
Yeah, that thing went on constantly, looking up words. I don't see anybody doing that. I didn't see anybody before I retired. They just said whatever came out of their mouths, and it was wrong.
That was Merriam-Webster's New Third International.
I've still got it.
I took it home.
You know,
I took one home
something
with
beside,
company permission.
I'm sorry.
Well, you used to get awards, you know. It was a very common thing at MB. I presume it went on other places. But there was a bunch of awards. It started somewhere in New York, I think. And they would be for diction and for clarity. They had one for each of these different things. And you felt they'd not only do it for the network, but for the local stations. They would have one for Chicago alone. I don't know how I got it one year. I got the Diction Award, and I've got the ring at home. I forget who the hell gave it to me now. But it was some ring donated by some man in New York who was trying to upgrade television and the work on the air of the announcers. So this was a very big thing. To get everything right, to know the words you're talking about, and the audition, as you heard last time I was here, was not an easy thing to do. It was really a hard audition.
That was a brute. At NBC announcer. That'd scare you before you looked at it. You heard about it, and you'd open it up and look at words and say, I don't have the vaguest idea.
I'll tell you what it did for me. It pointed out my profound ignorance so clearly. I'm still trying to catch up. Really am. I decided at that time, I got to do something about this if I'm going to stay in this business.
Yet you fellas all, I mean, we were maybe afraid of that announcer's test and concerned about all of that stuff, but you pulled it off so beautifully. You learned. You took some of that time in the announcer's lounge, I guess, to read some of these things. Well, when we think of that, again, down the announcer's lounge,
I always felt that was a place where you would go and sit down and have a glass of water or something, and
water or something.
Cigarette.
Are you implying?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Right.
And you would sit there and wait for 28 and a half minutes to go by so you could get up there and say, this is WMAQ Chicago or NBC.
You'd run for the studio so you'd make it in time, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Did you have assignments in between those things?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but remember, guys, John Holtman and his ability to get to the microphone 1 second before it turned on?
Yep.
He would be downstairs in the merchandise mart waiting for the L, knowing that in 10 seconds or so, he had to be on the air. And this was constant. This
was a game.
An amazing thing for me as a newcomer there to look at and say, he isn't going to make it. Because he had bad feet in the first place. He couldn't run to the microphone. But he'd make it every time.
Hardly ever missed anything.
Yeah. And that huge voice would come out and drown everybody.
The way they handle the announcers' assignments at NBC was different than CBS. You went to work at CBS and you got a book when you went in. There was a book waiting for you that had your work in it. All the announcements you were going to make, the programs you were going to do. And you carried that with you all around the day. At NBC, there was a box right by the clock, right under the clock on the big blackboard. And that was handed by the young girl secretary in the office. And she would put all your copy in there. You'd get your program schedule, and you'd see you're on at 8:30. You'd go look in the 8:30 box, and here was your stuff. You'd do it, put it back in the box as having been done. So you didn't have to carry all this stuff with you all the time. I mean, less chance of missing stuff because you had the schedule of what you should do, and you didn't have it and carry it and drop it somewhere like you might if you had the book with you at CBS. You'd forget the book sometimes and have to go back to another office to find it. But this way you could go to the announcer's room. You knew your stuff was in that box. Nobody else was going to take it out, and you could be sure that even if you were down to the last minute trying to make it in on the run, there was your copy and you were ready to go. Holtman, I lived with Holtman, unfortunately, for a few days. And the clock would go off in the morning, or the phone would ring, and Holtman would start his stopwatch. Before he ever got out of bed, he'd start the stopwatch. And all the time he's dressing and shaving, he kept looking at the watch and looking at the watch. And he drove, I didn't drive at that time, and we'd start downtown, and he'd still have the watches. We're driving down LaSalle Street, heading for NBC. And sure enough, he'd get up there just in time to walk in the announcer's room, pick up his copy, and go in the studio with no time to spare at all.
No.
And if you try to correct him and say, Johnny, we got to get there a little early. Don't worry, man.
Yeah.
I'll handle it. Big cigar.
Big cigar.
Early in the morning, big cigar. Yeah. Hard to ride with a man with a cigar like that at 8 o'clock in the morning.
There was, talking about 13 announcers, there were so many studios, some of them about the size of a phone booth. And they broke me in for a few days. Herb Graham and Jerry Coffer were doing relief work there. They could have had the job that I took if they had wanted it, but they weren't that crazy. I think it was you, wasn't it, Herb?
Yeah.
I believe so, and Jerry. And everybody broke me in for a few days, and then I was on my own. But they didn't show me every place you can be assigned. It seems like there were 20 or 25 places with either a letter or a number, and 3 or 4 times in the first couple of weeks, I'd look on the schedule. I'm assigned someplace, and 20 minutes take me longer than that to find it. I missed 2 or 3 things because I couldn't find where I was assigned.
Jerry Copper started as a guide at NBC. Now,
did he? I don't remember.
When NBC started, they copied, I think, from Ballroom and Katz, or Ballroom and Katz copied from them, but we had about 10 or 12 guides. And in the morning at 8 o'clock, they'd be up on the 20th floor. They'd come marching down, fully uniformed, and line up on the 19th floor where the chief guide, who was a well-known swimmer from Northwestern University, would examine them. He'd walk down the front, go around and back to make sure everything was in condition, then he'd get in front of them and say, to your posts. And off they'd go to different places. There was one in front of them. One guy had one job all his life. He was there. He was a guide for Mr. I can't remember the guy I worked for. The head of NBC at that time, who was upstairs on the 20th floor. His job was to go and stand at that door all day long, make sure that nobody got in unless it had been announced. Other guys would go to the program directors. Then there'd be some in the lobby at all times in case guests came in and were looking for somebody. They would be taken there. You couldn't just walk in and go there. And Coffer was one of those to begin with.
Yeah.
Then I think he got to have the desk job because we had beautiful girls at first, just gorgeous girls in there, who sat at the information desk, And this was a desk with no drawers in it. It was open, just the top. So these girls' legs always showed as you came on that floor. and they knew it, and they were beautiful girls. Some of them, 2 or 3 of them married announcers. One married Stu Dawson, one married Charlie Lyon, and forget the third one. And it was a great thing. This was a beautiful lobby. People stood outside. If you had a show, and we had a lot of big shows at that time where we had a big audience of 300 and 400 people. So they had to stand downstairs in the merchandise mart and line up there by the elevators. And we had entertainers down there for them. We'd have either a trio or a duet or maybe just one guy on a guitar. It would entertain them like they did at the theaters when there was a big crowd at the theaters. So then they'd line up and come up there, and these guys would make sure that they got in the right studio, channel them in the right studio. Now, our studios were things really that were very unique in radio. And so we had guys who did nothing but take tours around and explain the studio. And Studio A, for us, was very unusual. It was suspended from a spring. All sides were clear from any touching anything. And the sides of the studio itself were a series of panels that could be reversed. One side of the panel would be a hard surface. Turn it inside out, you get a soft surface for absorption. So some guy would go in there, theoretically, before the big show, when the big orchestras got in there, the big concert orchestras, and he would stand by and listen to a bit and then go back and change a panel and then listen and go back. That just went on for the first year or so. After that, they forgot about it. But this was all very scientific at that time, very, very hard to do.
Wasn't when the studio suspended because the vibration from the railroad tracks underneath?
Yeah.
I believe.
Well, I don't know.
Merchandise Mart was built on the air rights of a railway, major railway, I think, I remember.
What you've got here, Chuck, is Norm is talking and Jim, is a look at the beginnings of the transfer from radio to television. Yes. A lot of things happened, and a lot of things went awry as far as some of us were concerned. I, for instance, wanted to be in showbiz. The only way I could be in showbiz and still support a family was to get in radio, because I could have a constant check coming in, which you couldn't depend on as far as being an actor or anything like that. When I was there at NBC, starting in '62, they did fantastic things in those studios. I remember one time they flooded the big studio. Was that A or B? Whatever the heck it was. Anyway, they flooded it for 3 days, froze it for 3 days, and did an ice show in there. I happened to be the MC of that particular thing. The only thing they were watching me for is to see whether or not I'd fall down, because I was not a skater. But they did a lot of this. They did a documentary every week, not just once a month or something of that nature. And all of that has eroded away, and it's nothing but news now.
That's the major change in television right there, is that the news department wags the station.
Yeah.
Really. When in those days there was a variety of entertainment. Afternoons especially, locally produced shows like for children's shows or kids' dance parties, different tries at different things. Now the news department runs everything.
We used those studios to their utmost. That is, every studio was in use every day there.
Yeah.
And so they could convert the studio into different uses. I never heard of the flooding one, but they had other things. I remember in Studio D, which is way around and back, we started with championship golf. That was our first thing. And they decided, Jill Turbo figured, if it's championship golf, let's make it championship everything. So we went to championship tennis, championship billiards. Joe, what's his name, did that as well as the golf thing at times.
Joe Wilson.
Joe Wilson.
Oh, Whispering Joe.
Yeah, and then we had championship horseshoes. Well, they got a
championship horseshoes.
Yeah, they really did, and they brought this
heck
guy
of a radio program.
They brought this guy up from Southern Illinois, who was the champion horseshoe pitcher down there, and he was terrific. He really was. He came up here early and spent 2 or 3 days here practicing down in Lincoln Park, and but to get the thing in, they get the picture in and everything else. They had to back one of the cameras in Studio D out of the door. They opened the doors and moved this out, so he's in the aisle actually, shooting into the studio and getting the horseshoes that came at the thing like that. And this guy overshot it one day and went right into the camera. If there's a cameraman here, they might remember. It damn near hit the cameraman himself. It went over the top of it and hit a piece of glass that was up there and just shattered. I think shortly after that we canceled championship. It didn't have the audience anyhow, I'm sure.
We're reminiscing about NBC Chicago with 3 veteran broadcasters, Jim Hill, Norm Barry, and Ed Grennan. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with more memories. But Before we take the break, Jim, how about if I ring these NBC chimes? Would you like to give the NBC network ID just one?
What is it now?
Well, no, I want the one that you used to give. Huh? We'd like to hear that again from the man who really delivered that over the years.
Long time back. Ring 'em. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
We're talking about NBC, the National Broadcasting Company in Chicago, back in the great days of radio and television. We have Jim Hill, Ed Grennan, and Norm Barry, who has a story about the NBC chimes. Norm?
Well, when you rang the chimes just then, it reminded me when they first went there, the chimes were rung in order, not the way they are now. It was in ascending order of music.
To make it easier to do, you mean. So
and then they decided to do this one, but nobody could remember the damn thing because you'd try to hit them and you'd forget which one came first until they made them automatic. You hit them in rotation from then on. But some of these guys, were a guy named Sachs from Detroit. His brother was Henry Sachs, a well-known actor, but he was an announcer, and he couldn't get the damn chimes right. And so he hit them wrong every time. And the last time, he threw the thing right across the studio, Studio F. He threw the whole thing clear across the studio, walked out, never even waited to get his money. Went back to Detroit, and they sent his money to him.
Well, now, a staff announcer in those early days, Norm, had to hold the chimes in his hand and ring them, right?
They were suspended from... We had an announcer's box, which was unusual in any of the stations in Chicago. This was a place where the announcer stood, and he actually was the engineer to a certain extent. You'd go in, before you did a program, you had to go into the master control and get what they call a channel sheet from the master control guy, which was a list of the stations that you were going to be feeding in whatever studio you were assigned to. And there were 12 buttons there, which counted for 12 different legs of the network or stations. And we fed, believe it or not, from those NBC studios, 5 local stations: WENR, WMAQ, KYW, WCFL, and WIBO. These were all fed from there. So that when you broke for a station break, you'd knock down everything that you didn't want, like the legs that were going north and west and stuff, and just leave up one, and that was the one you were going to make the local on. But it was hard to remember which one that was if you were new, because it was either 4 or 5, and 4 was ENR and 5 was MAQ. So Vincent Pelletier, who was a wonderful guy, had a great sense of humor, he started out and once he says, "This is WNR." "No, this is WMA." "Oh my God, it is WNR."
Well, WENR shared facilities with MAQ at the North, right?
So did WLS, so did WCFL, WIBO, and for a while a station called KYW, which was only here on a limited time. It was a Pennsylvania station, but they had a beautiful studio in the Strauss building and did some of our best shows in Chicago. Originated there. A girl named May Tenay, matinee spelled out like Tunay. She was a very well-known movie reviewer, and also at times she did time shows. So that was a big station, KYW. So you never gave that local, but if you were at NBC, you'd give the WENR local and WMAQ local. But LS gave their own, WIBO gave their own, KYW did their own. But it was hard to remember what station you were on a lot of times. But then they broke, see, WENR was the blue network, which was not a commercial network. WMAQ was the red network, which was commercial. So most of your stuff on the blue was political stuff, paybacks and stuff like that, which was not really commercial. But with the same amount of people working it, and the same studios and everything else, but you had different audiences entirely. And then when the blue was sold to Lifesaver Company, who bought it, and they moved it then over in the Opera Building, and that's where the studio. They took Gene Rouse and a whole staff of announcers over there at that time.
What a memory! Holy
Boy, he really has it down, doesn't he?
All of this was before 1958 when I came up.
Well, Jim, what was the scene in 1958 when you came to the Mart?
I think we ought to try to name everybody that was on staff at that time, guys. Henry Cook, George Stone,
Greg
Norm
Donovan,
Barry, Greg Donovan,
John Holtman,
Bill Grisky, Gus Chan, Dick Noble, Jim Hamilton. Who else? John Conreid, of course, still doing well in California. That's it, I think.
And the list that you gave us before, Norm, is a who's who in radio.
No kidding.
And broadcasting,
Yeah.
television as well.
I got a name for you guys. It maybe takes us a little bit of field. Did you work with or have any association with Jack Eigen?
Oh, yes.
Unfortunate.
Oh, sure. Yes.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Strange. I thought there was going to be some reaction when I said that name.
All right, now
You
Jack
got
Eigen,
the reaction you wanted. That's enough.
Jack Eigen was the late night talk host. He started at the Chez Peary, and then he
Yep.
was working out of the NBC studios. He worked for a couple of hours every night.
About 10 to 12.
And I want to
Right.
know why, unfortunately.
That was the end of Gus Chan at NBC. See, Eigen worked in, we had three small studios, G, H, and J, I think they were. And he worked in H, and Chan was the announcer in G, but it was tied in by the same engineering feat.
Mm-hmm.
But when it came for a commercial, so that Eigen and his crowd could continue to talk and interrupt, the announcer was sitting over in G, and he would do the commercial and return it to Eigen each time. But that mic was mostly always open, and Chan forgot it was open. There was no engineer to tell him it was on or off. It was always on. So they threw it to Chan for a commercial, and Chan was pretty well disgusted with Eigen about that time, and because Eigen kind of got on your nerves. I don't know why.
Oh,
but it
boy.
did. So anyhow, then Chan threw it back to Eigen and forgot that his mic was still open, and he made a very rude and profane remark about Jack Eigen. And Chan then became an agency guy somewhere else and left him and did very well as an agency guy.
Didn't
Yes, he did for
Gus Chan did a? I'm trying to remember. I think he did a local program
Rio
called Rio
Rhythms.
Rhythms.
Rio
and he
Rhythms.
called himself Carlos Chan on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it was a little odd. Here was this a Chinese descendant doing the Spanish program on the NBC from Chicago. So it worked out really good, and he got to be very good. His Spanish was excellent. It was really good. We were both taking it at the same time.
Now, as staff announcers, did you have any programs that were your own? I mean, as a personality running a whole show.
Yeah, I'm trying to deal with. In my case,
Well, Ed was famous for It's Academic,
I had that
Oh, yes,
on
of
television.
course.
Yeah.
a classic program.
What you did when to harken back to Eigen again, what you did was get assigned to his show, and as a result, you did commercials that came out your ears. He would take 30 or 28 minutes, we'll say, of a half hour, and then throw it to the announcer, and the announcer then had to do 7 to 10 commercials in a row and try and make them sound different. And no, hey, no. And you wanted to kill Eigen because he'd save them all for the end. Why not space them out? Give me a break. I'm in that lousy little studio off to one side. I'm breathing my own breath, Yeah. I did get even
Yes,
with
everybody loved Jack.
Yeah, I did get even with. I'll be honest with you. I got even with him one night. He had a boast that he could do something that David, what's his name, from, he's on CBS now, the newsman. Come on, guys. Chet Huntley, David Brinkley. He could do something that David Brinkley could not do. He said he could talk for a half hour and never need a guest. Okay? Figured it would hit David Brinkley on the air and say, he can't do that. Well, I got to take his show one night. And I figured, okay, we're going to have fun.
Jack's show?
Jack's show, yeah. I got to do it a lot after that. But I did his show, and I talked for 45 minutes without a guest. I figured, gotcha, you son of a gun. That's the last time I want to hear that you can do it for 30 minutes. Any one of the guys being hired here, we're hired to use our voices and our minds, can do the same blooming thing. Don't sit in there bragging. I'd like to step on your foot when we go by each other.
Doesn't guarantee anybody will listen, though.
Yeah.
Well, how did you feel about, you're talking about you didn't guarantee that anyone would be listening, but you had a gigantic listening audience booming out of NBC in Chicago on both radio and television.
As Jack used to say, 38 states.
38 states. Yeah. How did you feel that audience? How did you relate to that audience? What kind of feedback did you get?
I think that most announcers, from my opinion at least, and from my experience, are talking for their wives who are listening at home, their friends, other announcers, people in the business. They never think of the populace out there that's listening, because that's not important. It's who's going to hire you for the next show. If you're doing it so the boss is not going to complain about what you did, you're constantly, I think, critiquing yourself while you're on the air. Exactly. You're always trying to improve something and do it better than you did it before or better than somebody else could do it. So you never think of huge groups of people. I think that would scare the hell out of you if you ever thought, you'd get stage fright. Like Jim says, it's a horrible thing to feel if you're bothered by it. Some people get on an air and just freeze. This one kid, I think I told this here, they were doing some dramatic show in Studio G. I think it was one of the soapers in there. And this kid had always wanted to get a part. And he bothered the producer around. And finally, he said, I'll give you one line. Stick around. We didn't have this one line. So during the rehearsal, this kid rehearsed this line over and over, and he did it real well. They worked around the mic, about 4 people, and his job was to step in when his time came and give his line and back out so that the other guy could get in. Well, he did it in rehearsal fine. But when it came time, they were on the air, and he saw that light, and he heard it say on the air, and his time came, and he got up there, and he just froze. He didn't say a word. And they just pushed him out of the way, and somebody else took it on. He left, and it became a
slight pause, and go on from there. All right, excuse me, Chuck. Can I ask a question as co-moderator?
Sure.
Norm, is it true, as I've heard, that you've never had stage fright or mic fright?
I'm sure I did. But I don't remember it. I think when I did my first audition at CBS, I was afraid I might have mic fright. Now, muggles were a big thing then among the musicians.
Afraid of being afraid.
I worked at the Chicago Theater where in between shows, the guys would go down in the musician's room and they'd light up their little muggle cigarette, that's a marijuana, and they'd take a couple puffs and put it on the pipes overhead until the next time they got down there. That kept them just so far off the ground during the shows. And I thought, well, if I'm going to do this audition, I'd like something like that to kind of quiet me down. And somebody had told me that if you take an aspirin tablet and grind it up and mix it with your cigarette, it has the same effect. All it did was taste lousy and almost made me sick. And it didn't do a damn bit for my nerves. But I don't know.
You're the only human being I've ever heard of in my life in this business who never had stage fright or mic fright.
I got to introduce an idea. I didn't think about that. I've never had stage fright.
You never had?
No. I don't know why. I have no answer
Maybe
for
you're
this.
not smart enough.
Maybe I'm too... I don't know. I palled around.
That's not for you, Norm. That's only for Ed.
Jim, I palled around with you. I couldn't have been too smart.
Well, wait a minute. Now, what's the definition of stage fright? I mean, you're not stage fright. You think is being afraid of that microphone, being afraid of the audience out there. But what about butterflies? What about a program that you knew was a very important program? That's kind of
same thing to me.
An edge on
the
it,
nervousness.
Right? There'd be a nervousness
of course,
there.
You're not going to do a good job if you don't have a shade of tingle in the tummy. I think
this
probably,
is why we had the dictionaries all the time too. Yeah. We were very conscious of doing a good job.
The main fear is doing something wrong and making a damn fool of yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of all.
And you might get it if you had an audience. You could go in and do a show every day without any trouble at all. If it was just you and the engineer and the musician there, maybe it's one musician. But when you get an audience and you hadn't been working to an audience for some time, you walk in Studio D or Studio A, and now you got 35 up to 150 people in there, and they're staring at you, and you're there early, and they're shuffling around, and you think, they're going to distract me so I'm not going to remember what the hell I'm talking about, And that's hard to concentrate until they get quieted down. Once they're quieted down and you figure you got their attention, there's no reason to be afraid. You're afraid of making mistakes, I think, is what stage fright does. You're afraid you're going to ball it up and make yourself look ridiculous. But if the audience becomes quiet, then you got their attention. There's no reason to be afraid. Yeah.
What kind of mistakes did you fellows make?
I'll give you an early one.
That's presuming you made any.
I have a collection. As an early one, when I was just beginning in the business, I was a lazy reader to the point where if I were reading something in the newspaper or a magazine, whatever it would be, if I didn't know what the word meant nor how it was pronounced, I skipped it and went on with the rest of the story and absorbed the meaning of whatever was going on the page. I fell into a trap doing that. There was a fellow on the Roosevelt administration, Harold Ickes, was known as the old curmudgeon. Okay? Nowhere in my past had I run into the word curmudgeon. So I skipped it. Now I get into radio, and Harold Ickes died. And I had to say, known as the old curmudgeon. One of the announcers with me, who later became head of announcers for CBS, Dom Quinn, was sitting opposite me. He walked away from me, and I hear in the background, he's strangling, trying to keep from laughing. I'm going, oh, come on. I learned after that, by God, read them out loud. Don't just read them to yourself.
Well, how much cold copy did you get? Did you do a lot of cold reading?
Yeah, I think we did.
Most all of it was cold?
Yeah.
A lot of news copy, commercial copy. If you read it cold, it was your own fault, probably. But news, to the writers to bring it in, that's when announcers were doing news. And sometimes it'd be, you'd be saying, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen," while the writer's handing you the stack of copy.
I think your greatest pitfall was trying to improve yourself without being sure of what you're doing. You'd hear somebody use a word, and you think, I'm going to use that word someday. I want to remember that word. And then you'd use it, and you think, I don't know whether that fit there or not.
Yeah.
Why did I say it? And you'd go crazy figuring, I'd like it back. Bring it back here. I remember one was when Wilcox used it. It was minutiae, and I didn't really know what he meant when he said minutiae. And I used it, and then I went back and asked him what it was. So this is several days later. And he said, I don't really know what it means. He said it was in the copy.
Well, Jim introduced me to a very common word that I had mispronounced all my life. And it was just shortly before I retired there at NBC.
Only one?
Only one. I don't know how the audience feels about the word when you see someone has gotten married and her maiden name was N-E-E, Mary Jones, whatever. I had said all my life, Nee, N-E-E. Goofnuts over there says to me, it's Nay. And I went, what? I had never heard it. And I was all incensed. I went and looked it up. It was Nay. I just didn't know.
Well, Jim, did you go ahead then?
I just about to say we have in the audience today Bill Gershon, who was in classical music in Chicago broadcasting, and he's a true word authority and usage authority.
And he would have known it was Nay,
He's
right?
caught me a few times. Tell you?
Well, that was part of that audition when we had the classical music. We really studied that before we took that audition. If you give us a chance and give it to us, and we go in and hide in a room somewhere, as you probably all did, and you get to that part and you think, I'll never get through this because some of them are dirty. If I say it the way it's written, that's a dirty word. And I'm sure they don't mean it to be a dirty word. And you worry and fret about that thing, and then when you come to it, you go out real fast and think, well, I'm not sure they heard it the way I said it, so maybe it'll
slide over it real quick.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that would be something to that every announcer on the staff would know. Don't stumble and correct yourself. Just keep going because people don't listen that closely, right?
Yeah, and if it comes up again, and like a word or a name in the news, if you don't know how to pronounce it, and it comes up again in the same story, try to remember how you pronounced it the first time.
Then all of a sudden it's authoritative now, right?
then it becomes that's the way it's pronounced.
You know, the nicest thing that could happen to an announcer, in all the time I've been in the business, is to someone walk up to you and say, no, it's pronounced so-and-so, and be right, and correct you. I thought that was a great compliment that they would do that for me, to come up and say, no, hey, it's pronounced. I never took anything amiss with that at all. That was nice. Thank you very much for doing that.
I
really
hated it when you did that to me, Ed.
It was so
Absolutely
frequent.
hated it.
All the time.
I'll never forgive you.
I know.
Which of you fellows worked with Mike Wallace?
Oh, Norm did for sure.
Mike was an actor. Mike used to come over and do the shows that GN ran, you see. And when they became network shows as far as NBC is concerned, Mike would be the guy to come over. He was an outsider. They were guys. Several people had shows in which they didn't work at NBC. They just came and used it. Stu Dawson was one, and people like that who we always thought of as announcers for us, but they actually worked for somebody else. And he was one of them. He did Crimes of whatever it was, Le Monde or something like that.
Crime Files of
something
Le
like
Monde,
that. And he did several other shows that had certain runs at NBC maybe for 6 months.
He had the Mike and Buffy show, too.
Yeah, then his wife came over there when he's married to Buffy, yeah.
Was that Buff Cobb?
Buff Cobb, yeah. That was at the Chez Peary then. Didn't that follow?
That preceded Eigen.
Preceded Eigen,
yeah.
Yeah. I think probably should mention at that time, in the late 50s and early 60s, a thing that made a whale of a difference in the atmosphere around the station, which covered, by the way, 2 floors of the Merchandise Mart, was that we had Joseph Galicchio and the NBC Orchestra. 45, 46-piece orchestra there on premises every day. Every day. Musicians all over the halls all the time. And, the Art Van Dam Quintet, too, by the way.
Yeah. We had a popular band, and that is musicians who played more popular music than the Joe Bacalicchio. And Harry, I can't think of the last name. Somebody here will come up with it. But that was what the Breakfast Club. That band was run by Harry Cogan. He had his own band. These were all, they were same musicians, but I mean, they were more
another older person.
More, popular music. So Harry Cogan was just as busy, perhaps busier than Joe was, because Joe only did concert stuff. Where Harry, he'd have little groups just playing here and there wherever he needed to fill. He'd have 5 people in Studio C, or not Studio C, Studio D, and another group over at Studio A.
Well, that was before me, but could that have been the genesis of the Art Van Dam Quintet? Could he have come out of there?
No, Art Van Dam came out of nowhere. I don't know where, but Jules Herbo thought he was the greatest thing that ever came along, and we used the Art Van Dam group a lot, and it's still going great. There's still some of those guys still working.
He was with Garraway, did a lot of stuff with Dave Garraway.
And Jules Herbevo is another name that ought to be emphasized here. I think the father of Chicago television, who had one belief, I believe,
and he had a sense of humor. Having been a musician, he had a group. His first band came out of Hull House, actually. He had people like Bix Beiderbecke, and who was a great clarinet player.
Benny Goodman.
These were in his band at one time. And Jules had a big orchestra at the Palmer House for many years. It was the big band. And when he got in radio, Jules was the guy who brought humor to radio, actually, to being manager of humor. He took everything with a laugh, where these guys in New York were so serious. Now, I just brought this just for fun. This was a telegram from some guy named Walter Scott, Network Sales in New York, saying, Foot Corner Building would like to know if Norm Barry has done any cigarette commercials during the last 5 years. Appreciate it. Prompt reply. Well, Jules wrote back, Norm Barry has not done any cigarette commercial during the last 5 years. He's supposed to be on one on the Benny Show for Foot Corner Building on Sunday. Do you think this will keep him out of any cigarette accounts for the next 5 years? Should I sign him to an exclusive contract? Regards, Jules. Then another the same day. Add material on Barry. Barry failed a Raleigh spot announcement audition some time ago. Couldn't say whoosh. Signed, Jules Herbo. Next time they said, suggest client take advantage of 13-week AFTRA rebates. Do you want me to sign Barry to 65-year contract? Signed, Jules Herbo. Next one said, Barry a fancy dresser, wears tuxedo and will go anyplace. The next one said, Barry initiated today in Cigarette Smokers Anonymous. Next one said, cigarette smokers love Barry. Finally, this guy, Walter Scott, wrote back, your complete and continuing attention to our request deeply appreciated by American Tobacco, Foot Corner Building, and First Person Singular. What if they decide to bring Don Wilson in after all? American doesn't think they can keep Barry in Chicago for 65 years, so how about a one-time only? They got to thinking, that Herbo's got to be a nut.
Norm, you did substitute for Don Wilson when Jack Benny was in Chicago, appearing at the Chicago Theater for a week, and
that's right.
you worked on that show, right?
Yeah. Well, it was just ahead of the Phil Harris show. They did them both over the old 8th Street Theater, and it was an experience really, because the fun part of that, and I was telling that the young man who called me not long ago, was that the rehearsals were done up in Benny's suite of rooms in the Ambassador East. And we just sat around, and the way they put that show together was whoever wanted to contribute could contribute, and it would be accepted. It was funny, It wasn't gospel. It was, we do whatever came up. And so the writers were sitting around there. Mary was there, and Phil was there, and the girl who was a little blonde girl who was in a movie with Bing Crosby at that time, she was
Marjorie Reynolds.
Marjorie Reynolds was in it. And it was more amusing to sit there and listen to them kick this thing around than it was to do the show itself. Everybody had a great sense of humor. Great writers he had, and of course he had a great sense of humor himself. But the thing is, I agreed to do He agreed to pay me so much money for the show. I'd have done for nothing, I think. But when I got my money, it was twice what he'd agreed to pay me, which kind of beat down this suggestion that he was a cheapskate.
So no cheapskate, Jack Benny.
I'd like to introduce one more name here. The nicest man I think I've met in all the time I've been in radio and television.
Thank you.
No, sorry. You excluded, Jim. Bob Lemon. What a lovely guy he was.
Yeah.
What a wonderful boss. He did a thing.
He was second only to Jules.
I didn't work with Jules.
He was general manager at NBC Chicago.
Yeah. When I first got there, about a year or so afterwards, the announcers went on strike. Well, it so happens that we had an annual party scheduled. They did that every year. And it fell on April 7th, which happened to be my birthday. Well, I figured I'm not going to go to the thing because we're on strike. I get a phone call, and I've got this horrendous look on my face, and my wife is coming over to me, what's the matter? And Bob Lemon's on the phone with me. Bob Lemon called me. He said, we know you're on strike, but we'd like you to come to the party and all that sort of thing. Gee, that's nice. I didn't know that he knew who I was. Anyway, at the middle of the party, there's a fanfare from the band, and Bob Lemon walked out with a birthday cake for me. And to this day, I choke up. Marvelous, nice guy who got treated very badly by NBC.
And he was nicer when you compared him to his superior, who was Lloyd.
Yeah.
Lloyd was the bad issue there. And Bob came through and softened things down and was a much nicer guy.
That name was Lloyd Yoder, who succeeded Jules Herbeveau.
We're talking about NBC in Chicago with Ed Grennan, Norm Barry, and Jim Hill. And we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to take our microphone out into the audience here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications, where there are an awful lot of NBC alumnus with us. And we're going
to take up a collection right here in the room. Maybe we could make a bid for NBC.
Well, why not? Everyone else does, right?
It's going to be owned by a Mickey Mouse outfit anyway.
Ed, how about you doing the honors here? I'll ring the chimes.
I never did that.
Well, this
not
is your
once
chance.
I'm not up for it. I get stage fright.
Come on now. Here we go.
As I said at WGN one time, this is WENR. What in the world I said that for? I don't know. NBC, Chicago. Okay.
Novice.
We're talking about NBC in Chicago in the great radio and television days with our special guests Jim Hill, Norm Barry, and Ed Grennan. We're at the Museum of Broadcast Communications in the Radio Hall of Fame studio. Ken Alexander has the microphone, the roving mic. Hi, Ken. Glad to have you with us today.
Well, thank you, Chuck. We're going to begin with Mr. Jack Angel. Yes, I'm Jack Angel. Worked in news at NBC for many years with, I actually predated Grennan, but with Barry and Hill. And I'd just like to correct Grennan. Hill is better than Alexander Scorby. He's number one. And besides, Scorby is dead and he couldn't be here today. And one quick one on...
I helped Jack retire.
One quick one on Barry. Great on the air and great off the air. And you never win an argument with Norm. I was in the newsroom one morning and he got in an argument with a network news commentator, a very austere fellow, who was falling badly behind Norm in the argument. And finally, in frustration, he pulled out his checkbook and said to Barry, "Let's compare checkbooks." And you know, Barry won that one, too. Jim Conway.
Yeah, I wonder if Norm would mind very briefly talking about his departure from CBS and the reason for it, and his immediately being picked up by NBC. Norm, could you go into that case of confusion?
I hope Les Atlas isn't listening, because I could never explain it the way it was explained to me, at least. I was doing what I thought was pretty well, and Walter Preston at that time was the program director, the guy we all had to bow to. He was the guy that hired us. And he called me up one day. I'd only been there about 6 months, and he said he was sorry he was going to have to fire me. And I said, "What for?" He said, "Well, I don't really know." He says, Les Atlas called up and said to fire him. When I asked him why, he says, "I don't like the fact he walks wearing those high collars and clicking his heels on in the Wrigley building on the marble floor." And Walter says, "I don't think that's much of an excuse," but he says, "I've got to do it. I'll tell you," he says, he's leaving tomorrow to go fishing at Catalina, where he's got a place. If he catches any fish, when he comes back, he'll forget this whole thing. So just take this as a sort of a maybe. But if he comes back and he didn't catch any fish, you're fired. So he didn't catch any fish. Well, The good Lord was with me at this particular time because I left there on a Thursday, and on the way out, or practically on the way out, I got a call from Baldwin and Katz, where I'd done some work on the stage over there before when I was with WIBO, and they needed somebody for a week because Beeb Daniels and Ben Lyon were coming in on their way to retire into Europe, and they were doing a last-minute appearance around the country here. They were big movie stars. So I went down and worked the week for them, and the Thursday, which was closing day at the Chicago Theater, I got a call from NBC. Hal Totten said, "You auditioned over here. We got an opening now. Would you like it?" And I was out of a job. Sure, I liked it. And I went over there then. I'd only been there about a week when Walter Preston had his man, who at that time was Holland Engel, call me up, and Mr. Atlas wanted to know why I left over there. And I said, well, Walter Preston knows why. Ask Walter to tell him. He said, well, Walter tells him Atlas doesn't believe him. I said, well, if he doesn't believe that Preston, he's not going to believe me, so no use me telling you. But that's why I left it. And they never did figure out. I think it was something because right after that, they signed Truman Bradley to a contract. They had never had a contract with an announcer up to that time. But I don't know what it was that bugged him. I think one thing was that Atlas, to me, was a very imperious type guy. He'd walk down the corridor and he'd look at you but never say anything. He'd never speak. You had to speak first, and I just didn't speak first. I was that new and that young, and I thought he's the big boss. I'm not going to let him know I'm here even if I can get away with it. So I wouldn't speak, and I think that was it. I think the fact that I didn't speak, because everybody else kind of kowtowed to him and bowed and scraped, especially in the bar. Watson, made his career that way. And well, it's true. Watson had detained Atlas all the time. So I don't know. That was the reason why I left over there, but it was the nicest thing that ever happened to me. Because I went down to NBC and was there for 30-some years.
Let me interject something that I didn't realize Jerry Mitchell was here, but I see him now. We didn't mention him in all that long skein of names when Norm started and when I started, because Jerry came a few years after that. But Jerry Mitchell, also still living in Chicago and doing well, I hope, is another fine name from the NBC staff. From about 60-something, 68.
Ken, who else is out there?
And a question or comment from John Yoder.
This is, excuse me, for Eddie Grennan. There was another show, a TV show with which he was associated. It was called Today in Chicago. And I happened to produce that show during the time that Eddie was on it. And there was a very famous interview that Eddie did.
Oh,
and
boy.
I don't think he'll ever forget this one. I booked him, a fellow by the name of Billy Chi,
yes.
the Indian sand painter.
Yes.
And Billy Chi was fresh out of Arizona, and he really was an artist in his own right.
Yes.
And he began to do his thing in the studio, old Studio E, and Eddie began the interview. And it sort of went like this. Well, Mr. Chi, you're from Arizona, I understand. Oh, Arizona. How long have you been doing this sand painting? A lot of years? A lot of years. Is that sand something that you got from the desert? Desert sand. Tell me, Mr. Chi, does this painting have religious significance? Religious significance. Mr. Chi, now you got me doing it.
It's true.
All right, we're going over now to Mr. Jim
Can I
Andelin.
follow up on that for just one moment, please?
Sure,
That was one
go ahead.
time I got scared, because anybody who's done interviews around knows that you've got a certain amount of time you've got to fill up. And if you get one of those guys who says yep and nope to you, and you got another 5 minutes with this, I ended up with no more questions. I was through, and I still had that lousy 5 minutes to go with him. So I looked at his watch, and he had red stones in the band of the watch, and I figured, I'll go for that. What the heck, And I said, what kind of stones are those? And he said, some kind of red stones. Oh yeah, oh sure. Now I'm totally dead. He's got Mrs. Chi sitting there with a blanket over her head. Her legs are crossed Indian style. I'm through with him. I can't go any farther than that. I took my microphone off and making all kinds of noise when I'm doing it because we hadn't mic'd her. And I want to talk to her, for God's sake. I'm out of him. I walk over to her and said, Mrs. G, whatever I asked her, I have no idea. I said, Mrs. G, so-and-so. And she went, I don't know how that show ended. I have no idea.
Jim Andelin?
Yeah, I'm a freelance actor. Hugh Downs, you didn't mention him. Was he on staff in the 50s?
Hugh came on staff after I came back from the war. He came during the war. Hugh was in the Army under Bud Wolf as his lieutenant, and Bud later was a lawyer at after, if you remember. And they were up in Washington State or Oregon State. They went on an overnight march and with a full pack, 60-pound pack or something like that. And Hugh wasn't up to it, that's all. He just sat down, and Hugh, he just sat down and said, I can't walk anymore. He wasn't going to argue the point. And so he got a discharge for the health reason, and that's when he came to NBC, and it was one of the greatest things that ever happened to NBC, because he's one of the real talents we had there. Somebody just wrote, said, nobody's mentioned Cleve Kirby. Cleve Kirby was a guy named Cleve Kirby from down in New Orleans, but he came up when Durward Kirby was still working there, and you couldn't have two guys with the same last name. So he had to change his name, and he changed it to Cleve Conway, and he worked under that name while at NBC. But he and George Stone were on a winding out some party way up north in one of the suburbs, and on the way home they had an accident. Cleve was killed, and George was very severely injured with they had to put a plate in his head from then on. He was never really well after that. But that was a big loss because Cleve Conway, or Cleve Kirby, was a very fine, natural announcer. Excellent.
Ken, who else do we have out there?
More questions, comments, questions? I'm walking over to John Hultman from WBBM News Radio 78. We've heard reference to John Holtman from NBC. This is John Hultman from CBS.
Used to be quite
That's
a bit
right,
of,
Ken. As a matter of fact,
Norm
Barry was mentioning about you couldn't have the same name and work in the same market, and I got it back to Chicago, which is my hometown, just about the time John Holtman was retiring from NBC, and we did, as a matter of fact, talk at one time about having the same name, and I think After made mention of it too at one point. But I remember as a kid growing up in Chicago coming down to the NBC studios in the Merchandise Mart on a Friday night to see a fellow who was sort of a Chicago company of Bob and Ray, a fellow named Bob Arbogast, and worked with a guy named Pete Robinson, and they had live music by the Art Van Dam Quintet, and one of the great announcers, Bill Grisky or Gus Chan, or one of the announcers, was the announcer for the show, and it was a great half-hour, really funny show at the time, but I don't think it lasted very long. Anybody remember that show?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Bob Arbogast is still living. He's out on the West Coast in California, doing a lot of voiceover work, did a few other things, I think, occasionally with Stan Freberg. Pete Robinson died at a very early age.
A word from Father John Banahan.
You mentioned that first television show that Ed Grennan did. We copied that, of course, from NBC. We always like to copy things. The Catholic Church does. And we stole our idea of a show called Yesterday from the NBC Today show. And I rode away to New York, and they sent me a staff picture, and it showed Hugh Downs and Maureen O'Sullivan and Jack Lescoulie. So I went out and I cast Jack Spatafora to play Lescoulie, and a little girl named Bonnie Remsburg with dark hair to do Maureen, and I asked Ed Grennan, try to sound like Hugh Downs, and he did so very well. But we took our show and imagination to the various great capitals of the world, even as Today did. And we showed them the history of the town and what they ate, and of course their connection with religion at that particular time in history. So that's how we got Ed Grennan on television the first time.
But on radio is the one I'm talking about, Father Van Am. I don't know what year that was. I'd never seen you.
It was around 60.
Had recordings of you.
It was around 62 when Ed first went to NBC.
And you did a tremendous job. I figured you're some guy from New York they hired because you were so good at it. I thought, there's nobody around here that I know that's doing this.
Oh, I love me.
It was a series. We played them every day or whatever it was, but it was the history of the church. It was excellent.
Yeah. Ed, can you sound like Hugh Downs? Can you do a Hugh Downs for us?
I can't be erudite. No, I can't make it.
Okay. Let's go over now to Harry Volkman.
Harry Volkman.
Norm Barry, it's so great to see you again.
Hi, Harry.
We
see
worked
you all
together.
the time.
Remember,
Norm did all the Pan Am commercials on the weather. In the old days, why, the announcers memorized everything. There was no cue cards or anything like that, and we had a lot of chance to ad-lib. And Norm wound up one of the commercials about flying to Italy. He said, and visit Rome and see all the art galleries. And I came on and I said, and when you're in Rome, say hello to my old friend Art Gallery. And that's when Floyd Calber made me quit telling jokes. But I wanted to ask about another famous name. I wonder if he was on the staff at NBC or whether he was just the announcer for Amos and Andy. Bill Hay.
Oh, my.
Remember him?
Bill Hay was he was Amos and Andy announcer, and that's about all that Bill ever did. He had this wonderful Scottish brogue to his deliveries. He worked over really with the guys who ran the Amos and Andy show. He didn't do much of anything else. But Bill was he was head of the announcers at WMAQ when I tried to go into business, and I had already been. This is my second call, cold call, to find out how I could get to be a radio announcer. And I'd been sent by Sen Caney, who was NBC's program director at that time, to just go around other stations. He said, don't give up hope, just ask them. Maybe somebody looking for a beginner and put you in the country somewhere and let you work. So the next thing I went over was, and as I left him, he had a big picture, bigger than these, behind him in his office, sended, and they had Amos and Andy. It was a painting. And he said, as long as these guys are making $90,000 a month, or about a month, not a year, don't give up hope. $90,000 a year this was 1932, was a lot of money. So it still is. But anyhow, I thought, well, after leaving San Caney, I'm going over to WMAQ and see if they want an announcer over there, because they had their own station at that time. And so I went over there and I just showed in to see Bill Hay, and I didn't think he'd see me because he was the big man who announced Amos and Andy all the time. And as I sat down, he said, "No, your name is Norman Barry. That's B-E-R-R-Y." And I said, "No, it's B-A-R-R-Y." And he said, "Well, your name is Barry then," which put me in my place right away, quick, you know. But he was very nice to me. He said, everybody said the same thing: go to some small station out in the country somewhere and work for nothing for a while till you get accustomed to the microphones and get some experience. You can't expect a job. You had no education, never been to school, you've never been on the radio. Where the hell do you think you're going to get a job around here? And I didn't know, but I was going to keep looking. And I finally kept looking until I finally met a young program director who didn't know any better and hired me.
Speaking of program directors, who was the one that came to WMAQ that decided that there'd be no more brass on the air, and so we could only play records with saxophones and clarinets like Shep Fields and all that kind of stuff? It was in the 60s, I think.
I don't remember here.
It was out of my time.
I never will forget that. They said there'd be
that edict.
No more music with trumpets and trombones on the records. I'm sure someone here must remember that, but anyway. And Norm, you did sports too. When you and Johnny Earp were the guys doing sports, I think, on TV 35 years ago.
They had a guy named Tom
Duggan,
yeah, who was a real character. This was a good-looking guy, handsome as could be, brash as he could be, and nobody could tell him anything. He was going to run things his way, and he had a very good personality on the air, and very glib, and he did some very, very good things. But he went out at that time, the rule at Wrigley Field was, they were telling people, throw the foul balls back into the field because we need them because of the war effort. You know what I mean? I don't know how they figured that, but they said they give them in to the soldiers. Well, we found out they didn't do that, you know. So Tom went on the air and acknowledged that, and got in trouble, first of all, with the people out at the Wrigley Field. The next thing he did was there was a big fight set up on the south side. One guy was training down in some town south of Chicago. The other guy was up in one of the suburbs. And he started saying, this is going to be a lousy fight. Neither of these guys can fight. You're wasting your money if you go and spend money there. And it was being sponsored on NBC. You know, he was talking about, don't get your tickets because we had to pay for every empty seat at the stadium is the way NBC bought this thing.
Now, this is Duggan, you mean? This is Duggan.
No, Don Duggan, yeah. And so they raised hell with Tom about that, and finally they just threw him out. And that's when I took over the sports thing because he just didn't show up one night. He was through, and I didn't know it. Johnny Earp, fortunately, who was a sportsman at NBC at any time he wanted, he knew all the sports. He was the guy who came up with the idea of frying an egg on the sidewalk on a hot day down somewhere in Louisiana where he was from, and he became famous for that. But he got to be a real good sports figure. He knew all the sports people. He knew the games real well. Unfortunately, he didn't look good on television. He was a little short guy, and he had a real bad accent, and he had foul language. You couldn't cure him.
That would do it, wouldn't
I
it?
remember when he was writing shows for me at that time, and we had an interview with Irene Castle McLaughlin. Now, this Irene Castle was a famous dancer in her time, and then her husband got killed in the war, and she became a solo dancer, and she married a very wealthy guy, and she became a big society lady in Chicago, ran Orphans of the Storm, where you save all these pets out there, you know. Well, there was a big thing about vivisection in Chicago going on, and so Johnny had lined up the guy in Chicago who was head of the whatever department it is that does things like that in the city, and Irene, and she was going to argue against vivisection, and this guy, Dr. something or other, was going to argue vivisection. So Johnny's calling her on the phone. I'm in the studio with him, or in the engineering room, and he called her on the phone, and he said, "Now look, goddamn it, baby, don't come down there wearing no high-neck shirts. It's a man's program." This is Irene Castle McLaughlin. You bowed when you spoke to her, not Johnny. He talked to her just like he talked to anybody else. She never did come down and go on the air.
Now we have a gentleman, Mr. Kurt Mitchell, who would like to sound off.
Thank you.
Kurt was the sound effects man at NBC in Chicago for many years.
One of 12.
Mm-hmm.
January 9th, 1933 was my first day at NBC. So next to Norm, I guess I'm the oldest one here. But speaking of beautiful women, I remember a beautiful hostess or receptionist at NBC. And then my next thought goes to Norm Berry, but that's another story we won't go into.
Don't tie me up with that hostess. I'm a married man.
I know it. That's why I can't continue. But I remember the first thing I knew about Harry Wogan was his expression, "cold today and hot tamale." You remember that?
Chilly today, hot tamale.
Was it?
Did you ever do any real work, Kurt? That's what we all
No.
Did you ever really have a job?
After 43 years there, they never caught up with me. But
I remember Kurt, though, in the hallways. If you'd be walking down one of those long hallways at NBC, you thought somebody brought a German Shepherd in also, because he could imitate a dog barking.
I remember.
And you turn around, well, where?
That made me a little money. That bark made me a little money on Sky King. In those days, when you portrayed a character, and they interpreted a dog as being a character, and I got paid actors' fees for 13 weeks, which was a real. I paid off a car that I was buying on time.
Would you do a freebie for us, Kurt?
Pardon?
Would you do a freebie bark for us here?
Hold it. No, it's just.
Down, boy, down.
Very good.
Heel Kurt, heel Kurt.
And he called that work.
Yeah. What a claim to fame.
Got paid for that.
What a claim to fame, right? No, I remember one thing. You all remember Franklin McCormick.
Oh, yeah.
And a very, very famous man. Well, he was doing the Jack Armstrong show. I was off that day, but I heard the story. In sound effects, we had a large tank, a wooden tank about 3 by 5 feet, filled with water. And mounted in the tank was a splashboard, we call it a splashboard. It was a paddle wheel. And unbeknownst to Johnny Katulik, if you remember Johnny very well.
Yes.
Well, he was manning this water board or the water tank. And unbeknownst to anyone, Franklin McCormick poured in bubble bath. And Johnny's, which was on the air, I understand.
Johnny was an engineer too, right?
Pardon?
Johnny Katulik was an engineer too.
Yeah. Johnny Katulik was a sound effects man. And this bubble bath started to foam up. And the more it foamed up, of course, the less sound there was. And Johnny kept pumping away at this thing. I understand there was about a foot or two of bubble over the top of that big tank. But that's about all I have to say. I can't say any more on the air.
Thank you, Kurt Mitchell.
Thanks, Kurt.
And now, stepping up to the microphone, Billy Leach to ask the musical question,
how the hell is everybody?
Hi, Billy.
Actually, yeah, I'm Billy. Most of my experience in Chicago was with CBS. But I heard you mention Garraway a moment or so ago, a small vignette about Dave. In 1938, I was program director at KDKA in Pittsburgh, which was an NBC affiliate, and a very good station, probably the first one in the country. And we had a guy there named Charlie Urquhart, who later went to NBC, and Charlie was the producer, I think, of Vic and Sade. Anyhow, Charlie said to me, he said, I have a record here, came in from New York, an acetate, and it seems to be that every page boy he was really an intern announcer. They all wanted to be in the air. And this was a record with 8 or 9 page boys from NBC in New York. And we listened to it, and Charlie says, listen to band number 3. And I said, that's the guy we want. It was Garraway. And he came to WBBM, and the first thing he did, he instituted at KTK, instituted a quiz program called You Don't Say. And it was a big success. Then Charlie went to NBC in New York, or in Chicago, rather, and Dave followed very quickly and became the big hotshot on nighttime radio. And Dave was a wonderful guy.
The thing about Dave, we talk about, what was it, being afraid to face an audience, the
stage
self-conscious
fright,
stage fright, yeah. Dave never got over that. As famous as he got, as much as he worked, he never got over that. When they came in the studio, in Studio C, where he worked when he was doing the 1160 Club, he would grab a hold of this announcer's thing fit against the wall. It was about so long, had all these buttons on it, and you had your mic on there, or at least the mic was close by, and you worked right at that thing. And he'd hold on to the sides of that to keep from shaking. And if he did a show in front of an audience, he'd grab the lapels. This is an old actor's trick. He'd grab the lapels of his coat to hold the script so it wouldn't shake like this, you see. Give it that steadiness. He never got over that self-consciousness when he was working. And yet, he had such a fast brain, He didn't need to do that, but I don't know why he did it. And he started as a page boy in New York, as you say, and he wanted to be an announcer. He wrote a book on how to be an announcer. For the announcers. And he wasn't an announcer yet, but that's what he did. And at that time, they had some guys who later became very famous actors in Hollywood who were at that time page boys in New York, later became actors, and famous actors. I can't think of their names right now, but some of the big top guys ended up in Hollywood. But Garraway was he had all to play golf, you have to have concentration, and this guy was one of the best golfers I ever saw. For being not a professional golfer. He had won the state amateur in Pennsylvania, the state amateur in Missouri, and he'd go out here and play tam o' shanter, and he'd played against this guy whose wife had Lady Esther products. He won a car from this guy, and he'd play on one foot. If he thought he had to give you a handicap, he'd just stand on his left foot all the time. We swinging the club, and he'd still beat you like 5 strokes under 80. He was just a hell of a golfer.
He also was a very sharp sports car racer.
Oh, yeah. Well, he rented, I think I told you this before, there's some beautiful homes in Lincoln Park just before it melds into the highway there at Belmont. Right south of that, there's some beautiful homes. And he rented the garage of one of these, and it had a rotating garage floor, so you could have 4 cars in there. And he and his then wife, that was his first wife, rented this place, and they had these cars, and he'd work on these cars all the time. And he bought this Cadillac, or I forget, was one of the big cars like that, and he lowered the whole thing, so it became real close to the ground. He cut down the windshield, so it was only about that wide, you could barely see him in there. And he had it all hopped up, and then he had these other cars too, and one day he had that at work, and he was doing the Sunday show. And I said, you want to sell that? And he says, yeah. And I said, well, let me try it out. He says, here's the keys, go ahead and try it now. So I had my wife with me. And we got in that car, and we drove out to a famous donut place, or pancake place out in Evanston. And it was so, people stared at you as you went by because you were so low, and he had it all upholstered to match his top coat. a tweet. And we get out there, and we park the car, and we go in and eat. And when we started to come out, there's a crowd around the car. And I told Marge, I said, I'm not going out till these people disappear. I'm not going out and answer the questions why this car looks so funny. So we stood there and waited till the people dispersed. Then we got it, and I drove it back. And Garraway said, you want to buy it? And I said, no way.
Ken Alexander, we have time for one more question
from
the audience.
One more quickie from Bill Gershon.
Thank you. Why, thank you, Ken. First of all, I want to thank Jim Howell for commenting on my pronunciation ability. And secondly...
Thanks, Bill. That's funny.
There was on WMAQ in the late 40s a program that aired 10:05, 10:15 called Howdy, Mr. Lincoln. Does anybody remember who did that show?
If I don't remember that, I got a bad mind. It was a great show written for me by... he died a few years ago. Len O'Connor. Len was a writer in the newsroom at that time, and they told us, we had 15 minutes open 3 nights a week on MAQ. And I think Jill said, why don't you and Len get together and fix something up? So we wrote this thing where I was supposed to go in the museum out there in on North Avenue.
The Historical Society.
Historical Society, in which I belonged to at the time, and so did Len. And go through the papers and talk about old times, and we would set the music for the time. So Len would write a lead into it where I walked in, and I talked to Mr. Lincoln. There's a big statue of Lincoln, the head of Lincoln as you go in. And I would stop and talk to Mr. Lincoln. And I'm no ventriloquist, I'm no good at changing voices, but I tried it. And it was horrible, awful that I would pick up Lincoln's voice. That made me out with a little high voice I thought Lincoln had. He probably had a deep voice. But I was putting it different from mine. And it worked. Everybody's liked the damn show.
It's a wonderful show.
And I'd talk to Lincoln, and he'd tell me what he and the other ex-presidents were doing that night. And when it closed, when everybody'd gone home, they had these parties and stuff. And then, if we were talking about 1922, we'd play music from 1920. We'd talk about the news events of 1922, Len would find, and write in the show, and then we'd play the music from that era. So it became very popular with sentimental people. But the one guy who wrote us these dirty, nasty letters was one of the top authors in the city of Chicago, who later became, started with an N, his first name did. He wrote books that sold all over the world.
Algren, Nelson Algren.
Nelson Algren thought it was the worst show he'd ever heard, and I was doing the worst job anybody heard. He wrote these wonderful, encouraging letters to us. And we persisted anyhow, because you couldn't stop O'Connor. O'Connor had a great sense of humor, and nobody could push him around. And it was one of the nicest experiences of my life ever.
I want to ask you a question, Mr. Gershon.
Yes, sir.
Was that a set-up question? Did you know the answer to it before you asked it?
Which question? No, I did not. I've been trying to remember for years because I used
You didn't know it was Norm?
No, I didn't remember. I listened to that program.
I don't
faithfully.
believe you, of course, but I don't believe Norm either.
May hair grow on my head if I'm lying.
Jim, Chuck is getting nervous.
Well, no, the old clock.
Chuck who?
Cut it out, you guys. I have to tell you, I never, in my wildest dreams, never thought I'd be sitting here with such gentlemen of stature as I have been this afternoon, and of course with all of you folks in the audience too. This has been a marvelous time to reminisce about the place where I used to run on Saturday nights to watch Curtain Time broadcast live, the Merchandise Mart and NBC. This has been a marvelous get-together, and I thank you, Ed Grennan and Norm Barry and Jim Hill, and all of you out there in our audience for being with us to reminisce about those wonderful days. And I think maybe we'll hit these NBC chimes one more time and ask Norm Barry to give us the final signature. Norm?
Thank you very much. WMAQ Chicago. I'll give you the local.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who knows what talented musician played the music for The Shadow? We know it's Rosa Rio. Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm just wonderful, and how are you today?
Doing real fine, Rosa. And you did play the music for The Shadow for a long time, didn't you?
Yes, I was the first organist that played, and Orson Welles and Agnes Moorehead were the stars. And I enjoyed it and had a lot of fun with them.
Now, was there formal music for this, for The Shadow?
Only the theme. The theme was from the Spinning Wheel.
Yes.
Of Saint-Saëns, and that theme was thought of by the producer. But all original music was composed by yours truly.
Now, that by original music, you mean the bridges between the scenes?
That's it. What we call the sting, the agitata, the suspense, the mysteriosos, the hurries, and so forth and so on.
Now,
in other words, to create the emotional feeling with the unseen audience.
And did you actually write a score for this, or did you just more or less ad-lib it?
Yes and no. At first, I used to get the script and write the feeling where the music was suggested, and then I would get in and find that they would do one of two things. Maybe they would cut that completely and have it at another point, which changed the emotional quality or the mood, or someone I would interpret the lines before entirely different from the way I would do it. For instance, I had to watch artists like Kevin McCarthy so closely because I would see the script and I would read into it a different feeling, and I'd find he would throw what we call being a little sarcastic or throw away the line, and it would require entirely spontaneous improvisation on my part to correspond with what he said. So therefore, I did make little notations, but I would have to play around with them.
I see. Of course, really the great talent that you have is to improvise within the context of the script. So you were probably you may have had a little music before you, but you probably also had that script right there in front of you, didn't you?
Well, definitely. But we only had what we call one dry rehearsal. You see, we just floated through the first, then we had one, and then we were on the air. So you had to. There were no tapes in those days. So if there was an error, well, it was just too bad. So you really were on all 10 toes to do just the perfect thing.
Well, what would an error be? Would your interpretation? You were playing a little slow or something?
Well, yes. Well, I might come in at the wrong place, or give to them what they really had another idea or something, or even suppose that my finger slipped or my foot and I hit the wrong note. It's just too bad. And the actors and actresses had the same. They had the same fear, that they wouldn't be just absolutely perfect, you see, because there's only one time.
That's right. Well, an actor or an actress might mispronounce a word or read a wrong line.
Or stumble.
Yes.
And want to repeat it, you see.
Right. And you just have to just go on when you're doing that kind of live radio.
Right. Yes. One of our greatest stories that didn't happen with The Shadow, but it happened on one of our soap operas, was when one of our lead actors, I think it was Jackson Beck, was supposed to be shot. And, of course, what was lovely about radio, we all worked in the same room with each other, and we were like one family. And so the sound man and I always had eyes on each other, working together, as well as our eyes on the person at the main mic. So he was supposed to be shot, and the gun didn't go off. And the sound man is pulling and pulling, the trigger's not going off, and seconds are very important. And Jackson saw that the gun wasn't going off, so he hit himself loudly on the chest and says, "Oh, you stabbed me." And just then the gun went off. And we expected to hear from people. No one ever wrote in. But from there on, they always had two pistols or two guns. So if one didn't go off, they had the other. But we had a lot of little things like that we had to cover up. And we were surprised that sometimes the audience didn't get it. But I guess they were so involved in the emotional quality.
Well, the drama, the story was moving so quickly, or just moving along, that and the audience didn't know something you knew. The audience didn't know that you had made a mistake.
That's
or
right.
Someone
Well,
had.
Another thing, you see, the audience is really, their imagination is working overtime because it's something that they can't see, like television. So in each person's mind, they're creating the scene they think, you see. So they're really involved. The person listening to radio was far more involved in the audience than the one in television today, because you don't have anything to think about, because it's all there.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's why we never had on soap operas. We never had an audience. Never.
Oh, no. Well, now I think The Shadow at one time did have an audience, right?
We did have The Shadow, but that was a different thing than soap operas.
Oh, yeah.
Because in soap operas we had little children, little babies born, and we had a young lady that was probably 200 or more, and her name was Madeline Pierce, and Madeline brought a little pillow every day with her, and she could cry in the pillow, and she could be anything from a child at instant birth to up to 10 years of age. Now, if the audience saw that, it would ruin it.
Yeah. You say she was 200 or more, not age.
200
You're talking
or more
about
pounds. Yeah. But everybody had a different thing. They may have thought of the little baby being a blonde, and another may have thought of being a brunette, another redhead. You see, we couldn't spoil that illusion.
The magic of radio, right?
Oh yes, it was great. I loved every minute of it.
Well, how long a period did you spend in radio?
Well,
itself?
I was there on NBC staff, Agnes, and ABC for about 22 years.
Oh boy, that was through the whole heyday of radio, wasn't it?
I loved every minute of it, and we were very close working together. It was a different thing than what television was.
Well, you mentioned that you were all in the same studio.
Yes.
And most of these shows were being done live.
All live.
All live.
All live.
And so you were there. You could see the actors.
Oh, definitely.
And you could read your own interpretation of their face and their emotions as well.
Well, even if they were very close, I could watch almost the timing of their words. Even on, say, for instance, on Between the Bookends with Ted Malone, who read poetry so beautifully.
Oh, yes.
I loved doing that program because it kept me busy. I love being busy, so I was busy for 14 minutes and 40 seconds. And I was so used to him that I could watch his mouth and his lips and time his breathing, his lips together, 3-syllable, 2-syllable, 4-syllable words, and with his poetry, and it was just perfect. And that was really an art. But I sort of inherited a very good talent, but I was a good student. I went to Oberlin, I went to Eastman, so I had a very good musical background.
Well, where were you?
In other words, I was no faker.
Oh, absolutely. I can tell that. Where were you born? Where were you raised?
Oh, I came up from Louisiana. In fact, I hope to go down there next week to pay a little visit. And I came to New York to make good, like everybody else does. But I had my few days of walking Broadway and wondering where the next $5 would come from.
Oh, sure. Well, I understand you accompanied a great many silent films back in the early days, right?
Yes, I just did down in Tampa at the beautiful Tampa Theater just 2 weeks ago. I played The Gold Rush with Charlie Chaplin.
Oh, great!
And that was a big success. Everybody loved it. And I've just before I came down here 3 years ago, I completed about 380 films, silent films with a wonderful company in Sandy Hook called Video Yesteryears. And so I did a lot of that work. And I found that work, you see, doing improvisation and smooth music, from that helped me an awful lot in my radio.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Well, now you actually played in the movie houses when they were showing silent films.
Oh, yes, I got in just before they closed.
Yeah,
just before Al Jolson sang Mammy.
Oh, and putting you out of work then.
Put us out of work.
But
just got my feet wet and I was out.
But you weren't out of work for long.
Well, I was out longer than I liked.
How did you get your job at NBC?
Well, I became a little bit disgusted with things, and I opened a studio of accompanying some of the big singers, like Mary Martin. I was her personal accompanist, and different artists, Ralph Blaine's, many of them. And so they had been at NBC, and they said, we just left NBC, and they need an organist so badly. And so I went over there and took an audition, and passed it. They gave me a very tough audition, Mr. Spatani, who was the brother of Phil Spatani, that had the all-girls band. And so he said I could start immediately. They needed me. And after a week, I said, well, I'm a regular. No, he said, you're a substitute. And I said, just a minute. What do you mean a substitute? Well, he said, we're looking for a man organist. I said, a man organist? I thought you wanted an organist. What difference if the organist is playing what? Does the organ know the difference between a male or a female? Well, he said, you see, we have 100 men here. We don't have any girls. I said, well, then I'll be your first girl, because if I come back next week to substitute, I will stay. So he said, you'll substitute. I said, I will stay. And I stayed 22 years.
Wow.
With 100 men. But I loved it.
Well, you were taking a chance, weren't you?
Oh, yeah.
By saying that, because you could have been out on your ear, too, then,
Yep,
right?
I sure could have.
But, see, talent will out, right?
Well,
They recognized your talent and said, we better keep her.
Well, I think they did, because I was able to do so many different things and that they called for. And I guess I did more than any other organist did when it came to soap operas and dramas.
Oh yeah, well I understand you were the organist on Lorenzo Jones.
Oh yes, Lorenzo Jones, Front Page Pharaoh, and My True Story was one of the biggest daytime dramas.
Oh yes,
and Between the Bookends with Ted Malone, and The Mystery Chef, and of course the newsreel with Stern, and I did Bob and Ray. They were great.
You were the organist on the Colgate Sports Newsreel?
Oh, yes. I was Sport News with Bill Stern for years.
Oh, well, you had to have a lot of exciting, thrilling bridges and things like that.
Oh, yes.
Huh?
Yes. When he didn't try to tell me what to do.
No. But he had told some fantastic stories.
Yes, he did. Yes. Yeah, they were great. And he had so many wonderful people that I did get to meet, that he had his guests like Paul Whiteman and Fred Wary and Guy Lombardo and you just named them, because they were always guests on his show.
See, it's interesting. You focus on all the musical guests that he had. That tells your own interest and background too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I understand you worked for a time with Bob and Ray too.
Oh, they were funny.
Uh-huh.
The first big recording I did for them, I did their shows later on, and I was laughing all through it. I mean, you're not supposed to laugh, but I thought it was a rehearsal. Evidently, nobody said anything because it didn't pick up. And I made notations that I was just out of breath laughing. And all of a sudden, I'm writing up my score. I had made indentations where I was going to come in with certain music, you see, to do better. And I was just fooling around. And all of a sudden, the lights are out in the studio.
Oh,
and I saw just one light in the engineer. So I walked in and I said, has everybody gone for a coffee break? He said, what do you mean? Well, I said, where's everybody? Oh, he said, that was a take. I said, a take? And that's the way they did. Nothing was written. They just did off the cuff, and they were just great.
Oh, they were super. They did marvelous job. Now, I understand that you worked with Ethel and Albert and Mert and Marge.
Yes.
Now, tell us about those programs. Any of these programs. Now, what was you say you had a run through once before you got on the air?
Well, you see on Ethel and Albert, say Mert and Marge and Front Page Pharaoh and Lorenzo Jones, they didn't pay for rehearsal time. See, and so what? If say that they went on at 5 o'clock, let's say, I got there at 5 minutes of 5 because they didn't pay me. So I had to look at the script real fast, and the director would say, I've made all cuts for you, Rosa, and so all the cuts and changes he made, and I had to look at it real fast, and then I just felt their vibrations, and I improvised on it. I never had a rehearsal because Mrs. Hummett did not pay for it. But now on My True Story, we had rehearsal.
Oh, yes.
Well, Bill Stern, we had rehearsal. And Mert and Marge were a team. We did not have rehearsals with them. She was mother and sister. No, mother and daughter.
Right.
But they were sisters in the thing.
In the show, yes.
They didn't pay for it. But at that time, we had a wonderful setup. Mert and Marge was on at 10 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon because it had to go to the West Coast. And no taping was allowed in those days.
Right.
So you made more money because you got to play 2 shows.
Did a second show, yeah. But they were always watching the pocketbook, weren't they?
Oh, they were very close.
They were very lucky. They had someone like you who could actually improvise and do what had to be done. Of course, you're very experienced now. You've been doing this for a few years, and you knew the shows.
Yes.
And you could just come in and
I felt them
and do it.
Yes.
Now you could take original music that you might write or so-called write on the spot,
or you would take a familiar theme from someplace.
Yes.
For example, if Mert and Marge were sitting down to a cup of coffee, we might hear a little bridge following that or just preceding that, let's have another cup of coffee.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And now, would that little bit of music have to be logged in and paid for someplace?
Yes, it does. If I just put in a little bit, it was all right because the station, that was over CBS, that was. That was an outside job. That was not on my staff job.
I see.
And CBS, you see, each network pays a certain amount into ASCAP.
Yes.
And then if we can use fragments of anything.
Oh,
now,
I
if
see.
I do a solo, and I say I did a solo and I did my arrangement of T for two, then they have to pay for the entire thing to ASCAP.
I see.
But they do have a blanket thing that takes care of any interpretation of the melody.
Yeah, because that would have...
Just enough for you to recognize it, but
Sure.
I'm not playing the whole chorus.
Well, it would have been mind-boggling to have to try to keep track of all those little
it
bridges
is.
and things like that.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting because, like as you say, you quickly pick it up and it enhances it. And I do those things like what I did in the Gold Rush just 2 weeks ago. I threw in little songs like that, just to make the audience a part of it. They have to listen and recognize.
They get becomes very familiar, and they love doing that. Now, I should tell, I haven't mentioned to our listeners that you are in Sun City Center, Florida. Now, where exactly or approximately is that?
I'm only 25 minutes from Tampa Theater, Tampa City, and I'm thrilled about that because the Tampa Theater was built in 1927 and is still the beautiful palace like they used to have years and years ago. And we have shows there, and the organ comes up from the on an elevator from the pit,
Oh, yes.
And, of course, there you're sitting in this gorgeous palace with all the moon and the clouds up in the sky, and it's just really wonderful to go back a few years and enjoy that luxury.
Oh, and I bet audiences...
So I'm only 25 minutes there, and I'm just 50 minutes into Sarasota.
Oh, I see.
And a lot of music is in Sarasota. Also, the same amount of time to Clearwater and to St. Pete's. And that's why I really located here.
Well, you're right in the center of things, yeah.
I'm in a retirement center, but I am not retired.
Sounds like you're not, that's right. Well, it must be a thrill for people to sit in the audience of this magnificent Tampa Theater and see you come riding up on the
elevator from the pit.
Oh, man, I bet that's right. And I bet you just love the audiences there, too.
And it looks great to them there where they're upstairs, in the Melodious looking down. And this is such a great big organ, and I weigh only 124, so I look very small. I look like a peanut coming up, you see. And people think, gee, how small she is, and she gets, she must have a lot of strength to play the organ. Well, I really don't have to have the strength.
Well, you've been playing the organ for a long time.
But I just push down, but it's a lot of fun.
Oh, that's
and
terrific.
they just love it, and then of course sing silent pictures, And then we have sing-alongs.
Sure.
And it's wonderful. So you have two things. People that never got a chance, the young people, to see that, you see. It's really, they're thrilled with it. Then the older people, that brings back memories. So it's kind of nice all the way around.
Can you tell me, if you think back a little bit on the radio days, of any disaster that really happened that broke up the cast and the crew, or the listening audience, or anything like that?
The one did was the well-known newscaster.
Lowell Thomas.
Lowell Thomas. Lowell Thomas was the most sedate man you ever knew, and when you came to the studio, he just said, "Good afternoon, good evening." That was about all. He never said, "Hello, Rosa, how are you? How was your day?" or anything. No. Good evening. Very. So, of all people, you didn't expect this out of Lowell Thomas. Then we had Hugh James, who was a lovely man, announcer, but a very quiet and dignified man. Well, Lowell had me on that night, because generally he doesn't have music. It was a special thing because it was July the 4th.
Oh.
And so I was on his show, because he's just a newscaster with no theme. And so anyhow, something struck him funny. he was reading something about a woman, something some woman had said or done in Chicago, as a matter of fact. And something just triggered him, and he laughed. So he went ahead and reread it, and he laughed more. The third time, he went to hysterics. And Hugh, he couldn't carry on. Hugh James tried to pick up, and Hugh tried to be dignified. He picked it up, and he couldn't control himself. So I finally came in with the Star-Spangled Banner, and that fixed it all. I remembered that in Chicago, at that great big place where you have that great big organ there, that they had a fight there one night.
You're thinking of the Chicago Stadium?
That's right. And I had a fight there, a terrible fight, and nobody could stop it. And the organist got up and played the Star-Spangled Banner, and that stopped it. So I remembered that, and that's what happened that night.
Bring everybody to attention, right?
Yeah, he just went to pieces, and we never knew him to do anything like that. So I was the only one that could control myself and with my fingers, so I kept the organ but loud.
Well, after the radio days kind of came to an end, you did turn your attention to television a little bit, didn't you?
Right. And television was, I might say, was very short-lived because it was an expensive thing, number one. Number two, the people, it was a new business, so no one had any experience whatsoever. So it was a question of they were coming in learning every day. And it was costly, and they thought way to cut down money was to cut out the musicians. And so they have these awful little tapes that were made, and it just went in and went out and meant nothing. So it was very difficult to express anything within 2 seconds, and that's about all they allowed. So it really was doomsday for the organ.
Yeah, well,
that was the end of the organ, was television, where it was the thing in radio. So I won't speak very affectionately of TV.
Well, that's right. We don't either, so don't worry about that.
Radio's my bag.
You see, the thing about it, once they started using the pre-recorded music, then they couldn't do what you had done so effectively during those live programs, to improvise. If they needed a little bit more or they needed something special, you could do it on the spot. When it's all on tape,
yeah, you see, with the
it.
organ, the director would have a feeling that he didn't want to wait to where maybe the writer has said music, you see, and he would want to start in 6, 8, or 10 lines before. And then he would say to me, Rosa, at this point, I'll throw you a cue, and when I do, you sneak out. And then he said, I don't care if we only hear the last 3 words. I want you to wipe it out. And it was very dramatic that way.
Yeah.
So I would slip and build and build and build. When he'd give me the cue, I'd wipe them right on out, you see. And then we'd go into maybe some sound thing, and we would try to coordinate the sound. In other words, if the person was walking in, I would end like where I was walking, and I would do it, and the sound man would pick up the same rhythm of my notes, and this person would be coming in, you see. And it was just wonderful. It required imagination all the time, but it was fun doing it.
Oh, you sound like you had a wonderful time with all of that.
And it was like a big family. Everybody was interested in each other and how things were. If things weren't so good, we were sympathetic, you understand? And we all knew each other and so forth. And when television came, we didn't know anybody.
Yeah, the family was broken up then, right? Yeah. Well, speaking of the family, I know somewhere along the line I read a note that said when you were working on the Lorenzo Jones program, or When a Girl Marries, if there would be a baby born in the storyline, the gifts would be coming in from the listeners?
Oh, yes. People are still doing that, I understand, from some friends that are in TV programs now. They believed it so firmly that they would send in gifts for the baby. And likewise, I was talking with Ameche Strickland. She's the actress that did the part of the Dowager in the opera box with Julie Roberts in Pretty Baby. And Pretty Woman. Oh, is it Pretty Woman or Pretty Baby? Well, anyway, she said that she would get letters galore. But we can't understand. We warned you that your husband is cheating on you, and you're not doing anything about it. And he's carrying on with his secretary, and they're going to try to plot to kill you. We're trying to tell you, don't you listen to us? They get so upset. We try to tell you, blah, blah, blah. And they get letters, all kinds, and they get lovely gifts and so forth. And a lot of times they don't like to keep those gifts, so they would give it away to some charity or something.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Well, you've had a marvelous career, and I sure appreciate you spending a little time talking about it today.
You.
Now, you mentioned before that you recorded the score for a great many silent movies, and they're available on videotape.
On videotapes, yes.
It's television yesteryear, is that it?
Yeah. Video yesteryear.
Video yesteryear. Uh-huh.
Video yesteryear in Sandy Hook.
Oh, yes.
And they can get the silent pictures, their films and movies, with my accompaniment on it. And it's wonderful to go back and see that area. Which, if a person, as I said, missed it, it's wonderful to see.
Well, when any of our listeners get down to the area in Florida where you mentioned, they're going to try to seek you out and see if you're performing someplace. And we wish you so much good luck with all of that.
Thank you. If I get up to Chicago way, I'm going to try to come in to see you.
Oh, you have to come into our Museum of Broadcast Communications.
Yes, I understand. It's just great.
Oh, it's marvelous. No, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for calling. It was delightful talking with you.
And I also want to thank you from the bottom of my heart and for all of those people out there who loved and listened to the radio shows for the big part that you played in them. It was wonderful.
Well, thank you. It was a joy.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Rosa Rio.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Fans of the Jack Benny radio show will instantly recognize the name of Larry Stevens, and we're delighted to be chatting with Larry Stevens this afternoon on our Those Were the Days program.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate you having me on your show. It's kind of exciting. This is the first time I've been to one of these Friends of Radio, and came a long way. Came from Santa Barbara County, but I'm really enjoying it, and I've met so many nice people since I've been here. I've only been here, not even 24 hours,
Well, you got a long time to go. You'll have more friends than you know what to do.
Well, that'll be wonderful. I can always somebody told me one time, as you get older, Larry, make younger friends, because you're going to need them as time goes on. And it's true, make more friends, because as we know, most of the Benny cast, all of them are gone.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you had a unique opportunity with your appearances on the Jack Benny show.
Oh, absolutely.
When Dennis Day was drafted.
Yeah, well, he went in the Navy.
He was
in the Navy, right. And that's when I auditioned for this show, which was interesting in itself how it happened. I was 20 years old at the time, and the Coconut Grove, they used to have a buy a bond night. And if you went down to the Coconut Grove, Freddie Martin's orchestra was there at that time, and as a matter of fact, I think that's where Merv Griffin used to sing with Freddie Martin. And so, anyway, I went down there. This friend of mine bought a bond, and you could get up and sing or dance or direct the band, tell jokes, anything you wanted to do if you bought a bond. So anyway, this guy that I was with bought this bond, and they said, okay, we got some kid here who's going to sing Stardust. So, they said, oh, no, not another singer, That's all you hear at those things. People want to sing, which is understandable. But anyway, so I got up and sang a song called Stardust, and they received it well. And at that night, of course, the place was full because that's where they went, at the Coconut Grove. And for bond nights, that was a big meeting place. It held a lot of people. It could hold a lot of people, a few hundred. So anyway, I sang this song, and there was an agent in the audience who handled the Ritz Brothers and Ethel Merman. And he called me and says, hey, kid, I want you to come to my office tomorrow. I want to talk to you. I says, what about? I didn't know this guy from Adam. He said, well, Jack Benny's looking for a singer. Dennis Day's going in the service. Well, I didn't even dawn on me because I was working in the defense, but I'd been in the service and I was out. And, excuse me. So I went up and signed with him that Monday afternoon. The show was on, not the audition, but the Coconut Grove thing was on a Sunday night. So I went and signed with him, and he had me audition for Mary Benny 2 weeks later. And then she said, I want Jack to hear him when he comes back from New York. So I went in there the next couple of weeks, and I sang for Jack. And Jack said to me, hey, kid, can you sing the song a little higher? Because I didn't have a high voice like Dennis had. See? So I sang in the hierarchy. He says, no, go back to your original voice. So I said, okay, Mr. Benny, So I went back that and I sang the song, which is I'll Be Seeing You. And then he came out of the booth and walked over to me with his hand out and turned to his agent and said, sign him. Well, you know, it was such a thrill because there was 150 guys auditioning for that show.
Yeah.
You know, Dick Haymes wanted this show, and Sinatra had his own show at that time. He wanted Sinatra to do the show too, and Benny says, you know, maybe I can get Frank Sinatra to do the show. Benny said, you know, to Mary. He says, Jack, he already has 2 shows. Benny said, well, maybe he'll hire me. You know. So anyway, but of course Frank was a big star at that time. You know, in 44.
Now this was 44. Right?
1944. Yeah. So my first show was in November of 44.
Now, did they sign you to a long-term contract?
Long-term contract with options every 13 weeks, like everybody else.
Weeks.
Yeah, they had options.
So, and had you expected to just simply replace Dennis from here on out, or did you expect that when Dennis got out of the service?
Well, we knew that Dennis. I didn't think of that at that time. I was just so thrilled to be on the show like that with all of these stars that I used to. 6 years ago, or prior to that, I was 15. I was lying in bed listening to all these, you know, Phil Harrison, Rochester, and of course Dennis at that time, and prior to that was Kenny Baker. But you know, and Mary and Jack, and of course Phil Harris. I mean, I just couldn't. You know, I was in awe. Yes, sir.
I just want to get up on those stairs working.
Oh, okay. Quickly go by.
Thank you. And so let's see. Now I was talking about. Jack, where was I? I was the gentleman came through and I lost my train of thought.
We're talking about you were listening to Jack
yes,
on the radio
I used to listen
to
I used to listen to Jack on the radio as a kid, and little did I dream that I'd be on that show 6 years later. And of course, I was in awe for about a year, my mouth hanging open, walking around looking at these Phil and all, you know, and of course Frank Nelson, who I loved. And he was just a tremendous guy. I would say he was the one I think that Benny really broke up, or rather he broke up Benny more than anybody else, because he got into his parts so much, you know. Benny used to look at him sometimes and just completely break up at rehearsal. They'd be doing a scene as a floor walker or as a conductor or something. He says, this guy really hates me, you know. He got into, and Benny used to break up because Nelson was so into it and such a fine performer, you know. And there was one scene that we did that was with Jack, and Jack was going to New York. And so Benny says, gee, I better get a ticket to New York. I don't have one yet. So, of course, he goes over to he says, there's the ticket taker over there. So, of course, he goes over and says, oh, mister. And he says, yes, are you the ticket taker? He says, well, what do you think I'm in this cage? A canary? You know. And Benny says, well, gee, I just wanted to buy a ticket to New York. He says, well, what are your prices? And Nelson said, well, we have one for $129.95 and one for $79.95. And then Benny said, well, gee, I'm not as young as I used to be. I think, no, he said, I better take the $129.95. I'm not as young as I used to be. And then Frank Nelson came back and said, you're not as young as anybody used to be. You know, of course, that was a wonderful laugh, you know. He says, now cut that. He started to break up. Now cut that out. He said, I just want to take it to New York. He said, one way or round trip. And then he says one way, and Nelson says, good. You know? I mean, those were just fabulous.
Beautiful writing. And terrific delivery.
Terrific delivery. And that being privy to all of those things was just just wonderful for a 21-year-old.
When you came on the show, did they essentially give you Dennis Day lines, or did they write special for you?
No, they started to give me lines, naivete, you know, naive kid, and as time goes on, of course, you get more involved in the show, and you become. But Benny knew that I wasn't going to be there long, and knew that Dennis was coming back, which, as you asked me before, I never even thought of that. I just was doing the show. I was part of the team. But it's a funny thing, you know, you just don't think of that you're going to be off the show when you're on the show.
We're just getting going with it.
Just getting going. So that was a thought that I never really had. And when Jack called me the night before Dennis, or the week before, he said, hello, kid. And this is Jack Benny. Well, I mean, on my phone, who wouldn't know that voice? I said, yes, Mr. Benny. He said, you know, Dennis is coming back, and there's nothing I can do about it, and I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. And I said, I understand, Mr. Benny. I know that. It took me a while to get used to the fact that I was no longer on the show, especially the first 2 or 3 weeks, you know, when you hear Dennis, and which who was a fine gentleman, by the way, and Dennis was. And
did you meet Dennis?
Oh, yeah, I met
before
Dennis.
Or after?
Oh, yeah, I met Dennis before. And I met Dennis when he was in uniform, and of course I met him, talked to him. He lived in Silver Lake area, it was a little ways from Beverly Hills. And I used to run into Dennis all the time. But no, we were friends, but not buddy, but we're just casual friends. But I never did know Dennis that well. I wouldn't like I knew the rest of the cast, like Phil. And,
had you done any acting at all before you had Benny show?
Just high school, and I did 2 years at a place called the Turnabout Theater in Los Angeles, which had a group called the Yale Puppeteers. I learned to work puppets in those days. And then they had a legitimate theater. It was an interesting theater. On one end of this, when you walk into the theater, on one end was the puppet stage. At the other end was legitimate theater, and they had old streetcar seats that they were all reversible. You'd pull on one side and then reverse. So when you were watching the puppet show, you're back to the legitimate theater, and then you'd have an intermission. You'd get up the puppet show, and you'd just reverse your seats, and you'd be watching legitimate theater, which was a good idea. And that's the legitimate theater. To answer your question, I was there for 2 years, and Elsa Lanchester was there as Charles Lawton's wife, and she performed. And it was just a nice little theater, and that was basically that was the only outside of high school things and plays like that, So that was the only thing that I had. And then, of course, when I went to the Benny show, they give you a script, and that was, hello? Read it,
Yeah.
So that was the only thing that I had. And then you get the experience of being on the show. And, of course, I rehearsed a lot, when I got on the show, reading scripts and things like that. But you only had the one chance when you did the show. After we finished the radio show, then Benny would go with his writers into a little studio next door, and they'd discuss the following week's show, and then they'd go home and write it, and then they would write till about Wednesday or Thursday, then they'd get together with Benny, and then we'd all get together. The first time we saw the script was on Saturday morning, and then they'd make revisions maybe then, and then Sunday morning, I'd go in for my band rehearsal, for the song that I was going to do that day, and then we'd run over the show again, and then if there was any more revisions, that would be done then, and then showtime, and then we go on. So that was that experience builds as you get old. As you get older, as you're on. When I went to 22, I was really experienced. But
you had a tremendous opportunity to work with the best in the business, the best writers, the best musicians,
exactly,
the best acting.
Yeah, we had. That's right. We had. Let's see, Sam Perrin, Milt Joseph Berg,
George Balzer.
George Balzer, who's still alive.
Yes,
George is still alive, and I said Tackerberry, and those are the four writers, and they were great writers, and it was thrilling. It was thrilling to be able to do that show. It just was something that I'll never forget. And then after I left the show, I went on the road, as I went to WBBM in Chicago.
Yes,
and had my show there for about 6 months. It's called the Larry Stevens Show. And I had some sponsors. I've forgotten the sponsors now. I think one was an ale, and when you could advertise Canadian Ace, it was called.
Canadian Ace.
Is that still around?
Sure, I guess it is.
Yeah. I did a couple of commercials there. They were on the show, and then I had some other people. But anyway.
When was the show on?
1948.
No, I mean
10:15 in the evening to 10:30.
Oh,
It was a good time, Ironically, on the CBS outlet coming from New York was Frank Parker, who was one of the singers who's the first singer on the Benny show.
Yes.
So Frank preceded to me and on the show. Not that and I hadn't met Frank until we did Benny's 40th birthday, which was years later. But that was sure.
Come on, get through there.
I bet you didn't have anybody go through this place before when you were sitting here.
No, I know. We have a lot.
We are in
we got the best place we could get where it's supposedly quiet. Hollywood and
Vine.
Or Randolph Street.
Yeah, that's right. We could be in Times Square here.
We never thought so. We picked the spot because it would be quiet. That's funny.
We got a child down the hall.
We got dogs.
That's
coming.
All right.
We got dogs coming through. Fire marshals, everything. But it's quiet now. It's quiet. Right. But anyway.
Well, after the WBBM stint, then this was 48.
Yes.
Where did your career take
my
you?
career. I went back to Hollywood, and then I started working theaters and clubs around Hollywood. And then I went on the road up to Northern California, worked up there.
Mhm.
And then in 1952, I had a show on KNXT called was Larry Stevens Show, and I was on there for about almost 8 months. And then things, styles changed, and
Yes,
rock and roll came in, and wasn't a rock and roll singer.
Mhm.
So then I sort of just backed off, and I had gotten married, and I had kids to support. Children, excuse me. Kids are goats, aren't they? So I had children to support, and I sort of went into another business. I went into the liquor industry, if you will. But during that time, people found out what I had done, and so I began performing at sales meetings and all that kind of. So I kept my singing up, and God has been good to me. He kept it all these years, and then I just kept doing that. And then about 2 years ago, I was living in Santa Barbara. Some guy came to me and says, "Larry, are you still singing?" And I said, "Yes." He had a big band, and so I said, "Well," he said, "would you mind performing with us as a guest artist?" And I said, "More than happy to." So I had some new, what they call charts, which are musical arrangements. I had those made up, and then I've been doing that. And then my wife Norma says, "We ought to make a CD." So I just finished a CD with, as a matter of fact, you probably might be able to hear it in the background while we're talking here. And I made 16 songs, some of these like The Very Thought of You, and You're the Cream of My Coffee, The Object of My Affection, and songs that, when I was 10 years old, they were written, so 1933. So anyway, that's what I'm doing. I just had it coming out now.
Well, that's real nice.
Yeah, so it's actually, I've started over again,
So this is a nice chance for you to meet a lot of people who remember you from the Benny Show and from other areas
and it's
as
very,
well.
Again, it's very gratifying. I'm very flattered that some of them remembered me. I'm glad they're young enough to remember.
Well, we're glad you're still around.
Well,
as you said before, there's not many members of the Benny cast.
I think George Balzer was probably the last writer of the.
I think so. And
Sam Perrin just
we lost Sheldon Leonard. Too,
I know it.
on
That's right.
The short show,
he was on it. That's right. Yeah. Hey, Mister. That was
Hey, Bud.
Hey, Bud. Yeah, those were great. Just wonderful things. We had Walter Winchell on the show. We had Rita Hayworth on the show. We had Joe Lewis on the show. Fred Allen on the show. And as a matter of fact, we did a show from the Plaza in New York. And that was exciting. We had about 1,000 people. That's when Fred Allen was on the show. And that was 1945 in April. And my wife and I had just gone back to New York 2 years ago. And she had never been into the Plaza. It's beautiful with the carriage lights out front. And just a beautiful old, you walk in and the concierge is there. And then you have the, here's your friend.
Coming through again here.
And then we had... you heard this music in the background, and you walk in, there's this beautiful tea room, and everybody's very nicely dressed, and then I said, now I got to take you upstairs. So I went up to the ballroom.
What's the matter?
Where we had done the show, and I had Norma, my wife, take a picture of me standing there. I was very nostalgic. It was very teary because I'm
beautiful.
I stood in front of there, and there's nobody there, but just me. We did that show from there. It was very touching, very teary. And I still have that picture. That was a couple of years ago, but I didn't think I'd be back there again, But my whole world has changed a little bit now. I'm getting interviews, and I'm getting offers, and it's kind of exciting. It's a renaissance for me, really. And,
that's wonderful.
As I say, God has been good to me and kept my voice, and I think that's the attribute that I have. Is I took care of it and I didn't abuse it. And I never smoked, even though I was on the Lucky Strike show. Had all the free cigarettes I wanted, but
did they offer cigarettes free to everybody?
Oh yeah, in those days they did. Yeah, they used to have people on the street handing out cigarettes. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Sure. Oh gosh.
But I always got a carton of cigarettes. And I just give them away. I didn't.
Don Wilson told us one time that he smoked Lucky Strike diligently. He said until. The radio show or the TV show ended when the Lucky Strike. Then he went back to did something else. I don't remember what.
Phil used to smoke Parliaments.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, they had a filter on them. Remember, they were they had like a cork tip.
Oh yes.
I think they were. I don't remember, but
I heard they made him put those Parliaments into a Lucky Strike pack.
Oh, really?
Because they wouldn't want anybody from the agency.
Oh, yeah,
to
yeah,
see
that's
Phil.
right. Smoking Parliament. Yeah. But he used to smoke Parliament. That's funny. I'd forgotten that. You're
Well,
right.
you were part of one of the most important radio shows in the whole era of the Golden Age.
Exactly.
And, you know,
I know it.
You were up to the task.
Yes.
You did an excellent job.
Thank you. Well, I was thrown right in with them, and I'll tell you, you had to sink or swim in those days, you know. And Phil was a big help to me. You know, he says, "Hey,
Was he?
kid, you're up there singing like you're working at the Onyx Club." He said, "You know the way." And I thought that was kind of nice. I just thanks Phil. You know, and he was a big supporter.
So you had a song on every show then.
Oh, every
Yeah,
song.
right.
The only time I didn't have a song was on, the shows would run the actual dialogue was only about 15 minutes.
Mhm.
Because the opening and closing was music and applause and incidental music and laughs and things like that.
Oh, the laughter took up a lot
the
of
laughter.
time.
See, the laughter. That's
Yeah.
right. And people thought, "Whoa, a half-hour show. It's a half-hour
Yeah.
writing," but it wasn't.
Mhm.
But you had to just throw your best shots there
Mhm.
for dialogue right then and there. So, and Benny. Oh, I told you that story. Yeah, I started becoming
It's okay.
redundant.
Benny's
you know.
pauses took up enough time on the show.
Yeah, right. Well, we used to open the show. He had a warm-up show,
Uh-huh.
and of course Phil used to come out and sing. He'd have Phil open up for the audience before the show, sing "That's What I Like About the South," and Phil could lift those people right out of their
Oh,
chairs,
yeah.
you know. And then because then Benny would come on. We all had pennies in our hands, and then Benny would come on, and he'd take his violin. Of course, we'd all go, "Oh no," you know. So Benny would start to play, you know, da 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 da. His violin bow screeching across the violin. And then Benny would say, "I bet you thought I was going to be lousy, didn't you?" He'd be playing his violin. So he'd start playing a few more strands. Then we'd all throw pennies on the floor to Benny, see. So Benny, he didn't look down. He'd just keep playing the violin for about 15 seconds. Then he'd say, "Well, I can't wait any longer." And he'd put the violin on, bend over, start picking up the pennies, you know. But that was
And this was for the studio audience
studio
before
audience.
the
Yeah,
show went on the air.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
right. So things like that people never knew, you know. But I'll tell
And
you.
everybody liked Jack Benny.
Yes.
Never have run into
No.
anyone who
I
didn't
know,
like Jack Benny.
No, I know. He's had quite a varied career from
Yeah.
vaudeville up through and into television, the transition, you know, and then of course, unfortunate. He didn't know he was going to die, you know. He just had this pancreatic
That's
cancer,
right,
and he was gone in 6 weeks. That's
Yeah, it was
what's
amazing.
devastating, you know. Because as you know, he's going to do the Sunshine Boys
Yes.
with George Burns, you know. And George Burns used to say funny. He said, "Jack and I are the best of friends." He'd say. He said, "You know, he doesn't kid me about my singing, and I don't kid him about my violin player. I mean, he doesn't. I don't kid him about his violin playing, and he doesn't kid me about my voice. So that we remain best of friends."
That's
you
how
know.
they do.
Yeah. So that was. They were very, very close, as you know. You know. And he had very few people for dinner. He'd have maybe George Burns and the Cummings. Robert Cummings was a good friend of his, and a few other people. That was about his circle. You know, he was just a very private man, but a wonderful man.
Yeah. Well, he certainly knew his business,
Yeah.
and I think he made a good decision when he asked you to be on
Well,
the show.
thank you. It was a thrill, and it was something that even at my age now, you never forget. That's why I'm still talking about it, you know. And people want to know about Jack, and I don't blame them because he was just a wonderful, kind, generous man, you know. And,
well, you've
he
been very
wasn't cheap.
generous with your
well,
time,
thank
too.
you. My
Larry
pleasure,
Stevens,
Jack.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me again. I
Thanks so
appreciate
much.
it. See you in Chicago.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you.
The great days of radio brought us a masked man who wore a black mask and had a silver horse, and also a man who wore a silver mask and used some black tires as transportation. Talk about Joseph White, who was known as a silver masked tenor during the earliest of the radio days. We're having a wonderful opportunity to chat with his son, who also contributed a lot to the radio days. We're visiting with Robert White, and we're so happy to be here, Robert.
It's a delight to have you both here, really.
Thank you very much. Now tell us a little bit about your father and how he got that name, the Silver Masked Tenor.
He was a singer, a tenor, of course, who had come back from the First World War, had already recorded both for Thomas Edison and for Columbia Records as Joseph Malachi White. And then he got into radio when it was just off the oatmeal box and the cat's whiskers were turned into dials, and Dad was right in there. Around 22, if memory serves, he started at WJZ in New Jersey, and Tommy Cowan was his first announcer, and Dad always said how Tommy sat in a wicker chair and said, "Go ahead, Joe," and pointed to him, and whatever, they were on the air. By 24, he was one of the very first big sponsored programs where he became the singer with an orchestra that was called the B.F. Goodrich Silvertown Chord Orchestra. Their sponsor was obviously B.F. Goodrich Rubber and Tire Company, and their top-of-the-line tire were called the Silvertown Chords. So the orchestra had that name, and the announcer for that series was Phillips Carlin. By the way, Tommy Cowan, that announcer I mentioned first, who went on to do lots of stuff here in New York on WNYC, was my godfather. My brother Philip was the godson of Dad's then announcer Phillips Carlin, who was the one that announced to the radio audience very early on in the series with the B.F. Goodrich Orchestra that the tenor you heard is a man of mystery. And he made a play on the fact that the Dumas classic was on in the movies at that time. Was it with Paul Muni or something like that, The Man in the Iron Mask? Whatever the silent version of that was. And he said he's a man of mystery. He's the tenor in the Silver Mask. All the instruments are made of silver here with the Silvertown Chord Orchestra. He was just carrying on. God knows what they were on in those days. And so they laughed at it, except they got thousands of letters from Radioland, which was already proliferating like crazy in 1924, who is the silver mask tenor, who is the man in the silver mask. So they thought it was a good publicity stunt, and they got him a silver-plated mask, and it got so big, the fame and the whole rapture on the part of the audiences, that they finally sprung for a sterling silver one, which I don't know where it is. It's gone years and years ago.
Anticipating my next question.
You see?
He had been on the program for a while before they billed him as the Silver Mask tenor.
Right,
but no credit given.
No credit given. And then they did that, and that started it for 5 years. He was a mystery man, the Silver Mask tenor.
Now, he was doing other things at the same time under his own name?
Not really. Once that Silver Mask got given to him, he went for it. I mean, years later, one might say, oh, why did he do it? But it's such a moment of wonderment, I think, in early radio. You know, when furniture, as Fred Allen used to say, began to talk, that there'd be the mystery of a man with a silver mask. You couldn't see him anyway. It wasn't television. But people loved the idea, and they guessed, was he Franklin Burr? Was he John McCormick? Was he this one or that, you know? And that's how that started.
Was he ultimately exposed for who he was then on that program?
Yes, and I remember there's one critic wrote in a kind of tongue-in-cheek and a little bit of a dig way, well, now the mystery is solved and he's Joe White. And it was almost probably by then in 1930, I think, when that happened, right after the crash of Wall Street. That whole phantasmagorical era was finished. The 20s were gone. It was maybe an afterbang, you know. But then he went on to sing for all the rest of those years of his singing career as Joe White, the Silver Mask tenor.
Oh, he still continued with that.
He didn't wear it, but he used the name.
And he went on, he did lots of recordings.
Well, he had done the recordings, most of them, in that 5-year period in the 20s for Victor. He was a Victor recording artist with Joseph Connect conducting the B.F. Goodrich Silvertown Chord Orchestra, and he did beautiful ballads such as Kathleen Mavourneen and The Harp That Once Through Tara's Halls and Dream Kisses and things like that, but tons of foxtrots of the day, you know, silver songbird, sing to me your brown eyes, why are you blue? And if all the stars were pretty babies and I were the man in the moon. And it always came out with an Irish accent. I would jump up and kiss every heavenly miss and make love like a son of Argon. You know?
Well, tenors were very, very popular, very big back at that period.
They were big guys in those days, you're right.
So he continued to sing then for the rest of his life?
Sang for the rest of his life. I started on the radio then in a scant 20 years later, which is amazing because I look back at my own life and I realize, you know, what the hell are 20 years? Nothing, right? But it was 20 years later when I started, and His career was already over. Radio had progressed to this incredible medium that it was by the late 30s and the early 40s. The war was on, and I was on a show that my brothers and sisters before me had already been on a children's hour on the same WJZ, the Blue Network they called it by the early 40s, when they split EAF, WEAF, or the Red Network and the Blue.
Yes.
We were on every Sunday morning. We got $5 a week to sing. There were about 40 of us kids. It was a wonderful show. Milton Cross was the announcer, and it was called Coast to Coast on a Bus. And it's really where I learned what it was like to get in front of a microphone.
Now, you were singing on that program, and you had dialogue, you were acting as well.
Yes. You'd stand up in 3 boxes and say, "Gee, Mr. Cross," or "Gee, Mr. Cross," and he'd say something to me like such as, "Well, little Bobby White, are you going to sing another John McCormick song or something your father, Joe White, the silver-mouthed tenor, has written?" I mean, that was, I had a dance, the good dance in those days.
But there was no dramatic scenes or anything other
some
than
of
that.
the times, but I wasn't in on them so much. I was in on talking with him from a script. I still have some of those scripts from Coast to Coast on a Bus.
Oh, yeah.
And then what happened by 46, I remember I got on a show called Ladies Be Seated that Johnny
Olson?
Yes.
Johnny Olson.
Johnny Olson, very good, wow. Johnny Olson was on that. He was a good friend of Dad's. And I think that's the first show that I might have a recording of. No, I have some from 1945. We lost the recording from the very first show in 1943, Easter Sunday, because it was on glass. It was the war, and so the acetates were not on metal.
Yes.
And that, of course, just broke into smithereens. End of story. But I did Johnny Olson's show, I remember, and then I got on Tex and Jinx. They had a show called Hi Jinx, the Tex and Jinx show. It was Jinx Falkenberg and Tex McCurry on NBC in the mornings. And by 1946 or so, I remember I sang on that sometimes, interviewed on it. Then I got on the television in 46 or maybe early 47, but I think it was late 46, on Dumont, down at the John Wanamaker Studios, which was the department store on 8th Street in the Village. And Irene Wicker, the singing lady, had me on her show. She was a great friend of my dad, again, because her husband was Victor Hammer of the Hammer Galleries, and his brother was Armand Hammer of Occidental Petroleum. And they were all good buddies to my dad, I remember, and I got on the show, and that was my first television. And then I went on from there and did WFIL, the Paul Whiteman show from Philadelphia. It was on television around 47, I guess. And also, the big break for me was when Fred Allen took me on to his show for the St. Patrick's Night of 1947.
His radio show.
His radio show, the big Sunday night show. Paid me $500, and subsequently, the many other times I was on it, I got $500 each time, which astonished me. Once I was terribly disappointed. I only got $250, I remember. Imagine what that money was in those days.
Oh, my, yeah.
Because I didn't sing on one of the shows. I only acted. He often had me act and sing, but I only acted, and that was a show with Humphrey Bogart as the guest. And in the skit with Humphrey, Fred had me play the part of a scoutmaster of the Boy Scout troop. And my Boy Scout was Humphrey Bogart. So you can imagine the turning of those tables where I was giving orders
You're doing the,
to Humphrey. And
the
I was,
bogey voice,
yes, I was
so-called.
bossing him around. But when the check came, I expected the 500, right? But instead it was 250. And I was highly disappointed in the South Bronx.
Well, how did you get on the Fred Allen show? How did you come
Fred
to his
and
attention?
Dad were great friends.
Oh, I see.
And Dad, just before I started on Coast to Coast, the change in family fortunes occurred in a terrible way. Pop was just beginning to make a comeback. He was singing on a radio show out of NBC called Bill's Gay 90s, because there's still a restaurant called the Bill's Gay 90s on 54th Street. And that fellow, whoever Bill was, had this radio show in on the 6th floor of NBC. I remember the studio, and there was like an orchestra, and Pop was a guest. And I remember going where he stuck his head out of a curtain to greet the audience. This was in 43, early 43, very late 42, looking like the Artful Dodger, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, Dad was going to get some music for that show, and he went to Shapiro Bernstein Publishers' offices in the what was then called the RKO building, which is the part of Rockefeller Center that still houses Radio City Music Hall. And Shapiro was, Elliot Shapiro was his good friend. He walked into the office in April of 43, and they had just waxed the floors, and it was soaking wet with wax and no signs or anything. Poor Pop slipped, broke the leg in 2 places.
Oh, boy.
They amputated the leg.
Oh, my.
So all of a sudden, I was on the air to earn money, the family, because in those days there was no cushion, you know. So his income stopped and mine started at $5 a week. But then I got on, as I said, these other shows. And by 46, 47, I was doing all of these wonderful programs, especially Fred Allen. And I was really the breadwinner then for those years and on up to 1950.
It was kind of fashionable in those days to have youngsters with incredible talent appear on radio programs. Eddie Cantor, for example, had Bobby Breen and Deanna Durbin, and other programs too had youngsters who would be so Fred Allen.
I was the
pointed his
logical
finger
one
at
for
you.
Fred. He knew Pop very well, and he certainly knew that it would not hurt our family to have Bobby working, and that's what happened.
So what kind of music would you perform when you were on the Allen Show?
Always the big ballads more than anything. Few times I sang with the DeMarco sisters as well. They always had their spot to sing. Of course, they were the weekly group, and they were darling, wonderful gals. I loved them like they were my ultimate big sisters in those days. But one of the Christmas shows of 47, I sang Deck the Halls and First Noel with the DeMarco sisters. And they would go, bung, 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 but deck the halls, you know. And I go, fa la 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 la, I've got to get that recording. Oh, ye in Radioland, whoever has it, give me a yell.
Try to track them down for you.
Yeah, they do exist, you know. Another time with, I think the night I might have been on with Will Jordan, where I didn't speak a word. I sang, though, I think that was the night that the song I sang was a little bit more updated from Irish balladdom, and it was, "Dear one, the world is waiting for the sunrise," you know, with the girls going, ooh, behind me. So I felt very Pop in those days doing that. And then I did lots of other shows, We the People, with Dwight Weist for Gulf Oil, and Pop was interviewed on that, and I sang Our Sweet Mystery of Life. I did tons of acting shows, the soap operas. I was Dickie on Portia Faces Life with, if I remember, it was Lucille Wall, I think was Portia, or she was, yes, because I did the Aunt Jenny show with Dan Seymour announcing in the old days.
Yes.
And I don't remember whether Lucille Wall was Julie Paterno on Aunt Jenny. Ye out there in Radioland. Somebody probably knows the answer to that.
Lucille Wall also was Lorenzo Jones' wife.
Oh, really? I didn't
but
know
they
that.
they had, you know, they would do many
She was a very
characters,
nice
yeah.
lady. Rosa Rio
The
used to play
organist.
organ on any number of those shows. Lou White was another organist, and another guy named Bill Wurgis, W-I-R-G-E-S. They were great friends of my dad, and I loved them all, and they played the organ, and they had the solo vox attachments and the celeste and the piano, and for me it was heavenly. I felt very safe in those studios, very happy, and I loved the fact that I was earning a living whenever I was doing a show.
Well, how busy were you at that time?
Very.
Very
I was
busy.
in grammar school at St. Jerome's in the Bronx. Thank God I was a bright student. And the nuns seemed to think it was a great idea that I didn't go to school, you know, except when I wanted to. Well, I took as much advantage of that as I could. But because I was hanging out with a lot of grown-ups, I sailed through grammar school in 6 years instead of 8. You know, I skipped. And then I went into high school. And my voice never cracked. It never changed abruptly. It went nicely and smoothly through my adolescence down into a baritonal range, and then worked its way back up into the tenor that I became. had a very interesting whole series of things as a career would be after radio, because I had my own television show in 1950 on here in the New York station for the Daily News. The newspaper was called WPIX, and my show was called Shamrock Time, appropriately enough. And I'd sing Irish songs. And I did the first television show that Joe Franklin ever did, because he was a great friend of Dad, and I used to remember Joe when he was only on the radio before he ventured into television. And then...
You did something with Lanny Ross, too, didn't you?
Thank you for reminding me of that. Yes, I had a 3 times a week stint for a couple of seasons. I can't quite remember. I do know it's probably 48 and 49 at WOR Radio, 1440 Broadway, around 41st Street. Daytime, around 12 or 1-ish in the day. 3 times a week, I was Lanny's sidekick guest. It was a wonderful show. Lanny was such a gentleman, very proper guy, and it was from Yale, and singing. He always had a lovely voice. And we'd do nice things. I'd do solos, we'd do some duets. Quanta la gusta, la gusta, la gusta. I remember doing that. And Oh, Mr. Gallagher. Oh, Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher and Sheen.
Gallagher and Sheen. Lanny and me playing off each other. That was an adorable show. I started to make some records.
Well, with all of this, you're doing all this radio work, and you're sailing through school, which was very nice. What about any formal musical training?
Good question. I didn't get any yet. I was absorbing. I took my mother gave me. We lived in the South Irish Bronx in those days on Alexander Avenue, and there was a Mrs. Green and a Mrs. Green and a Miss Daly were the 2 local piano teachers right down Alexander Avenue. And I remember my mother giving me a $1 bill, that's how much the lesson was, to go down to Miss Daly's house. These were all brownstones we were in those days, to take a piano lesson. And I was very young then. I don't know, I was 7 or so, and I was so thrilled because I thought you'd go in, she'd show you how to do it, and you'd walk out and you could do anything. I mean, I thought, then I'd be playing all those wonderful things that people did on the piano, right? Of course, I was heartbroken. You had to work. But with the omnipotence that only a child can have about themselves, I was teed off. I said, what do you mean I don't want to do that? So I never took piano lessons when I knew, that it would take more than one session. And it didn't stop me, though, from loving my music. And what happened was that when I went into adolescence and high school and kept singing, I did the Kate Smith show, I remember, on NBC television in '54. I won the Godfrey Talent Scouts in '49 and was on with him a lot in '49 into '50. Now the voice started then, as I say, to go down. And in '53, I entered Hunter College as a music major. And that's when I got my training for what music was all about. But by singing in choirs, I had taught myself how to sight read. I figured out what the notes meant. And I listened to a lot of music. And what I loved to think about now, too, and I know I made a wonderful impression on a lot of the teachers there in my entrance exams at Hunter, I was already totally in love with classical music, and it didn't necessarily have to be vocal. I was listening as much as I could to symphonies and concertos and string quartets and piano music. And I, again, sailed through all the entrance exams and dropped the needle stuff. I knew what was going on. And so at Hunter, I really got my basics and my skills in music going that way. And then I sang in the NBC TV opera for Sam Chotsanoff. I sang the Simpleton and Boris Godunov in '50. Help, help, help. It'll come back to me what year we're talking about. I'm just, isn't it funny? I'm trying to, yes, it was around '56 or something when we did that Boris Godunov live for 2 hours or more. And I was more and more in classical music while I was also always singing both the big Irish ballads, all the John McCormick repertoire, and showbiz stuff. I used to go with Ben Gross, the columnist on the Daily News, who was a great friend of Dad's. He and his wife Kathleen Gross used to take me, I remember very well, to Oscar Hammerstein II's house, little soirees, and I would sing. Hammerstein's office called me up on several occasions throughout several years in my teens. Would I like to come and do a real audition to maybe do something on Broadway? And I kind of turned my nose up at it. I wasn't interested in Broadway, even though I loved singing the songs, but I didn't want to, you know, and I didn't do that. But I, as I say,
you preferred the concert stage?
I preferred the concert stage, you know, and I thought opera too in those days. I did get in as a kid. I should point out that I did appear on Broadway in '48 in a play, a musical called Sleepy Hollow with Gil Lamb. And I played Jacob Van Tassel, the leading child's role of those kids up in, you know, up the Hudson Valley there, the Washington Irving novel.
Gil Lamb being the
comedian.
lanky, eccentric dancer comic, right?
That's right. And Betty Jane Watson and Mary McCarty. It was her first Broadway show. So I was in that in June of '48, I remember now. We were at the St. James Theater, or the Majestic. It'll come because it was either the Majestic or St. James in Boston when we tried out.
We're not going to give a test or points or a quiz or anything. So
I'm just going off though at the mouth here about my crazed patchwork career. I'm just thinking, what the heck did I do, and what have I done, and what am I doing?
Well, you've had music as the forefront of your life for all of your life, then.
Absolutely.
And you've made many recordings and have performed for a number of presidents and an outstanding, presidents of the United States and many outstanding artists around the world, haven't you? And you have indeed performed around the world.
I have. I've been everywhere pretty much. I just love it. And what I like too is that I'm still doing it, and to this day, right now I'm on the voice faculty at the Juilliard School. I teach voice there, and I'm happy to show the kids that here I am now in my early 60s, and the voice is as fresh as ever, because I've never done anything to abuse it. And what I have tried to do all the time, though, is to keep learning how to use it. You know, and so challenges come and challenges go, and you develop that way.
Now, when you say you haven't done anything to abuse it, what do you mean?
I mean, I have never tried to sing roles and things that were not right for my voice, or didn't feel, or that I couldn't encompass vocally. So I never got into a situation where I'd get on a stage and be pushing the heck out of the instrument and developing nodes or breaking a vocal cord, which can happen in a little blood spurt. And then you go on voice rest for a month, you know, and all of that stuff. I've never had that, thank God. And so I still sing, and it's still a youthful voice. I just came out this season with a Poulenc recording of the songs of Francis Poulenc. This is the 100th anniversary, 1999, of his birth. And I did it with the late Samuel Sanders, the wonderful pianist that I met when I was 17 and he was 17 at Hunter College. We went through college together. And I did my first recordings for RCA with Sam, with Yo-Yo Ma, and Annie Kavafian. We did the Beethoven folk song settings that are so beautiful, and many other recordings. So virtually the last recording Sam has made is this Poulenc that just came out this year. And I think he did one more recording with someone else right after me. And I have 2 recordings, and a recording that came out in the past 2 or 3 years with Stephen Huff, who's one of the great concert pianists worldwide, an English pianist. We did a beautiful album called Bird Songs at Eventide, where I did the Edwardian ballads. And it goes on like that. I've, done modern
things. And you
things.
expect to continue?
I'm making a recording of Lowell Lieberman songs. We'll be recording in January for the Arabesque label, which I'm very excited because Lieberman just did the portrait of Dorian Gray for the Monte Carlo Opera last year, and Chicago Lyric is doing something of his now, and he's really one of the leading classical composers, a very gifted guy that cares about lyricism in song.
Well, you've certainly been a busy person, and look forward to many more years of success with all of this sort of thing.
From your mouth to Godzilla.
Well, thanks very much for the part that you played in the radio days.
Wasn't that a hoot?
That was a wonderful
the show
thing.
the other day.
Well, when you worked with Fred Allen and you worked with the soap operas and all of these other things, Arthur Godfrey, Because I think Godfrey was on radio and TV at that in those
He was
earliest
indeed.
days. You know.
And I worked with Frank Sinatra and with Bing Crosby and with, as I said, I think earlier B. Lilly. I'm just thinking back, all these Burgess Meredith. Goes on and on.
Well, we appreciate very much this chance to have a chat, an opportunity to talk with you.
A joy to talk about it with people as sensitive about what all that means as you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Robert White.
Do you remember what your first words were?
On radio?
On the Ed Sullivan Show?
Was it Ed Sullivan or my own show? My first show, where I said something like, because it's been repeated so much, something like, "This is Jack Benny." There'll be a slight pause while you say who.
For everyone to say who cares?
Who cares, or or who cares, or something. I don't know. It was something like that. Yeah.
Well, you were on the Ed Sullivan Show back in '32.
Right.
And then that was in March, and then later that year, in May, you started your own program.
In May, I started my own program. And I got it through the Ed Sullivan Show.
The sponsor?
The Canada Dry Ginger Ale. They heard me on the Ed Sullivan Show, and as soon as that show was over, they called me and made me an offer.
And you've had a sponsor on radio and TV ever since?
Ever since.
Right. What did you do on that Ed Sullivan Show?
What happened was, I was in New York, and Ed said, "Jack, why don't you come on my show?" He did a sports show or something. I said, "What'll we do?" He said, "What'll we do?" He said, "Oh, let you and I sit down, we'll write something." So I forget what it was, a couple of questions. He was doing a sports thing. So we sat down, and there wasn't much to the show except little talk, but evidently the agency for Canada Dry Ginger Ale perhaps liked my speaking voice, because that's all they could go by.
Right.
And they made me the offer right away.
And that was for...
Canada Dry Ginger Ale.
No, I mean for what length of time? Was it a 13-week series at that point? Or?
That was 39 weeks, I think, with Canada Dry Ginger Ale. I think it was. Or I don't know how many weeks it was. But what they didn't want, see, I insisted on doing comedy commercials. Otherwise, I didn't want to do radio, television, nothing. So they were afraid of the comedy commercials. We had some very funny ones. And finally, they wanted me eventually to do, even though they had a lot of marvelous letters telling them how good the commercials were, because they'd never heard commercials funny like that. They still didn't like the idea. So then they wanted me to do straight commercials, and I said, I don't want it. And they even wanted me to do it, you know. It was something like that, and so then I could see we were going to have a little problem. So I said to my manager, let's look for something else, because I don't think they're going to keep me if I stop doing comedy commercials.
You had insisted on the comedy commercial right from the beginning.
Right from the very first show.
When you had the sportsmen on the was it the Lucky Strike program where they came in?
That was Jell-O, Lucky Strike, everything. Yeah.
Well, you wrote most of those, didn't you, or have a
with
big
my
part
writers?
of it?
With my writers, yeah, sure. We wrote every one of them. And when we started for Jell-O, the Lucky Strike, the Jell-O commercials saved Jell-O, because Jell-O was going out of business almost on account of Knox Gelatin was beating Jell-O, beating the hell out of them. And so they wanted the comedy commercials, figuring that could be the one thing that would save it. And by golly, it did.
It did it. How long were you on for Jell-O?
Oh, for a long time. General Flu, Jell-O, and then when they had enough of that, we went on. We stayed with them for Grape Nuts Flakes and Grape Nuts and all this and that. And then, I don't know what happened with that. We were on for years and years and years. And then I went with Lucky Strike. I think Lucky Strike made me a bigger, better deal, whatever it was. So I went with Lucky Strike. And what happened was, the last year that I was with General Foods, so I had a few shows that weren't as hot, but I still had a lot of great shows.
This was in the middle 40s?
It was, something.
The so-called famous Jack Benny slump, that you moved from number 1 to number 7. And
Or
it was a
something
slump
like
or
that,
something,
or
right?
something. I don't know. Or they thought, so they practically said to me, watch it a little bit, because some of the shows, as though every show had to be perfect, you know. See, I spoiled them. So the minute they said that, I went to and then they went back to New York. Now, they didn't have an option. The thing was over, but they did want to give me a new contract. But the way they said to me, just watch a little bit, I got mad. So I said to my manager, I said, let's get another sponsor. I don't want to be with them. And we wired them on the train as they were going back that we will not be with them anymore, because right away I had like 4 or 5 big offers from Lucky Strike, from everybody, and we grabbed Lucky Strike immediately.
When was that?
That was, God, I don't know the years, exactly the years. Then, of course, Jello came back and said, we didn't mean to hurt your feel, all this and that, but it was too late. So then I stayed with Lucky Strikes for years. And what did I do after Lucky Strike?
Well, I think you went off the air with Lucky Strike. Your last radio show was in
Well,
about
I went in
55.
television with
Yeah,
Lucky Strike.
right.
Television with Lucky Strike. And then we had a few different sponsors for television. And
weren't you on for an insurance insurance group? Or?
For quite a while, yeah. For State Farm Insurance.
State Farm, yeah. Is it true, Mr. Benny, that NBC once gave you an option on the 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock time slot on Sunday nights?
They told me as long as I would stay with them, I could have that time. Now, this was not in writing, but it was a definite agreement that I could have that time as long as I wanted to stay with them. But when I moved to CBS gave me exactly that same time, opposite.
You know, I've always asked this question of old radio fans, what was on opposite Jack Benny? And nobody ever remembers.
No, because in those days they couldn't. We could imagine. In those days, nobody would go opposite. Huh? That's what I thought.
You see if we can find a match for Mr. Benny.
But
there is no match for Mr. Benny.
So
Here he is.
So I moved, and I didn't want to leave NBC. I loved NBC, but I had to make some kind of a deal where I could make some money, because here I was getting a terrific salary, and was all salary. And I couldn't make a deal for a company. Well, I wouldn't care if I got $1 million a week. That wouldn't do me any good. What good would that be? With income tax,
right?
Sure.
Right.
So the ones that made me the deal and came right through with it quick was CBS. Then, of course, when NBC realized I was going to go, then they were willing to make the deal. But I didn't want to play one against the other, so I merely took CBS.
Well, CBS had generally rated NBC at that time, didn't they, with these production company deals?
NBC was, once I got on, but NBC was really the first network. Then when I moved over, a lot of shows moved over.
Mm-hmm.
So that made really CBS come up on top.
Yeah.
I made the million CBS by that move, which I didn't know or didn't think, you know.
How did you get hooked up with Rochester?
Nothing. We just auditioned a couple of black men, a couple of Negroes to play the part of a porter on a train, and I like Rochester.
And so you hired him?
The best. I hired him only for one show, and he was a big hit. Then I hired him for another show, later. And nobody even thought of taking him because I hadn't signed up yet. And I thought I'd keep him steady.
He was certainly a big hit. What is
sure.
He is occasionally on some of your TV.
He will be on my
program.
next special.
Which is when?
Which is you'll see it November 16th, something like that.
And now Mary Livingston, your wife, is it true that she really was a clerk in the May Company?
She sold hosiery in the May Company. But she's going to be on my next special, and it's very tough to get her in a show, but by God, she's going to be in it.
Well, that's great. She stopped appearing with you even in the days of radio, didn't she? At the end of the line?
She even went into television with me live. And then she got very nervous, and she didn't want to work anymore. And she told me she didn't want to work, so I let her go.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the Jack Benny legend. Do you remember when you fired the sportsman and you hired Bing Crosby and Dick Hames and Andy Russell and Dennis to substitute?
As a gag, you mean?
Right, as a gag.
Yeah.
There was a lot of reaction to that program.
Yeah.
And wasn't it a rare occasion for, I think, Mr. Crosby let loose with his offstage comment on that show? Do you remember?
Oh,
that?
yeah. What hell was that?
Exactly that.
Huh? Is that it?
Exactly
that. Something that you couldn't say that. You can say it now.
Right.
But you couldn't say it then. He said, who the hell picked this key?
Right. Yeah, then he said Dennis Day or something like that.
Yeah.
Did you really live next door to Ronald Coleman?
I lived a block away. We made it next door,
right.
But I lived a block away.
Were you good friends with him?
Yeah, very.
How about the episode when? The reason I know about these things, we listen to your old programs all the time. The traders and the collectors have them. And you remember the time you lost Ronald Coleman's Oscar? You remember that story?
Yeah. I don't remember the routine now, but I remember the incident.
Was that tied in somewhat with that episode of when you were robbed, the great famous Jack Benny episode where the fella came up and said, "Your money or your life," and the long pause and all that?
Well, that was a different one. That was a different show.
That was it. When was that? You recall when the?
I don't remember any of the dates. I don't remember the years, dates. All I remember is the first time I started. I remember my first television show, the date of that, and that was all. I only remember the first dates.
When was that?
Well, it was in October or November. I said I remember the exact date. I said October, November, 1950. That's why this is my 20th anniversary.
And this is also your 38th, the 38th anniversary of your first radio appearance, 1970 to 1932. That's when you first started. At that time, back in 1932, you were on Broadway in Earl Carroll's Vanities.
Yeah.
At the time, and we've got some.
But I was in the Vanities before I went into radio.
Right. And you were on the vaudeville circuit. Before that.
Yeah.
And that's how you met Mary. You were in L.A.
Yeah, I was playing at the Orpheum Theater in Los Angeles, and Mary was working cross street at the May Company.
When was your first film? Do you recall that? I have a note.
Around that.
Said Hollywood Review of 29 or something
1929.
Like that? Yeah.
Hollywood Review of 1929. And, we did that in 1928. That's when they used all the stars of MGM.
Yeah, that's right. It was MGM. Yeah. One of the greatest things about Jack Benny and radio that I remember was the Walking Man contest.
Yeah.
On Truth or Consequence.
That was the start of the heart. That started the Heart Fund.
Right. And why were you the Walking Man?
Well, why?
Yeah.
You just asked me to do it. What's his name? Ralph Edwards. I don't know why.
No, I'm trying to get you to say it because you were too cheap to ride, isn't that?
Is that what you're trying to say?
That's the old story. And what about the famous Benny Allen feud? Was there really, in fact, a feud?
Well, only a friendly feud, of course. We didn't plan it, though. It came up by accident. Fred said something one night on his show, and I picked it up the next week. Then he picked it up, then I picked it up. And we were in the feud for about 8 months before we even did anything about it. and the feud went on until he passed away.
Yeah. Well, that was really a great thing.
Sure it was.
You crossed over every week almost,
sure,
didn't you?
Sure. And then we would go on each other's shows. He was probably the best comedian, the best one to ever have a feud with, because he was the funniest. He was a great writer, that's why. Great wit.
I remember that you used to, at the end of your program, Don Wilson used to say, "Jack will be back in just a moment, folks, but first," and then he'd go into a commercial, and invariably you were out of time, and he'd say, "And now here's Jack," and you'd end up with, "We're a little late."
Yeah, a little late, folks.
It was great.
Yeah.
Jack Benny is appearing at the Mill Run Theater through Monday, Labor Day, and we're grateful for this opportunity to speak with this idol of ours for many, many years, and he looks really good for a fellow 39 years old.
Yeah, I don't look 39. Either way you want to go.
Thank you, Mr. B.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. We're at the John Held Brown Bear Restaurant on North Clark Street, where we've taken our Those Were the Days microphones today to talk to Frank Krase, the comedy star of the Oktoberfest program, the 8th annual Oktoberfest program at the Brown Bear Restaurant. Frank, you've been in show business for many years, and you have a few things you might like to reminisce about for us, for our Those Were the Days audience on WNMP in Evanston. Welcome.
All right, glad to be here, Chuck, and we sure are doing big business here at the Oktoberfest of Brown Bear.
Well, we just had a very nice dinner over here, and it's kind of like wall-to-wall people out here. Everybody is jammed in, enjoying themselves, and having a wonderful time with the good Oktoberfest.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, you've been here at the Brown Bear for about how long?
I think 9 years. 9 years.
9 years, right.
Mm-hmm.
And before that?
I was at the Heidelberg for 5.
At the
5
Heidelberg,
years.
Now, I understand that my spies tell me that you worked in radio way back in the 1920s. Is that true?
Yes, I did. The first place I ever worked on the radio was Galesburg, Illinois. I forget the call letters now, but had one of those crystal mics, they were run on a couple of 4 springs, it was very sensitive. And I remember a couple of the songs I used to do. "Cottage Small" by a Waterfall, that was one of them. And then I used to do, of course, "Ain't She Sweet" and "Yes, Sir, That's My Baby."
Now,
And,
did you, you were working as a singer for a radio station in Galesburg, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I used to get $1 a song.
$1 a song?
That's right.
And you used to sing as often as you could and as much as you could, I
Well,
suppose.
usually about 5 songs you would sing, and that would be it.
What kind of programming did they have in Galesburg, Illinois in the 1920s now? We'd like to know.
Well, sometimes they had an orchestra, maybe violin, cello, and piano, and sometimes they just had a piano player, accompanist, and then that's about all they had then,
were you on,
as far as I can recall.
Were you on every night of the week, or
No,
regularly?
about once a week.
And was it on a regularly scheduled program in those days?
Well, it was. I was on, I guess, maybe about for 2 months or something like that. And I wanted more money. I wanted $2 a song, and I got fired.
They wouldn't stand still for $2 a song, right?
They had plenty who wanted to get on radio anyway,
Well, radio was just beginning in those
That's
days.
right.
And everyone was anxious to test the new medium and see what was happening. Well, big-time radio was in Chicago and New York and the big cities in those days. But Galesburg, Illinois is interesting to us because we're interested in what kind of facilities they may have had down there. What was a studio like in Galesburg, Illinois in the 20s?
Well, it was more or less similar to the way they have it now. They had a glass partition there, and the people could watch. And it's more or less just about the way they have them now.
Did they bring in
They had curtains all the way around. Of course, now they use that soundproof board or something.
Did they have an audience when you were performing there?
Well, outside the studio.
Outside the studio?
Yes, they'd have some there.
And they wouldn't let the audience in the studio. So when you sang and thousands of people were applauding your work at the time, this radio audience never knew that was happening, right? Did you do some work in Peoria, South?
Yes, I did in Peoria too. For about I don't know, I was just on the sustaining, and I was looking for work down there. It was during the Depression, and things weren't too good, so I was on. I thought maybe I could find something. I worked some of the clubs down there, nightclubs, and remember, I think it was Edgar Bill was one of them. I know Jack Breckhouse was down there about that time, but I don't know if he was there at the time I was or not.
Well, yes, he was from Peoria, sure.
Yeah, I know.
Sure. Didn't Fibber McGee used to talk about Peoria all the time? I think
That's right. Fibber McGee and Molly, they were from Peoria.
They came from Peoria, too. And they went to the Big Time like Frank Krase did, too. Yeah. Right?
That's right.
Big Time
to
being the Brown Bear Restaurant, the Oktoberfest. That's right. Well, we're very lucky to have your wife with us here at our Those Were the Days microphones. Eileen, come on in, say hello.
Hello.
Very tremendous.
Glad to be here, Chuck.
Didn't even have a script for that, did you?
No. It's been a long time since I broadcasted over radio.
Well, you did do some radio work.
Quite a lot.
A number of years ago.
A few years ago.
Tell us about it.
A few years ago.
What did you do?
Well, briefly, I began first with ballet and classical piano, then musical comedy, and I got the bug. See. Then later, I studied producing and directing, and I traveled 2 years with Universal Producing Company. Producing a dramatic, gigantic show.
For radio?
When I came back, no, this was live, and then a theater, stage. And then when I came into Chicago, I met Frank. Well, our first conversation was very interesting. He'd just come in from the West Coast, and he'd been working theaters. And he did, I'm going to tell you, he swung a mean rope. He'd been doing a singing cowboy number, a trio, with a white cowboy outfit.
In vaudeville then, right?
Yeah, in vaudeville. And he had worked with Harrison Shore, who at that time was a famous dance team, right before, let's see, who was the other dance team that followed? Can't think of their name. Then I came to Chicago about 1931, and 32, I was doing drama at Englewood Night School, and 33, I was broadcasting, radio. And that was fun.
Well, what were you doing?
I worked with Gail Bandel on Michigan Avenue, and we used to broadcast live right in the window. People would walk by on Michigan Avenue and look at us and wonder, what on earth are they doing? You know, I guess we looked like a bunch of monkeys in there because we were going through these gyrations and talking over the mic, but they couldn't hear anything we said, see.
They didn't pipe it out to the street?
No, so they used to watch us, so it was quite an attraction. Then I worked at 721 North Michigan with Lillian Gordoni, and that's when we really did quite a lot of radio work. Over WEDC, Emil Denmark, and GES, and JJD. I remember I was Jane in one of the scripts on JJD, and Lillian had 3 handsome sons. The youngest was a Jack Armstrong of the air, Don Gordoni. Was one of the Jack Armstrong.
That's right. I think he was the first.
Yeah, I think he was, and he was the star in Chicago at that time, 1933, the year of the World's Fair. And they at that time the Black Hawk had singers, and he was billed. His picture was in front at the Black Hawk here, and he was the lead singer, the star. So we used to do a lot of radio shows. I did quite a lot of dialect in those days.
Can you do a little dialect for us
I'm
now?
afraid I'm a little rusty. If you ask me again, I'll go right home and brush up.
Well, come on. Now brush up right this second and give us a dialect.
Well, I might say that when I was in high school, I won a gold medal and a couple of red ribbons for my humoresque and my Madam Butterfly, but I wouldn't attempt that tonight.
Did you do a little a little something in the Jack Armstrong program?
Yeah.
What can you remember exactly what you may have done?
No, I can't. We used to just go in and take a script, and then Lillian was a marvelous director, though. She really put us through the mill, you know.
Well, you folks
I tell you, the hardest thing in radio, and you feel so foolish when you're learning in a studio, is to learn how to laugh naturally.
As part of the
cry.
script.
Yes.
Well, let's take a lesson in that now. Let's see. Now, how would you, if we had a...
Don't ask.
No, come on now. We're gonna put you to the test.
Well, I'm laughing now, but don't ask me to cry.
We're gonna figure that Leo Hell
Every time I see
from
Leo,
the Brown
my
Bear
husband,
Restaurant,
I want to cry my eyes out.
No, Leo Hell just got hit in the face with a custard pie. Now, how would you laugh if Leo Hell got hit with a custard?
That's terrific.
All right, now, how would you laugh if your
I
husband?
love it.
How would you laugh if your husband got hit
Oh,
with a
I'd love
custard
it
pie?
even I'd love it. I'd laugh even louder.
Frank, what would you do? How would you laugh if your wife got hit?
Oh, mercy.
See, you never did the shadow, did you?
No. The
He
shadow,
does,
no.
He does that at home. He does that at home.
Well, you folks.
It was
are-
really a lot of fun. And then in Miami, I had the pleasure of cutting a transcription down there for. They had the big Bayfront home shows. This was in 1949. Telling my age on this show, you know that, don't you?
Well, you started out when you were 2 years old, right?
Yes, I started out when I was 6 months old. And
Every
anyway,
18 months counts, I guess, right?
That's right. And that was a lot of fun. It was a transcription for Lustro Tile. I was a wife, you know, plugging the tile.
Lustro Tile.
Lustro Tile. They
I'm
had
sh-
just
I'm
tiled
sure
my
you're- I'm sure
bathroom.
Oh, it was a trade deal, right? And
was
they
a trade
tiled your
deal.
bathroom and you
Yeah.
Well, Frank, tell us a little bit about your early days in show business. You were involved in burlesque, I think, weren't you?
Yes, I worked a couple of years in burlesque. I did second comic, and I used to do the singing for when the girls parade around the stage and stuff like that. And actually, before that, the first professional date I ever had was at the Orpheum Theater in Galesburg when Rudolph Valentino passed away. Every theater in the country featured the number. I don't know who it was written by. I don't remember anymore. It was called "There's a New Star in Heaven Tonight." Every theater in the whole United States played that number, either or somebody sang it. And that was my first professional job for 3 days and 3 nights at the Orpheum Theater, singing that from the box while the organist I had for accompaniment.
Yeah, I guess that I remember that. I
You
wasn't
don't
there,
remember
but
that.
I
That was
remember reading about
1926, yeah.
Oh, Chuck, you're too young.
That's right. I was born in 1949.
May I cut in a minute?
Sure.
Frank worked with Barbara Ann Sharma, who is now one of the stars of the Laugh-In. So try to catch her on Laugh-In because she's adorable. And she was only 14 when he worked with her in Miami. Just
Yeah, I
a
worked
beautiful
with her
girl. She was a star of Havana, Cuba
quite
at
a
that
few
time,
dates
too,
down
billed
in
as a little
Miami.
Carmen Miranda, and she had her hair done up high and the little long evening dress, and then she'd take the skirt off and have her little shorts and a couple of little guns, and she was just perfectly adorable. But she's quite a star. She's had a ballet background.
I'm gonna have
and,
to watch Laugh-In
dancing and
this week.
singing. Yes, and she did some Richard Arlen shows, and she's been working in New York. She came here at the Blackstone. I forget the year. It was in the 50s. Was a star of The Boyfriend, comedian.
Oh yes, yes.
Mhm. She's perfectly adorable. Now she's on Laugh-In.
Well, that's great.
Well, I was on South Bend, Indiana for a while. WSBT, I believe it was. They just opened a new station. I was just on sustaining. I was on about 6 weeks, something like
Singing.
that. Yes.
But he was billed as the American tenor. It's, it sounded
I used
nice.
to
You weren't
with
you weren't the silver mask tenor.
No.
The American tenor.
The American tenor. You didn't wear a
Probably
mask.
the unmasked.
Well, after that, Chuck,
In fact,
I got
that,
into the record business.
That accompanist was there for many years. Maybe he's still there. Harlan Hogan. In South Bend, Indiana. I know he's been there many years.
Well,
and
he
he's
may
still there
very
now.
well be there, and he may very well be listening to this. And Harlan Hogan, if you're listening, give us a call. We'll take you out to the Brown Bear restaurant to have dinner with Frank Krase. Frank, you also were involved in carnival work, I think.
Yeah, I worked. I worked in the carnival. I went. Let's see. I think we opened in Cairo, Illinois, and all it did was rain, and it rained so hard. In fact, they had the Army engineers down there bagging up the dikes because Cairo is lower than the Mississippi.
I
don't
didn't
know if you knew
but
that.
now I know.
And then we move on to Carbondale, and it's still rain. I was with a hillbilly show, and they had a dulcimer player, and I was barking outside and singing, playing a guitar and singing cowboy songs there. So I got kind of hungry, Chuck, so I came back to Chicago.
And you found work in Chicago. When was this? What year was this?
That was 1934, I believe. Yeah, 34.
Well, what was happening in the radio scene in Chicago in '34?
There wasn't too much. There was a lot of work, but there wasn't any money involved.
That's
I
right.
had a chance to go to. Agent wanted to book me up to Milwaukee. They had a big barn dance program up there. But just when I was ready to go up and audition, go up there for that show, I was in this act with these other two people, and we went on this vaudeville tour.
Mm-hmm.
So that knocked that in the head, and I never did follow that.
Well, where did you go in vaudeville then? Tell me that.
Oh,
Where did you play?
it was all over Detroit and Hamilton, Ontario, and back to Chicago and
Vancouver.
Denver and Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Vancouver, San Francisco, and Los Angeles.
Did you ever play the Chicago Theater or the
No.
Oriental? I know they had vaudeville shows.
Well, I
and
tell
movies,
you, Chuck,
know?
all those were mostly booked out of New York.
Chuck, I
Unless you
might
went to
mention
New
that
York.
my uncle was producer of the shows at the Chicago and the
Really?
Peary. Fred Evans, He brought in the original Adorables from Long Island, New York. He was dance director. And Frank could have gotten on. And then Ricky, that was a pet family name for him, went back to New York, I believe about 42, wasn't it, Frank? And we went down to Miami in 44.
Oh, he was at the Shea Peary.
But he was at the Shea for quite a good many years.
7, 8 years.
That's right. They had wonderful shows, though. The Chicago Theater and then the Shea Peary.
Oh yeah,
New show, new
that's
costumes
right,
every 2
all the
weeks. I don't know how they did
time.
it, but it was
That
perfectly beautiful.
That was great.
Really.
Those were good days in
Great
Chicago,
artists.
too.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, Frank, you've had a very interesting career in show business, singing your way into our hearts, as they say.
One thing I might
And
mention,
Eileen?
he has let's see, what do I say? He staged the big show at the Opelika Naval Air Base and has a citation from Commander Browder of the United States Navy for that. They raised $500,000 in war bonds. So we're rather proud of that little.
Why, sure. That's
feat.
That was during the
that
war.
plaque hangs in an honored spot in your home, I guess. Right? You folks are from the Chicago area, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Illinois.
You come from Southern
Illinois.
Illinois. I do
I
come from Southwest.
Well,
Originally, Galesburg.
we're very happy to have had this chance to chat with you today, and I understand there's some good news that the Oktoberfest at the Brown Bear Restaurant has been held over by popular demand for a few extra days. Is that correct?
That's right.
So you'll be continuing.
So many reservations, Chuck, that they're holding it over for an additional week. That is a weekend.
That's great. In other words, you had expected to wrap it up this October on the 11th of October, and you're going to continue actually on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the 16th, 17th, and 18th.
Right.
So if there's anyone who would like to have a good old-fashioned evening at a good old-fashioned Oktoberfest, we might send them out to the Brown Bear Restaurant on North Clark Street, right?
Right.
And thank you very much for chatting with us today on Those Were the Days.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here talking with you, Chuck, and I hope we got to meet again sometime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck. It certainly was.
Thank you. This is a first for our Those Were the Days program, a real authentic band remote, or a reasonable facsimile of a band remote today. We've switched to the beautiful Willowbrook Ballroom and Restaurant in suburban Willow Springs, where between sets we have a chance to say hello to one of the most respected, most popular band leaders of all time, Freddie Martin. Hello, Freddie Martin.
Hi, Chuck. How are you?
Just fine. Glad to have you. Glad to be out here today and have a chance to chat with you on our Those Were the Days program. How many band remote broadcasts do you guess you've done over the years?
I couldn't begin to guess. It's a good question. Someday I'll think about it and figure it out. Because we used to broadcast. When I had my first band in Brooklyn, New York, at the Botsford Hotel, we broadcast over CBS Network 3 times a week. And from then on, for the next 30 years, was broadcasting.
Radio was a pretty important factor in getting the Freddie Martin band into the big time then, wasn't it?
It certainly was. It was the factor, along with records, of course.
Mm-hmm. You had actually remote broadcasts from everywhere, right?
From coast to coast, yes.
All across the country.
Yeah.
In 1935, I understand you were on both the Red Network and the Blue Network of NBC.
Yes, I guess I was. WJZ was the blue, and WEAF, I think, was that?
Yeah, EAF was New York, right? Yeah,
New York City.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you, in the mid-'30s, you did a program called The Open House. It was a kind of a talent-type program, wasn't
Yes, it was probably before Major Bowes, I think. Vic's Open House, yes.
And you had, what was it, a half an hour type thing?
Half-hour radio show.
What did you do before that, before the open house? Before we were talking and you said something about the
of course,
Marx
we were
Brothers.
doing remotes out of New York City from the Waldorf and from the Bossert in Brooklyn and the St. Regis. And then I got my first commercial radio show with the Marx Brothers, which we did at NBC in the studio. And the Marx Brothers are pretty funny guys to listen to, but they're funnier to watch. And after 2 or 3 programs, they decided to have a studio audience, which was unheard of before. And so they were the first to bring a studio audience into the studio, maybe 50 or 60 people. And they got their laughs for real.
They relied on the reaction from
right.
the audience, right? Gee, that's I've heard that Ed Wynn relied upon a studio audience too, but I've never heard of the Marx Brothers, and I'm really surprised to even learn that the Marx Brothers ever attempted radio.
That's right, because they're such a visual act.
Yeah.
And all 4 of them were on it. Of course, one of them didn't speak at all. You know, the Harpo,
right.
Yes.
Did you ever? Do you recall doing? I know you did this. I want to find out if I can test your memory now. Do you recall doing a program for a product called Eden's Liquid Dry Shampoo?
I sure do. And they still owe me money.
That was a going places party, they called it. As a matter of fact, I have a copy of one of those shows from I guess it was the middle or late 30s, wasn't it?
It was about the middle 30s. As a matter of fact, this was the first commercial I ever had, and the fellow who hired me for it later became the manager of my band. The company went bankrupt or something, and I never did get paid for some of the broadcasts.
You know, a product called Liquid Dry Shampoo. Already it's a loser to start with, a liquid dry shampoo. It was an interesting concept, though. They had they would take you to the listener to a simulated event, a sorority party or something like that, or something at a hotel or something.
I recall that. Then I later did. Well, of course, that was the first cosmetic show that I did. I later did a year for Elizabeth Arden, and it was quite an experience. She was quite a sophisticated woman, and she wanted just the real society tunes. And I had programmed a song called Stardust one day. She said, "I'd never heard of it." I said, "Well, it's a very big hit, Miss Arden," but she said, "Take it off." And I remember the song we replaced it with. It was Parlez-moi d'amour. She wanted a French song in there. And we had Charlie Knickerbocker as a commentator. And it was a very highbrow type of show. And then we did Lady Esther Serenade after Wayne King for a couple of years.
Yeah, well, you were really in cosmetics a lot. You did the Fitch bandwagon, didn't you?
Yes, they had done it once a week with a different band. Then for one summer, I did the whole summer myself.
You were the first of the big name bands to be on it for an extended run.
That's right.
Right? That was quite a breakthrough.
There's a lot of memories in radio. I remember in the early 40s when Coca-Cola Spotlight bands, during the beginning of the war, they had a 15-minute broadcast originating from army camps throughout the United States. And the band would travel to the camp and do the 15-minute show before the GIs. But on Saturday night, they had a contest going in which the bandleader who sold the most records that week would get the Saturday night spot, which was a full half hour and paid twice the money. And I was the first one to win it with my Tchaikovsky piano concerto theme. And I held it for 10 weeks, 10 straight weeks, and then I was knocked off by Harry James with You Made Me Love You.
Well, 10 weeks isn't chopped liver either.
No, it wasn't. It was probably one of my biggest thrills.
Oh, that's great. You were the resident band leader, I think, for a number of radio programs, including the Jack Carson program. Is that?
Jack Carson's show ran about 5 years, and in those days, all the Edgar Bergen had Ray Noble, and Bob Hope had Skinny Ennis, and Jack Carter had me, and Burns and Allen with Guy Lombardo, and it was always a name band with the radio shows. Those were great days.
Yeah, radio was important in your life, in your personal life too, wasn't it? Didn't you propose to your wife over the radio?
No, I didn't.
I knew I was going to get into trouble on that.
No.
Now, I have a copy of a Radio Mirror magazine here that says, it's from 1935. We were looking at it a moment ago.
Oh, it wasn't my band. What did it say?
Well, it said that you were doing a broadcast remote, and it said that you sent your girlfriend then, Lillian, at the time, at the time you sent Lillian a telegram saying, listen to the second and third number on the broadcast tonight and let me know what you think. And the second number was I love you, and the third number was will you be mine. Now, was that a press agent story?
No, it's true. Now, I remember it now. How could I forget something like that? I wasn't thinking of the
Saved!
days. When I worked, I was a saxophone player for a fellow named Jack Albin, and we were playing in New York, and we were broadcasting, and I used to make out the programs. He didn't know. He didn't know that there was a little trick in this program, so that's the way it went through. I do recall it now.
I see. That was 39 years ago, wasn't it?
That's right.
And you and Lillian are traveling together. She's in Chicago right now, isn't she?
Yes.
And that's a nice story, and I'm glad it came true because it was such a great story.
I had forgotten that.
We won't tell her that you
I forgot it. No.
You weren't programming music during the war, sending Nazi messages out or anything. They were worried about that, during the war, all of the codes and things like that. Well, a quick half a minute on the legend of Freddie Martin. You were an orphan at 4, raised by an aunt in Cleveland, and began your musical career by selling saxophones to bands coming through Cleveland.
I was orphaned at 4, but I was raised in an orphanage in Springfield, Ohio, until my aunt married and took me out to live with her in Cleveland, Ohio.
In Cleveland.
Yeah.
Well, your first break came when you filled in for Guy Lombardo, correct?
Yes, it was his first engagement out of Canada in Cleveland, Ohio, and I was working after school hours and during the summer for a band instrument company, and I just found that a good excuse to go up and see the Lombardos every night because I had my own little high school band, and they never bought an instrument off of me, in the year that I used to go up there 2 or 3 nights a week. And they knew I had a little band in high school, and they hired me to substitute for them when they went out on a 3-day junket someplace around Cleveland. It was the University of Michigan, I remember now. And so that was the first paying job I ever had, and he gave it to me.
Well, that's great. You still have that dollar if you have it framed?
No, I don't. I needed every dollar.
Well, we must get around to the Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto, Tonight We Love. When it was recorded, is it a fact that the second side of the disc was what they say, the musical question?
Yes, why don't we do this more often?
Why don't we do this more often? That same magazine that I had before suggested that the composers of the song Why Don't We Do This More Often were a little apprehensive about being paired on a recording with an adaptation of one of the classics.
They were very upset about it. They didn't want it at all. And theirs was the A side, and the concerto was the B side. And of course, it turned out that the concerto was the one that was the hit, and they were very happy about it because they had a million-selling record, which I doubt the other one would have been.
Well, so within 7 days after it was released, the concerto was, boom, right number 1 on the bestseller list. Well, they're both still big sellers today, and I'm sure that you're playing both of those songs every night out here at the Willowbrook.
That's right.
What is the how many records have you sold of the concerto by this time? Have you any idea?
No, I haven't, because I re-recorded it when I changed labels from I was with RCA for almost 20 years, and then I went with Capitol. I re-recorded it for them, and then 5 years later, 2 years ago, I re-recorded it again for Decca in a Freddie Martin's greatest hits type of album. So I really couldn't say. I would estimate that it's probably close to 5 or 6 million records.
That's quite a record.
I'd sure like to get another one.
That wasn't your original theme, was it?
No, my original theme, when I first started in Brooklyn, we were playing on the roof of a hotel there, the Bossert roof, and it was dancing on the ceiling. And then my second theme, I had a piano player in those days who was a singer named Terry Salomonson, and he talked me into using a song that he wrote called Bilo By Lullaby. So I used that for a couple of years until the concerto became so big, and it was Johnny Green in Hollywood one day and says, "Oh, you should use that as your theme song because this is the song that really puts you over the top." And so then I think you're right, and I switched to that. Been using it ever since. But here in Chicago, I get so many requests for Bilo By Lullaby because in my 4 years that I played the Aragon Ballroom, that was my theme then.
At the Aragon.
Bilo By.
You also played, the now defunct Edgewater Beach Hotel.
Yes, I was there the last 3 years of the Beach Walk's existence, and it was rather sad when I heard back in California that they were going to tear the Edgewater down.
You put in a few years at the Coconut Grove, didn't you?
From 1940 to April of this year of 1970.
30 years at the Coconut Grove in Los Angeles. That's quite a record, too.
Sure is. It's the all-time record for any hotel in the United States.
What's next on the agenda for Freddie Martin?
Well, next on the agenda, I'm going to be here for this week. I have a week of one-nighters around the Chicago area. Then we fly back to Los Angeles, where for the rest of the year we're doing parties, November and December, just a series of private parties in San Diego, San Francisco, Phoenix, Los Angeles, on the West Coast. After the first year, we haven't completed our plans, but we're thinking very seriously about a tour of the Orient, Japan, Hong Kong. And
you'll be back this neck of the woods pretty soon, too?
I hope to get back next spring.
We hope so, because Freddie Martin's band and a fellow who likes to dance and a gal who likes to dance would make a great party.
It sure is. It's a lovely spot here. It really is. They have a good restaurant, fine food, and the atmosphere in the ballroom. It's not so big that you feel lost in it. It has an intimacy that very few ballrooms have, I think.
It's a wonderful spot, and we're glad to be here this evening chatting with you, Freddie Martin, on our Those Were the Days broadcast. Thanks very much for
It's my pleasure to be here, Chuck. Thanks, and thanks for recalling all those wonderful memories.
We'll tune in again someday to Freddie Martin.
Love to.
Thank you.
We've taken our Those Were the Days microphones out to the Pheasant Run Playhouse in St. Charles, Illinois, where Hans Conreid is starring in Norman, Is That You? Right now through February 7th. And if you haven't gotten out here yet, you better mark that date on your calendar because you wouldn't want to miss seeing a great man in a great show. And we've got a man right here, and that is Hans Conreid. Welcome to Those Were the Days, Hans.
Thank you, Chuck. It's good of you.
Hey, we'd like to talk a little bit about the good old days of good old radio.
You want to see an old man cry?
Oh, you won't cry. Can we take you away from the world of the stage and television for a little while and through the magic of radio?
I think they'd be very grateful, probably.
The stage would be? We'd like to turn the clock back maybe 25 or 35 years.
Mm-hmm.
A young man named Hans Conreid gets his first radio job in Hollywood. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What was that
Well,
first
euphemistically,
job?
we called it Hollywood, you must understand. It was really Los Angeles.
Yeah.
We broadcast, this was KECA, was broadcast from one of the upper stories of an automobile warehouse. No, it was a well-established station. KECA was in those days called the aristocrat of the air, since there was no commercials. It was the private hobby of a gentleman who had the Packard Agency, a most distinguished automobile in those days. He also owned the station, KECA, that was the Blue Network. It was part of the NBC combine, you see, or attached to the NBC. But this was his own little baby that he had begun on a kitchen table, actually, the entire station function. And the station played as late as 1935 only classical music, no popular music in those days, and it had news broadcasts. And one day they decided that they wanted to expand themselves into the world of theater, and the only thing they could do in measure comparable to the quality of their music was to have Shakespeare. And they did, since no one knew how to cut Shakespeare, there were no one prepared dramatically there in that station. They had their fine news announcer act as the announcer for the show program, And I had a producer who was not too well versed in Shakespeare, but at any rate, we did uncut Shakespeare, not scripts, but we took the book. We all made sure we all had the same book, and we started page 1 of Act 1, Scene 1, and worked right through. And those programs took 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 3 3/4 hours.
And
I heard the first broadcast in the series, and I had just emigrated to California from New York, and with all the confidence of a young man of 18, I felt that I certainly knew enough, and I applied for a job, and they hired me doing classical parts. And from that, I took many subsequent steps downward and continued as an actor in radio for a wonderful 20-year period.
My goodness, what was your salary at that time? What kind of
we worked
fee?
2 days for it, and I think I got the $12.50. Because I played 3 parts. They were all small parts, you understand. I had the $12.50 or $15, which was princely. No, indeed. And during the Depression in California, the Depression came along later. You must remember that if you went to a supermarket in those days with a $10 bill, the boy had to help you carry the parcel out to the car if you had a car, you know. So that was quite. And then other things. That was one of the very best shows because of the dignity and prestige. I worked then about town for 50 cents a night.
Doing what?
Well, learning my craft. There was a show called, there was a very successful show in New York called A March of Time. And we had a cheap carbon copy of it called It Happened Today. And there were 5 of us who got paid 50 cents a night. I remember in one program, I played in 24-minute, 30-minute show was 24 minutes, I think, something. I played 18 parts.
18?
Well, now these aren't really parts, they were lines, because, you know, Reichsmarshal Führer said, Reichskanzler Führer, Hitler said so-and-so, and I would come in with the German line, then I would do a French line, then I would do Joe Louis, who was the boxing champion, you know, and these weren't parts, but you had to change your voice, and it was, as I say, learning your craft. And we used to get then $2.50 for making a 30-minute recording, which was processed and then sold over and over again. A series very like the soap operas that you had in Chicago.
Of the same show?
No, of different sorts of shows.
Oh, I see.
No, an outfit called McGregor Solly that later became C.P. McGregor's. There was another man working there at the same time, a blackface comedian by the name of Bob Burns. And he had to write his own show and did it all himself with the music. He had not yet invented his famous bazooka, but he was paid because he wrote and performed. He was paid $5 a piece, and these are still owned by, you know, and you sold your rights outright for the $2.50 or $3 as the actors did. He sold his rights outright for $5 a side, and these are still being played in Australia and New Zealand and the far northern reaches of Canada and South Africa. I don't know, they must net maybe 50, 60 cents a playing, the owner still, but it's been 35 years.
That's really great. That shows the lasting quality of radio.
Or the very modest standards to which it attained. In that quality, then of course we were unionized in 1937, we founded AFRA, which now became AFTRA, with the addition of television. And things became financially a little better. But all in all, it was a most gratifying world because you could play so many things. You could play anything you could sound, you see.
Well, you were a master of dialect, so you could sound anything.
Most of us had to have such facility in order to play several parts. Before the unionization, you must remember that we were not limited. After we were unionized, we were limited. You could play 2 parts in a bit. Or then you could only play 1 part in a bit. But in those days, the actor with most voices worked most often. And it was not unusual for one actor to play 3 parts in one scene, talking to himself.
Going right back and forth.
Going right back and forth, holding a duologue with yourself.
Was that tough for you?
It was tough for everyone, but it meant eating or not eating. And there was a great facility that we developed. And we were very arrogant about that facility, rather proud of ourselves. Indeed, we thought ourselves, by and large, the busy radio actors, and this goes all the way to the end of radio in 1953, the year that radio died. From my standpoint, as an actor, a national actor, we were rather on very good terms with ourselves, satisfied with what we could do. Indeed, I think there were some very good actors among radio actors who unfortunately never extended, when radio died, never did anything else. Perhaps they did not look, which was a big disadvantage. They did not look as they sounded, you see.
Well, I think that
leading men were not so personable
Right.
sometimes.
It
or
was a
leading ladies.
disappointment to the
It was a
public,
disappointment
right.
to the public, and then television was taken over by a new breed that possibly would be too young or held out of radio, and there was a reluctance to employ the old fat cats, who were certainly not fat any longer.
Well, let's see, you played on just about every major network comedy show that
Well, that was
that
after the
came out
war,
of
because you were a
Hollywood.
very young man, but there were better things before. The literary decline of radio occurred at the time of the Second World War, when the good drama turned necessarily to propaganda. And I did an awful lot of German voices, in those days. And I always satisfied myself by saying, well, you had to play him as badly as you did, because it was expected of you. But I was a member of the Mercury Company for 7 years.
With Orson Welles, right?
With Orson Welles, you see, and we did very good things. I worked for Norman Corwin a good deal, and we considered him the finest writer there was, and I think with good reason.
Didn't Arch Obler give you your first major
he starred-
radio
yes,
job?
he was the first one to star me.
Mm-hmm.
And Obler did awfully good things, some very distinguished actors that he employed. Stars at that time, and I was always there to aid or support. And,
Did you have a part in the that great famous War of the Worlds
No,
program?
no. Mr. Wells did that in New York. And he
That's
didn't
right.
pick me up for the Mercury Company till he came to Hollywood to do Citizen Kane.
No, that was in the film Citizen
Yes, he
Kane.
came
Right.
to California to make Citizen Kane. I had no part in Citizen Kane,
right.
but he then required some additional actors to fatten up his radio company. You see, because he brought with him Everett Sloan, Joe Cotton, Agnes Moorehead, Dorothy Cumming-Go, who went back directly to New York. But he required other people, and I was one of the lucky ones that he auditioned and picked up and carried with him. And then when you became part of the Mercury Company, that meant you worked every week. There was a part for you. It was great, large part, small part, and it was that sense of camaraderie, that band of brothers, that made it about as happy and satisfying an organization as could be imagined. When you looked up and down the ranks every week and saw the splendid actors, as I say, we liked one another very much. Ray Collins, and Erskine Sanford. You thought, am I part of this wonderful company? And it gave you a great sense of accomplishment and pride.
It was radio's stock company then.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
But then we were not limited to that. We did that only took 1 or 2 days a week at most, and we often could do something else on the same day.
Well, what kind of a rehearsal schedule would you get into if you, for let's say, a Mercury Theater was an hour program?
As I recall, an hour or a half hour, the later ones.
The early
big
ones
were
an hour,
yes,
right.
and they were hour ran through.
Right.
But then later he did one for Lockheed. And he did one for the some Committee for South American Affairs, something all governmental, subsidized with other commercial sponsors in there. But you would, for an hour show, you would probably work a day and a half or 2 days. You would probably get a...
From the time you got your script?
Yes, yes, and that was necessary because it was a big orchestra that had to be augmented. Frankly, when you became, in the later shows, the comedy shows that I did after the war, when comedy became fashionable, at most your schedule would begin sometime about noon, and then you do the show about 3 or 5 or 6 o'clock, prime for the West Coast. Then you'd have to come back 2 or 3 hours later and do it prime for the East Coast. You see.
Even after the war, were they doing repeat broadcasts?
Oh yes. I would, if my memory serves. It must have changed about 43, 44, 45, I guess.
Right
Yes.
after. Yeah, after.
The
I guess
sponsors wouldn't consider. They felt that the utilization of the facility of recordings, we had no tape then, we put them on platters, would have been infra dig. It wasn't quite honest to let you hear. You had to hear something fresh. So the 2 shows were done, in theory, identically.
If we could only hear something fresh today.
Yes, well, the terrible fear was for the actor that one day you would forget to show up for the second show after you'd already played the first one.
They often did.
Well, not often.
Well.
It was a terrible fear. It was like a vision of hell, to conceive that. And I don't know anyone who did, but we were always in constant fear that we would miss it.
Well, about the comedy shows, I'd like to get into that because a lot of our listeners remember.
No, they were the latest, so they will be most remembered.
The great comedy things that you did. How long did you play Professor Kropotkin on My
7
Friend
years.
Irma? 7 years.
Every week.
Every single
And of course,
week.
it never changed from week to week. I knew that always, I recall about Kropotkin, he would come in about page 5 or 6, and then he would have a return entrance. He'd play about 2 pages there. And then he'd come back about page 22 to 24. It was just fixed pattern, you know.
Every script was
pretty much the same.
Words,
so that
but
when we reached that point, if I tell them, listen, I've got a little sustaining show that'll pay me $25 down the hall or across town, I can't be here for the first 2 readings. I'll make the dress rehearsal. He'd say, of course, you know. I mean, I'd done the part so often, and that it was much easier in those days.
What was it that Professor Kropotkin used to call Irma? Wasn't there a little...
My dear young man, gimmick? You will have heard that I haven't read those scripts in 25 years. His opening always was there would be a knock on the door, and it would be, it's only me, Professor Kropotkin. Right. The first time Kropotkin worked, I did everyone from the second show on. In the very first show of the series, the first of 7 years of broadcasting weekly, he was a violinist who spoke only with his violin. And
no dialogue?
No dialogue at all. They would talk to him and he would make answer with his fiddle. It didn't work. So then they thought they'd have to get an actor to play some sort of a dialect comic part, you know. And they said Kropotkin, and I was hired for it. I did a lot of dialects. And I said, Kropotkin, that's a noble Russian name. That's a knez, you know. Kropotkin is a most distinguished imperial Russian name. So I had a rich Russian accent. And that was the second show. And they said, Conreid, we like it. We like, you know, the way you handle it. We hired you for it. We don't know what the way politics are now. The Russians, because they're our good and strong allies. What could you do? We don't want to make him so Russian in case anything happens. So I made him Jewish. And we never changed the name. And he was what they call in the trade a Jew comic thereafter.
Oh, that was great. Well, you switched then to a broad German character.
Well, I didn't switch. We were doing it Life with Luigi. It was just across the hall, you see. And one was done the day after, and I'd had that for 5 years.
Schultz was the butcher, wasn't he?
Schultz was the butcher.
Yeah.
J. Carroll Nash starred in that,
right.
And he had an Italian accent. When they first brought it up, I said, "Oh my Lord, this is Kaltenmeyer's kindergarten. We haven't done that in 40 years. There's no point in doing this." But it was a good success. Joe Forte played the Jewish, but each of us had another dialect. Yeah. Ken Peters did the Swede, and did we have an Irishman? We must have.
Oh, I think you had just about
everything
everyone
in the class.
And that lasted for 5 years.
That was 5 years, and that also died in 53.
Everything died in 53.
Well, it was the end.
About,
it was, it was the Holocaust that the networks decided it was time to end that medium because they had invested in television.
Well, by 53, you were really at the peak of your radio career, at least financially.
I don't know whether it was peak. It was the end. It certainly was very sound financially and very gratifying. There was no memorization. There was none of the drudgery that is necessary to be an actor on the stage. You had to maintain a couple of decent suits because the comedy shows particularly always had audiences. We needed the laughter. The dramatic shows were done in studios without audiences very often. Very often we were anonymous, you know. By the time the end, though, by the last few years, we began to get billing. They would credit the actors.
Now that's what I
And then the public began to know us. But for many years, we worked quite anonymously. We were just voices, and the public had no idea. Not even sure that they realized they were human beings making these sounds.
I wanted to ask you about that. Now, I know that on the Judy Canova show, you occasionally played a character by the name of Mr. Hemingway.
Well, your memory is much keener than mine. And I played a couple of characters, but with Canova because she was a rural comic, you know.
Right.
Mel Blanc was on it, Ruby Dandridge, and Sheldon Leonard, who's now a very prominent producer, and Joe Kearns, of course, did Lukey. But I had 2 or 3. I had an affected English character and a stock
Boswell
comic.
I out of all the research, I find
You've
a name
done a
called
lot
William Boswell. Did you remember
such a character?
name?
No, but I know the sort of things.
Well, you were on Gildersleeve too, weren't you?
No, never played the great
Never?
Gildersleeve. Never played the great with Hal Perry. No, or later with Willard Waterman. Never did that.
Someone said you once played Oliver Honeywell on that program.
Well, I may have once or twice. We had a show called The Great Gildersleeve that we auditioned years ago in which I was supposed to star, but we never sold it.
Well, you're on Mel Blanc program. Did you do Professor Moriarty on Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. He didn't come in very often. I did the show much more often as some other character than Moriarty, because Moriarty was a rare and villainous pleasure, so great and enormous that you couldn't use him every week. You know.
But you worked regularly on that show. What other programs were you involved
I did the murderer in the original production of Sorry, Wrong Number that Agnes Moorehead made so famous. Of course, it was her show from beginning to end, but they had a voice. I played a Dutch dialect, a Holland accent in that, I remember. Did it 2 or 3 times thereafter. There was an annual celebration of Christmas, the Christmas show that Lionel Barrymore did.
A Christmas Carol.
Christmas Carol. I
Scrooge.
did Marley's Ghost for 9 consecutive years. It was an annual show, and they made a big to-do about it every year on Christmas Eve.
We know very well. It's one of my favorite programs of all time.
There's still recordings. There is an album that Mr. Barrymore made, which was not up to the standard of the annual show for some reason. They didn't spend enough money.
But you were on it, I think, aren't you? Yes.
I'm also associated with lesser shows as well as the more successful ones. I remember we felt disappointed. It wasn't quite as stylish as the annual show. They didn't afford the big orchestra or anything.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and they bridged each.
And I was
record.
on the Lionel Barrymore show for some years on alternate weeks, as I've forgotten that.
You mean
name.
the mayor of the town?
Yes, mayor of the town. I was Marillie's boyfriend. I was Aggie's boyfriend.
Now,
an affected blowhard.
Was that with credit or not?
With credit, I'm sure. That was late in the career, in the radio days. And I did it for several years on alternate weeks. There were 2 writers. One writer used me and the other one didn't.
Was he prejudiced?
One was my friend. I don't think he was prejudiced. No, he just felt that there was a character the other man had developed. The other man wrote best. And a writer took 2 weeks to write the show, and they alternated. It was a weekly show.
You did a show with John Wayne a long time ago. 3
Series
Sheets to the Wind.
My Lord, you've done a lot of research.
Now, what was that show about?
That was a recorded show and sold, syndicated. It had no definite sponsor, Must have been about 30 minutes long. I can't tell you. 3 Sheets to the Wind, of course, means a certain amount of adventure and drinking, and a wonderful man directed it. A very prominent motion picture director who had not done much radio directing and who was a sailor. It was a yachting story, something. I don't know, it maybe ran 13 weeks and died. It was not long-lived.
Was that in the late 30s at that time, or was it in the
maybe
40s?
Early 40s, very early 40s, I would think.
You did some radio directing
for a
while.
Stars Over Hollywood.
You directed Stars Over Hollywood.
There was television was beginning to come in. And this agent thought that I talked well. There was very little direction to be done, you understand. Amastar, what was it? A very big agency. It owned a lot of shows. They would contract prominent motion picture stars, and in the very small print they'd get a certain amount of money for a block of 3 shows that they would do over the course of a year. And the Stars Over Hollywood, which was an early Saturday morning show, was the least of these. And they only wanted someone who was well-known, and most of these people I had supported, and I was a well-known radio actor, and I knew them, and we were on a first-name basis. And they used me as kind of a front. What can you tell an actor who comes in? And they used to pay them off very modestly because their main salary came from the bigger shows that they contracted, plus a case of tinned meat they gave them because it was Armour-Star product, or a ham or something. And so my function was it was very easy to be a radio director at this point because you had your tremendous source of performers and you only had to cast the parts according to what you knew each actor could do,
Was that the extent of your radio directing, or did you do other things?
I didn't do that exclusively. That took Friday night late and Saturday morning when I was free to continue as a radio actor. I functioned as a radio actor at the same time, but I had that questionable distinction of also being a radio director for 3 years.
Now, along about the time when you first, had been involved in radio for several years, and I guess it was 1938 when you made your first motion picture.
I cannot say how flattered and flabbergasted I am that you would have done this.
You're my
research.
hero. You're my hero.
Really, you should seem more sensible than that. You should have more worthy idols than.
No, come on now. You did dramatic school.
Than to kneel at my feet of clay.
In 1938.
That was 1938. That was the first picture I'd done. So you see, I had been a radio actor since virtually December or November of '35. I came out to California in September. So I'd been an actor for a couple of years before I got that small part in a picture. And I continued to do small parts for a long time.
Was it tough to get a movie job at that time, or easy?
Well,
because of your radio
the
background?
business was burgeoning, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Radio actors, I think, were in some disfavor. Motion picture producers didn't know they existed, actually. Radio was looked down upon. It was a bastard industry. It was not until about that time, well, about 35, 36, that it became fashionable or even permissible for motion picture stars to appear on radio. Radio had its own group of pariahs who performed vocally, but they felt that it was beneath the dignity of an established star to appear on, a motion picture star to appear on radio. And then someone's nephew got the idea, let's bring him into the, there was then a decline in motion picture sales. The first run pictures, I think, used to cost about 75 cents a ticket in those days. That was the first run, and second runs were 40 and 25 cents or 15 or whatever they went to. Let's bring them into the living room, your living room. So suddenly, motion picture actors began to be the big stars in Hollywood. Well, there was no industry in Hollywood. The industry at that time was San Francisco. So within a few months, the tremendous industry in San Francisco declined, and all the radio actors came down to Los Angeles. However, I had been, and many others, some years before, had been holding forth in their quiet, anonymous, almost invisible way of being radio actors. Well, these motion picture stars required radio actors about them to support them, people who thoroughly knew the business and were able to play all these other parts. And so everything opened up for us marvelously. Then in 37, because we had to make the best of it, questionable working conditions, Screen Actors Guild, when we said we wanted to go on, that we wanted to get a better wage, something more than the 50 cents a night, the $3.50 and the $2.50, that had nurtured us and maintained us and enabled us to learn our craft, then Screen Actors Guild said, yes, if you go out, we'll stand by you, we'll go out too. Otherwise they could have filled it up with persons who had not been doing any radio work at all, and they permitted us to organize. And from that time on, the industry was thriving and remunerative for all of us who had prepared ourselves by working for nothing for years before.
Oh, that's great. You know, in the late 30s and the early 40s, you were, as a character actor, you were probably Hollywood's resident Nazi, weren't you?
Oh, yes. No, that was actually a small, but that's a great many things in pictures I did.
Right, that's what I mean.
You see, I was, radio was my primary business. Most of my living came. However, because of the German name and the fact that I did German dialects and I was young and slender enough to wear the uniform with some effect, they hired me. I have photographs of myself in every possible German uniform of that, SS, SR, Wehrmacht, Luftwaffe, everything, Partei uniform. And so then I began to get, although my parts were small, I began to get even featured spots. Very often the parts were small because I had enough prestige and I had enough protection from my radio business to make myself slightly unavailable in pictures like that, you know.
Well, they often would work.
They'd work
to
around
your
me.
schedule,
I'd say,
right?
it's a very small part. You've only got 2 days. When aren't you working? And I said, well, next week I have Wednesday and Thursday, you know. And so I'd go out and do a picture, and it was fine for me. But I never did many pictures. Never got very good parts.
You were in I think 3 of the Falcon movies, weren't you?
Couple of them anyway.
Yeah.
George Saunders' brother.
Tom Conway.
Tom Conway,
yeah.
That's right.
I love the one title.
Irving
of one
Reese
of them,
was
The Gay Falcon.
The Gay
Falcon.
Yeah.
You think that we could produce a film like that today?
Not only that, but they'd really follow through with the story to match. In those days, it was only the title that was provocative. You know? I played a hotel clerk in one. That's all because I have an old still. When I did a murder in another, in which I died in a bee-smoked cemetery. I remember they shoot me in a cemetery.
That's a good spot to die.
Yes.
You were in a Maisie film, and you didn't you? I know you did. You may not remember you did, but I know you were on a couple of the Maisie radio programs, The Adventures of Maisie
lots of that was
in the late
and
40s.
Southern.
Right.
Oh, I did
Southern.
lots of those. And then we had a show called Blondie too, and I did that was a good big part, and I got some little celebration for that. Blondie's Blessed Event. It was what we called B pictures. They were dreadful movies. And there was a picture, a newspaper in New York that gave me a tabloid paper called PM. Not many people remember it. And they gave me a full page. They reproduced a still, said picture stealer caught red-handed. I began to do small parts, but they were very often good parts.
Well, you were the voice of Mr. Darling and Captain Hook in Disney's
that was
Peter
later.
Pan.
That was
in
already
the
52 or
52,
53.
yeah.
That was a cartoon. Well, I'd done cartoons all along, voiceover.
Mm-hmm. Were you doing the 7-minute cartoons for
lots of
studios?
cartoons for studios, the things that they'd show in motion
Yeah.
picture theaters, as a divertisement between the A picture and the B picture.
Right. They don't make cartoons like
They
used
don't
to
make
make
cartoons
either.
anymore. Although there are some great artists in cartooning far beyond. I work for Jay Ward, and I feel that Jay Ward produces the finest stuff.
Well, Jay Ward was the fellow
the man
who
that does now the Bullwinkle Show, or their old ones now, and I've done Snively Whiplash on Dudley Do-Right Show, and I do Uncle Waldo on Hoppity Hooper. Now, in theory, they're for kids, but if you listen to them, the dialogue, I know we enjoy doing them because they're very witty.
Oh, sure.
And the style of cartooning has changed.
Didn't you do a show that was it produced by Jay Ward, this Fractured Flickers?
Flickers, that's right, a series.
What did you think of that show?
I enjoyed it very much, and it was very well received. The college people liked it very much. When I go to colleges, the kids like it. It was impractical, too expensive to produce. They had to look at so much old footage in order to get a 30-minute show. You'd spend 2 days in the viewing room, and you'd stop the camera and say, wait a minute, back in reel 2 there are a couple of frames that I could tie into this because I've got a gag, But it meant going back and cutting, and the editing is just more than could be afforded.
Well, how long did that thing run? Was there 13
I think there were
shows
13
or
shows
more?
or 26 shows or something, 13. It's being reshown in California, and it's a timeless thing now.
Well, people are very nostalgic these
Really?
days. Oh, sure. I want to ask about the Peter Pan thing. Didn't you, in addition to doing the voice for Captain Hook, have something to do with the actions
I
for
did
the
live
animators?
action. You see, Disney alone is the only studio large enough to afford live action. Live action is an absolute movie made under very hot lights, very bright lights. Some strange, I think it's 25 millimeter or something, strange film size. And you wear costume and you have elementary sets, just the rudiments of the set, and you perform. Now, when you do voiceover in a picture, as I often used to do, I was employed to dub. For instance, they'd get a very interesting looking character man, and he couldn't speak English. And then I dub whatever he would say in his heavy dialect into a thinner dialect. You then speak your lines coincident with the actor's labial action on the screen. You put the sound to the picture. But with Disney's cartoons, since the sound is the primary, and their picture will be drawn, will be cartooned, you make the sound first. You make your soundtrack. And then, of course, they usually do not hire the same actor to do the physical action. Invariably, they usually hire dancers too, because they are more subtle and their pantomime is more developed than the average actor. But in this case, they thought that I would do, and they hired me, and it took over 2.5 years in fits and starts to complete. And in that way, I enacted the role physically, coincident with the soundtrack that was always played behind me. You see?
How interesting.
Well, it was an interesting thing, and we did it over, as I worked on that, over 2.5 years, I say. Well, not consistently, but they say, listen, next week, can you give me 2 days? Or next week, we've got 4 days. Or next month, you got to give me 2 full weeks. We've got a lot of series to shoot. And then a picture would be made where my physical action would be coincident with the sound that was on the track.
But what a beautiful
job. And the
job
cartoonist then, this picture was developed, and they said, now wait a minute, when he says that, what happens to the plume on his hat? What's he do with his hand? How about his eyebrow? And they could stop action with this thing, blow them up. They're common in the animator's room, 18 by 25 inches, I think. And they could see exactly at what point in the picture. So that's why Disney's stuff was so precise and so natural.
Amazing. It's amazing.
The only other people that can do that are the governmentally sustained Eastern European cartoons. You sometimes see them bought. I did some translating, voiceover for translated Polish and Russian things, and they are marvelously done, but they are sustained by the government, and you even have highlights on buttons in the cartoons, shining and teeth breaking. That's all because they have made an absolute and complete movie that I believe in many instances they've just traced into cartooning.
Let's slip back just a little bit from Disney to a movie that you were and weren't in as Professor Kropotkin in My Friend Irma. Tell us about that.
Well, I had done it for 7 years, the part. And when it came, they wanted to make a picture of it. It was the first picture that Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin did together. They introduced them into the character. They were two brash young comics, and they were looking for a vehicle, and this radio show was so popular, but now radio was dying. It was close to the end. See, I don't remember what year, but it could have been more, a year or so short.
49, the movie was.
Was it 49? Well, it was 4 years
49.
before. Anyway, the same man produced it, and he called me and said, Conreid, you want to do Kropotkin? It's your part. You've done it now 4 or 5 years. And I assured him that as eager as I was to become a famous movie star, that I was quite an unsuitable. I was in my late 20s or early 30s. No, I guess, what did you say, 49? I can tell you exactly. In 47, I would have been 30, so I was 32. But there was an old man of about 75, and I said, no, it's ridiculous. Not for me, and I'm busy elsewhere, and I thank you, and if you get a nice part for a younger man, I'd be happy to play it, but there wasn't. So they got a marvelous actor, and they very wisely got Felix Bressart, splendid European actor, to play the part, and he was wonderful in it. But he died halfway during the shooting. And they said, now we're in trouble. So I said, all right, put the makeup on me and I'll play the part. And I did play it. And I played it as I thought, with a face much too young for the part. They had to use me just either slightly out of focus or a little far back. But the best portions of that entire performance are the long shots, which were originally done by Bressart. So there was one character in this movie that was played by 2 actors. I was much taller than Bressart anyway. But we both had big noses and were thin, and they edited it so that perhaps the average viewer didn't recognize that there were 2 actors playing the part.
But there you were, your screen achievement as Professor Kropotkin.
Kropotkin. Well, it was something, I've often done things I shouldn't do. That was certainly one of them.
The film which you have said was the highlight of your motion picture career as far as being an artistic success was a great picture in 1953 called The 5,000 Fingers.
5,000 Fingers of Dr. C. My mother saw it, and I don't think anyone else. My kids have seen it at college because it's considered a classic now, but at its time, it was one of the 2 great money losers of all time. You see, it was a great debacle. It was.
But you had the title role.
I had the title role. It was the biggest part I've ever had, maybe the best part I ever will get. If it had come out differently, it would have changed my life, no doubt. But it was it became such a stock joke. It would stop conversation at any cocktail party in Hollywood thereafter. That it was very hard, almost, I don't know that they blame me personally for the debacle because the other actors were involved, but we were all hurt bad. It did very well in London and Berlin, Paris, and Tokyo. But in those days, our foreign market didn't pay. I don't think it ever paid for its print money back. The original film that went through the camera was never paid by. It was partly politics and partly because it was a fantasy, and Americans weren't prepared for anything.
Peter Lynn Hayes and Mary Healy were
That's
in
right,
this,
and they had a tough time working after that in pictures, too. I did work for a long time there. The only one that survived without too many scars was Tommy Reddick, and he became the first boy with the Lassie show, and he's outgrown his child parts now and doesn't perform any longer.
Well, what was your most recent film?
I can't remember.
You did Robin and the Seven Hoods in 65,
well,
5 years ago, 6 years ago.
How about The Patsy with Jerry Lewis? That's more recent, isn't it?
That was 64. That was before
really?
that.
Well, I can't remember. It was not 60, but maybe 66 or something. But they were minor and unimportant. But then already pictures were declining. And by that time, I was primarily concerned in the work I'm doing now. I'm on the stage. So the last 12, 14 years, I'm on the stage 200 nights a year, at least.
200 nights a year?
At least. 8 or 10 months a year, if I'm lucky, and I have been.
Well, anyone who comes to see you when you're on the stage is very lucky.
Well, on the good nights, sometimes. No. If they have nothing else to do. But that is what I've been doing. I suppose it indicates, and I'm very happy and grateful for the chance to be resilient, that I've had 3 or 4 careers shot out from under me, and I'm still functioning. After 35 years, I'm working almost every week somewhere doing something.
Well, you're involved regularly, if not every week, on something on television.
I suppose, repeats or something.
Uncle Tunus,
but I do voiceovers and cartoons,
sure.
You don't know, and I do, talks and lectures, and also I have several strings to my bow, and it's almost necessary.
Do you think that a good dramatic series produced today could survive on radio?
I wouldn't think so, no. Where would you find your audience? You and your family?
I
the
think
American
there's a bigger
public has,
audience
I don't
than
know.
that.
I wonder if it could.
If the opportunity arose,
Radios
would
now.
you
I
be a
remember
part
when
of
my
it?
little girl asked me some years ago, "What did you do before you became an actor?" I said, "Well, I was always an actor. When I was very young, I was a radio actor." She said, "You mean that thing in the automobile?" Well, you know, that concept of radio is only if you can hear it over the whir of the automobile motor, the engine.
But if a program were being produced like that, would you like to be a part
Oh,
of it?
very much, very much.
You liked radio?
Yes,
You
very
enjoyed
much.
it.
We thought I felt very secure in that. I felt I knew my craft.
You did. You did. We'd like to thank you for being part of our Those Were the
Thank
Days
you,
show
Chuck.
today. Hans Conreid, we can't say how much it's been our pleasure.
I can't tell
to
you again how
talk with
flattered
you.
I am that anyone looked at all this nonsense. I don't know where you found the material. Most of it I forgot.
I'd like to invite our listeners to head out to the Pheasant Run Playhouse in St. Charles to see Norman, Is That You? Great comedy.
Thanks.
A good comedy and a good star. Hans Conreid, our guest today. Thank you. Hello, Central. This is Chuck Schaden on Those Were the Days calling Harold Peary in Hollywood. Are you there, Mr. Gildersleeve? Oh, there he is.
Yes, I am.
How's everything out in Hollywood?
Well, fine, Chuck. It's lovely out here today. The wind's died down. We have beautiful weather, nice and sunshiny.
Well, that's great. We're calling to say hello from all your fans in the Evanston and Chicago area who think about you regularly and who recently spotted you on one of those Charmin commercials on television.
Well, fine. I didn't even know that they'd already been released, but I'm glad to hear you say so. We ought to be getting a check.
Well, you're doing quite a few things in the commercial area these days.
Yes, I have been doing it for quite a while. Nearly 15 years. I've been writing some and appearing in some and doing quite a lot of voiceovers, on radio and television.
Well, it's so difficult not to distinguish your fantastic voice. Maybe you're doing a good job disguising them.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I do a lot of characters. In the old days in Chicago, I used to do 7 voices on the Tom Mix Ralston Straight Shooter show, which a lot of people don't know about, I guess. That was way back in 37, 38, and 39.
Well, you once played Sheriff Mike Shaw on that show, didn't you?
I did Mike Shaw in a voice like that, and I did an Englishman in a voice like that. And I did Henry Akins, who was a town banker, in a voice like that. And I did Hog Barrett, who was a villain. And I also did Hog Barrett's brother, who was named Shotgun Barrett, in the same voice, except he had a lisp. And then, of course, I did Li Lu, the Chinese cook.
Well, you are.
That was 7.
You are.
I did a chief, an Indian chief, also. And then when I left in 39 to come here with Fibber McGee and Molly, there were 4 or 5 fellows that took over the parts, including a chap by the name of Forrest Lewis, who did very well in several characters, including one called Wash.
Ah, yes, Wash.
He's out of here now.
He's out there now?
Yeah, I see him occasionally.
Oh, good. You reminisce about Tom Mix?
Yes. Well, I've known Forrest since the days that I first went to Chicago, way back in 1935. Way back.
Way back there. Say, I found a note someplace that said another actor playing Mike Shaw, or at one time who played Mike Shaw on the Tom Mix show, was a fellow by the name of Waterman.
Yes, Willard Waterman?
That's right.
Yes. Well, Willard Waterman, as a matter of fact, when I left there, I had to find about 3 people to succeed me in various characters on that show and another one. And Willard Waterman had a voice similar to mine. And later on, of course, when I left the Gildersleeve show because of an impasse with a sponsor, he played Gildersleeve. You probably know that.
Oh, of course, sure.
You're up on your trivia and all that sort of thing. and he also did the ill-fated television version. Unfortunately, It was a kind of a bad series, and they dumped it.
Why would you say that the television series didn't make it?
Well, I don't know, actually, except that Willard Waterman was a very tall man. And it's very difficult for a tall man to do comedy. I mean, a real tall man. We don't see many of those, I mean, when he said Leroy, it looked like he was going to kill the kid, See, Gildersleeve, in my opinion, was not a tall man. He was a little man who thought he was a big man. That was the character. But that had nothing to do with Willard. We're very good friends, and I thought he did a good job on the radio show. I just think he was miscast on the television
On the
version,
TV.
that's all.
Was there any possibility or opportunity for you to do the television thing?
Not really. I was approached on it once, but I wouldn't consider doing it unless I owned it. And I did not own the name Gildersleeve. That was the difficulty. That's the reason I left.
Oh, I see.
It was owned by, first, Johnson's Wax, who owned the Fibber McGee show, and then it was owned by Kraft, who bought it from Johnson, and then evidently Kraft sold it to NBC. I don't really know what happened there, only that I didn't own it, and they wouldn't sell it to me, so I would play it.
Oh, I see. Well, it was...
in those days, what you did for just salary, of course, it went out the window.
Right.
Tax-wise.
Right, and you had no residual benefits from it
There was
either.
no protection at all, except that I was paying a heavy tax, and I had other interests, and so I decided not to do it.
Well, that was a sad day for the fans of Hal
I'm afraid
Perry.
it was for me and for a great many people who wrote me thousands of letters asking me why I had done such a thing. They thought that I had sold out for a lot of money, and as one person said, left us in the lurch. Well, that wasn't the condition at all. I didn't want to go into any detail or in the press or to anybody in particular. You know? We were all friends, and it was just one of those things, you know.
Well, when exactly did you exit from the Great Gildersleeve character?
In 51.
In 51?
Yes, I played it for actually 11 seasons.
From about 39?
From 41 to 51, but it was over 11 seasons, you know.
Oh, I see. I
started the character, you know, on Fibber McGee in 1937.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and then I played it until 1941.
Actually, when you were with the Fibber McGee and Molly program for some time before you actually created a character known as Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, right?
That's right. I did several things. One of them, the first thing I ever did there was, I believe, was an Italian father, and that's how I happened to get on the show. There was somebody in an orchestra that used to play the part, and he was snowbound or something up in Wisconsin, couldn't make it. And I had worked with Marion and Jim Jordan on Colton Meyer's Kindergarten, which was a show they used to do even after they did Fibber McGee. They loved doing it, you know. And I did this Italian father, and then I stayed on the show and did a number of parts. Gooey Fooey, a laundryman, and George Feditch, kind of an insurance salesman.
Were you Gooey Fooey? I was surprised to know that.
Oh yeah. And I did a character called Peary, the Portuguese piccolo player in Ted Weems' band. That's when Perry Como was still in the band on the Fibber McGee show. And I did other characters. And I took over the part that an actor by the name of Tom Post had played. It was he was the mayor in the town. His name was Mayor Appleby, and McGee called him Mayor Applepuss. You know.
McGee would.
Yeah. And I have some tapes which I'd forgotten completely about. I played George Gildersleeve first, then Harry Gildersleeve.
And I heard one program that you're Homer Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Don Quinn loved the name Gildersleeve, so he tried out several things, you know. And I did an old Englishman on the show once where McGee was going on a safari. I have a tape of that the collector recently sent that I'd forgotten completely about.
Oh, I have another show where you were an interior decorator.
Yes.
And an Italian wrestler.
I remember that. We had a lot of fun on the show. Actually, Gildersleeve wasn't born until I had played the voice, but he wasn't born until Molly became quite ill, and she was off the show for a few months, and then they kind of pumped up all the smaller parts, you know, like myself and things that Bill Thompson did, and suddenly we were very important to the show. Well, they gave the Gildersleeve character an opportunity, and I threw in that laugh one night that I had never used on the show, and that was it, you know.
Well, you were as Gildersleeve, as Throckmorton Gildersleeve. You were always rivals with Fibber, and there are always fighting and arguments going on.
That was that. See, after they called the character Throckmorton, then I moved in next door.
Oh yes.
You remember, I was his neighbor, and I even had a wife on the show, but she was never heard. She was only talked about.
Did she have a name? I can't recall if she had a name.
Yes, well, I had a wife, but she was never heard. Molly just occasionally said, "Oh, there's Mrs. Gildersleeve."
Oh, Mrs. Gildersleeve. I see.
That was about it, you know. So that when I made the transition from my own show and became a bachelor, Why, I don't think I even had one letter asking what happened to your wife.
Because no one had ever heard of her.
Evidently,
heard her speak.
when you don't, you only hear about a character, why, I don't think it impresses you that much.
Well, Don Quinn, I guess, did this in a number of characters on the show. So Sweetie Face there never appeared on the show.
Yeah, that's right. Sweetie Face was just somebody that was talked about. You
Right.
know, that Bill Thompson
Yeah.
did, and he, of course, did a great many other characters. Nick DePopoulos and Boomer, and that ain't the way I heard it, Johnny. I see Bill out here occasionally. He works for the Union Oil Company. He's got a very impressive job as a counselor for children's entertainment and all that sort of thing.
Oh, that's very very interesting.
Yeah.
Now, there was a somewhat of a difference between the Gildersleeve character that was on the Fibber McGee show and then the what would it have been, a warmer character perhaps that you created for
yes,
the...
I was an antagonist, to McGee on his show, which when I left, that's what Gail Gordon became, Mayor Latrivia.
Right.
McGee had to have somebody that he could fight all the time. So when I decided to do my own show, of course, then I warmed the character up a little bit, even changed the attitude, so that he became a warmer person. And because he had a family to raise, and it wasn't too difficult to do. All I had to do was kind of lighten up the voice a little bit and make the laugh a little more human. And we were just lucky. I just happened to hit the air at the right time and made it,
Well, that was a wonderful show, and we remember it well. And actually, you made a few movies as Gildersleeve, too, didn't you?
Well, I made 3 movies at RKO with Fibber McGee and Molly and Edgar Bergen and Lucille Ball as Gildersleeve. And then I made a series of 6 of my own pictures, which was called the Gildersleeve series. And I even did one at Paramount with Bob Burns called Coming Around the Mountain with... a lot of people. Even Uncle Ezra was brought out from Chicago to work in it.
I think that hit the late show, the late show here not too long ago.
No.
And we yell and scream and tell our listeners about it whenever one of those things comes on. I think Heavenly Days was a Fibber McGee and Molly one. I believe you were in that too, weren't you?
I was in Look Who's Laughing and Heavenly Days, and then I did one other one. And then I did one with Lucy Ball and Victor Mature called 7 Days Leave as Gildersleeve, as an attorney, while I was at RKO. It was all about the Court of Missing Heirs. You remember that radio show?
Oh, yes, sure.
And I was the attorney representing that particular show.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So I read somewhere along the line that when you started as Gildersleeve in the movies, you had to go on a diet to gain weight.
Well, yes. I weighed about, when I started doing the Gildersleeve character in pictures, I only weighed about 195, which was pretty big for my size, but it wasn't big enough, and I was quite young. And so I did. I started eating things, that would make me heavier. And by the time I got to my own series, which was then about 1942, a year after I started the radio show, I actually weighed 227. And when I decided I didn't want to do any more of those pictures because I wasn't very happy with them, I just went on a diet and lost 50 pounds. And RKO hadn't seen me for about 2 months because we were on a sort of a sabbatical. And, of course, the head of the company almost collapsed when he saw me. I looked 15 years younger. I was down to 176.
Oh, my goodness. Boy,
and I remained that way for an awful long time.
That must be very, very good to be able to do that on and off,
under a doctor's orders. And I was still young enough, I was born in 1908, and this happened in 42, so you can see that I was still young enough to do things like that.
Oh, that's great.
And I'm only up to 185 now, and have been for quite a while.
Well, you look amazingly like the character of Thraki. I guess they used to call you Thraki, didn't they, once in a while? Judge Hooker and...
Well, everybody's gone, with the possible exception of Walter Tetley. The man who played Judge Hooker, Earl Ross, passed on, like 7 or 8 years ago, and Dick LeGrand, who did Mr. Peavy, who was the oldest of the clan, he died about 8 years ago, and he was nearly 90.
Wow.
I had worked with him in San Francisco in radio when I was a kid, and prior to that, in a tent show, and I was the one that brought him into the series. And then Arthur Q. Bryan, who did the Barber, Floyd the Barber,
Yes.
he passed on about 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And Ken Christie, also a Chicago actor that I'd known back there, who played the chief. He was the guy with a big bass voice. We were the Jolly Boys, you know. We comprised the Jolly
yes.
Boys. He passed on about 10 years ago, something like that. Walter Tetley, who did Leroy, who admits to being something like in his middle 50s, is still around, although he was in the hospital for about a year after having a very serious accident on a motorcycle. But he's up and around now, still doing a lot of voices, you know. He's quite clever. He still has the Gildersleeve voice, which is, the Leroy, voice, which is still amazing. And Birdie is around.
Is she?
Was Lillian Randolph.
Lillian, yes.
And most of the women, except Bea Benaderet, who played Eve. She passed away, a couple of years ago. She was a star of her own show, you know, Petticoat Junction.
How about Lila Ransom?
Leela Ransom.
Leela, yes.
Yes, she's still around. She's married. She's married to a doctor here in Beverly Hills by the name of Frieden. She's Mrs. Frieden. They have 2 or 3 children, and she does an awful lot of work in commercials and cartoon voices and that sort of thing, you know.
Now there was a fellow on the Great Gildersleeve program, a character by the name of Bronco. Bronco.
Yeah.
And
that's Dick Crenna.
Dick Crenna, right?
Yeah, he's a very famous motion picture star.
Absolutely.
And yes, Dick had worked in. I had done a Boy Scout show, and Dick was the head of it. And he produced it. He was about 16 or 17 years old. And so later on, when we were casting for a boyfriend for Marjorie, the fellow that had been doing the boyfriend was Ben Alexander, and he went off to the wars. You remember Ben Alexander?
Sure, he was. He did some. He was on Dragnet.
You know,
yes.
Ben. But anyway, he was doing a part, and we went, and he went off to the Navy in about 1942 or 43, and so we had to recast or get another boyfriend. And I thought of Dick Crenna and brought him in, and he did Bronco for years. He even married Marjorie, and then. Of course, did a great many other shows, and then...
he was on Armis Brooks, I think, and...
I recently did the Danny Thomas show for him.
He
produced the Danny Thomas show this season.
Well, we saw you. You were playing, of all things, I think, a hippie record shop owner on that show, weren't you?
It was a pretty big part until they started cutting it.
Maybe they wanted you to lose a little weight then and make room for Granddaddy.
They were building up another character in the show, the big Negro singer. I can't. He was on the show.
Greer.
Yeah.
Rosie Greer.
And so they wanted a little more time that particular week to build the character up, and so they just cut the rest of the show all to ribbons.
Oh, well, maybe we should also have a letter writing campaign in to say let's bring back that hippie record shop owner.
Well, he's off. You know, Danny's off now.
Yes.
Yeah, he got canceled like a great many shows this year, unfortunately.
Well, I think he's lined up with a number of specials too. And where might we look for you next on the tube?
Well, I don't really know in television as an actor, except that, see, I'm regularly employed out here by Gibraltar Savings and Loan. I do all their commercials, radio and television. That's a West Coast company, of course. And they've recently acquired 2 or 3 other savings and loan companies up in the Northwest and in Central California, and they're opening all these places. And I go around, of course, and make personal appearances, and I take a lot of old memorabilia of radio, and I discuss it with the people that come in. They flock in to see Orphan Annie buttons and all that sort of thing, you know. And I'm doing so well with a commercial bit that I have to turn down a few acting things. Next week, for instance, there's a company from Detroit coming out here to film 2 on-camera commercials with me for an account I have back there called Faygo Beverages in the Middle West, not in the Chicago area, but in Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. And of course, I do a lot of voiceovers. I'm the voice of the Red Goose Shoes.
Are you?
And I work for for Master Charge out here. And I have some radio commercials for Challenge Dairies, and they keep renewing them, and so I get kind of busy. I had turned down a couple of TV shows this year because I couldn't make that 4-day schedule, you know.
Well, they're getting
As long as I
good
can turn them
talent.
down, I'm delighted.
That's good. Well, we're delighted to have had this chance to reminisce with
Chuck.
you.
I'm delighted you called me.
Well, I hope that we can do it again sometime. And by George, if you ever get into the Chicago area, we'll find some people from the old Flying Time or the Welcome Valley Show or Tom Mix, and we'll kick it around for a while.
WLTV, right?
LTD, right.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
In the late 1940s, radio's flickering green eye began to fade as yet another eye, the eye of the television set, began to flicker in living rooms all over America. And from that TV screen came some of the finest images of some of the most talented performers ever to brighten the world of entertainment. And from images this afternoon on Those Were the Days, we go to Imogene. And I'm talking, of course, about one of the funniest and one of the most likable gals we've ever seen, Imogene Coca. Welcome to Those Were the Days.
Thank you.
You know, you're right in the midst of one of the most reminiscent shows in all of Chicagoland. But before we reminisce a bit, what brings you to town?
Well, King Donovan, my husband and I...
Who is sitting at your left.
Right.
Hello, King. Welcome to Those Were the Days, too.
Hello, Chuckle.
We're appearing at the Wellman's Bridgeview Theater in Valparaiso, Indiana. And we open on the 22nd, and we run 3 weeks after the 22nd in a marvelous show called Plaza Suite. And it's the first time we've done the play, and we're terribly excited about it. And it's a beautiful theater, and it has a marvelous restaurant, and it promises to be a nice engagement.
So anyone who wants to see Imogene Coca and King Donovan in the flesh, so to speak, head out to the Bridgeview Theater, right?
Right.
Valparaiso, Indiana. About 10 years ago, I saw the two of you in the four-poster.
Oh, that's
Where did
right.
you see that?
Oh, right out here at the Tent House Theater near Highland Park, right?
Our dear man remembers that day. That's marvelous. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great two-person show.
You know, I mean this very, very sincerely. The Plaza Suite is the nearest thing in to four-poster, not in content, but to my feeling about the play. I love four-poster so much, and since then we've never done a play that I really felt or enjoyed doing as much as I think we're going to enjoy Plaza Suite. It's a different type of show entirely, but they're both are so well written.
Yeah, very good shows.
They're beautifully written, and they have that peculiar quality that which we always look for when we're trying to find a play, particularly for the audience that we play for, which are the family or the family audience, I guess you would say, which is identification. You can come into the theater and you don't have to get oriented to who these people are. You know who these people are from the time the curtain goes up. It's very simple, very ordinarily identifiable. And this is a great thing, I think, that
and yet
you need
neither show is written in any... they're not... What am I trying to say? They're not mediocre shows. That sounds like, everybody can understand.
No, I didn't
they're
mean
just
that.
These are quality shows.
No, they're beautifully... Well, I was referring, first of all, to Four Poster by Jean de Hertock, and obviously this is not a poor writer, and a magnificently funny writer. And an interesting point about that show, because de Hertock, who, as you know, is the writer of The Cruel Sea and such, and great novels, had never written a comedy before, so far as I know. And one of the other shows that we did more recently, I Can't Hear You When the Water's Running, was written by Robert Anderson, Pulitzer Prize. What was the first drawing? The first Bob Anderson
Tea
one.
and Sympathy.
Tea and Sympathy. And he was a serious writer, had never written a comedy before either. And yet Water was a wonderfully funny show.
You enjoy performing
I didn't enjoy
in these
doing that as much, so.
around the country like this, getting to meet the fans and the people who remember you from... we always talk about remembering and nostalgia. Everybody sounds like they're 1,000 years old.
I know.
These things.
As a matter of fact, a week before last, King and I did a vignette on the Night Gallery, which is the Rod Sterling
television show.
And we've been doing. I've done 2 series, and I can't tell you how many guest appearances. But it's funny. It always does sound as if you've never done television since Show of Shows.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Show of Shows if we can.
I'd love to.
That started back in 1949.
Right.
As the Admiral Broadway Review.
That's right.
Actually, it was an hour. From 49 to 50, I guess, one season.
Yes, it lasted one season, and then for some odd reason, Admiral didn't pick it up, though it was a big success. And I think we had a period, if I remember correctly, of approximately 6 months. And then they did a tremendously big show. They did a 2.5-hour show, and I can't remember the official title of that. I think it was a Saturday night review. 1 hour, the first hour, came from Chicago with Jack Carter as the master of ceremonies, and then it would immediately go to New York, and our 1.5 hours came obviously from New York. Then the Chicago hour stopped being, and it became just the 1.5 from New York, and that was Show of Shows.
And that was live every week.
The whole 2.5 hours were live. And the amazing thing about Show of Shows, I think, was that, well, we had no teleprompter, no cue cards, and we did not improvise on stage. Friday afternoon, we set the show. And in all that time, there were no accidents. The scenery was changed on time. The costume changes were made. We got, off in time for the commercials. And that's something to say, I think, in an 1.5-hour show. And it was remarkable that in all that time there were no big tragedies.
That's what I was going to ask you. You answered 4 of my questions. I wanted to know if you did much ad-libbing on the air, and you said no, you set it up pretty much along the line.
We would improvise and ad-lib and work with our writers. One of our writers was Neil Simons, who wrote Plaza Suite, which we're going to do. We would work with them and maybe bring in some of our own dialogue. It was a sort of communal effort, really, and all reflected what I think was the genius of our producer, Max Liebman. And however, come Friday at noon, everything was set. And from then on, we did exactly what we had worked up to.
Now, you and Sid Cesar worked together on this whole thing, and I guess your association as a team with regards to the Show of Shows and the Broadway Review before, that was about 7 years, wasn't it?
I think so, approximately, yeah.
It was the Broadway Review, and the Show of Shows was on from 50 through 54. Maybe it was a little less than that, less than 7 years. But, of course, after Show of Shows went off the air, then you and Sid did another season.
Yeah, we came back and we did a season, and then we went to London and worked for BBC, and then Sid and Carl Reiner and Howie Morris and I did a special about 3 years ago, which won 10 Emmys, which was kind of nice. And then Sid and I, after we did the special, were on tour for almost a year. We played Vegas and the West Coast and the East Coast. So it hasn't been too long ago since I worked with him.
I think he is touring this summer in the same show.
Yes, he's going to do it at the Drury Lane.
Yeah.
Drury Lane.
Yeah.
And, the marvelous thing about Plaza Suite, a lot of people are going to be doing it, and every time you see it, it's going to be a different show, because the show is so flexible. While you might hear the same words, they will be done and said differently, so that you'll be seeing a very individual performance in Plaza Suite. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes. Let me ask you, if you came from a show business family.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, well, on my father's side, 3 generations of musicians. My mother was the first one in her family to go into the theater, but she was followed by all her sisters, who in turn married actors. Radio, I know you talk a lot about radio. My uncle, William Johnstone, married to one of my mother's sisters, was the Shadow. He followed Orson Welles. And as a matter of fact, he is on one of the soap operas now. For the life of me, I can't think of it. He plays the judge in As the World Turns?
As the World Turns.
He has white hair, a very distinguished-looking gentleman.
A great many of the radio actors, people who are involved in radio, are on the soaps today.
That's right,
TV.
and not only in soaps, but into TV. I mean, B. Venedera, for instance, was fantastically active in radio when I first went out to the West Coast. And Bob Sweeney, who used to be with Sweeney and March, Hal March.
Kind of jumping back to television, Milton Berle was on before us. Jackie Gleason, if I'm not wrong, was on a little before us. He was on a network called DuPont and another network. He was going on two.
Jackie Gleason was the original Riley in The Life of
right,
Riley.
The Life of Riley.
Yeah.
No, but then he did his own variety
variety
show.
things,
And
too.
Danny Thomas was doing his own variety show, and Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz was on. So we weren't kind of alone there.
Oh, well, Broadway Open House was on even before that, because that was where Art Carney first started.
Yeah. Well, Broadway Open House was the beginning of the late
that's right.
variety shows,
That's right. Well, the
But ours
spontaneous...
was not. But the point I was trying to make is ours was not the first variety show on television. A lot of people think it, but Milton had been on
a couple of
a few years, as had Jackie Gleason, as had I think Danny Thomas, and there's somebody else doing a variety show at that time. And as I say, Lucille Ball came on like about the year or 2 years after we started.
But your show, the Show of Shows, had a lot of prestige, and it was in a very fine showcase. It was, and it wasn't, though it eventually became a great showcase for Imogene Coca and Sid Cesar, it was the combined efforts, a real review every week. You had the Rod Alexander and Bambi Lynn, and
we had Margin Gower champion.
Margin Gower.
We had
Billy Williams.
Quartet,
yeah.
It was, you know something, I went to London not too long ago to do a few guest appearances for BBC, and Max Liebman let me look at some of the kiddies from Show of Shows, and I thought, oh dear, they're going to be so dated, I don't want to look at them, and it was absolutely extraordinary. That material, that show could be done right now, and this is going to sound rather odd, the material is still ahead of itself. There is absolutely nothing dated.
That's great. It would be... Do you think if Max Liebman would release some of those kinescopes and they played them somewhere today, you think that you'd have a good audience for it again?
I think it would be a smash. Well, we did not do any of the Show of Show materials on the special that we all did, that I told you about. But it was a sort of, what do they say, a paraphrase, a parallel of the Show of Shows material. That did terribly well. So I think those shows would do marvelously.
Would you entertain a suggestion to team up with Sid again for a series? Redoing the whole
wait
thing?
A minute, I'm sitting next to him.
I think they would be marvelous together. They did play together, as Imogene said, as recently as about 2 years ago. They were wonderful. Of course they'd be marvelous together again.
Well, King and I've been very lucky, in as much as I have worked with two very, very talented people, Sid and King Donovan, and I enjoy working with both of them. King and I have done, we argue about this, either 17 or 18 plays together, and then we've done this, and then we go back to television. We don't always work together, but during our 10, he says it's 11 years of marriage, we have done 10 or 18 plays, and I love working with King, and I love working with Sid. That's a rough question.
No, the only difference was in working with Sid, she was doing review type of material on television, and Imogene and I have been doing legitimate plays on the stage. That's about the only difference. We never have, with the exception of the Rod Serling show, which we did recently, had the opportunity of working together on film. We had worked when I was directing, but not when we acted together.
Well, let's talk about King Donovan for a second. I remember you as Harvey Helm on the Bob Cummings show.
That was a nice period.
That lasted for quite a while.
Well, actually, Bob was on from 1954 to 1959. I left the show in 1958 because a very good friend of both Imogen's and mine, Brentane Windust, director, invited me to come back to New York. I had said, Windy, if you can find a show, I want so much to do a play. And he said, in time, in time, in time. And finally, in 1958, he said, King, here's the script, read it. If you want to do it, it's yours. And this was a show, The Girls in 509, by Howard Teichman, that caused me to tell Bob and Paul Henning that I really wanted to go back to Broadway. I had an opportunity, and I was going to be in a show with Imogene Coca and Peggy Wood. And I went back. The show was received not with great hurrahs, but well. We played for the better part of a year. We played 10 months with the show. It was a fine show, as a matter of fact, and done afterwards in summer stock for many, many, many years. And this was where I met Imogene, and then we began working together, and we were married shortly after that. And we have been working together for the last at least 12 years.
Well, it's working
together for 12 years, 58 to 71.
This is the
comedy team of the decade now. Imogene and King, right? King, no. I mentioned Harvey Hellman. That was Bob Collins, I guess. Bob Cummings' name was.
I guess it was Collins. Yes.
Yeah, but you were the Air Force buddy.
That's right. That the old Air Force.
You were
buddy.
Kind of a. were you kind of a swinger on the show?
No. I was the opposite of that. You see, Bob was really playing the heavy. He was a swinger. In the original conception, there was to be a meeting of old Air Force buddies, and this wasn't too long after the war, and so there were three of us who came on. Three buddies came out to California, where Bob was located, theoretically, to meet him and to have a reunion. Well, of course, Bob is lining up the chicks, he's making arrangements and all this sort of thing, and he's never forgotten the Air Force. He's never really quite grown up. He's still over there someplace when he was having a ball. Now he's back here having a ball. So we arrive, he's got everything set up for us, and we say, Bob, by the way, you haven't asked me. He's what? What about the kids? What kids? My kids. Let me show you. And you bring out the wall, and you've got the three kids. Now, the other fellow says, you three? I have four. Did you know that I have four? Now, the three buddies are talking about all of their children, all of their wives, and Bob has nothing to talk about. He's sitting there and says, I got a few chicks. I got a redhead. I said, don't be silly, Bob. Now, you know what I miss? The great thing, do you have a lawn? I like nothing. And they're talking about the lawns and the kids and the kindergartens and all the things that's going on. And Bob is a total outsider to this. So, in reality, Bob was playing the heavy in the show, which was what was fun about it. He was really the misfit. It was beautifully conceived and cast by Paul Henning, and I think Bob was brilliant in the show.
So were you.
Thank you.
From there, before that, actually, you were with Burns and Allen.
Yes, George and Gracie. I was with them for 3 years before I went on.
Didn't you play her brother?
That's right. Yes.
Roger.
Yes, that's right, Roger. Yeah. Yes. Roger, the unwanted brother-in-law.
Weren't you on another?
Well, lately I did after I met Imogene. Please Don't Eat the Daisies. Which one were you referring to?
I thought another
series. Well, I was with Ann Southern quite a while, but not in the same character. Just White and a couple other fellows were much more current with her. But no, the particular ones that I was with was George Burns, Gracie Allen, and Bob Cummings, and latterly, Please Don't Eat the Daisies. But you see, when Imogene, to go back to nostalgia, it's very interesting because I was on the West Coast and the coaxial cable had not come through at that time. And so we were not seeing the best of TV. We were only seeing what was being shown on the West Coast, and we would see New York shows a week late. And we were working in very small studios really about the size of this. We're now in a very small upstairs studio. But we would go down. There was a show on the West Coast called Space Patrol. Now, if there's any Californians out there, they'll certainly remember Space Patrol. It was one of those shows that started in the afternoon, a kid show with Captain Somebody and his buddy, and it was a futuristic type of thing, and kind of a Buck Rogers idea. And I began working at Pasadena Playhouse in a show called, Joan of Lorraine. And one of the members of the cast was working his television show. And it was very important that he had to have a certain amount of time to do his television show. I had never been inside of a television studio until during the run I got into this Playhouse. But they would go down and do the Space Patrol. And I finally found out how much money they were making. They were making $25 a week, doing 5 shows a week, 15 minutes every day. And they were being paid $5 a day. This was as late as 1949. That's how unorganized we were on the West Coast, when Show of Shows was at full swing.
But boy, did the West Coast take it over.
Well, very gradually, when it went into film, and as you both have said before, when Lucille Ball started, and then when George and Gracie, and then when December Bride came in, then it began to swing over to the West Coast. It went on to film. Things changed a little bit. They started using cameras, a 2 and 3 camera technique, which Lucy always used, and which we used in the Bob Cummings show. We did not have an audience, but we did have 2 cameras. So although we were shooting a half-hour show for film, we did a rather extraordinary thing insofar as we just shot the entire show in one day. And this was the way George and Gracie shot, in one day. They rehearsed one day, very loosely, and came back and did the show. Normally in those days you would take 3 days to shoot a show, sometimes 4, and possibly rehearse even one day. So it was a 5-day arrangement. When Ozzie and Harriet started, and they were on for about 14 years, they shot 5 days a week. And for George and Gracie or Bob to be doing a show in one day seemed extraordinary to them. And yet it was good for the individual people. As with Imogene and Sid, they had become a family. They had become a unit, and it was right for them to do as they did. For George and Gracie, George liked everything loose. Bob liked everything very tight, so we would rehearse for 2 days. So that when we went on camera, we were very thoroughly rehearsed, and everything was tight.
Imogene, you did so much live television, and then I know recently and later you'd gotten involved in canned TV, so to speak, film and videotape and all of this.
Yeah.
There's quite a difference, isn't it?
Yeah, I find, frankly, I would rather do live television or film. I find I've done an awful lot of guest appearances, and what drives me right up the wall with some of them is the fact that you start the tape and then they stop it in order to make scenery changes or in order for the somebody to make a costume change. And to me, as a performer, all the momentum stops, because by the time that 45 minutes has gone by, you think, now what was this show about? Now, I prefer, if I'm going to do that sort of thing, to be on film, where you shoot a small scene, and then you go and talk to some people around the studio, and you have a ball, and you come back and shoot another small scene. I am not particularly crazy about tape, but I think I'm alone in that. I would prefer, as I say, I would prefer to either do live television, and once that camera, that red little light goes on, there you are, and you keep barreling ahead.
The one great thing about tape, though, hon, is one of the things that we experienced recently. We did a commercial, and the lovely thing is you do, let's say, a minute commercial, and it's taken in one shot with 3 cameras, that is in one taping, and with 3 cameras, and then about 20 seconds later, the director has put up the lights in the place, and they give you a monitor, and you see your whole self back
darling,
again.
that is not true.
No, what I mean is you have the opportunity of
Now, don't
seeing
fight, kid.
yourself.
No, but that is not
and you
true
can
of, darling, that's not true of a variety
Oh,
show.
no, I know that isn't true. What I meant was
The
that
thing
all
is you
tape
don't-
isn't bad, dear. Tape has
Oh,
advantages.
good heavens, a lot of people are crazy about tape. I'm just telling
we
you
were
my...
crazy about that version of it.
Yes, but that is not
That
what
aspect
happens
of
on a big variety
I
show,
know that, darling, I realize
When
that.
the tape stops, the performers don't sit and see what they've done.
What I meant was that the
You
use to
possibly
it.
compare it.
I mean, the tape has a value, and I think that if
To
a
whom?
show, to the performer, insofar as he can watch himself, he doesn't have
But
to wait
you
until the
don't
next
on
day.
a variety show.
On a variety show, you don't, but there are people who are using it that way, darling. When Jerry Lewis has been directing pictures, he started that.
I did a Jerry Lewis show. I did a
Not a
guest
picture,
appearance with
darling,
him, darling.
yes.
And we stopped the tape about 20 times, but we didn't see what had been shot.
No.
And neither did he.
That's possible because he wasn't handling the show. But anyway, I think it does have some values, and that you can look back at it immediately, make self-criticisms, and improve yourself almost immediately because you're into the whole situation.
When I see a taped variety show, it is obviously a taped show. They don't. They're not making any bones about it. They'll freeze the last frame, or they'll do certain things, super quick changes, and you know it's done on tape. And as a viewer, I always feel that I'm being cheated a little bit out of the excitement of the moment.
Yeah.
And that's why I'll agree with you as far as the Imogene, as far as the live television is concerned. Everything is happening right there. I think technically, and as far as the quality of the show is concerned, you may get a better show on tape. And as far as the commercials are concerned, surely you have a chance to get immediate reaction to what you've done and see where you might do it better.
Well, the quality of the tape, this is where, you see, we did, before the coaxial cable went in, they had the right to play show of shows. Show of shows had the right to be done 30 days after it was shot or done live in New York City, because they didn't have the coaxial cable. Then they had to be burned, all the tapes, for union purposes. Well, NBC, obviously, I'm sure, has a library of the show, and so has Max Liebman, and so has Sid, and at one time so did I have a library of the show. But otherwise, everything was burned because of the union rules and everything. I had a reason for telling you that. No,
I remember what it was. When they went back, when you saw the shows that Max showed you, you were amazed.
But the only thing better about tape, I think, is that the quality of the film is better than kinescope. That's what I tried to say.
We have to go down.
Thank you very much, Imogene Coca and King Donovan, for spending some time with us today on Those Were the Days. Thank you very much. Here's a golden age of radio quiz for you folks out there in nostalgia land. Who played Margot Lane on The Shadow? Who starred in the classic suspense drama Sorry, Wrong Number? Who played Lionel Barrymore's housekeeper Marilli on The Mayor of the Town? And who was the dragon lady on Terry and the Pirates? Well, if you answered Agnes Moorehead to each of those questions, you're absolutely right. And you're about to meet the charming lady who is the star of stage, screen, radio, television, and now, I guess, motion picture theaters. Agnes Moorehead, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Thank you very much. How in the world did you get all that information?
Oh, I have a large shovel that digs deeply into nostalgia every week, right?
My goodness, that brings back a great many memories, I must say.
We'd like to talk about those memories, if we may, for a little bit. But first, you're in town on a special kind of business, aren't you? To promote a new concept in
Well, about that, you mean the mini theaters?
Right.
Yes. Well, my connection with the mini theaters is purely from a quality point of view. The type of picture that I think that ought to be shown to the young people, to the adults, a good story that has some kind of integrity and that has a sort of honesty, and that you're not ashamed to take your child to, and you're sure that you won't be embarrassed seeing the picture. I think there's too much of this other, sort of, I would say, trash kind of movie. I think if you feed a person a rotten apple constantly, they get pretty sick. And I don't believe in that kind of business. I don't believe in a shock plot. I believe in a good story that involves an audience and will have something to do with their heart, you see.
Well,
their heart and their spirit, and this is why I'm interested in the mini theaters, because I want the product to have quality and integrity.
And that's the concept behind the United General mini
That's
theater
right.
operation.
That's right.
Well, good. I think with a gal like you who has devoted a lifetime to providing good entertainment.
Well, I
for
played
people.
many evil women, as far as that's concerned. But the story always ends up saying, well, I wouldn't want to do that, and that's the wrong thing to do. But it hasn't been of the type that it is something that is what you would call sunk in the minds of people that makes it dirty. I've never played anything like that, and won't, as far as that's concerned. I played a lot of tragedy, and I've played some horror pictures and all that, and a great deal of fantasy. But it isn't the type that is going to just make anyone, take a bath or go to their analyst.
Well, good. And I'd like to talk with you a second now about some of the roles that you've played. In your early days of your career, you were on stage and radio, and you were quite involved theatrically with Orson Welles, weren't you?
Yes.
You were a member of the Mercury Theater Group?
I was one of the founders of the Mercury Group. Joe Cotton and Orson Welles and I founded the Mercury Theater.
The three of you?
Yes.
And how long was the Mercury Theater on Broadway?
Well, we started in 1934 and 1935, and around about 1937, 1938, Orson left Broadway and came out to the coast. And Citizen Kane, of course, was done in 1938.
And you were in Citizen
Yes,
Kane.
that's
So was Joseph Cotton, for that
Yes,
matter.
that's right.
Now, hopping back, just before you went to Hollywood with Orson and Joseph Cotton, you were on the Mercury Theater on the air as well.
That's right.
Were you, inevitably I must ask, were you involved in the War of the Worlds
Yes,
broadcast?
that's right. In the background, we were all screaming, the women. See, he used all of the people that he had, a nucleus of the Mercury players. He always used them. They were a sort of stock company. And we'd play leads, or we'd play anything that he wanted us to play.
We have heard a number of those early Mercury Theater broadcasts, and
You don't have to be too much of a detective to discover which character voice belonged to Agnes Moorehead. Although everyone was different, you were making a definite name for yourself as far as the listeners was concerned right at that time. Now,
well, you had to be rather versatile to be in with the group that Orson used, and you also had to be rather versatile to be in a radio show that I did for 8 years, The March of Time.
You played Eleanor Roosevelt one time.
That's right. I was the only one who was allowed to.
You were. What was the story behind that? How did they select you then?
Well, of course, before I had permission, she negated all of the people who were impersonating her because they were lampooning her. She had a strange kind of voice quality, and they would, lampoon her voice as far as that's concerned. And she got rather tired of it and said no one was supposed to do this. But she was in the news so much that the people who were at the head of March of Time wrote to her and asked her if it would be possible to use her on the March of Time. And she said, well, I'll have to interview the young lady who's going to do me, and also I want a record of how she sounds. And so I made a record, and I was interviewed by Mrs. Roosevelt, and she approved of me, and she said, this is the woman, she's the only woman that I will allow to impersonate me.
And so then how many times did you impersonate her?
Many
Constantly,
times.
I suppose.
Many times. She was in the news a great deal at that time.
And this was from New
York?
York?
In the 30s, yes.
At the same time, then, you were really busy because you were playing on The Shadow with Orson Welles.
I played probably, I've averaged, I would say, 5 shows a day. And many times it was 7 or 8.
Soap operas?
Everything.
Adventure programs, the whole
From the
business.
beginning of the day to the end, because at that time, you must remember, there was a repeat sometimes of shows.
Oh, yes.
You'd go on one time for the East Coast and then another time for the West Coast.
I'm going to test your memory. Do you remember a soap opera by the name of Way Down East?
Oh, yes.
Can you recall your co-star? Or at least one of the co-stars? A fellow by the name of Van Heflin?
Oh, yes.
You went to Hollywood with Orson Welles and Joseph Cotton for Citizen Kane. You appeared in a number of Orson Welles type productions. I just categorize them that way because Welles was
17 years.
From radio and the Broadway and the whole
years.
business. Yeah. It must have been an interesting partnership.
Terribly exciting.
Wow, I bet.
And a great privilege to be with him.
You were in the Magnificent Ambersons.
That's right.
So many great movies that you're connected with. How did you manage to keep up a very active radio career in Hollywood now, at the same time getting involved in so many?
Well, I was the only one who was allowed to do this. I went on a contract to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and they didn't want any of their people to go on radio. They wanted to have control of anything that they would do outside, recordings or radio. But I had a long talk. I was on radio when I went under contract. And I said, well, I don't... They said that actors didn't have the knowledge or the taste or the judgment to be on the right kind of shows. And I said, oh, well... And then I named all the shows that I was on, you see. And I said, I'm terribly surprised because... about this, I said, I don't quite agree with you. And I guess my argument was so strong that they said, all right, we'll allow you to go to do radio along with your contract. And so that was the reason that I did so much radio.
How did you manage to fit it all in? At that time, they were still doing repeat broadcasts. And yet
it depended. Sometimes it was Saturdays, sometimes it was Sundays, sometimes it was late at night.
Your broadcasting?
My broadcasting,
oh, I see.
Yes. And of course, you must remember that after you finished a picture, you sometimes had layoffs of weeks that you didn't do a picture. There wasn't a picture available. You were still under contract, but you were free to do pretty much what you wanted to do.
Has there ever been a time in your show business career that you have been out of work and not at your own choosing?
Yes.
Can't imagine. You've been so active in so many things.
No, I starved when I first was in the theater.
In the very early
career. That was very difficult. very difficult. And I remember out in Hollywood, as far as that's concerned, there was, I believe, one time, and I think there was 11 months that I didn't work. Then I started to work again. But that didn't annoy me very much, because I was doing other things. I mean, as far as memorizing, and as far as working, enlarging what I thought was necessary.
Can you recall your first radio role?
Yes. It was over KMOX and KSD in St. Louis, Missouri, and I was called the girl baritone.
The girl baritone?
Yes. That's before you. You didn't dig that up, did you?
No, I don't have anything on the girl baritone.
No, I can tell you a few other things.
What can you tell us? What followed the boy baritone?
No, but that was the first radio, and that was the time when they, you had those crystal sets, you see. And that was over KMOX and KSD.
Did you ever do any radio in Chicago?
Yes, but that was, I was guesting. Not anything that I didn't stay here to do a particular series. I was just guesting.
Do you recall a program called Dot and Will?
Dot and Will. I don't remember now.
Well, I didn't remember the girl baritone, so we're even.
No, well, I don't know. Dot and
I'm
Will.
sure it was a show.
There are a great many radio shows that I can't remember. As a matter of fact, when I would do radio and do so many shows per day, I couldn't tell you what I played in the morning.
Yeah. Well, the series, of course, you and so many of your fans in this area and all over the world, for that matter, remember the Margot Lane on The Shadow. And
yes, well, I was the first one, but you see, that was when Orson was The Shadow.
Exactly.
And they wanted a girl to come in to play his girlfriend or his good girl Friday or something of that sort, and they asked him, who he wanted, and he said Agnes Moorehead.
How long did you play on The Shadow?
Oh, I can't remember how long. It was quite a while.
Fairly long.
As long as Orson played it. Yes, and I think it was longer too, because they brought someone else in.
Goodrich Silvertown Tires used to sponsor The Shadow.
I suppose so.
Before Blue Coal took it over later on.
Yes.
What about Sorry Wrong Number? How did they decide that Agnes Moorehead was the right gal to play?
I don't think they decided at all. The script was written for me.
It was?
Yes, by Lucille Fletcher, and it was presented to me. And I started to read it, and it got so nerve-wracking that I thought, no one will listen to this, because it just unnerves you as you go along in the story. And Bill Spear was the director. He asked me what I thought of it, and I said, well, it's a harrowing story, but it'd be kind of fun to do, because it is it's a tour de force. So we went on the air with it, and the first time we went on the air, they got so excited at the very end that they didn't do the right ending. The men were so excited that it kind of frustrated them.
The actors?
The actors and the sound. And so there were a great many people who had been listening in, and they called in and said, what is the end of it? Tell us the end of it. So in about 5 weeks, I repeated it. Then it was almost a command performance about once, I don't know, I did it 18 times on the air.
18?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. You made recordings?
Then I made a recording of it with Decca. And then I did it on my one-woman show. I did about 17 minutes of it on my one-woman show. And I did that for quite a while. And then I sort of negated that. I said, because it was so very difficult to get into a town that didn't have a good PA system, because I used part of my disc record for the first part of it. And then I took all the rest of it and condensed it. And then there was a blackout, and you heard the rest of the record, you see, at the very end. And it was very difficult to do and to try to train them. And I was I was always on tenterhooks to see whether they would get the right cues and so forth.
Timing was everything in that, sure.
But and when you had to do it yourself and take all the questions indirectly in your own dialogue, so it was difficult to do.
Well, I want to thank you for doing it. It was terrific.
Well,
everyone who has ever heard it thinks it was magnificent. And
they use it, you see, as a sort of study for craft, the craft in that type of writing, and the craft of the acting, which is kind of interesting. In colleges and universities, they use it a great deal.
And then they made a movie out of it, too.
Yes, well, I didn't do them.
No. Barbara, was it Barbara Stanwyck?
Yes, but that was it wasn't like the show at all. It wasn't, because it wasn't a tour de force. You see, the whole thing is on the woman, and you should never break it, you see, for all these other things. But when you break it, then you break the suspense, and the whole thing is to keep it on the woman, and she hears all these voices coming in. But it wasn't made this way at all.
Just frantic throughout.
No, and the fact is, too, that when it was done, she was a very wealthy woman. This woman wasn't at all. She was a woman of just kind of comfortable, but not wealthy at all, because she didn't have any maids, you see. And this time you could see this great big house, you'd expect people to be in there. But it didn't run true to form.
Well, it was a great suspenseful story, and of course it was on the series Suspense. And
it was on yes, it was on Suspense, and I played on Suspense many, many times. I played a great many.
You did a number. Do you recall? I remember another great suspense program that you starred in was called The 13th Sound.
Yes.
And that I think is a
yes,
classic.
There's some marvelous ones in there. There were some marvelous ones that we played.
Some good writers.
Make good movies, as far as that's concerned.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's good.
Now that they're making great horror movies,
So you were Homer Brown's mother on the Aldrich Family, and
I was the Aunt Harriet too for a while.
On the Aldrich Family.
Yes, on the Aldrich Family.
You worked with Jackie Kelk a couple of times.
Oh,
you played Homer.
A couple of times. One of the first things that I ever did on one of the first series that I ever did. That was after Mystery House, which was the first series I did, was a thing that was called The Gumps. You remember that?
You played...
And I played Min Gump.
Min Gump. Yeah.
And the boy, Chester, was played by Jackie Kelk. And that was weeks and weeks and weeks of it. I'll bet you can't answer this question. Who wrote it?
Who wrote The Gumps?
Yes.
You're right, I can't answer it. Who wrote The Gumps?
Irwin Shaw.
Irwin Shaw.
You know the great writer?
Oh my goodness! And he
Irwin Shaw wrote The Gumps. He was having a hard time, a very difficult time, and he wrote this series, and it was amazing, a comedy series.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's great. Yeah. That's great. I want to ask, when you were involved in radio, as radio was changing over to television, in the late 40s, you were very big in pictures and you were involved in radio, but the flickering green eye of the old Zenith radio set gave way to the flickering television tube, and you got right in, you dug deeply and went right involved in television, and on TV, I guess you got involved quite a bit with so many other things. You were on just about every anthology series that was on in the early days of television, and you got involved in. You weren't in any series before the Bewitched thing, were you?
No, I never did a series. I never did a series. The only series that I've done and I've been involved in, I've done guest shots in various series, but I've never done a series that I had a definite character to do all through the series. No.
But General Electric Theater and Matinee Theater and the DuPont Show always found the welcome job with Agnes Moorehead. Did you, was it easy for you to make the transition from radio to TV, I suppose?
I never thought anything about it.
Just boom right into it, huh?
No, there are lots of times that you can't make the adjustment from the stage to the pictures, or from pictures to the stage, you know? Can't make the adjustments, but the only thing that I feel that the difference is the fact of the medium being either small or large. But I mean, as far as emotional values are concerned, there's no difference at all. Playing isn't any different. And so I never even thought about it.
Would you say that, we were talking about Sorry Wrong Number a moment ago, would you say that was your most exciting radio performance?
No. I've had loads of exciting radio performances. I don't think that just happens to be a memorable one, but I mean, there are many of them. Many of the ones on Cavalcade of America, many of the ones on March of Time, many of the ones on you know, so many of them that were exciting. Every night, as far as March of Time is concerned, was exciting.
You felt that was a good challenge for you?
It was wonderful. Well, I had to do all kinds of characters, and the fact that you were impersonating a great many people in the news and had to, you know, be accurate about them was a kind of an exciting thing to do.
I've got one that you don't know that I remember, but I recall that you played Maggie on Bringing Up Father, the Maggie and Jiggs thing.
Yes. Yeah.
How long did that run?
Oh, I don't know. Not very long, I don't think they did.
You're involved in a lot of the radio versions of comic strips, Maggie and Jiggs, Terry and the Pirates, the Gumps.
We used to do the funnies. That was where all of us were involved with various things in the funnies.
You mean reading the daily Sunday papers?
Yes, in the morning, on Sunday morning, yeah.
And you were involved in that too?
Yes.
Was that on the West Coast or
East Coast?
East Coast. Early in the 30s.
Yes.
What about the movies? Which was, let me just mention a couple of the films that you were in since you went away. Dragon Seed, Our Vines of Tender Grapes, Dark Passage with Humphrey Bogart, Johnny Belinda, Caged, great story, great thing, Caged. 14 Hours, Magnificent Obsession, so many wonderful films. Which was the most challenging film for you? Can you recall?
They're all challenging. I don't know of a role that isn't challenging. I've never done anything. It doesn't make any difference what it is, on stage, screen, television, anything. It doesn't make any difference. I think they're all a challenge. Every one of them.
That's an exciting and interesting thing to say. I think, and
no,
it
but
has
I mean,
shown.
I don't think, if it isn't a challenge, why do it?
Great.
You know?
Great.
Why do it?
One last question. You're an actress who spent about 20 years working in what we now call the golden age of radio. Do you think radio, as it was in the so-called golden age, will ever make a comeback?
That I don't know, but of course there are a great many radio shows now. And a great many radios that have been sold. You would be surprised at the people who listen to radios. A lot of shut-ins listen to radios. And there are a great many people who take their radios along.
But drama, good drama today is almost non-existent on radio.
That's true.
Do you think that there's a spot for it on
well,
radio today?
I'm sad to say, you see, the idea of the imagination, you know, has been, I would say, suddenly they've tried to cancel the imagination of the public. Because nowadays, the pictures and everything, even the theater, they set out the whole game. Well, you don't do that. You don't do that. You don't play the whole game. You don't tell the whole thing. If you don't let the audience become involved and let them do it, because they can act much better than you can act. Their imaginations are far superior than what you can put on a stage or what you can put up on that screen. And that's what it is. But you have everything laid out for you, and it becomes the boiler, and they just sit there like they're drugged.
I think that if a good dramatic series popped up on radio today, Agnes Moorehead would be a part of it.
Well, who knows?
We'd like to have you as a part of it. And we'll be always grateful to you, Agnes Moorehead, for providing us with so many memorable performances on radio. And we thank you, too, for a memorable visit today on Those Were the Days.
I'm glad they asked me to be on radio. I'm very grateful to radio.
We're grateful to you.
I was interviewing actor Vincent Price here in Chicago, talking about radio. Vincent Price died in 1993 at the age of 82. He was 60 when this interview was recorded. Chuck told me privately that Vincent Price was in town to promote something he was doing for Sears. I think he was the art consultant for art that Sears Roebuck was selling. And Chuck, to his credit, thought that he should ask Vincent Price something about his relationship with Sears. That's the reason for his tour. And to Vincent Price's credit, he said, "No, I'd rather talk about radio." So here are Vincent Price and Chuck Schaden talking about radio in 1971.
Our guest today is a man who is respected as one of the country's leading art experts and as one of our leading actors, too. His characterizations and scores of spine-tingling dramas has left audiences gasping around the world. And many of our good old radio listeners will remember him from appearances in dozens and dozens of radio anthology series as well. In one radio series, he was Simon Templar, the Robin Hood of modern crime, playing a saint rather than a sinner. He's Vincent Price. Welcome, Mr. Price, to Those Were the Days.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm glad
delighted to be here. I love to talk about radio.
Well, great. We're going to zero in on radio then for a little while today. You know, people tend to associate you always with the horror films you've made and forget, perhaps, so much that you've done on radio and also some of the things you've done in motion pictures that really weren't at all related to the horror films, especially when, I remember when so many of the films you made for 20th Century Fox, and I guess it was about early 1940s or something.
Well, 1940s and 50s. Actually, I never did a horror film until about 1955, and I did one called The House of Wax, which was a tremendous success, and I've done a few since then, but out of the 100 films I've done, only about 20 of them have been horror films. The ones I like to remember, which fortunately are still on television, are some of the ones I did at Fox, like Laura and Song of Bernadette and Keys of the Kingdom, those pictures.
You may not have actually been in what is called a horror film in some of the early pictures that you did, but many of them were spooky films or scary pictures, things like...
They were really more melodramas, some of them, yeah. And the first one I did really was not in the movies, but in the theater. I did a play that was a very famous play and ran forever in New York called Angel Street, which was about a fellow who tried to drive his wife mad, and it was a very exciting play.
The film was Gaslight.
Gaslight, that's right.
Before you started your motion picture career, you were quite an established actor on the stage.
Yes, I did a play with Helen Hayes, which ran for 3 years in New York, and then Angel Street ran a couple of years, and I did a lot of plays with Orson Welles in the Mercury Theater, and I still do a lot of theater.
You do?
Yeah, I try to do one every year. Last year I did Oliver, the musical. Had a wonderful time doing that.
Gee, well, I hope that your stage roles will bring you to Chicago one day so we can get a chance to see you on the board, so to speak.
I was asked to do Sleuth here, as a matter of fact, and it's one of the most exciting plays I've ever seen. I think you all will love it here.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you.
No, I can't do it, unfortunately. I've got a commitment to do a film.
Well, there's another year.
Yeah.
Another year,
another play.
Another play. You mentioned House of Wax a moment ago. That actually was a remake of an old Lionel Atwill
That's
film.
right.
I think it was called The Mystery of
the
the Wax
Museum.
Wax
Museum, and then they called it, in my version, which was in 3D, The House of Wax. And actually, it was one of the biggest money makers of all time. That gimmick with the glasses and everything really caught hold, and unfortunately, it was uncomfortable for people to wear the glasses, so 3D went out.
But you know, it was amazingly. I've seen the film since seeing it in the theaters in 3D. I've seen it on television many times.
Yeah.
And the impact of the film was not lost just because you lose the 3D effect.
No, it really wasn't. One of the reasons, I think, was that the director, Andre de Toth, didn't make it just for the gimmicks. You know, he made it as a very, very good film, and consequently, when you see it without 3D, it's just as good.
But the best 3D effect in it was the fellow with the
ping pong ball.
The ping pong.
Yes, it was marvelous. Yeah,
that was really, really something. Your latest film is Dr. Phibes, and you've got a sequel coming up.
Yes, I don't know what they're going to call it yet. Dr. Phibes really sort of calls for a sequel. There are few films that do, but it really does, because there was one thing left undone in this film. You know, I'd like to get back to radio, because
so would I.
I think that radio was probably one of the most exciting medias that ever was. The audience had to do a lot of work. I did a great many Suspense and Escape and all of those theaters, radio theaters. And the audience really had to build the sets, to create the makeup, to figure out what they thought the people were like, what the ambiance of the drama was like. It was terribly exciting. And almost everybody that I've ever known who started in the theater, who has made a success in the theater, started in radio. radio was the greatest training ground for actors, I think, that ever was.
Did you get involved in radio through Orson Welles and his Mercury Theater on the Air?
No, I was with Orson before the Mercury Theater on the Air. I did a lot of soap operas when I was playing in plays in New York. It was a way of training, really. I mean, you'd go in and you'd do these things, John's other wife and Sam's other mother, and, you know, they were marvelous fun, though, and they called for a kind of immediate, almost improvisation that was very exciting. Everybody I know really feels that radio was one of the great dramatic mediums.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And when we hear today some of the programs that were produced for radio 25 and 30 years ago, they still hold up. They stand
sure
up
do.
very well.
I did one called Three Skeleton Key, about three men who were trapped in a lighthouse when the rats invaded this little island. That still is one of the most exciting shows, I think, that I've ever done in my life. It was just tremendously thrilling.
You used your radio skills, if that's what we can call them. You used your acting skills on radio, I should say, many, many times, and you appeared quite frequently on Screen Guild Players program and the Philip Morris Playhouse, too. You were involved
I did 10 of those with Tallulah Bankhead. They were kind of an experience, I'll tell you.
Working with Tallulah?
Yeah, she was marvelous. She really was. I had the greatest admiration for this woman.
And you played a continuing character for a while in The Saint.
Yes. For 3 years I did
3
The
years.
Saint, yeah. It was a challenge that I wanted very much at that point in my career, to try and create somebody, you know, I mean, completely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really that interested in doing that kind of a thing in television. The Saint had a lot more dimensions than you're allowed in television as a character. You're visual, and therefore you're limited, but in a radio drama, you can create anything you want. And it has more excitement, really, as an acting medium.
And all you have to do is blink your eyes to change the set, as you say.
That's right, absolutely.
Which was, when exactly did you get involved in radio? What point was it? Was it 39 or 40? Or
well, I started in the theater in 1935, and I started in London, though I'm an American.
Mm-hmm.
But I did some radio over there, and radio is still a very, very big medium in England. The BBC does brilliant dramas and marvelous music and dramatizations of the lives of different people, as they have done recently on television. And then I came over here and went in the theater, and I felt that I needed radio as an extension. And I started right away, about 1937, doing radio.
And you've actually been associated with radio right up until I guess most of the time that you had that was extra was spent on television. Then.
Yes, and I still do radio. I every chance I get. Unfortunately, now it's cut down to a place where you really don't have time to do it. There are too many commercials, and I remember during the time that radio was sort of drifting out and television was drifting in Hollywood, we would do remakes of the great shows that we had done in the great days of radio, and they would be cut so and interfered so by the commercial that they lost their impact, because radio has a continuity that is just marvelous, as a play does, 3 acts. I miss it very much.
What is there really anything going on in radio today as far as drama is concerned?
No. There's just 48 hours of news every 24.
If someone were to come up, I asked this of many of our guests who fondly remember radio as you do. If someone came up with a good Playhouse on the air again today, 2 questions: do you think that it would go? Do you think it would be accepted by the large listening audience today? And secondly, would you like to be a part of it?
I would like to be a part of it, first of all. I'm not sure it would. I think that people now are visually oriented and have been a bit visually put upon. I don't think television has really lived up to its promise. It could be one of the great medias of all time because it's got voice and it's got picture and it's got everything going for it, but so much of the programming is really so inferior, and they don't do anything about education. When we did the CBS workshop and things like that in radio, we dramatized all the great novels. I would do plays with Ruth Gordon and people like this, and we'd do Ibsen and Shakespeare, and there was this marvelous thing of the audience being a captive audience by their own volition. And I don't know whether you could do that anymore. I mean, we're oriented now to turning on the radio to find out whether the freeway is jammed. I don't know whether people would really listen. I would, but I'm not sure.
We play large slices of good old radio every week on this show, and we've found that people do listen and enjoy the vintage radio programs again. Most generally, the reaction is it's very difficult the first time we hear one or two of these shows because we're trained not to use the imagination. But if you stick with it for a couple of hours, not necessarily all at once, those imagination buds start working again.
Absolutely. I think, people like Jack Benny, I did several shows with Jack, both on TV and radio, but I always felt that he was one of the great radio people, and I don't think he ever really lived up to it as much in television. There was a magic about that voice and the pauses and everything he did.
Well,
the
vault, his vault, for
example, it was marvelous. You never could picture it.
No, never could recreate it on
never.
TV. You're in Chicago this week to herald the opening of another Vincent Price Sears Art Gallery. Is that
No, actually, Sears is a very adventurous company. They feel an obligation towards their enormous public, and they have the public. And they're starting a home decorating school, which they hope will introduce people to new ideas in decoration, to saving the young homemaker the mistakes that they make by lack of knowledge of decoration, of the great periods of art. I think the reason they brought me into it is that I'm a fellow who believes that art is everything. I don't believe it's just those things hanging in the Chicago Art Institute. I think furniture can be a great art, and fabrics and all of the things that go into a home are very important that you know something about them. And this course will be open to the public. It's a very nominal fee, and they give away samples and a place so that you can plan the position of your furniture and show you the periods of design and everything. I think it's a very exciting idea and can lead people to doing more interesting things, because as we become more and more at leisure, which we will do in this country, there will have to be shorter working hours and working days of the week. The home is going to become the great center of American living. And I think people are tired of bad taste, and they should know a little bit about what is good taste.
Well, you've been a leader in good taste for a long time with your art interests and so many other things. I think that you'll help show them the way.
Oh, thank you. My wife and I wrote a cookbook a few years ago that we've been kind of amazed of the impact of it. It sold about 250,000 copies. And we photographed our own home, which is a real do-it-yourself effort. Everything in it is something that we have done and that we have found inexpensively in out-of-the-way places. And I don't mean out-of-the-way in India or something, but just by looking and by knowing about what we want in our home.
We have that cookbook in our home.
Do you?
And,
I'm delighted.
I want to thank you for some very fine meals.
Oh, the recipes are marvelous.
Very good.
A treasury of great recipes.
After the sequel to Dr. Phibes, what happens for Vincent Price?
Well, I really don't know. You never know in my profession. I go out on a lecture tour every year, and I think that's one of the most exciting things I do. I've been in over 350 cities in the country, about 250 colleges, and I find America stimulating and exciting, and right now I think that all of us must do something for our country, because we're in great danger. We're in great danger as far as our world reputation is concerned. We must concern ourselves with the arts, with civilization, and this is sort of my message as I go around the country. So I do that every year. I'm going to do that in February.
Well, you're spreading your message today on our program.
Oh, thank
and
you.
Thank you very much for spending a few moments with us and
My
reminiscing
pleasure.
about radio. And we think that you're stimulating and exciting, and your contributions to radio and to motion pictures and television, too, have been major, and we thank you for that.
Oh, thank you very much. Lovely being with you.
Thank you, Vincent Price.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South America and all the ships at sea. Let's go to press. Our guest today is Bob Thomas, author of a fascinating book called Winchell, published by Doubleday. Bob Thomas, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Well, thank you, Chuck. I'm glad to be here.
Bob, we like to reminisce a lot about the good old days of the golden age of radio, and aside from the comedy and the dramatic portions of radio as we remember them fondly, a very important part of radio was Walter Winchell, and he's the subject of your great book, which is fascinating reading, and I'd like to explore the radio personality of Walter Winchell with you for a few moments today.
Well, fine, Chuck. I go back as far as his network experience in my memory, because I can remember when he was on the old Lucky Strike program, and he just sort of came on during the musical portions and did his bit, I think maybe 3 to 5 minutes, and then the music continued. But he was so galvanizing, so vital, that naturally he would have a future on his own show, and that came soon afterward in the mid-30s.
Mm-hmm. Was that Lucky Strike, was that his first radio thing?
No, he had done something in the late 20s. William Paley had thought that he might be an interesting radio personality because he was becoming so popular with his Broadway column that Paley thought he would do okay on radio. Winchell, oddly enough, did not. He thought that his voice was too high-pitched, that he spoke too fast for radio. And you don't remember, but in those days, radio required a kind of sonorous, mellifluous voice, particularly in the field of news. Mm-hmm. And you had the deep-voiced announcers like Norman Brokenshire and Graham McNamee and others who when they did news, did it in a very formal style. And Winchell really didn't think he was suited for radio. He was, though.
Well, Winchell was, he really was the biggest booster of Walter Winchell of all time, and I'm surprised that he would think that perhaps he wouldn't work on radio. I would think that a man like Winchell, with just being overwhelmed with his own confidence, would think, certainly I could attack radio and go with it.
I think that's the only element of humility I ever discovered in the Winchell saga.
He was on for Juergens Journal, I think, for, good grief, how long?
Oh, I think 32 years or thereabouts. It was a long association and a very happy one for Juergens because Winchell was smart enough, and maybe the Juergens people had this in mind too, that he identified himself with Juergens, so that he was identified with his product more than any other star in radio, because he would use things like the Juergens Journal, mm-hmm. and with lotions of love, so that he would throw in these things that would stick in the listener's mind. And of course, Juergens became the most widely used hand lotion in the nation because of that.
Now, in your book, you make reference to the fact that at the end of, nearing the end of Winchell's radio career, Juergens wanted him to go on for a different product of theirs.
Yes, it was deodorant, and he just didn't go for this at all. At that time, Juergens was sponsoring both himself and, in the 15 minutes following, Luella Parsons. So he said, well, throw that deodorant to Parsons. Well, naturally, Juergens wanted to push it with their number one man, and they had falling out.
And that was it?
Yeah, of course it was good for him because he went on to make much more money with other sponsors.
Mm-hmm. How did he get the stories for his radio broadcasts? I know he had a great pipeline of information flowing because of the widely syndicated column. And incidentally, how many papers was he in at the peak?
800.
800?
Yes, I don't think any other columnist has ever equaled that record.
Well, did that give him pretty much of a built-in supply of source material?
Just sure. He had hundreds, maybe thousands of legmen all over the nation, all over the world for that matter, because everybody wanted to plant a story with Walter Winchell. He had only one paid employee, he always bragged, Rose Bigman, who was his girl Freddy. But in truth, he was paying some other people to write things for him. But most of all, he had this core of Broadway press agents on whom he relied to a great extent. And they were a very talented bunch. Many of them went on to become famous writers on their own in Hollywood and elsewhere. And one of them is the head writer for Lucy right now, Milt Josephsberg. So that he had these very clever young people who were feeding him material, not only for their own clients, because he demanded that they give him 5 free items, meaning items that they had picked up along Broadway, for 1 item of their own. So he had that core, and then he had all the Hollywood press agents who were eager to plant things with him, both for the column and radio. And he had political figures up to and including President Roosevelt, who fed him material and used him as a pipeline to the nation. So there was never any problem of his getting material.
Now you mentioned the free items. It's explained beautifully in the book, and you mentioned it a few times, and I enjoyed it. But exactly what would Winchell consider a free item as opposed to a so-called paid item?
Well, a free item was one which the press agent was not being paid to submit to Winchell. In other words, it was about somebody else's client, or about some figure in the news who, a political figure or someone who didn't have a press agent, perhaps. So that Winchell knew that these items were independent, and these fellows would really struggle to get hot stuff. Unfortunately, Winchell did not often check his items, and if his items sounded good and logical, he'd run to the microphone or to his column and use it. And as a result, he had a high ratio of wrong-os.
Now he was pretty smart in that he didn't take any. What can I say? He put the responsibility for the accuracy of these things on the network or the sponsor or even the newspapers, didn't he?
Well, he would not indemnify himself against libel. He insisted that Hearst and ABC, or the Red Network, he was on the Blue Network for NBC, would have to take out an insurance policy, and that got to be very expensive for Hearst and the networks, and in the end, I think, was part of his undoing, because he became rather irresponsible, and these networks just could not afford the luxury of paying Winchell's legal fees.
What about Winchell's drop-dead list?
Well, that was one method he used to discipline the people who fed him material, and it was very effective. If he caught someone in a wrong-o, or if he, fell out with some pressing, he would put them on the drop-dead list. There was another more profane version of that list, but he would use it for a 6-month period when they would be in a kind of Broadway Siberia. And they could not feed material to Winchell during this period, and it was a period of sufferance for these poor press agents. They would find ways of getting around it, such as feeding their material through another press agent who was in good graces with Winchell. But at the end of that 6 months, Rose Bigman, the girl Friday, would call them up and said, you can start submitting again.
Gee, that's really amazing. He would do that just like a little taskmaster.
Yeah, but it encouraged accuracy.
Well, that's good. That's what he was looking for most of the time. Although, on the other hand, he didn't care very much sometimes. As long as you say, as long as it sounded logical, he'd run the thing.
Yeah, and he was afraid if he checked an item, it might ruin it.
He didn't often like to print a correction or a retraction either, did he?
Oh, no, he hated that. Nobody likes to be told that they're wrong, and he'd find ways of getting around it. He would say, don't believe those silly rumors about Liz and Richard. Now, the reader would maybe not have too good a memory to remember that last week Winchell had printed the silly rumor about Liz and Richard.
That's great. What about his radio audience? You said he was great sponsor identification with Juergens, but he had probably one of the largest radio audiences for the longest period in the history of radio.
Yes, I think so, and he was almost unique in his field because there was no other newscaster who came within light years of Winchell and his rating. He was very strong through the 30s. Oddly enough, his strongest period came about 1948 when, during much of the season, he was the #1 top-rated show on the air. And this was during a period when he was beginning to fall into a decline as far as popularity was concerned, because he was becoming more and more of a right-winger and was espousing some causes which were not popular with the vast audience which he had commanded.
He set up headquarters more or less in the Stork Club in New York, and he was great friends for a long time with Sherman Billingsley. Now, what about and Billingsley, of course, was the owner of the Stork Club. What was the scene? Can you draw us on radio a picture of the scene at the Stork Club where Winchell would hold forth?
Yes, it was more or less the focal point of the entire nightlife of New York, and the focal point of that focal point was Table 50 in the Cub Room of the Stork Club. And Billingsley was a smart operator. He was a former bootlegger out of Oklahoma and served some time in prison. And he came to New York and he started the Stork Club after having run a speakeasy. And Winchell became fond of it and plugged it, and Billingsley catered to Winchell when Winchell started worrying about a gangster assassination in one of the barber shops that he had frequented. Billingsley put in his own barber chair where Winchell could get his haircut and a shave anytime he wanted. When Winchell complained that the noise of the rumba band was a little too great for him to talk, and Winchell loved to talk, Billingsley put up a glass partition between the band and Winchell. And then he built the Cub Room just so Winchell could have some privacy from the other patrons, because he would be bothered by the normal run of patron whom he just didn't want to have any truck with. So he had his own domain, the Cub Room, where only the really top figures of the political world, the show world, and the underworld could come. And the greats of those worlds would pass by Table 50, just hoping that Winchell would recognize them, engage them in conversation, and maybe they could drop an item in Winchell's lap. And the following morning, if they were lucky, they might make the lead item of Winchell's column, or maybe his broadcast. And that would be enough to sustain them for 6 months if they were in show business.
And also the press agents really, if they couldn't plant an item with Winchell on radio or in his column, they had a pretty good chance of possibly losing their jobs.
Oh yeah, they were virtually out of business. They would be hired with instructions by a band leader, by a star, anybody, and said, I want most of all to get in Winchell's column. And if these fellows could get an orchid from Winchell, man, that was the equivalent of the Nobel Prize.
That was a regular feature in his... Did he use that on the radio too, the orchid?
Yes, he used it in different forms, but whenever he cited something, whether it was a restaurant in Manhattan, a new movie, a book which he plugged, that was immediate success, and he was the making of many, many millionaires.
Which brings us to the power of Walter Winchell. He was a man who had a considerable amount of power. He was as powerful as anyone was in the country, for sure, and possibly in the world. He could make or break a person just by an item or two, a regular item or two in his column or on the radio. Is that not right?
Oh, certainly. I don't think anybody, and I'm not saying this just because I wrote a book about Walter Winchell, I don't think anyone in American history wielded as much power over the American public as did Walter Winchell, because he had a two-pronged thrust into the American consciousness. He had this column which was printed in the New York Mirror and in 800 other newspapers, and was read more than any other columnist, more than any other feature in any newspaper, even the comics. Then he had this radio show which everyone listened to on Sunday night, and there were jokes about it. You know, if you didn't have a radio, just throw up your window and you could hear Walter Winchell, because the streets were empty on Sunday night, and they just sat glued to every word that he said. Well, that's enormous power, and it was power in a time when you know, he had no competition. It's hard to imagine such power today because there is so much media. There's so much assault on the American public, both visually and in their audible senses. So much pulling at the sleeve of the poor American public that I think people turn off nowadays. They have so many commercials on television. They see signboards. Everyone is trying for their attention. And in Winchell's time, he had it. Today, I don't think anyone can command that kind of attention.
A good example of Winchell's power, as outlined in your book, Winchell, is what he did for, was it Olson and Johnson?
Yes.
In their Hell's a Poppin' show on Broadway.
Right. Well, Olson and Johnson were old vaudevillians, and I remember I used to love them on the old Fanchon and Marco circuit, but they were kind of over the hill. And they had this wild idea of taking their crazy review into New York, and nobody gave them a chance. But Winchell loved it, because he liked the old-time hoke. He was right out of vaudeville himself. And the other critics on Broadway just poo-pooed the whole notion. But he got on the air, he plugged it in his column, and he made that show a hit. And in its time, it ran for 5 years. It had 3 or 4 road shows. It sponsored several sequels, Sons of Fun, a movie version. And Olson and Johnson ended up being millionaires many times over, just because Winchell had embraced their show and had plugged it to the nation.
All right, now that's a good example of someone that Winchell built. Tell us about someone perhaps that Winchell just devastated.
Well, this destructive element of Winchell's psyche, I don't think came on until later in his career. During the 30s and into the mid-40s, he was very constructive about the things that he liked. The things that he attacked were highly vulnerable and good enemies for him, and I mean Adolf Hitler. And he attacked Hitler at a time when it was not entirely fashionable in this country. There were many newspapers, many people in high office who thought that maybe Hitler was doing good in Germany, even though he was kicking around the Jews. At least he was fighting off the communists, and he was getting the economy of Germany back on an even keel. But Winchell saw through Hitler from the very beginning and attacked him. He attacked the native fascists, the German Bund, the hate merchants like Gerald L.K. Smith. And I think this is something that no one can detract from Winchell. He did a marvelous piece of public relations for America against its enemies, both abroad and at home. And Roosevelt recognized this and embraced Winchell as a spokesman. So that during those years, he never really attacked anyone who was a native, who was trying to do good works. I think it was during that the late 40s and 50s that he fell into this trap of using his power to defend himself. And I can't think of anybody that he really broke, not anyone important at least. There were a couple of disc jockeys who took him on, Barry Gray, and he tried to ruin Barry Gray, but Gray survived. There was another one, Sam Geisen, who did not survive and was run out of New York. And but other than that, I can't think of anybody he really ruined who was an innocent victim of his spleen.
He did have some vendettas, though, and he was the big columnist who went after Margaret Truman, I think.
Oh yeah.
And that was pretty famous. That was well, he wasn't Truman, I think, wrote a letter to a music critic.
Yes, that was Paul Hume, the Washington Post, and certainly Truman did not like Winchell, although he just disregarded him at first, which Winchell resented because he had entree to the White House during the Roosevelt period. But Truman didn't understand this fast-talking Broadway character. Truman was a Missouri rustic, and he just didn't cater to Winchell. Winchell resented it and became anti-Truman and printed things such as that Margaret Truman had a nose job and just ridiculed her soprano, which was pretty fair game because she wasn't much of a singer. But he wasn't able to destroy Margaret Truman. No. He tried his best, but he couldn't defeat Harry Truman. And, he had this long feud with Ed Sullivan, but Sullivan survived. Many of Winchell's enemies thrived despite him.
I wanted to ask you about the Sullivan feud. Woven almost throughout your book is the feud between Ed Sullivan and Walter Winchell. How did that exactly begin? When did that start?
Well, they both worked on the New York Graphic, which was a wild, wonderful tabloid in the 20s. And Winchell was the Broadway columnist. He later moved on to other things, other papers, and then Sullivan was elevated from the sports field to the Broadway columnist. And his first column was a very self-righteous, upstanding editorial that he would not demean the Broadway scene as some others had in that field. And naturally Winchell thought this meant him, which it probably did. So one night they had an encounter in a restaurant, and Winchell said, okay, Ed, are you ready to apologize? And Sullivan, who had a pretty flashing Irish temper, said, apologize? Why, you blankety blank. If you talk to me again, I'm going to take you downstairs and stuff your head in the toilet. Well, that was the start. And from then on, for a good almost 40 years, theirs was the biggest feud on Broadway. It was more or less of a one-sided feud because Sullivan's bosses in the Daily News said, well, why publicize a competitor? The Daily News was the big paper, and the Mirror was the number 2. So they would take out the snide remarks that Sullivan put in his column about Winchell. And this frustrated Winchell because he was printing all this terrible stuff about Sullivan, but Sullivan wouldn't answer him. But in private they did, and it was a brutal fight.
It was a long one, and wasn't there at one time on Sullivan's show on television then that no, it wasn't on Sullivan. I'm trying to recall exactly from your book. He got on. He was a guest. Ed Sullivan was a guest on someone else's program.
Barry Gray's show.
On Barry Gray.
Right. And this was right after the Josephine Baker incident. And for your listeners who don't remember that, it was an occasion when Josephine Baker, who was a Negro entertainer, a very famous one, and one who had been promoted by Winchell, went into the Stork Club and got rotten service. And I think it was intended because Billingsley was a bigot, and he didn't like Jews and too many Jews coming into his Stork Club, even though Winchell himself was a Jew. And he certainly would not tolerate Negroes in there, although he had to admit people like Josephine Baker. So they just got poor service, and Baker got upset and stalked out. And the next night she went to Barry Gray and poured out her story. And then Sullivan got in the act, and he got on the air and gave the most bitter tirade against Walter Winchell that ever had been given before, and called him an ignoramus, and a man who was trying to tell people how to vote, and he had never voted himself. Mm-hmm. He was trying to advise people on international politics, and he'd never been to Europe, and that he was just a blight on the American scene. And this was quite an eye-opener for most people, because here on television, Sullivan was presenting this rather benign appearance as the warm MC, and then he came on with this just bitter tirade against Winchell, and it just broke the feud wide open once more.
Now, Sullivan, as you just said, accused Winchell of not having voted, and indeed Winchell hadn't voted, I guess, at all. And I love the line in your book about the way Winchell replied to this. He listed in his column, I guess, half a dozen people who hadn't registered.
Right, he said J. Edgar Hoover had never voted for a president because of the fact that he lived in the District of Columbia. And he said, well, what about Douglas MacArthur? He never voted because he was off serving his country. Mm-hmm. You know, these arguments were a bit odd, but...
and Winchell's excuse was what? What did he say about...
well,
he was too busy...
He was too busy protecting Mr. and Mrs. America yes, to worry about going to the polls. He had an answer for everything.
What is Walter Winchell doing today?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. He's in Arizona?
Yes, he lives in Scottsdale. And this, I think, is the tragedy of the man's life, that here he commanded the attention of the nation and was hyperactive all of his career. He was a driving force behind this man. And all of a sudden, he suffers a couple of personal tragedies. He lost his son, who committed suicide. Then he lost his wife, to whom he had reconciled in her last few years. He was estranged from his daughter. He lost his voice in Manhattan because the Mirror was killed. And then the amalgam of several papers to which he went died. And suddenly he was without a voice in his own home city, the city that he had virtually ruled like an emperor. Mm-hmm. He felt that the nation had passed him by. Radio was dead, network radio at any rate. He couldn't make a go of it in television. And he became very depressed. And he sits down in his mansion in Arizona and doesn't see his old friends, doesn't take phone calls from his former buddies. I don't know what he's doing, and I don't know what his reaction was to this book. I know that he's seen it because his girl Freddy asked for copies. As to his reaction to it, I haven't the vaguest notion.
Well, our reaction to your book, Winchell, published by Doubleday, was a very positive one. We enjoyed it very much, and we urge all of our listeners who enjoyed reminiscing with you today about Walter Winchell and who will enjoy the Walter Winchell tape we've got coming up to grab a copy of Winchell by Bob Thomas. And thank you for spending a while with us today, Bob Thomas, on Those Were the Days.
Well, thank you, Chuck, and with lotions of love, I'll remain your Hollywood correspondent, Bob Thomas, who knows that there is a broken heart for every light on Broadway.
Great. The magic of radio has taken us backstage at the Pheasant Run Playhouse in St. Charles, where the current attraction is the comedy Father of the Bride. And our guest today is the star of that show, a man who's been a star of the first degree for a long time, on radio, in movies, and on TV, too. He's a man whom Edgar Bergen has called one of the cleverest ad-libbers he's ever worked with. Don Ameche, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Thank you, Chuck, very much.
What about that? Quite a tribute, being called one of the cleverest ad-libbers by a man who is a pretty clever man himself, Edgar Bergen.
Yes, Ed was a good ad-lib man. I never did know he said that, and I like Ed, and I respect his judgment a great deal, but I don't know, it's a little hard for me to believe that he's right about that.
Oh, I think he is very right about that. You worked with Bergen and McCarthy, and actually Charlie was a real person almost, wasn't he?
Oh, yes, yes.
You worked with them on the Chase and Sanborn Hour, and
Yes.
of course you had the MC or host chore of the Chase and Sanborn Hour for quite a while, didn't you?
Yes, it was a long time I was on it.
When did you start with that?
1937.
37.
Mm-hmm.
And well, you worked then with a lot of people who were featured as stars of that show too, along the line.
Oh yes, we had the format of the show called for a guest star each week. Generally it was a woman because of me being the master of ceremonies. We did a little skit anywhere from 10, 12, 13 minutes on which Edgar would always base his second spot with Charlie on, he would base his second spot on the on whatever the skit was that we did, and then he'd do a real satire on it, which always gave a lot of fun.
You were, well, you I believe first appeared on a show in radio called The Empire Builders.
Yes, that's right. Started September of 1930, which was Empire Builders was the name of the crack train for the Great Northern Railroad. And we did stories supposedly, I don't know whether they were supposed to be true or not. I don't think they were, but they all had a locale somewhere along the Great Northern route.
And that show then was about the same time you were doing the First Nighter.
Yes, I started First Nighter in about March of 1931. I didn't actually start the program. Remember, the name of Jack Doty started November 11th, 1930. And I took it over, I think, in March, if I'm not mistaken, 1931.
Was this in Chicago?
Yes, it was.
You did a lot of radio work then right here in Chicago.
Yes, I stayed here until March 1st of 1936.
Well, you really have the dates right down pat, haven't you?
Yes,
All
I
the
do.
March 1st and things
Yes.
like that. Well, you were on the National Farm and Home Hour.
That was a very rare appearance for me. It was a Saturday morning show, and every once in a while we'd go in and do a skit or something like that, but it wasn't a regular thing.
A little bit of research that I did on Don Ameche says that you played a character by the name of the Forest Ranger on that show from time to time. Probably someone who came in and
that could
gave
easily
some,
be. I don't remember it. Could easily
remember
be.
Everett Mitchell?
Oh, very well. Yes, indeed. Is he still around, by the way?
I don't know if he is or not. I don't think
either.
he's doing anything in Chicago anymore.
I had a letter from a man that used to be a bartender in the Kinsey Grill, which is just around the corner from NBC. And he had just had a letter from a man by the name of Charlie Lyon. Charlie was one of the favorite announcers around here, and Vin Pelletier he was talking about. I don't know who all else, I can't remember, but it was kind of thrilling, kind of nice. I enjoyed it.
Do you remember appearing, the old research fishing pole was out again, and I checked and I found your name listed in the cast of a program called Milligan and Mulligan.
Yes, that's right. That was on WGN. We did that for, I don't know what it was, I think 26 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. A man by the name of Bob White wrote it and produced it. We were on late at night, I think 10:30 to 10:45, something like that, 5 nights a week.
Comedy adventure type
it was,
thing.
yes.
You were a detective.
Yes, yes.
How about Betty and Bob?
I was on that also for, I would guess, at least 2 years. That was on NBC. That was a soap opera, one of the first.
You were on the Grand Hotel program, which also originated here, right?
Yes, it did. It did. That was sponsored by a product of Campana's Italian Bomb, and I can't remember what, First Night it was sponsored by Italian Bomb, and I can't remember what the name of their product. Seems to me it was Dream, but I'm not, no, that I don't think that's right.
You were on, Dream brings to mind a thing that you did with Francis Langford and Frank Morgan.
That's right.
That was later though, wasn't it?
Actually, Dream started out without the Bickersons. Danny Thomas was a part of the show, and I was a part of the show, and it was not a success. And the original Bickersons was started by Phil Rapp, who wrote them all and produced them all. And Danny Thomas was the first of the two segments. They were half-hour shows, and the Bickersons would be one half, and then I would work with Danny Thomas in the other half. But the next year, we went with Old Gold, and that was when Frank Morgan came in.
Oh, I see. Well, how about, when the Bickersons then actually started as part of the show that you did then with
Dream.
Danny Thomas,
Dream
thing. That was in the middle 40s or so.
Oh, I'm guessing about then. I'm guessing about then.
With the Bergen and McCarthy thing, you were very much involved in the the sketches that were on that show, and you did a lot with W.C. Fields when he would be a guest on that. And
yes, I did. I worked well, Bill was only on 13 weeks. I guess most people forget that, but for the whole 13 weeks, yes, of course I did.
As a guest spot? No, he was the host of the show for
No,
13.
no. I was the host, always was the host. But Bill was just a guest with Bergen and McCarthy and myself. The four of us worked every one. That was the first spot that he did. Later it became just Edgar Bergen and myself and Charlie. But he was part of the first one.
Yeah, it lasted for only 13 weeks.
Yes, Bill was pretty well gone by that time. He was almost senile.
Yeah. You remember a famous show that I guess everybody refers back to all the time with Bill Fields and Bergen and McCarthy and Mae West, I think.
I don't remember whether Bill was still on then or not, but I remember the Mae West episode. My goodness, I should say I do. I almost got thrown off the air for life because of a skit. But I don't know whether Bill was on it or not.
Would you like to tell us about that sketch?
Well, the name of the sketch was, what was it? Adam and Eve, I think was the name of it, and Arch Oboler wrote it. Arch later became a very famous scriptwriter, radio scriptwriter. And it had been done before on the air, and I was worried about the things, many of the words that were in the script, so I called Danny Danker, who was then the head of J. Walter Thompson, and Danny came down, nearly as I remember, sometime around 11:30 at night. And I told Danny that, I said, all these lines have got to come out, Danny, or I'm not going to do the show tomorrow because I'm frightened of it. So Danny said, you stay here. I was downstairs, and Danny went upstairs and spent the time with May, and came back down and said, go home, go to sleep, everything is out. So I said, fine, thank you, Danny, and went home. And the next day I came down, and we did the show, and while I'm introducing her, I can see her, preening and getting all set for this thing. And she didn't put any of the lines back in, and she read them in the regular Mae West style, which was fine by me, and then did a skit with Charlie McCarthy, and that skit, I remember distinctly walking over to have something to eat with Edgar between rehearsal and showtime, and I said, Ed, I think you're crazy for saying all these things you're saying. He said, well, what am I going to do now? It's this time already. I said, well, I don't know, Ed, but I said, I'm really frightened for you. Well, the furor came not over any of the double entendre or the innuendos or anything like that. It was over, they claimed, making fun of the Bible. And this was what started it all. And oh my, it got to be a real ruckus. It went to the House of Congress. Went that far.
Well, what was the ultimate
They ruled
conclusion?
her off.
Threw her off the
supposedly
air.
for life, yes. And
Well,
I don't think she was on for, it might have been 20, 25 years.
I doubt that she ever did anything
I doubt
after
it,
that,
yeah.
Quite an episode,
Yes,
though.
it was.
A big tossed radio on its ear. It was
Yes,
the
it
first
did.
X-rated radio show, maybe, something like that.
That's right.
How did you make the transition, Don Ameche, from radio to motion pictures?
Oh, I don't know. I'd had a little bit of legitimate theater background prior to having gone into radio. Not a great deal, but a little bit. And but that doesn't really mean anything because the two techniques are so entirely different stage from motion pictures. I don't know. I suppose it was a case of rationalizing and knowing how to do it and what to do, and I don't know. I never ever felt that I was as good in pictures anyway as I was in radio, so maybe I didn't make it as gracefully as I might have thought at one time I did.
Well, you were certainly ripe as far as your appearance was concerned for the silver screen at the time. A tall, good-looking leading man type.
That isn't really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that I just didn't think I performed as well. I don't think I had as good a technique in pictures as I did in radio.
Did you prefer doing radio over motion pictures?
No, it wasn't that at all. It actually doesn't make any difference. It never did make any difference to me other than wanting to do something that I thought was good or had a chance of being good. No, I never had any preference, really.
Your first picture for 20th, and I guess that was the first screen appearance at all, was Sins of Man.
That's
is
right.
That right? And released in 36?
It was. It started March 1st, 1936. That's when I got there. March 1st. That's right.
Well, how did you get the role? Who introduced you to motion pictures?
I came out and made a test for Metro in, I believe it was August of 1935, and that was handled by a woman by the name of Dima Harshbarger, and Dima was head of NBC Talent Bureau. Now, in those days, both Columbia and NBC had agencies where they hired, and you had to pay a commission to these agents. And she arranged for this test at Metro, and I made it. And I saw it before I went back to Chicago, and I didn't think it was any good at all. And some man on the West Coast by the name of Tom Oakey heard about the test. I don't believe he saw it. And he had a friend by the name of Scotty Dunlap. And Dunlap was part of an agency called Dunlap and Frank. And George Frank was the other partner. And George went over to Metro one day and took a look at this test, and he thought he saw something in it. And George, I told Tom Oakey to go ahead and contact George, see what he could do. So I got a call from George, and George said that he had arranged for a test for me with 20th Century in New York, not on the West Coast, in December of 1935. So I went to New York, flew to New York, and made the test, and flew back to Chicago, and I believe it was in, probably the middle of January. They offered me a contract. It was one picture, and then 5 one-year options after that. 40 weeks. They guaranteed you 40 weeks in those days out of 52, and there was a 5-year contract, which was unusual in those days because they all were 7-year contracts. But I had a radio show, and it didn't really make an awful lot of difference to me whether I went or not, although I really, deep inside of me, wanted to go in the worst possible way. And I also had a clause in the contract saying I could do 2 radio shows. So that was how come this is the story of going on.
Well, you stayed with 20th Century Fox then for about 8 years, didn't you?
It was a little longer than that. I always think it was about 9, but I'm not sure of that.
Well, in those 8 or 9 years, you treated us to some great films. Your first starring role was Ramona, I think.
That was the second picture I made,
Second picture, and you had star billing then, over the title,
I believe I did.
So to speak.
I don't know whether it was over the title. I think I was second to Loretta Young. Loretta Young had first billing, of course, but I believe I had the same size billing, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, things like in Old Chicago in 1938, you played the son of Mrs. O'Leary at the time of the Chicago fire, and I guess Tyrone Power and Alice Fahey were.
Tyrone was a brother of mine, so if I was a son, well, he had to be. I didn't really know that we were sons of Mrs. O'Leary. I don't remember it that well. I remember the picture. Yes, Ty was in it. Alice Fahey was in it. Alice Brady was in it. Andy Devine was in it.
You did a lot of things with Tyrone Power and Alice Fahey.
Quite a number, yes.
Things like Alexander's Ragtime Band.
That was right shortly after that, after in Old Chicago.
Probably one of the best, one of your earliest straight dramatic roles was in The Three Musketeers. And
Well, that wasn't a dramatic role at all. It was a parody on the Three Musketeers because the three Ritz brothers were in it. Yes.
Yeah, but you had more or less a...
well, he had to play straight.
Yeah,
I played D'Artagnan, and of course he had to play straight.
Right.
But they just completely fouled up the story of the Three Musketeers.
Don Ameche and the Ritz brothers, quite a quartet, I think.
Yes, yes, it was. I worked with them in a couple of shows.
You worked with Betty Grable too in her first starring picture.
First starring picture, Down Argentine Way.
Yeah, that was in 1940.
Was that in 1940? I don't remember.
And how about Carmen Miranda? You did some things with her. I know.
That was the same
night
picture.
in Rio. Well, she was in Argentine Way
yes,
too.
But all her footage was shot in New York, and I didn't meet her prior to
really
Down Argentine Way. And then she did work in Night in Rio. Yes.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Well. Some of the things that I wanted to ask you about your motion picture career, what was your impression of Hollywood when you arrived on the scene? What was it like? You were from show business, radio, but now you're going into a totally different vehicle as far as performing was concerned. Were you awestruck at this? Were you, or did you take it as a matter of fact, or what was the scene? What could you draw us a radio picture of the scene in Hollywood when you?
Oh, I don't know how much of a picture I can draw for you. Was I awestruck? No. Did I enjoy being out here? Yes. First of all, to come from a climate like this in March, having gone through the winters, it seemed to me they were so much more severe in those days. And I never was comfortable in cold weather ever, even though I was born in Kenosha, Wisconsin, just a short ways up here. Spent most of my life, my younger life, around here. I never ever liked it. And at that time, 1936, it was such a clean city. I guess probably this is the first impression that you got when you drove from the airport. I landed at Burbank Airport, and drove to 20th Century Fox. I went right to work, as a matter of fact. And the palm trees and the air was clean, and the streets were clean, and the houses were white, or they were stucco, and they were foliage galore, you know, and all this was highly impressive, so far as I was concerned anyway. And then went on a lot, and 20th Century, all the time that I was there, was a very friendly place. They were very good to you. They would do almost anything for you to make you comfortable. If you wanted your dressing room done over, they would do that. I remember one time I was in New York doing a publicity thing on the Kate Smith show for Swanee River, and a forest fire came, and it started down toward where I was living at the time, which was in the San Fernando Valley in Encino. And Harry Brand, who was head of publicity, called me in New York and said, "Don't worry about the fire. We have 2 station wagons there 24 hours a day. So just put it out of your mind. Nothing will happen to your children or any of your possessions out there. This is the kind of consideration."
They really took care of
Oh, they certainly did. And Zanuck was a most considerate man. I never ever once asked to see Darrell that he didn't see me. He was completely at ease with you and wanted to do everything in his power to make it easy for you, because he was getting performances out of all these people at that time. The only so-called stars he had were Alice Faye and Tyrone Power and myself. So that might have been an influencing factor. I don't know, although I doubt it. I doubt it because another time, shortly after that, I was in Europe in 1938, and I was taken with appendicitis in Holland, in one of the university town of Holland. Utrecht was the name of the town. And Zanuck was in Paris, he and Joe Schenck. And when he heard I got appendicitis and they operated on that night, it was bad enough so that they, in talking to the doctors back home, they suggested they go ahead and do it, which they did. Well, I don't think it was 2 days later, Zanuck and Schenck both took the train up, spent like 2 hours with me, then took the train back to Paris. And, you know, you don't think of things like that happening today.
Much more than just someone to make money for them.
Far more.
Really considerate of it.
Far more. And everyone was, you knew every member of the crew when you walked in, no matter where it was or what stage you were working on. You knew everyone and knew them by their first names. And there was no such thing as being late on the set. No such thing as coming in without knowing your lines. No such thing as not being considerate of your fellow man. You know, it was just almost like a home.
Did you go from one picture right into another?
In the beginning, I did, yes, because I think all 3 of us made about 6 pictures a year for the first 2 years we were there.
Well, you're really grinding them out.
Yes, it was, especially with a radio show along with it.
I can imagine.
So it was hard work, very, very hard work.
20th was the home of the American-made costume drama, though, I think. They did an awful lot of pictures in the 30s and the early 40s. Not necessarily things like the Three Musketeers, but a lot of early Americana, 1800s, turn of the century type pictures. Things like In Old Chicago and Swanee River. Now, you played Stephen Foster.
I did, in Swanee River,
Swanee River, and Al Jolson was in that.
He was. Andrea Leeds also was in it.
Well, I don't think we could talk at all about the career of Don Ameche without touching at least briefly on the story of Alexander Graham Bell, which you made with Loretta Young and Henry Fonda. And I would guess that most people identify you with that picture more than any other film. Is that a fact?
I don't know whether most people do. I don't know whether that's the proper qualifying adjective, but certainly a great number do.
Would you tell us the reaction initially of the public to that film? I know it was a hit, but did you get letters
I can't remember.
As Bell?
I can't remember. First of all, none of us ever saw our fan mail.
Never did.
Oh, no, heavens alive. You were getting probably 1,500, 2,000 letters a week.
You mean the photograph that I wrote for of you?
It was
that
my
was
signature, but that should have sent through the what are you going to do?
You didn't see that, really?
No. What are you going to do with 2,000 letters a month? You know, how do you handle that?
I'm crushed now. Here I thought all these years that the Don Ameche photograph that I've had on my mirror was really, the stamp was licked by you.
No, no.
But that was a big part of Hollywood in the so-called golden age, the fandom.
They were most meticulous about that. Mm-hmm. Everything was answered. Everything. They had, I don't know what kind of a staff they had at that time in every studio. They were very particular about that, very careful, and I think rightfully so, too.
Were you pretty much isolated from the movie-going public? Did you ever really get a chance to see the people that were going to your movies?
Not very often.
Not too often?
No.
What, I suppose, then the only satisfaction that you could have of a job well done was the numbers at the box office, I suppose.
Oh, no. You'd go look at these pictures. You'd look at the product, and then you would determine whether or not you thought you were pretty good in it or pretty bad in it or whatever it might have been. Oh, yes, you'd always go see it.
But I mean, as opposed to, you just got off the stage at the Pheasant Run Playhouse. When the curtain was falling, the audience was applauding wholeheartedly, and they enjoyed the performance. And you knew instantly and throughout the performance, with the reaction of the people in the theater, that they were enjoying your performance.
That's right.
But you didn't have that kind of a rapport with your film audience.
No.
Didn't you ever crave to find? Did you ever sneak inside a theater when the picture of yours was showing, just to get the reaction
Not
of the
that I remember, no.
public?
I don't remember that.
A one-way street, then it was.
Well, you could look. It's a whole different thing. You know, it wasn't made to have instantaneous response. The medium just says it's wrong. It's not that. It's not that at all. And so is television, excepting for shows filmed with live audiences. The only way you could really judge whether or not you thought it was any good was people that you trusted that would see it and give a critique of some kind, or you yourself would go see. And you could generally tell whether or not, although not always, it's pretty hard to be objective really for an actor, but to a degree you could tell.
Are you a saver, a collector? Do you have some prints of your films?
None.
None?
No.
Nothing at all? You wish that you had some?
No, not at all.
Turn on the Late Show and watch a picture once in a while?
The only one that I can remember having watched twice. Once I saw about 10 minutes of Moon Over Miami, and I would guess that was at least 20 years ago. I was on a late show in New York. I'd just come in, and I think Ms. Ameche turned on the TV, and I saw about 10 minutes of that. And then not too long ago, 2 or 3 months ago, I was with someone that had never seen Alexander Graham Bell. And it was on. I was in Palm Springs, and I looked at the picture, the whole picture from beginning to end, and mainly wanted to see how good Hank was, how good Loretta was, how good Charlie Coburn was, Gene Lockhart. These people were all in the picture, and Spring Byington. And I was as close to objectivity as I ever have allowed myself to be, or ever been able to be, watching that picture. And I must say, first of all, it was a period picture when it was made, which allows it to stand up better than a modern picture when it was made. But I was pleasantly pleased. Good. And that's the only 2 times that I've seen.
Well, we've been pleasantly pleased to see your films through the years, and I guess people who've been on Broadway not too long ago saw Don Ameche in Silk Stockings and Holiday for Lovers, and you were in Goldilocks.
Yes.
It was a musical version of
yes, it was.
The fairy tale, and all kinds of things. What do you have up your sleeve next after
Not a
Pheasant
thing,
Run?
not a thing. Oh, I play a couple of other places after this. But so far as any big plans, no, I don't have any.
Television saw you as host of the International Showtime.
Yes, that's right.
It was a great show with all the circus acts from all over the world, I guess.
It was real quality. The only drawback, if there was one, is did you like a circus or didn't you like a circus? If you like circus, it's the best that you could see.
Well, Don Ameche, we appreciate this chance to chat with you this afternoon on Those Were the Days, and we know that Father of the Bride continues to play to happy audiences here at the Pheasant Run Playhouse. It'll do so until December 19th. And
That's
home
right.
for Christmas for you?
No, not actually. No, I start rehearsal again the following day after I close here, as a matter of fact.
What's the next play?
Champagne Complex.
Oh, that's a goodie.
Well, it didn't have a big Broadway run, but I thought it was miscast on Broadway myself. Is the reason I'm doing it. I think it might work. I hope so.
It will work with Don Ameche. Thank you very much for sharing some memories with us today.
Thank you.
What a great way to start the new year right, to have a chat with a great star. Welcome Ginger Rogers to Those Were the Days.
Happy New Year, Chuck.
Thank you very much.
Isn't it lovely? 72.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Let's start the new year right. I've read some I wanted to introduce you as a star of stage, screen, and pantyhose.
What about television? You left
Television?
that.
What are you doing in town?
Well, actually, I've been helping the J.C. Penney people at their request to go around and talk about their wonderful pantyhose called the Gay Mode pantyhose, which is exclusive with J.C. Penney.
Mm-hmm.
And they are really quite exceptional, and I've never done a thing like this before, and I find it most interesting, and particularly when the product is something that's very fashionable, very up to date, and it's the only really pantyhose I've found that can keep up with me.
You're a pretty active gal.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am.
Well, did your J.C. Penney Gay Mode pantyhose hang well by the fireplace this Christmas?
Yeah, indeed it did. As a matter of fact, it holds quite a lot of good goodies, and especially the fact that it, after you use them at the fireplace with all the good goodies in them, you can still wear them, and they're just excellent, excellent. Only thing I have to say for them, I've enjoyed them before I was associated with them, and now that I've been associated with them, I'm enjoying them more because I'm having the privilege of using many different colors and many different styles that I otherwise wouldn't have been made, or they wouldn't have been made available to me, nor would I have known about them, because I get a particular style and generally hang on to that, and in a pantyhose you find something you really find is good. You want it to, you buy a whole batch of them and take like cards, you deal them out to yourself in different shades according to the gown or outfit that you're wearing. Anyway, I've enjoyed it immensely, and it's been a very happy association, and I'm very grateful because this company is, you know, the J.C. Penney people have based their whole, this dear man, J.C. Penney based his whole operation on the golden rule, and that's something to always start the year out with, the golden rule.
Right.
Yes,
Good.
loving another as you do yourself, and being honest and just and fair and right, and it's been my experience that whenever you go to them with something that maybe may not have been exactly as it should have been, you take it back and they refund money to you, or they give you another one that does do what it's supposed to do. So that's the golden rule is quality, and I love quality, don't you, Chuck?
Oh, of course.
Quality in everything, quality in people, quality in things, and quality in your experiences. And that's what 1972 should mean to all of us, that we find more quality in our lives, in our understanding, and in our association with others, to be sure that this friendship and this you're bringing something to a friendship, you're bringing something to an experience that is quality and is dear and fine, and making someone more happy and more joyful because of an association in business, in a personal life, or in a social engagement. Giving something of yourself in the highest and best way is always the good way, and I would say that's doing things on the golden rule type thinking and living.
Well, let's turn the clock back from January 1st of 1972.
I won a Charleston contest.
A Charleston contest.
A dance contest. I was a schoolgirl.
Okay.
And all the schoolgirls and schoolboys in Fort Worth, Texas, all over the Texas state, whenever this band, Henry Santry's band, moved from one city to another, he engaged himself not only in performing, but as a sideline, he also invited, and it was a good publicity gag for him, but it was also a community interest that youngsters in the various cities who were dancing this rather happy, gay, frivolous dance called the Charleston were given an opportunity to try and see if they could do it better than their neighbor. So a little girl by the name of Ginger Rogers, who lived at 1510 Cooper Street, Fort Worth, Texas, entered into a Charleston contest at the Majestic Theater, Fort Worth, Texas. And she won the Fort Worth, Texas contest. Charleston contest. It was a dance contest, and I was a schoolgirl going to the public school in Fort Worth, Texas. And having won that, I was invited then to be a part of the statewide contest, which was soon to be held in Dallas, Texas. I won that one. My contest prize was 4 weeks down the interstate circuit at $300 a week that I had to go and perform to earn it, to get it handed to me. And my mother, who was a newspaper woman, joined me because her teenage child was not going to be playing in a theater alone and dancing in a city unknown to her. So the mother of this child accompanied her. Her name is Leela Rogers, and she accompanied her daughter Ginger through these various cities. Agents saw the act. Agents booked the act into other cities other than the 4 weeks that Ginger had won her contest prize as prize winner. And that was the beginning of a career.
When in this chain of events did you find yourself at the on Broadway in the musical Top Speed?
After I had played in the various vaudeville theaters around the United States.
You were here in Chicago, I think, at the
yeah,
the
but
Oriental.
that was about a year and a half after I had started. And I was here at the Oriental Theater with Paul Ash.
Yes.
And I was invited to come and stay 2 weeks, and they liked me so much that they asked me to stay another 2 weeks, then they asked me to stay another 2 weeks, and then they asked me to stay another 2 weeks. And I was delighted because I loved playing at the Oriental Theater, and I loved the audience reaction, and they were great fun. And Mr. Paul Ash, who was this marvelous, red-headed, very masculine, fatherly type, handsome and darling and a good musician, was conducting the orchestra in the Oriental Theater. And he had quite a following, quite a wonderful following. So he liked the chatter that I did. I'd sing songs, and I'd tell little jokes, and then I'd dance a dance, and I was held over here. It was a wonderful experience for me. I was learning my trade, more or less, and I was perfecting my craft as an actress and as a comedian and as doing vocals of songs. And my mother would write the material that I would sing. And so I would choreograph my dances and so on. So we had a little unit going between my mother and myself, so that when I was invited to go into the Paramount Theater in New York, Mr. Paul Ash was going to be playing there, and he asked me if I wouldn't come and play in New York with him as I had done here at the Oriental Theater in Chicago. So I was delighted to have this invitation because I had never been in the big city of New York as a performer, only as a very small child. And I went into New York. I played with Mr. Paul Ash. I was kept over 2 or 3 weeks with him. Then he moved from there to the theater in Brooklyn, the Paramount Theater in Brooklyn. I played with him there. That was the time when I was auditioned for a musical comedy that was just about to be, was the, let me see, the name of the writers, of the composer, the name of the composer was, isn't that funny? Why should it escape my mind? It's very important to me. They auditioned me in Brooklyn, or rather they watched the performance I did with Paul Ash, and then I was invited to do an audition in a theater in front of the producers, the composers, the lyricist, and the book writer. I was found capable of doing the role as they wanted it done, and I was chosen to play in Top Speed. That was my very first musical comedy. It lasted 4 months, which is not a great success, of course, but it gave me my first taste of a Broadway show.
Well, you got excellent reviews from the show.
Very good reviews.
I found a review by New York Times critic Brooks Atkinson.
Did you?
Who called Ginger Rogers an impudent young thing who carries youth and humor to the point where they are completely charming.
Well, isn't that nice?
And you've been doing that all your life.
Well, isn't that nice? That's very nice. I'm sure that someplace along the line, I do have that review somewhere, but I was very stirred to hear it again. Ruby and Kalmar, the name of the composers and the lyricist was Ruby and Kalmar. And the book was about boat racing.
Mm-hmm.
It was rather amusing, and I think, as I say, I was in it for 4 months, and during that time I was seen by Walter Wanger, who came to see the show, with Mr. Zucker, who was the head of Paramount Studios, the film company, Paramount Studios. And they asked me if I would come out and make a test for a new movie they were about to make, in which I could possibly play the society debutante who was trying to take the leading man away from the leading woman, and the leading woman of the music no, it wasn't a musical. The leading woman was to be Claudette Colbert, and the name of the show was The Young Man of Manhattan, and Charles Ruggles played with me in that first movie. I was signed to a contract with Paramount. I made 5 pictures for Paramount. During the time I was signed to do a musical comedy called Girl Crazy, a Gershwin musical comedy, and after that I went to California, and that was my first California motion picture experience.
Well, Girl Crazy ran for almost a year on Broadway.
It ran a
it?
year. It ran a year. And my first movie in California was one that had a star by the name of Eddie Quillen. And I played his leading woman. And the name of that picture was I never can remember the name of that, and it always mixed up with, I have 3 names of things in mind that are all so much alike. One is Top Speed, the Tip-Off, and something Top something, and I never can remember any.
Top Hat.
Well, Top Hat, of course. I do remember that quite well, but this was rather an insignificant picture. Made by Pathé Studios, and a man by the name of Charles Rogers, no relation, was the producer. So I made the films with him, 2 or 3, and then I went over to Warner's, then I subsequently went to RKO, and there you are.
And there you are. Well, let's back up just a little bit. Over at Warner's, you made Gold Diggers of 33, and I'll never forget the great opening scene in that, where there you were singing We're in the Money.
Right.
What a beautiful opening that is.
Yeah, that was... actually, if you remember it, they opened up on my lips. The film opened up on my lips right here, and it moved away on a crane, the name of the instrument that pulls the camera way back into space and lifts it high, high, high above, so that you could see all of the girls that were involved in the number called We're in the Money. I was one of many girls, but I didn't do anything really but sing the song, and all of the action and the dancing was left for all of the, I don't know, there must have been 100 girls in that sequence. I really don't remember too much about it.
It's a good movie, though. And,
all I remember is that particular part I did.
Next up was, not immediately next, but eventually next was 42nd Street, and you played Anytime Annie. The
I think you'll find that
chorus girl.
I think you'll find that 42nd Street was first.
was before, maybe I'm talking about release dates. Maybe
Yeah.
42nd Street
42nd Street
released
was made
later.
first.
Yeah.
And then Gold Diggers was immediately made thereafter. At least that's my recollection of it.
Well, how did the the spectacular teaming of Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers take place?
It was a very lovely happenstance, and everyone tries to take credit for it, and really doesn't belong to anyone, because we were under contract to the same company, and it isn't as though someone reached out and plucked someone and said, "Oh, these two would be so chemically matched." It just happened.
You were both
under contract to the same studio.
Put in a picture together.
Put in a picture together.
Hope
that's
that
all.
Flying Down the Reel might work.
Well, we were not the stars of Flying Down the Rail. You
no,
know
but
that.
that was the big thing for you. That was the first time the two of you were teamed up dancing.
Yes,
karaoke.
but I mean, how were we to know that this was going to end up being a team that would last through 11 pictures? I don't think you would know that just because two people play a scene together.
But
the one thing we did do was the karaoke, but the star of the picture was Dolores Del Rio and Jean Raymond, and Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers also ran. They were second. They were the supporting cast.
But in retrospect, they have emerged as the stars of that film and of 10 other pictures too.
Yeah.
Some great things. The Gay Divorcee and Roberta.
Top Hat.
Which of the
Swing Time.
I always
Carefree,
hate
to
ask a person what their favorite film was, but of the Astaire Rogers pictures, which one did you
Is your
enjoy
favorite?
doing? No, well, which may not have been your favorite, but which one did you enjoy doing most?
Let me tell you something. I have no favorites about anything, because it's very hard to have 6 children, if I were so lucky as to have 6 children. I don't have any, but if I were and you'd say to me, which one of these children do you love the most?
Couldn't answer.
I wouldn't answer it, because it would be embarrassing. There'd be something about this one that the quality in this one that I would adore, the quality in the other one that I'd hold very dear, and so on. I wouldn't say that, now that child, if I was a good mother, that is, I would be an ingrate to say that I didn't really like certain. I like something of each of them because they had great meaning to me. After all, it was my learning, it was my career, it was my success, and I really can't look down my nose at them. I mean, it doesn't mean that the audiences felt that what I liked was particularly the thing that they liked the most. But I adored doing Night and Day, that dance in the Gay Divorcee. I liked doing Swing Waltz, which was, to me, a wonderful dance and most enjoyable, and we did it in one take. Which we did most of our dances in one take.
But with how much rehearsal?
6 weeks.
For each specific dance or for the picture?
For the entire choreographical numbers were done as in a 6 weeks, sometimes 5 weeks, and then we would start shooting the principal story. The dancing would then be put aside entirely, and then would come the day for us to dance, and we would be sometimes 3 weeks without having touched our foot to the floor, and then we had to go and warm up and rehearse the dance and rehearse it and polish it, because we were 3 weeks away from having done it. Does that mean anything to you? Do you understand what I mean?
I can understand, sure. It must have, but yet, of course, you were pros and you knew what you were doing, and you had that 5 or 6 weeks of rehearsal
yes, it's true.
you.
Certainly. They were screaming about how long it took then. Today, or in these past years, people have been taking 8 and 10 months and 12 months to make a movie. We had 8 weeks to make a movie.
We're making quite a few of them. Between all of these musicals with Fred Astaire, over the 11-picture career of Rogers and Astaire, and I guess the final one came quite a bit later. The
Barclays of
was the last
Broadway
was the last film we made. As a matter of
Mhm.
fact, it was the only color Technicolor film we made. And however, I must say, people come to me and say, "Gee, I love that blue dress that you wore. And what was that, Ginger? Was that top hat that you wore? That feather dress?" And I say, "What color was it? What dress are you talking?" They say, "The blue one, the blue dress you wore." They didn't even see it.
No, but you see, they
because it was in black and white.
They just imagined that
They
had to be
imagined
the
it had
color.
to be
You know,
blue. Wow.
I think that's fantastic.
Isn't that
I think
great?
it's great
Yeah,
that
it's great too, because
that people who
they
are
saw color without
yeah,
seeing it.
Yeah. Well, I think you provided it for them then. The
It's
magic
interesting. It's
of
a
your-
marvelous thought. I like the idea of seeing color in something that is black and white, because I think I do too. When I see something, I'm inclined to see that the sky is the density of maybe aqua or something that probably wasn't at all. It was probably a very sad blue.
Well, bouncing around the musicals, you did things with Dick Powell and Pat O'Brien, like 20 Million Sweethearts.
And, I did.
Stage Door with Katharine Hepburn and Adolphe Menjou.
Right.
Having a Wonderful Time with Doug Fairbanks Jr.
Right.
All kinds of things.
Lucky Partners with Ronald Coleman.
Oh, boy, you got the works there. There was one movie, I think, that was your one and only film in which you were killed. Upper World.
Upper World.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
you died on the screen.
Do you know who the star was?
J. Carroll Nash?
Nope.
He's the one who shot you in it.
Well, he was the one who shot me.
Who
I was
was
hoping you'd provide his name. No, I can't say it right off. I was hoping you'd provide his name.
No, I can't think of it now either. I jotted down
It
the
is.
note on it.
It is. I do have it in consciousness, and I will just like I came up with the name of the other one.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem to be. It's some time ago, and that's very much behind my thought.
In
I'm afraid I don't think about these things, you know.
When the calendar rolled around to 1940, that was when the public had a chance to see you in your Academy Award-winning role as Kitty Foyle.
Mm-hmm.
Must have been quite an experience to be in a picture that won you not only the nomination but finally the Academy Award.
Well, it was a wonderful experience because the motion picture Kitty Foyle, Christopher Morley's book, which they turned into a very good scenario. I didn't think they could turn it into a good scenario. I was really very surprised when they did, and then completely fell in love with the idea of doing the film. It was such a joy for me to do Kitty Foyle that I won't say that I would have been just as happy without getting an Academy Award, but I will say that doing that film, because I enjoyed it so much, the receiving the Oscar was sort of a double frosting on a great, joyful experience.
Do you have a rapport with your audience now? When you're in the movies and you're making a film, you don't get immediate audience reaction. Now, if you do a little television or you do a play, you just appeared on Broadway in Coca, and you were in Mame and Hello Dolly, too, recently. There you have an immediate audience reaction. You know on the spot that they are accepting you, that they're enjoying what you're doing. How, during the years you were making these great films, how did you know, aside from the figures, the numbers at the box office, and how did you know that the guy sitting in the center of a motion picture theater was really enjoying your work? You ever sneak in the back door of a theater and kind of get the feel of the audience that way?
Actually, no. No, I didn't. I had to take my reaction from the people who were sitting around on the set. They end up being your audience. And when you can see, you can feel, because you know your friends around, you know the gaffers, the electricians, the different people who are paid to be there to take care of their particular line of work so that you may make the film. And if you listen, you will hear slight reactions of laughter, but they will be very minute because it can't be heard really, but you will feel that.
And that has to be somewhat of a guide, because when a take is over and the director says cut, you will hear those who are with you, and I mean quote with you in what you're doing. They'll go, ha ha ha, you know, that was that was funny, that was amusing. And you could feel that they were ready and wanting to laugh.
And so these people then were
these
your immediate audience,
provided that immediacy for you, and helped you a great deal in your timing of a joke or a situation and so on.
And these people, I guess, were very used to seeing so much of this sort of thing that when they reacted positively, that certainly did mean something.
Yes, it does mean a great deal. And I find that being in the theater is very heart-warming to an actress, particularly to this actress, because I like to know what people think, and I like to feel how they react to what I'm saying as a character on the stage. It's part of it's a great part of the joy of acting. Is, of course, I've always said, I think performing in the rehearsals it's very creative, and many actors agree that the greatest part of the acting job is in the actual rehearsal area, the rehearsal time, because that's the very creative time. And from then on, you are rehearsing your creativeness. Your creativity is merely rehearsed or repeated. And all of the inventiveness has gone, mostly because it has to. It has to be for all of your fellow actors. They have to know when you go from A mark to W mark on the stage, that you go there because that's the next thing you're supposed to do. You can't ad-lib it, and if you do, you throw your fellow actors askew. So, but after that creativity is over, the joy then is to be on the stage and remember that today is another day, and this performance, even if it's your 110th performance, is still a new day. It's a new performance. It's people out there. There are people in the audience who have obviously never seen the play before. They wouldn't be there. And you have an opportunity of saying it on this day, and you've never said it on this day before. So you bring to it a sense of joy, a sense of newness, a sense of expectancy, because you're expecting them to be with you in what you're doing.
After Kitty Foyle, Ginger Rogers, you went into another film at RKO, Tom, Dick, and Harry, and then followed that up with Roxy Hart at 20th, and The Major and the Minor with Ray Milland. And there was another Ray Milland picture after that, a couple of years later, The Lady in the Dark.
Yes, I remember.
And that was your first all-color film.
That's
I
right.
don't think there was a color film that Ginger Rogers did.
That was my first color film, and it wasn't my only color film, but it was the first color film I made. And then the, let me see, the next color film I did was one with Fred Astaire called Barclays of Broadway.
That was the next one, then?
That's the way I believe it was.
They did Weekend at the Waldorf, and I'll Be Seeing You in Between there.
Yes, I've forgotten the way it, chronologically, excuse me, the way it chronologically works, I don't really recall, because I don't remember them in that.
Surely.
I remember them for various reasons about.
Do you prefer a dramatic role or a straight comedy role to a musical, a singing, dancing, or does it depend on...
Let me tell you, I prefer the activity of performing. If it calls upon me to perform songs, dances, and chatter, I'm delighted. If it calls upon me to do dramatic, melodrama, drama, comedy, I'm delighted. I have joy in expressing, in being creative, in being active. I don't make a particular row or road that things I do must go down that road. or else I'm not going to like them. So I can only say to you that the activity of my profession, in whatever form it takes to appeal to the public at that particular stage, is the thing that I thoroughly and happily enjoy. It's just very hard for me to say I only want to do comedy. It's very hard for me to say I only want to do drama. It's the variety that makes life sparkle and makes it more fun. So all I can say is come all to me, because I enjoy every phase of this particular profession I'm in.
Well, the variety of your career then has been a joy to you and a joy to all of us who have followed your career.
Well, that's
and,
nice.
watched your
Thank you.
talent on the screen, on the stage, and so forth. You know, last night I made a New Year's resolution to talk to the most glamorous star I could find during 1972. And here the new year is only a few hours old, and you've made the resolution an easy one to keep. Thank you, Ginger Rogers, for sharing some great memories with us today on Those Were the Days.
And happy New Year.
Happy New Year. We're at the Drury Lane Theater in Evergreen Park, where actor Cesar Romero is the star of the comedy Mr. Barry's Etchings. But we'd like to change that title to Mr. Romero's Memories, as we say, welcome, Cesar Romero, to Those Were the Days.
Well, thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
How about a stroll down memory lane for a moment or so?
How far back do you want to go?
Well, let's go back to, let's dance down memory lane and start when Cesar Romero was dancing at the Park Central roof.
Oh, well, that was back in 1927. That's when I started in show business. I was a ballroom team. I teamed up with a girl by the name of Elizabeth Higgins, and she was a girl that had studied dancing for years and wanted to be a professional dancer, and I'd always been sort of stage-struck. And I just graduated from prep school and was working in the National City Bank in Wall Street. And Liz suggested to me, because we danced well together, that we ought to be a dance team. And in those days, the popular thing to be was a dance team in the very smart supper clubs that were in New York in those days. They don't exist today. But I thought that'd be great fun, because I was always a good dancer and dancing wasn't work. So we got a few routines together, gave a few auditions, and we got a job in a musical comedy called Lady Do.
Lady Do.
And that's what started me off. I danced for about 4 years.
Really?
With various partners.
Were you on the Ambassador roof? And
the Ambassador, yeah, and the St. Regis roof, the Club Montmartre, the Club Richmond, and the clubs down in Miami during the winter months. We worked all over the place.
Did you stop dancing then when you went on the stage?
Oh, yeah. I got my first part as an actor. I replaced an actor by the name of Tullio Carminati in a play that Brock Pemberton produced, who was the producer of this play that I'm doing now originally, too. And I auditioned for the role. I'd never played a part before in my life, but I had seen the play, and I had a pretty good idea what it was about. So when I went to see Mr. Pemberton and Antoinette Perry, who was the director of the play, they told me to come back the next day and to read for the part. So I went and saw the play again, and I watched Carminati very closely. So when I went to read the next day, I gave a pretty good imitation of Mr. Carminati, because they signed me up with a run-of-the-play contract. And I played the part for a year on the road. So the first part I ever played, I was the leading man.
And that was strictly
dishonorable. And the young girl that understudied my leading lady in it was a young girl who was just starting out in her theatrical career, and her name was Margaret Sullivan. And of course, she went on to become one of the great stars of the theater and motion pictures. And I played that for a year.
And then this was mostly in the, across the country?
That was on the road. We played all through the South, the Middle West, Canada. We had a long tour, about a year.
And after that, you went into another play on
the road? Well, I went on the road and in New York. The last play that I did in New York was Dinner at 8. And then the following year, I came out here in 1934. Out here, I mean in California.
Now, what was your first film?
The Thin Man.
The Thin Man.
With Bill Powell and Myrna Loy.
There's no Return of the Thin Man or anything?
No, it was the first Thin Man picture that was made. That was in 1934.
Somewhere in shuffling through a stack of notes about Cesar Romero, and there are so many notes around on your great career, I read that you were in a film called The Shadow Laughs. Does that strike a bell?
The Shadow Laughs. I wonder if that's a picture that was made in England.
Invincible Films? Is that...
You see, they change the titles when they play over here. I did a picture in England, I think it was called The Shadow Man.
That may be it.
That's probably it, yeah.
Going back.
Yeah, well, I made, I was under contract. I came out to the coast under contract to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And it was just a contract for one picture, option of another other picture, option of 6 months, and option of a year. So I did The Thin Man, and then they loaned me to Warner Brothers, and I did a picture there with Leslie Howard and Kay Francis called British Agent. So I thought I was doing pretty well, being loaned out right away. And when I reported back to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, they gave me my pink slip. I was fired. So I thought I was going back to New York, a complete failure.
Well, why was that? Why did they...
Well, I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea. I guess they didn't think I had much of a future in pictures, so they just let me go. And my agent took me out to Universal, and I made a test out there, and they signed me, and I was there for 3 years. And then when I left Universal, Darryl Zanuck signed me at Fox, and I was there for 15 years.
Boy, what a great 15 years that was.
Well, those were good years.
Yeah.
That's when the motion picture industry was really at its height,
What was Hollywood like? What was it like in those?
Well, of course, I look back on those days with a great deal of nostalgia, and they were wonderful days. We had some great people in the business, and the industry was much smaller than it is now. We were all sort of like a big family, and everybody knew each other. The major studios were all operating, and everybody was under contract to a studio. If you weren't under contract to a studio, you weren't in pictures, period. And you worked all the time. That's why the public got to know you so well, because you were constantly being seen in films. And the studios developed their personalities. They made their stars. They didn't pick up stars, already stars from New York. They created them. Like Joan Crawford, when she came out, she was a chorus girl. Rita Hayworth, I remember when she was a stock girl at Fox. Her name was Margarita Cancino. She was a Spanish dancer. She used to dance with her father. I remember Marilyn Monroe when she was a stock girl at the studio. And the studios developed their great personalities, which I don't think we have in pictures today. We haven't got the Garbos and the Dietrichs and people like that anymore.
Do you think television is providing this kind of an outlet?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I'm not knocking television. I think it's great. And you get a good television series, and it's tremendous insurance, But I must say I like those days when we were all under contract to a studio. It was you felt as if you belonged someplace. Now you don't belong anywhere. You're free. You see, you can go. Although the one thing that was good about being a freelance actor was it gave you the opportunity to travel and to see a lot of countries that you probably never would have done otherwise. I've made pictures in England, in France, in Italy, in Spain, in India. I've been all over South America. I've worked in Colombia, South America, in Argentina, in Brazil. Then a lot of pictures in Mexico. So, I've seen a great deal of the world simply because I've had the opportunity to work in these countries. And if I'd been under contract to a studio, we'd be working at the studio.
But you had the best then of two worlds, didn't you?
That's right.
Yeah. When you were under contract at 20th Century Fox, did you ever have to perform in a film that you really didn't want to, to do?
Well, all picture actors did.
You didn't have much choice.
No, you could refuse to play a part, and then you'd go on suspension, which meant that you would not be paid for the length of time that it took to make that picture. And for some reason or other, you sort of didn't want to go on suspension, so you did what you were told.
Was there ever a film that you felt negatively about that turned out to be a big hit?
I can't think of any. No, the pictures that I was in that were big hits, I was pretty sure were going to be big hits. I can't think of doing any particular lemon that turned out to be great.
What was the kind of a role that you enjoyed doing best?
Well, I played so many different things because I was never a leading man. I played leading roles. I played leading men. I played a lot of heavies. I played a lot of foreigners. I played Frenchmen, Italians, Spaniards, Hindus. You name them. I can't say I enjoyed doing playing Cortez in Captain from Castile, for instance,
yes.
which I enjoyed very much. On the other hand, I had great fun doing a picture called Show Them No Mercy, in which I played a gangster, a kidnapper, and Tall, Dark, and Handsome, which was all comedy, and those great musical comedies that we used to make with Betty Grable and Alice Faye and Carmen Miranda. They were all great fun.
You were in the at least a couple of Charlie Chan pictures.
I made one.
One?
Yeah.
Treasure Island.
Treasure Island, yeah.
That's considered by Chan film buffs to be one of the best Charlie Chan
really?
films of all time.
Well,
and,
that's good.
now you know, see? Cisco Kid.
Well, I did the Cisco Kid pictures for 2 years. I did about 8 of them.
Mm-hmm. Was there a sidekick to the Cisco Kid?
Yes, he was a little Mexican actor, delightful guy. His name was Crispin Martin. A little short, fat fellow. He was very cute and charming in those pictures.
Those were.
But he died quite a few years ago.
How long did it take you to do a little Cisco Kid?
We made them in 18 days.
18 days.
18 days.
And
those 3 weeks shooting.
Yeah.
See, in those days we worked on Saturdays. We had a 6-day week, so we made those pictures in 3 weeks.
And how long would it take you to do a major feature, for example?
Well, like
Tall,
Captain
Dark,
from
and
Castile, it took us 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
Tall, Dark, and Handsome, I think we made in about, I think we made that in around 32 days. But a big picture like Captain from Castile, a good 4 months, 4.5 months.
I always like to find out about the side of Hollywood that we read about in the fan magazines and never really believe, you know. From
Well,
the
the
old
fan magazines today aren't fan magazines. To
No.
me, they're scandal magazines.
But how much of the material in the fan magazines of the 30s and the 40s could we believe?
Well, in the 30s, the articles that came out in fan magazines were all interviews. You were interviewed for those stories. So anything that came out, you said, you know,
And they didn't
as far as
distort them?
interviews
Yeah.
went. Now, what things that were made up, you know, publicity people make up a lot of stories about people just to get their names in the paper and magazines. But the stories on the individual actors that were done as interviews were all interviews. Of course, they have to make them a little colorful and exciting to read. Otherwise, things would be pretty dull. But the magazines today, they're not fan magazines. They're not fan magazines at all. They're more like, they remind me of Confidential, you know?
Scandal sheets.
It's like a
that,
scandal
yeah.
sheet.
Well, all right, so in the old fan magazines, we'd read a lot about the glamorous Hollywood and the Hollywood parties and things like that. Now, you just said you worked 6 days a week making a movie. While you were doing a film, did you have much time to get involved in all these glamorous
Well,
parties
years
and
ago
things
when
like
I
that?
was a young man, I could do it. You know, I can't do it today. When I'm working, I go to bed at 9 o'clock. But years ago, you know, 38 years ago, I could do a lot of things that I can't do now. And the social life in Hollywood then was much, great deal more than it is now. There were people there that used to give great parties. Marion Davies used to give the most magnificent parties. Beautiful, fantastic things, you know, when she and Hearst had that house down on the beach. And they used to put a tent over the 2 tennis courts and transform the tent into whatever kind of a party they wanted, a circus or a beautiful garden or a Mexican town or whatever. It was just fantastic parties. The Basil Rathmans were great hosts in those days. They used to give great parties. Carol Lombard, bless her, who was one of the most delightful people you ever want to know. She would throw wonderful fun parties. She'd take over the fun house at the Venice Pier and things like that. Nobody does things like that today. We don't have that kind of people in the industry, and nobody can afford to give those parties anymore with the tax structure and everything. Nobody, things have changed a great deal.
Well, there really isn't much left to Hollywood as a film center anymore today.
No, because they make so many pictures out of the country and out of the state and out of the city.
Let's jump from, Cesar Romero in films in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s when you were freelancing, so to speak, and not connected as a contract player at a studio. And you jumped into television pretty much.
Well, I had a series that I did in 1953. In 53 in New York, yes. I hosted a show called Chevrolet Showroom, which was not particularly successful, and I came back to Hollywood, and then I had a show that I did that was called Passport to Danger, And we did about 39 of them. That was all. But since then, I've done all the other shows. I don't do the guest shots on practically every show that's been on the air.
We can't overlook Batman.
Oh no! Well, that was great fun. I love playing the Joker.
How did you get to be the Joker in the?
Well, I don't know. Bill Dozier, the producer,
Uh-huh.
called me and said he wanted me to play this part, and I read it and I thought it was great fun. I said, sure, I'd love to do it. I don't know why he thought of me for the part, because certainly I'd never done anything like it before. But I got a big kick out of playing the Joker.
Did you have to research it? Did you look at the old comic books and check them out?
No, I'd never seen the comic strip of Batman.
Well, you did an amazing job because the Joker from the pages of the Batman comics came to life on the television screen in the form of Cesar Romero.
Yeah, well, it was fun.
You did a fantastic job with that. What was the reaction of your public to your role as the Joker?
Well, it was a good reaction, particularly from the children, from the kids, you know. And that's why the kids today know me, but they know me because I'm the Joker.
Yeah.
You know, they may not know the name Cesar Romero, but the minute they hear I'm the Joker, they know.
You have a reputation, and well-deserved, I might add, as as one of the best-dressed men in Hollywood, in America, and in the world, I think, through all the newspaper ads that we see.
Well, I have a clothing line. I'm sort of in the business, actually. I've got a clothing line of double-knit slacks and double-knit suits and sport jackets. I used to be, I was connected with an outfit called Petroselli Clothes for about 15 years. But I'm not with them now. I'm associated with Sam Eisenberg, who his company is known as Eisenberg International. And my line is called Cesar Romero Apparel for the Man, and it's a subsidiary of Eisenberg International. So I have an interest in that, and I've always liked to dress well, as, you know. I've been on a few best dressed lists now and then, but they don't mean a darn thing, you know. I remember one day in Hollywood, I received a phone call from the Los Angeles designers or something or other, I don't know. And they said, we have selected you as the best dressed actor of the year, and we'd like to present you with the award at a dinner at the Coconut Grove on such and such a date. And I said, well, thank you very much, but I'm sorry, I won't be able to be there because I'll be out of town. I have to go on the road. And there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then he finally said, oh, well, then we'll get somebody else. You know, so that's how important it was. If you're not there to be photographed for the publicity, they get somebody else. So.
What's next in store for Cesar Romero?
Well,
you'll be out here at the Drury Lane.
Oh, I'll be here for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I mean, 8 weeks.
Till the end
2 months.
of the middle of October.
2 months. Yeah. And if I can work it, they'd like me to stay for another 4 weeks. But I don't know whether I can do it or not because I have to wait and see. There's 2 pictures in the air. One that's going to be done in Beirut and one that's going to be done in Jamaica.
And what's the subject of those films?
Well, the one in Jamaica is a comedy, really almost slapstick comedy, and the other is more of a dramatic type picture. So I don't know what's going to happen. I have to wait and see.
Well, we're going to look forward to seeing you on the screen and on TV.
Well, my last picture that was released just played here in Chicago, I think, a Disney picture called Now You See Him, Now You Don't.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And I just finished a picture up in Alaska, a picture called The Timber Tramp. And before that, I finished a picture called, what is it? There's something of Edgar Allan Poe. I can't even remember the name of it. But they won't be released till sometime next year.
How many films have you made?
About 98, 99, I think, last
Got
count.
100 coming up then, huh?
Yeah, well, of course, I've done a lot of television films, too. I don't count those.
Did you do much on radio?
Not too much. I did some radio in New York before I came out to California.
As an actor on running shows or things like that?
No, just whenever I could get a job.
You were a guest on many programs.
Well, I wasn't a guest. I just got a job.
Oh,
you know.
I mean on the Lux Radio Theater, for example, or
I did one lot, but I did that out here. I'm talking about the shows I did in New York. You know, just pick up $25.
Some soap operas and things like that.
Anything that paid you a few dollars, you did.
It was pretty tough then. Now, you've recreated your career a little bit with us today, and you've bounced from one phase of it to the next. But in reality, there must have been some out of job time through.
Oh, there were many. I should say so. By the time I got my contract to come out to California, I was ready to throw in the sponge.
Well, how exactly did you get that contract? Did somebody?
Well, I had made
you,
a test. I had done a play produced by John Golden and written and directed by Frank Craven. A play called All Points West, and we were trying it out in out of town, one of the suburbs in New York, I forget where. And Mr. Golden brought out one night for one of the performances a man by the name of Ben Piazza, who was the casting director for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And he came backstage after the show and asked me if I'd like to make a test for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and I said, sure. You never said no, you did yes, because you had nothing to lose. So I did the test, and I never heard anything about it. And months went by, and I'd forgotten all about it. And then all of a sudden the phone rang, and my agent said, pack your bags, you're leaving for California. MGM is signing you to a contract.
Well, what was the scene then when you got out to California? I mean, were you were just brand new to movies, and the old story is, well, now we've got you out here, so you have to sit and wait for...
No, they put me to work right away. I arrived on Friday the 13th. April the 13th, and I went to work on Monday in The Thin Man. I didn't sit around at all. And then I did those two pictures right in a row, Thin Man, British Agent, and then, as I say, they let me go. But then Universal signed me right away. And I was with Universal for 3 years. And while I was at Universal, I was borrowed by Darryl Zanuck for 3 pictures for 20th Century, before it was 20th Century Fox. And I did Clive of India with Ronald Colman, Loretta Young, and then I did Cardinal Richelieu with George Ollis and Maureen O'Sullivan and a bunch of great people in that picture. And then I did Metropolitan with Lawrence Tibbett and Alice Brady and Virginia Bruce. And then I went over and did the first picture that Zanuck did and the Fox lot, and that was Show Them No Mercy. And then after that, he signed me to a contract, and I was there for 15 years.
Boy, it's been a good 15 years. It's been a good...
it's been a good 38 years.
38. Is that how long you've been involved in the whole thing?
Yeah, I was out in 1934.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on a good career, and thank you for so much good entertainment all these years.
Well, thank you.
We look forward to more of the same.
Well...
we can recommend good entertainment when anybody comes out to Drury Lane and sees Mr. Barry's etchings.
Well, we have fun doing the show, and the audiences are great. It's a pleasure to perform for them.
Pleasure to chat with you. Thank you, Cesar Romero, for recalling some happy times on Those Were the Days.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Fahey Flynn.
And I'm Chuck Schaden with our Those Were the Days microphones behind the scenes at the Channel 7 Eyewitness News program. We're here to collect our prize in the Chicago Today TV Trivia Contest. Fahey Flynn, as you know by now, our WLTD radio listeners joined together a few weeks ago to go for the big one in that TV Trivia Contest. And the big one we got, Fahey Flynn's bow tie.
It's an interesting specimen that you have, Chuck.
It's an authentic bow tie with
it's authentic.
Blue polka dots. And
I suppose about 20 years old and has been through 4 or 5 cleanings. But the thing about bow ties is that, they don't wear out. You have to beat them to death. And,
will you be tieless tonight on the Flynn Daily News, or do you have a spare?
No, I have a spare. As a matter of fact, bow ties are becoming very difficult to come by. That is, polka dot bow ties. There are some very flamboyant ones, such as those that Clement Stone wears, but I'm too young for those. But polka dot bow ties are difficult to come by because there's no money in making them.
And you don't use the clip-on type either. You tie this from scratch, right?
No, you wouldn't fish with worms, would you?
Absolutely. Well, so much for the bow tie and the TV trivia, and we thank you for providing the prize, which gave us a great incentive to have a lot of fun with the early days of TV.
Good.
You've been part of the Chicago scene for a long time. When did you first broadcast from our windy city?
Well, I came to Chicago in June of 1941. Jim Conway and I came here at about the same time, and I was with CBS for 27 years, with the exception of some wartime experience.
Uh-huh.
And then I moved to ABC, and I'm in my 5th year here. So if you add 27 and 5, that's too long, isn't it?
Well, it's not, I don't think it's too long for all of the people who've been listening and viewing your efforts, and you've been doing a good job. I understand back in I think it was 1948, as a newsman, you had produced a radio series called Report Uncensored.
That's
which
right.
won a few awards.
Ben Park and Ski Wolf, Perry Wolf, who is now a CBS documentary producer in New York, the man who did the Pentagon piece that got in all the difficulty. We were the trio, and at that time tape was so new that the only equipment we had were the brush tape machines with paper tape, and they were mahogany cases, and as a result nobody really thought that you had an infernal machine with you. You could get in to interview people in places where they probably wouldn't let you go today because this equipment that you have, for example, is so professional. But those old brush recorders look just like nice old radios, you know, peaceful and so on. And we had some very good luck. We were the first ones to do interviews in depth on tape. Sometimes we talked to an inmate at St. Charles or one of the prisons for perhaps an hour and a half, and out of that we might salvage a minute or 30 seconds. And the series was quite successful. It was successful, in my estimation, for one reason, in that it got a response. In other words, we were able to get some action. We got a judge moved out of the juvenile court. We got a new man in as superintendent of St. Charles. And it's the only program I've ever been involved in which had some specific accomplishments to its credit. And then when the awards came up at the end of the year, we were lucky, and we had what is called, I guess, a grand slam. We got them all that year. Peabody, DuPont, Ohio State. There were 7 all told, and it was quite a year. Always look back to it, but it's so doggone long ago. How do you remember it?
Oh,
somebody told you about it.
I have the ability to read men's minds or something. What about another series that you did? I think it was probably an early series on race relations. It was called The Quiet Answer.
That's right. That was another one that Perry Wolf and I did. And it was a pioneering effort, really, because the Supreme Court hadn't issued its decision, its landmark decision at that time, on restrictive covenants. And so as a result, the whole impact was basically on housing, on blacks moving from the areas where they were more or less rigidly confined by restrictive covenants and real estate practices into adjacent areas and so on. And so, as I say, it was really a pioneering effort and interesting to do.
A question I must ask of anybody who has done any kind of radio work or even TV work is, do you have copies of these programs that you produced, these 2 series, for example, in your possession?
No, I don't really. I wish I had. But as you probably know, recording was pretty primitive until quite recently, as a matter of fact. This sophisticated equipment that we're using now for audio and video recording is only about 10 years old. And I do have a couple of copies that I got in an interesting way. You might be interested in this. I had a call from a young man who said that he had some recordings of me and of Conway, and he wondered whether or not I'd be interested in having them. And I said, sure, yeah, what are they? Well, he said that this program that you did on, this was on drug addiction. I've forgotten The Untouchables was the name of that series. And I said, gosh, yes, I'd like to have them. Well, he said, I'd like to get, a little money out of them. How much? Well, he said, $5. And I said, come ahead, bring the recordings. So he did, and he showed up with 2 of these great big 16-inch platters with small cuts on them of about a minute and a half, 3 minutes and so on. And I said, how did you happen to have these? Well, he said, it's an interesting story. My father's in the junk business, and CBS was going to sell off a lot of they had a huge storehouse filled with these aluminum platters of programs that they were keeping for some reason, I don't know. And they decided to sell them for junk. And this young man saw this stuff coming in and looked them over and recognized some of the names of people who were still in the business and called them and said he had a pretty good summer.
Well, you know, it's amazing. Like yourself, you're in the business of producing material for radio, but you're not really in the business of preserving that stuff. You're working today for tomorrow, and
it was difficult to preserve.
Yeah.
I have a lot of tapes of things that I've done in recent years. I have some kinescopes and things of that sort. But so many of the things that I would like to have on tape or on records just don't have.
I want to ask you a bit about the Chicago radio scene back in the early 40s when you first became involved in the city. Radio then was 30-minute programs, mostly back-to-back, 6:37, 7:38, and so forth. When did the news come in? On radio today, we get news every half hour, just about, or even more often than that. Did you produce or were you involved with the presentation of news, let's say, for a half an hour at a crack, or when did the news come in?
No, news really came into its own on December 7th of 1941. When I came to CBS, for example, in 1941, our news department consisted of 2 people and a guy who could run fast, who used to go out and get the copies of the papers from the newsstands. That's when they used to put out multiple editions, you know, and the hours and so on. And I won't say that we stole news from the newspapers, but we did borrow some of their items. And there was a morning newscast at 7:15, and there was an evening newscast at, I believe, 10:30. A chap named Todd Hunter used to do it. And then Lowell Thomas had one on the network, and that was about it. And when December 7th broke, this brought us into the news business in a hurry, and we were desperately hiring people from newspapers and so on, and smaller towns, and within about 6 months' time we had a sizable department of 20 or 30 people, and our news output had expanded to, well, our news used to begin, when I left to go into the Navy in 1943, our news began at 4:30 and ran solidly until 7 o'clock with various 15-minute segments. Lowell Thomas from New York, for example, a chap named Harlan Eugene Reed, who used to be a commentator here, and I used to do one, and John Harrington would do one, and Edwin C. Hill would cut in from the network, and so on. And because there was this tremendous personal interest that so many people had in what was happening in the war in Europe, there were so many Americans involved that people just wanted to get every ounce of information they possibly could. So news was very, very big, and it stayed that way during the war, and it never really tapered off completely when the war ended, and it's been a very saleable commodity and a very important commodity in broadcasting ever since.
And today, of course, news is the backbone of radio broadcasting throughout the day, every day, just about. And indeed, there is a WBBM today is an all-news station.
That's right.
I remember haunting WBBM when it used to be called the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
That's right.
And we'd go over there, and there were a lot of nice people over there. Used to let us kids come in, and they'd give us teletype sheets, off of there, and the scripts, and we'd meet fellows like George Watson, who used to be on the Gold Coast show, and
dear friend of mine.
A lot of the Paul Gibson was over at BBM, and Julian Bentley was at WLS, wasn't he? He was a big newsman from
he moved
Midwest.
from WLS to WBBM, I believe, in about 1948 or 9, after the war, and stayed there for a good while until we went into television. He was our first television news director, and died when he was much too young.
When was your first TV newscast?
In 1953, CBS bought one of the stations which ABC Paramount, or actually Ballroom and Katz owned. Through a merger, they wound up with 2 television stations and had to dispose of one. And they disposed of Channel 4 to CBS in 1943, in the spring of the year. And I said 43, I meant 53.
53, yeah.
And I think they sold it for $6 million, and we all sort of thought, gee, I think the boss was taken on that one, you know. And interestingly enough, it was in this building, the same studios.
State Lake building.
That Channel 7 is now using were then the studios of CBS for 2 or 3 years. Matter of fact, we still say that we're the only wood-burning television station still on the air. But there's a lot of television history in this building. This is where Captain Eddie, who was the television pioneer in the Chicago area, used to have his headquarters. And during World War II, it was used as a training center for radar people. And the Zenith station used to broadcast from here. And at the height of the war, when manpower was scarce, the television operation proper was handled by women. All our camera people, I shouldn't say ours, but all the camera people were women, the directors were women, and there was a woman manager, a woman named Kit Carson, who used to manage the whole operation. But in 1953, CBS moved in, and we were all invited to audition to see whether we had any possible abilities to transfer to the new trick. And I guess this is wood, I'll knock on it. I was lucky, and been at it ever since. Still love radio.
Well, that's good to hear. You do any radio today?
No longer. I did a 5-minute piece on ABC Radio for a while, but they practically eliminated their bureau in Chicago, with the exception of Paul Harvey's origination. And he doesn't originate here too often because he travels. So, but we used to have on ABC a rather sizable operation. But I just came back from a trip to London and listened to a lot of radio there on BBC, and they still do it the way we used to do it. They have dramatic shows, they have comedy shows, they have live music, and it's kind of refreshing, really.
Why can't we do that today? Why can't we have original, contemporary things in drama and comedy on radio?
I wish I could tell you, but I just don't know the answer. I think that we might have been able to salvage something, you know, but I think that we've gone beyond the point of no return now. I think that we're going to run radio pretty much as it is now. Although Mickelson seems to be able to sell the Green Hornet and things of that sort.
Yeah, it happens here and there. And of course, we enjoy a lot of the old radio programs too. And so maybe we can, if not bring it back, at least keep it going a little bit. Fahey, Flynn, thank you very much for sharing some memories with us today, and for providing us with the big important prize in the Chicago Today TV Trivia Contest. And I assure you, it's nothing trivial at all to have your famous bow tie.
Hope it fits.
It fits. Thanks for sharing some memories.
My pleasure.
Our guest is Brett Morrison, a name familiar to listeners of the good old days of radio as the voice of the First Nighter. Brett, welcome to our show, and glad to be out here in sunny California.
Well, thank you, Chuck. I'm glad you're here. It's nice to see someone from the old hometown.
You're a member of the Bridge Up Club, aren't you?
Yes, that's the club that all the Chicago actors.
Our guest today is the owner of a most unusual and most familiar voice. Our guest is Alan Reed, and here's the voice.
Yabba dabba doo. Is that what you wanted to hear at this moment?
Well, of course.
There have been many such recognizable sounds in my long career.
Oh my goodness, you go back. When did you first use your voice to make a living?
Well, this is my 53rd year in the entertainment business. By using the voice, I suppose you mean radio.
Well,
I started before that. I started when I was 14 as an extra with the French opera comique who came over here, and I had to learn some lines in French and help carry a king around on a sedan chair. And I still remember the lines. We had a song we sang. It was, "Au marierai, au marical, au marierai calcitron." He was the recalcitrant king. And I got $1 a performance, and an agent got 10% of that. It's a fact. Yeah. And go ahead.
No, I was going to say, when did you first get involved with radio?
It was 1926. I had been working at a summer place called Coca. It was, it's still in existence in New York State. It was an adult camp, and from this place emerged a great many people. Moss Hart, for instance, Jacques Wolfe, who wrote Shortening Bread and Glory Days. They were both first sung at Copa. Misha Auer, George Tobias, myself, Eddie Elliskew, a great many people were on the staff of this place. Well, a guest came up summer when I was 19 and talked about working for the Judson Radio Program Corporation. And he told me that they were doing all of the radio programs for the networks. This was a subsidiary, a newly formed subsidiary of the Judson Concert Bureau, which is the largest booking company of concert attractions in it. And he told me that if I came up to his office in New York, he was a kid. Turned out he was an office boy up there, but he was learning the business. His name was Herb Palese, who later on had 20 Questions. And who later on we did a program together called Henry and George for Henry George Cigars. But he introduced me to the secretary of Charlie Skank, who was the producer. And the programs he was producing at that time were True Detective Mysteries, True Story, Physical Culture, all of the Bernard McFadden magazines. They had an exclusive on the stories in them. And he introduced me to his secretary, who took a look at my youthful face and said, there's only one part open this week, and that's of the head mobster, and I'm afraid you're too young for that. All the rest of the parts are cast. So it was around lunchtime, and I waited for her to go out to lunch, and I saw her go out to lunch, and I went into Herb's office and got the phone and asked for Charlie Skank, who was in another office. And he got on the phone, and I said, "Hello, Skank." He says, "Who's this?" I say, "Never mind who this is. I'm just going to tell you something. I'm coming into your office in a couple of minutes. You're going to give me a job, or you're going for a ride. Do you understand?" He said, "What the hell? Who is it? Come in here." So I went in and I got the job. And that was the beginning of radio. I had done one thing before that. I'd been with a group in the village called the New Playwrights Theater, and we, as a semi-professional group, met in competition with a supposedly amateur group that of radio actors that WOR had, and we each presented a play. It was a phony set-up publicity contest, but that was the first time, and this was the first time I got paid.
Well, that's a good time to remember.
Yeah. Well, from then on, Charlie and I became very good friends, and I worked all of the shows and got a good, firm, early footing in the radio business. Because very shortly, the radio business emerged to the fact, to the place where knowledge and quickness was very important to the director. He didn't have time to stop and teach a guy how to read a line or what to do, because you were always fighting a time thing. And so I was in at the beginning and gotten the experience, and by the time radio started to get really big, I was there and working like
you
mad.
were quite versatile, and you were able to do all different kinds of voices, and that must have been
it was-
valuable before the
Yes.
union days when you could double and triple and all that.
True. I'm one of the founders of the union. I don't know if you knew that.
No.
There were three of us, George Heller and John Brown and myself, had belonged to the Forum in Equity, and we sat down and we started talking of the needs for a union. By this time, there were a lot of people working. But in radio, from the beginning to the end, there was like a hierarchy. There were maybe 90% of the work was done by 10% of the people, and of that 10% of the people, maybe 10% of them were always going, you know? It was that. And it was due to the early start and friendships that were formed and knowledge of the business. Everybody threw his hand in those days in many varying things. For instance, I was on one of the phones at CBS where we were working mostly then, or I was working mostly then, when Orson Welles had his War of the Worlds thing, and everybody was at a phone answering calls. It was frantic. It was
Right. People really were taken in.
So believable. They were frightened. Really frightened people were calling. Yeah, it existed.
What did Wells think about that? I mean, what he was
at the
doing
time
his thing,
he didn't think about it, but it certainly caused a lot of new directions in the radio business. They had to be informed if there was any even remote possibility of anybody getting frightened that this was a radio broadcast and was not real, you know. It was a strange time in radio in those days.
Did you work most of the time in those early days out in New York?
Yes, I worked in New York until 1943, and then out here ever since. Half my life there, half here. A lot of strange things happened in the early days. The script, the soap operas, they were like a factory that were being turned out. And the same writers would be engaged to write, and they'd write 2 shows at once, so that you would find plots that you were playing on one show were also running with different names on another show. Now, I did Big Sister and Merton Marge back to back. One was on 10 to 10:15, and the other was on 10:15 to 10:30. And then just walk across the studio, you know, into the other room. And I played heavies for 2 years straight on both of these. One he was called Asa Griffin, and on the other he was called something like Zeffirini or something, a hard-nosed gangster. And Asa Griffin was seemingly a kindly old man who was a horror. He burned down orphanages for personal gain and all kinds of things. And the same bloody plots were occurring back and forth all the time.
You were on a program, you know, in those early days, they tried to get the sponsor's name involved in these things, like Merton Marge. Myrtle Spear and Marjorie Minter.
I mentioned before that Herb Palazzi and I did Henry George. Well, we were plugging the Henry George cigar, and we played a character called Henry and George, and we had an orchestra and a male singer and a female singer on the show, and we were like the traveling bellhops. Like later on, Major Bowes went to cities and told about the city. We had the same thing. Never left the studio, of course, but we told all about what was happening in Detroit, Minneapolis, Chicago, and all around. And we'd do 1-minute blackouts, and there'd be a musical number, and it was for Henry George cigars.
I found a note that said that you were on a program called Harv and Esther.
Right. And it was the same company. And I'll tell you, there's a very interesting tale connected with that. Harv and Esther was for Harvester cigars. The Consolidated Cigar Company was the owner of both the previous Henry George and Harvey Nestor. And they were related to the Paleys. The Paleys made the La Polina cigar. Now, there was some connection, and I don't remember what it was now, between Consolidated Cigar Company and Paley, who founded the CBS network. But I had been doing the Henry George for 3 years, and I got $50 a show the first year, and $100 a show the second year, and $150 the third year, and this was a lot of dough for me. This was at a time when you were kids, and that money meant a lot more than today. I went to a party one night, and a little man came up to me, and he says, "I'd like to introduce myself." He says, "My name is Lichtenstein." Jewish man. I'm Jewish. And he said, "You're a young fella. I'm surprised we're paying you so much money." I said, "Well, I appreciate what you're paying me, but so much money? It's not that much." He says, "For a boy your age," he says, "you're making $750 a week." I said, "What?" And I told him what I was getting. Judson Radio Program Corporation had been billing him for my services at $250, $500, and $750. Oh. And I was getting $50 and $100 and $150. Well, this kind man got on the phone the next day to Judson and raised holy Cain with them. He said, "If you ever want to do business with me again, you will adjust that for that nice young man that I met last." I got a check for $12,500.
Oh!
And it was fantastic.
When was this? About what year?
1930.
Oh, man.
Not many taxes then either.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And in 1931, Columbia was, or CBS, incidentally, I don't know if you knew this, in the beginning when I started, what turned into CBS network was originally station ABC in New York, WABC. And they rented 2 hours of time from WOR and used their own call letters, WABC, for while their station was being readied.
Oh,
very few people know that. Yeah, it's part of the history of the business. Paley had come up with his father's cigar money, and they owned a radio station down there, WCAU, and decided that they were going to see if they couldn't build another network, which they did, and pretty good one.
Were you were, of course, were the voice of Falstaff Openshaw on the Fred Allen show.
True. You want to go there right away? I wanted to tell you something.
Well, go back. Let's take it.
I wanted to tell you something that happened in 1931 and 32. Columbia, CBS, was experimenting with television in their building at 485 Madison Avenue. And on the 23rd floor, they had a tiny studio. And in those days, television was done with something that looked very much like a makeup mirror. Just a string of lights, strong lights, coming down this way, in back of which was the camera. And if more than one person was in front of it, you had to get your face in like this. Well, Stoopnagle and Bud and myself were waiting to go up and ad-lib. They asked everybody working at CBS to come up and do a stint. There were then 54 sets in New York, and advertising agencies, they're all closed channel, you know. And in a few buffs' homes. Anyway, we're waiting to go on the receiver in the lobby of this very small space, girl was singing, and she was a beautiful girl. And she came out just as we were ready to go on and follow her in, and I said, "Can you wait downstairs? I want to talk to you." I wanted to make a date with her. She was gorgeous. So Stoopnagle and Bud and I went in, and we ad-libbed our way through crick decks and up in front of this and went downstairs. with the result that I asked the girl out for dinner when we went across to a drugstore, which was on the street, and had dinner at the counter. And I took her home, and I met a mother that night who happened to be visiting in New York. They were from Washington. And 6 months later, we were married, and we've been married ever since. That was probably the first television romance. And we now have our 43rd anniversary, and there's some of the result of it on that picture. We got all our grandchildren. We have 10 grandchildren.
How many children?
3 boys. Yeah,
Oh,
and they've all married, produced. Now we go to Fred Allen. Before Fred Allen, there were many things. I did straight for a lot of the comedians. I worked for David Friedman, who had a comedy factory. He had Fanny Bryce, Eddie Cantor, Block and Sully, Burns and Allen. Every comedy act that was in New York, David Friedman supplied the material for. And again, the same jokes in different dialects turned up all around the place. I did Rubinoff, the voice of Rubinoff on Eddie Cantor's show. Rubinoff never wanted to talk. He was frightened. Once he went to Philadelphia and to Pittsburgh, rather. His home union local was there, and they were giving a big benefit, and they invited Rubinoff and his violin, a radio benefit, you know, for the musicians. And Eddie bet him $100 that he wouldn't open his mouth, that he'd just play his violin, because he was afraid to talk. He was a little embarrassed about his accent, but he shouldn't have been. And anyway, he got out, and I got to stop because my wife just walked in. This is Mrs. Reed.
How do you
Mr.
do?
Schaden,
Nice to meet you. And Dave Dunwood.
Dave Dunwood, yeah.
I'm just wondering, but would you like a cup of tea?
Not for me, thanks.
No, thank you. We just had...
I'm having some consomme, and there's some left if you want some, dear.
Sometimes people like a little tea.
Thank you.
So Eddie, he finally got down to Pittsburgh to the benefit, pardon the interruption, and he got on the air, was introduced by the master of ceremonies, Rubinoff and his violin, and he talked, but all he said was, "Had the camp for you, owe me $100."
Well, when you were his voice on the Cantor show, did you do it with a Russian accent, or
oh, yes.
how did you?
Oh, sure. Just as I sounded just now. Had the camphor, what's the matter with you? We had Rubinoff's wife, we had Rubinoff, everybody was on the show. We played all kinds of things. I found the Russian accent once. I was driving in a cab in New York, and the cab driver turned around. I told him where I wanted to go. He says, "I would inform you, sir, that you have the honor of being driven by a genuine Russian baron." So I said, "Keep driving." Yeah, we drove around Central Park, and I picked this thing up, and he was quite a character. Dialects have always been a kind of a specialty of mine.
When you were in radio, you were using the name
Teddy Bergman.
Teddy Bergman.
Which was my name, was my father's name. I'll tell you how the name change came about. That happened in 1939. We're out of chronological order.
That's all right.
In 1939, I changed it because by that time, I was the busiest, what we called in those days, stooge in radio. I worked all of the comedy programs, and every time I wanted to get to do a dramatic program, which I was proficient at, because I'd had some theater before radio, there are guys that say, all you funny fellas, you want to act. And I did want to act, and I couldn't get to first base, so I decided that dickens with this, I'm going to become a whole new person. So I changed my name, changed my manner of approach. I kept very few of the comedy shows and just started on dramatic shows. By that time, Stoopnagel's partner, Bud, had phased out of the picture, and it became Stoopnagel and Reed, and we had a show for a couple of years for Menon's Skin Products. And I was his announcer and partner and straight man, in effect, you see. So I was able to create a whole new image, and I wanted a name. Well, where I found Alan Reed, Reed was a family name of my wife's. not her last name. Her father's name was Myron Reed Walker. His mother's maiden name was Reed. And we had called our firstborn son Alan Reed Bergman. And I started looking around and said, there it is right in front of us. It's an awfully good name.
Yeah.
I just chopped off the Bergman. I had it legally changed in 1939, and that was it. But I used to have a program under the name of Bergman, Blubber Bergman. I was on for several years for Van Heusen Collars. And
well, what kind of a show was that?
Well, Blubber, it's hard to say this. I had done Joe Palooka.
You were Joe Palooka.
I was Joe
Yeah,
Palooka.
right.
Joe Palooka was a very naive kind of a fella for a great big guy. He was this kind of a guy. And I kept this basic thing for Blubber, except we added a couple of energy. He was so full of vitality that sometimes he'd get tied up in himself, you see, and then he would even switch words around. Like he said, I got to be going now, gaboo, so long. You see, this kind of a comic character. It was a lovable character, and I had a straight woman, Betty Gard, whose attitude toward Blubber was kind of like a big sister's, and it was very good. But he was in love with her, you know, and he'd make these pathetic love speeches and would get no place. It was an interesting kind of.
When did Joe Palooka? When were you at
Joe Palooka? We got married on the strength of my contract with Joe Palooka. It was very early in '32, and after that I did a Harry Hirschfield program called Maya the Buyer. Joe Palooka, I had a long contract which was beautiful on paper. It went off after 16 weeks. And the reason it went off is that it was on for H.J. Heinz, the pickle people, you know? And Mr. Heinz belonged to a very swank club in Pittsburgh, the Duquesne Club. And he used to come into the club for lunch, and the guys would say, well, who you fighting this week, Joe? And they'd start ribbing him about the program. And it didn't bother him so much, but it bothered his wife who came around. And she insisted that this was too lowbrow, the prize fight field, for her pickles. And she ended up with the Longines Symphonette. And we were thrown out of the picture.
How much influence did the sponsors exert on the programming in those days?
All.
Everything.
Everything in those days, yes. In those days, it was everything. It was different than now. Now the network controls it.
Well, there are very few shows that are totally sponsored by a single advertiser today.
Yeah, true, but the network has been able to dictate terms to sponsors, even when there's only one sponsor, and there are some. But it's a monopoly, too much so, in my opinion, because I'm solely against the number of reruns that are being done. I think it's horrible what we are faced with. Used to be there would be reruns for 13 weeks in the summer hiatus, and 39 weeks would be booked solid, or 26 weeks with option for another 13 in the old radio days, and on into television. But now we get nothing but rehashed stuff and stuff that you've seen over and over and over again. And this, of course, saves countless millions of dollars for the networks and an awful lot of effort in having to put out new product. But it also keeps an awful lot of actors out of work, producers, writers.
And it cheats the public, too, out of
course it cheats the
new
public.
stuff, something imaginative.
Of course it does.
Right.
Of course it does. I don't know if you know this, but in the Screen Actors Guild, about over 80% of our membership earn less than $2,000 a year. That's and these are people who have made good money at one time or another.
That may mean that they work in one TV movie and that's it for a whole year.
Or 14 days at $100 a day. 120 or 30, whatever it is now, the minimum. Who knows? Actors who would never take under a minimum of a week's contract are very happy to get day work. Thank the Lord, the Flintstones has taken me out of that mess. I've been a very fortunate man.
We're jumping all around, so let's talk
Yes,
about the Flintstones
we
as
are.
long as we're going to go back. That's all right. When did that first come along?
1960. This is our 15th year.
And you're still doing new programs?
No. There is a new program being offered. Hasn't been sold yet. It would be great if they could sell it, but so far they haven't been able to. It's called the Flintstone Fuzz, in which Barney and I would be policemen, cops. It would be a satire on the police shows that are all around. It should be very fun.
How many of those shows did you make altogether?
167 of the original Flintstones and 26 of the Pebbles and Bam Bam, in which the Flintstones each have segments and the kids have segments. But they're repeated and repeated and repeated. My residuals ran out long ago, but what's great about it is the commercials. I have between 8 and 16 commercials going every year on Flintstone products. And they keep running them and playing them.
Well, that's good. Well, you were working with Mel Blanc on that show.
Mel and I worked together very closely.
You worked a number of years ago in radio with Mel.
I was on Mel's show,
on his show,
yeah. You know, he had his own show, and I had my own show, and other, Hans Conreid once had his own show. It is impossible for a good character man to come up with a central, pleasing character that can carry a show. We've had to come to the realization that we belong in a certain spot. We are character men. We can play character leads, as we do in the Flintstones. But in the old radio days, I had, well, you mentioned it, the Harvest show. I was the guy, and I had the top writers, but I never made it. Of course, I had tough opposition. I was on opposite Rudy Valley at his toughest, at the height.
Well, you though, as a main character, in a good, solid supporting character in so many shows, you literally stole the show.
In a lot
week
of shows.
After week,
in
you
a
did.
lot
I
of
mean, you were
shows.
Pasquale in
Life with Luigi. That's right. You got a memory. Sure. I love that show. I like that more than any show I've ever done. That and with Fred. Fred was an experience all in itself. Falstaff became a household word during the wartime period, and I, on the strength of Falstaff, I did an awful lot of work in hospitals and canteens and things like that. And
that's from the Fred Allen.
From the Fred Allen show, yeah.
Did he always have it? Wasn't it the one, Falstaff, the one with the, he'd open with a poem of some sort?
Yes, he'd say, he'd knock on the door, and the door would open, and he'd say, "Blow the bugle, toot the trumpet, here is Falstaff, where shall I dump it?" And Fred would say, "Do you have a poem for us tonight?" And he'd say, "Oh, indubitably. I might go so far as to say indubitably. Have you heard, 'Make for the roundhouse, Nellie, the brakeman can't corner you there'?" Or, "She was a girl just down from Vancouver. He was a sailor bent on maneuver."
Now cut that out. Or now wait a minute.
Right. And then we would end up with a poem that, about 8 lines that would have relevance to the topic of the day in the alley. Yeah, it was a thing many people grew up with, as they've grown up with Flintstone. Just about a month ago, along with a bunch of other radio people, we went up to CalArts University, which is the Disney-sponsored art school, full college, upstate here, a little ways up. And there were 21 and 22-year-olds. We addressed the humanities class who were studying radio in the time of the 30s. And we did Cisco Kid. And there are a lot of people who had worked in the original and who have since become personalities. And first we did Cisco Kid, and I did Pancho, which was the thing that Mel did it for a while. He replaced a guy who did it, but I forget the fellow's name. Harry Lang did it originally. It was, hey, Cisco, what's the matter, Cisco? You know, one of these fellows. And later on, the master of ceremonies introduced each of us as with what we're doing today. And when the guy mentioned Flintstone, it was amazing. It was like I was adopted by these people because they had grown up with it. They were just the right age. In 1960, 15 years ago, they were 7 years old, 8 years old, 6 years old, and they were and they'd listened all through the years. And boy, the questions that we were besieged with. It was an exciting experience.
You were on A.B.'s Irish Rose, and there again you almost stole the show. You were Solomon Levy, the father of A.B., right?
Yes, A.B.'s father. Yeah. It was. That was one reason I couldn't come out here with Fanny Brice. I was wrong about that time. I was the original daddy to Fanny Brice's baby Snooks.
Before Hanley
New York, before Hanley ever thought of doing it. We did it for about 8 months. And then Fanny decided she had to come to the coast and wanted me to come along with her. And I couldn't. We had done, for 2 years before that, famous lovers in history in Yiddish dialect. And we did Anthony and Cleopatra and Isabella and Columbus, you know, imaginary things which he wrote up. And it was very funny. And Fanny was very nearsighted. And she had her script done in very large type on special paper with a special machine. And each page was on a cardboard so that her script was this thick. And she had a big podium. And we knocked the podium down, and the script went all over the floor one show, and I grabbed my mic and brought it down, and we're sorting out and ad-libbing until the thing, and we did the whole program from the floor with an audience sitting out there. That was a highlight. Fanny was a wonderful woman. And that was it. As I said before, A.B.'s Irish Rose was fun. Menashe Skulnick was great on it, and everybody was great on it. Incidentally, Rosie was, oh, good Lord, I'm getting old because I suffer blanks of memory. I am getting old.
Well, there's so many things to recall. It's hard to pull it all together.
Girl who won an Academy Award. She was so great in All the King's Men.
Mercedes
McCambridge. She came from Chicago, and this was her first show in New York, and she played
Rose.
Yeah. I did a play not long ago called Oasis in Manhattan, and the press all termed it A.B.'s Lebanese Rose. He played a Lebanese, and it was an intermarriage between an Arab and a Jewish girl. It was cute. Very cute show.
You were on The Shadow for a while, weren't you?
Yes, I played Shrevey, the cab driver, mostly for a lot of years.
Was that in New York or out here in California?
In New York. No, in New York. I didn't know it came. I guess it did come from out here in the later years, yeah. There's an interesting tale about The Shadow. In the old days, getting personnel experienced in radio, which was a new medium, was rather difficult. So people would have to learn it from scratch. And The Shadow was one of the early shows, not the earliest, but Ruth Ruff and Ryan was an agency that had come from a small office and one account, the Rinso account, and expanded into a huge organization. They had an awful lot of soap operas on, and The Shadow was one of their shows. And a fellow was put in charge made supervisor of all daytime programs. And he came up to McKnight and Jordan. McKnight and Jordan were the independent producers for Ruth Ruff and Ryan of The Shadow. They both wrote and directed it and hired and cast it. And they came up, this guy came up to his office. Now, I don't know if you remember The Shadow or heard episodes of it.
Oh, yes, of course.
Lamont Cranston, of course, was the Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And this great brain, I don't think he lasted much longer after this, came up and seriously sat down in their office, and he said, now, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I think that after this much time, you should develop a scene between Lamont Cranston and the Shadow. It would be very interesting. He had no idea what it was all about. He was in on the cuff, you know? And there were a lot of people like that who had a brother-in-law or somebody, and they just knew nothing. Incidentally, I just went in the back of my mind. In those days, there was no tape. There were just big 16-inch records, you know? You get 15 minutes on a side in those days. And Joe Palooka was a 15-minute program 3 times a week. If a mistake was made anywhere during the show, we had to start all over from the beginning. There was no snipping off a little bit and saying, all right, pick it up from there. Frank Reddick, who was the Shadow, incidentally, most of the time that I played it, and he was the Shadow for longer than anybody else, played Nobby Walsh to my Joe Palooka. And he had a tagline of the show, and he said, why, Joe will hit him with everything but the water bucket. And that was the tag of the show. And we get to the end of the show, we'd done pickups, we'd stopped 2 or 3 times, and we were exhausted now. It was maybe the 5th time we'd gone over it. And finally we get to the tagline, and he said, Joe is going to hit him with everything but the gloves. And we were dead. We were dead.
And away you go all over
Oh,
again.
yeah, it was bad.
Did you, on any of these broadcasts, have to do repeat shows for the West Coast?
Of course, on any of them, on all of them from New York. It's the chief reason I moved out here. I had a growing family, 3 little children, and we lived in Riverdale in New York, and I never got to see my family have a meal with them more than once a month, because the kids would be asleep. I'd get home late. By the time I'd get up, they'd be off to school. And I had to get down early for the next morning because it was a long haul. I'd go from 9, 10, my first show would be 10 o'clock, and sometimes earlier. Sometimes you have to be in it. I did one show was on the air at 7:30. Peggy Windsor's Letters. We dramatized. And there's an experience I had with that we'd rehearse that in the afternoon and then come in at 7:30 in the morning. It was on NBC, and we'd do it. And we would play all kinds of parts, you know, background voices and everything. And in the afternoon, they asked another fella and myself if we'd play a couple of kids hollering goodbye. Goodbye, Daddy! Goodbye, Daddy! Well, we got in the morning, and in the early morning voice, when I heard the thing, it came out, goodbye, Daddy. It was sickening. It was awful. Where were we? We skipped around so
that's right.
much.
You were on My Friend Irma for a while, weren't you? For a long while,
Yeah,
I guess.
played her boss, Mr. Clyde. And it was a fine experience. That and Luigi were on at the same time. As I said, Luigi was my favorite show.
He was himself a very lovable, really lovable guy, and you were trying to marry off your daughter on the show, Rosa.
Yeah, he was a hero. I mean, a villain with not too black a heart, you know. But what I liked about the show was the sincerity of it. We approached it as if we were those people. And in the orchestra, and this stands out in my mind as one of the rare life experiences, one of the orchestra men in our group was Italian, And his father had never been out of Worcester, Mass. From the time he came over here. He'd opened an Italian restaurant eventually in Worcester, Mass., and was there for all these years. And Life with Luigi was a must. Serving stopped when the program went on. The big radio went on. Everybody had to listen to Life with Luigi. And we kept getting reports, and the son would read letters to us. Finally, he brought his father out to see the show, and he was sitting in the first row. And the man couldn't believe that he was seeing this, and tears were rolling down his eyes. And I had all I could do to get through that program without breaking down, because I realized what it had meant. And if it meant that to him, I had realized that we had really succeeded in legitimacy, in believability. And both Nash and I were honored guests of the Italian American Society, and it was an enjoyable experience. The end of it was not enjoyable. The end of it, and this will give you an idea of the times, the girl who played Rosa was called up before the Un-American Activities Committee, and instead of admitting that she'd made a mistake, she raised hell and threw things around the place and just made a... And the sponsor took advantage of moral turpitude clause and canceled the program. Cost me $250,000 in both radio and television shows that we had going. We were just breaking into television.
Well, you had
but
done
the aftermath of that,
6
months after it went off, the way times were and rumors got around, I went into a butcher shop that I'd frequented rather well. And as the butcher was wrapping up my stuff, he said, "Is it true that both you and Nash were canceled on the Luigi show because you're communists?"
Oh, boy.
I said, "What?" This is the way the thing happened.
And people only read half of it or hear
the
end of it.
Sure, in the middle, and a rumor and a story, and one to another. It was a frightening time.
You made a fairly easy transition from radio to television. You were on the TV version of Luigi.
Well, yes, and I'd done some TV before that, but it wasn't the kind of transition that I wanted, and I'll tell you why. I had spent most of my time in radio doing, for 8 or 10 years, I did an average of 35 programs a week.
Wow.
And the money was very good, and with money you acquire responsibilities. And coming into television, you can only do 1, at most 2 programs a week. And I hadn't built enough of a name to be the star of a show where the money would be comparable. So I decided that I better have something else going, because I had a big home and family and supports, schools and things like that. And I started a business, in especially advertising. This is 20 years ago now. And my son is running the business today. It was quite successful, and my son has made it even more so. My youngest son has it, and I've retired. And
from that business? But not from showbiz.
Well, the only thing I do are Flintstone connected things now, and that is commercials. I do have a major activity now that I'm very excited about. I'm on the board of directors, and I'm finance chairman of a group called Theater 40. We're sponsored by the city of Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills is the only high school in the country that has in residence in our own theater, which they built for us. We had to have a 99-seat theater because it's a workshop kind of thing. And the city council gave us $10,000. They spent close to $100,000 on this theater. And we got, from the Amundsen Foundation, we got 2 grants. And we do 36 seminars a week as part of the adult education program on theater appreciation. We do plays and then discuss them. Remember I told you when we spoke on the phone I had something I had to do I was working on. I'm doing a seminar on the 3rd of March, a couple of weeks away. I'm doing 2 early Eugene O'Neill plays. We're doing one-actors now. And I was in the first revival of this down at the Provincetown Theater in New York in 1925. And I had always wanted, all my life, I'd always wanted to play the part of Driscoll, who was one of the leading characters in the thing. Big, hulking Irishman. And finally, in my old age, I'm getting to do it.
Well, it's nice.
It's only a seminar, but it's fun.
Oh, that's great.
It's fun.
That's good.
And we do 4 full productions of classic plays a year. They're rehearsing Ibsen's Dollhouse now. I'm not in that. I was in the last one, which was Diary of a Scoundrel. And this theater has become my sole interest now, truly, because it's exciting as anything. We hope, we have a plan that within 5 or 6 years will be an important regional theater. We will build our own big theater eventually in Beverly Hills with the backing of the community. And then we'll be able to charge an admission and really finance. We put a show on now. Diary of a Scoundrel looked like it was a $25,000 production. It cost us $4,000. And it was amazing to see this come alive. But everybody's contributing services. None of the actors are paid. We pay dues. But no pay yet. But eventually it will work into something where we'll be important. We'll make a contribution to the national scene because we have good directors, technicians, actors, lighting people, and a magnificent costume designer.
Well, you've made an important contribution to the entertainment scene over the years.
I've played in every phase of it, pictures, legitimate theater, radio, television, nightclubs, vaudeville, every phase of it.
It's great to share some memories with you today. We've taken our WLTD microphones out to sunny California. Oh, pardon me, sir.
Yes?
Can you tell me where I can find Frank Nelson?
Ooh, can I?
You are Frank Nelson.
Yeah, I think I am, Jack.
There is no doubt about it anymore. What a familiar sound that is.
Well, we did it for, I did it with Jack for 37 years, so that's kind of a long
years.
Time.
When was the first time you worked with Jack?
I worked with Jack, first broadcast I ever did with him was in June of 1934.
No kidding.
That's right.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
at that time he was a 5-minute insert, doing a 5-minute insert for an Eastern show. And they had a little sketch where he was coming to California and he meets this fellow on the train. And he's telling him what a big shot he is and how he's going to California and he's going to do great things out there. And he says, you know, you're a very personable young man. He says, possibly I could do something for you. He says, my name's Jack Benny. What's yours? And I said, Clark Gable. And that was the opening sketch that we did.
And you were a regular with him all along, huh?
Well, I started out, I guess, in the first year or two, just doing casual things with him here and there, and then finally it grew into a regular character, and I was with him for many years under contract.
We lost a great entertainer, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
We lost a fine man, too.
Let's go back before that first appearance on Jack Benny's show, and what was your first professional appearance? Was it on radio? Or
Yeah, the first thing that I did on radio was in 1926 in Denver, Colorado, and there was a bank there that was going to do a 13-week series, and so they held auditions at KOA, and I went out, just a kid in high school at the time, and I went out to KOA, and this man looked at me and he said, he said, you're much too young. He said, this is a 30-year-old man. I said, I said, well, they told me to come out, and he said, well, have you ever read on a microphone? I said, no, haven't. I've done theater. And he said, well, as long as you've made the long trip out here, maybe you'd at least like to read. So I had a deep voice then, and so I read, and there were some 30 of us, and when we got through, the next day they called back 12, and the following day they called back 4, and the following day they called me and told me I had it. Now, I never understood the part, but I played it. That was my beginning, and then I worked with KOA on various shows, and then I announced for KFEL, which was a smaller station in Denver. And then I decided I was going to make my fortune and come out to Hollywood. So I came out here at the end of 29 and started with Georgia Fifield out here in Hollywood, the Georgia Fifield KNX Players. And that was I had a letter of introduction to this lady, and I went over to KNX, and I'm standing looking through the window, and there's a very cute redhead inside with twinkling eyes, and she looked at me, and I looked at her, and I winked, and she winked, and I found out that was Georgia Fifield. She's living over in Hawaii now.
You're just not winking anymore.
No. Oh, she probably is, if I know Georgia.
So then you came to Hollywood. Have you been here ever since?
That's right.
You've done occasional work on the East Coast, I assume.
No, actually, I have not. The only thing I ever did in New York was the Jack Benny show. And,
when he went to New York.
That's the only show that I ever failed to complete in my radio career. I've gone in on a stretcher, and I'm not kidding. I actually did that in Denver in that early series. I got pneumonia, and they took me out on a stretcher to play it one week. But the only show that I ever actually missed through illness or anything else was the second broadcast of the Jack Benny show in New York City. So that's my Eastern career, one half of what I was supposed to do.
Well, when you were first in Hollywood then, and you worked with this gal with the twinkling eyes, what was the next? What was let's go down the line. Where did you go from there?
We did so many things in those early days. We did a show called Makers of History down at KFI. It was written by Jerry Cady, who went on to write for 20th Century Fox, and a very good, prolific writer. We did Tapestries of Life, which was about the statuary at Forest Lawn, and that's really the way I started back into freelance radio. I was doing announcing at KMTR, and I got a call to go down and do a very highly dramatic thing called Father Forgets, which is a father talking to his son by his crib while he's asleep and apologizing for all the bad things he's done, as we all do to our children, and how he yelled at him and so on. And so it was very dramatic, a tearjerker, and I did it in the middle of a comedy show, and they got a tremendous response from it. And at that time, the fellow who was doing Tapestries of Life was having a lot of trouble. He was getting his tongue wrapped around his teeth a lot, and he was fluffing a lot. And so Jerry Cady called and said, look, would you be interested in doing these Tapestries of Life? And at that time, they paid a lot of money for local radio. They paid $10 a piece, which was a big, big fee, because you were working for 2.5, 3, 5 was fairly normal. Few 7.5s, but 10 was big money. So I said, gee, I'd love to. So that started me back, and then he gave me Makers of History, and so I was making $25 a week down at KFI, and I got out of the other job. As a matter of fact, I got fired from the other job as a wedding present, which was...
Why?
We had a fellow at that time that owned that station who was just a little bit sadistic. As a matter of fact, the FCC finally said he couldn't own any more radio stations because he was kind of a wild man. But anyway, I did various things around town here. One that was a very popular local show was The Witch's Tales. And Paula Winslow, who was another gal from out here, and I did the leads in those for, about 2 years. That was the most envied show in town at that time. Now, this was before there was any transcontinental shows out of here. And then finally, I had worked for John Swallow at KFAC KFVD as an announcer, and John became the first head of NBC out here. And NBC at that time was just an office on the RKO lot, on the back lot, and we worked on sound stages initially, and then they built some sound stages strictly for radio right at the end of the RKO lot. But that was the beginning, and they had a show out of here called the Hollywood on the Air show, which was the RKO show. First show out of Hollywood that was transcontinental, but it was not sponsored, except that RKO really, it was their sponsorship in effect. And I used to do everything on that. I was the announcer, I filled in as a bit actor, and then if somebody didn't show up, I played that part too. And did that for about a year and a half, and then the first transcontinental show that was sponsored out of here was an original Marx Brothers show with Groucho and Chico, just the two of them in it. And I did that. Georgia cast the show, and she was there secretary, and I was regular on the show. And as a matter of fact, I could have been in movies if I could have sung, because one day the boys used to talk about me, but they'd talk in Jewish, so I didn't know what they were saying. And they'd chat, and they'd look at me, and I knew they were talking about me, and I didn't know what they were saying. And so finally, one day, Groucho walked over, and he said, look, Frank, he said, can you sing? And I laughed. I said, sing? I can't even carry a tune. And he says, oh, that's too bad, because what they had me in mind for was you remember the Donkey Serenade?
Yeah.
You remember the gentleman who did it?
The Alan
Well,
Jones,
that's right.
song?
That's exactly
Yeah.
what they had me in mind for in that picture. And if I had been able to sing, I'd have at least had a crack at it, you know. And, of course,
And he
that's-
would have killed his career. Because it was all based
well, I
on-
doubt that. He was much too fine a performer to have his career killed. But I was working with him at the time, and they thought it'd be a good idea to have me in the picture, I guess. So those are the very early days, and I used to have a running gag with John Swallow. I thought that eventually the big movie stars were going to bring radio out here, that is, transcontinental radio. And John never believed it. Never believed it. And I said, you know, John, someday really we're going to have a lot of big-time radio out here. He said, not a chance in the world. And so we had a running gag between us when they finally had the studios at Sunset and Vine, the big NBC studios. And I walked down the hall and see John coming up the hall. I said, John, ever think big-time radio come to Hollywood? Nope, don't think so, Frank. And we never changed it. Never changed it in all the years we knew each other.
One of the great running gags.
Yeah, just kept it going. But they were fun days, those early days. They were great days. I think radio offered so much more to an actor than television does, because you could do anything that your voice would allow you to do. You weren't trapped by what you looked like, how tall you were, how old you were, or how fat you were, or anything else. You could just do anything that your voice would allow. And that let us play a great deal of varied types characters.
And you didn't need any time for makeup and
No,
costumes
oh, that
and all
was nice.
stuff.
That was
Yeah.
nice, and you read it too.
Yeah.
Although that wasn't as easy as we make it sound now. Lots of times we look back and we say, oh boy, what a soft touch that was, how easy it was. But it wasn't easy, it truly wasn't. You had to come into a studio and you had to create a character in a very brief period of time, and it had to be believable at least. And all those characters weren't the greatest in the world, but it kept you on your toes and it kept you working hard. And we did things, funny things that you do. I remember I had a show at NBC, which is really one long block from CBS, and I had it at the last studio in the hall, that is the closest studio to the CBS studios, and I would conclude that show, sign that show off, and then run out the side door. I'd have a page there, he'd have the door up, and I'd run out the side door, tear across the Palladium lot, and slide through Studio A. They had a big double doors there, and they'd have that open for me, and I'd slide through to the middle of the stage and take one deep breath and say, ladies and gentlemen from Hollywood, and open the next show. And I tell you, some days I thought, I'll never get the words out. I wouldn't want to try it now. But I was a lot younger then.
Well, that's when everybody really had to run around. You didn't have any long-range contracts.
That's
You
right.
Did this and you
That's
took
right. Oh
whatever
yes, you were. Well, there were contracts, but not too many. You know, an awful lot of it was freelance. And I did shows where I'd say, well, I can't make any of the rehearsals. What's the part? It's so and so. I said, well, if you want to mark the script, I'll come in and do it, and actually go in and do it on the air for the first time. But it was a comedy show, and it was, the gags and things that you at least were easy with and familiar with. But so it wasn't quite as easy as sometimes we make it sound in retrospect.
We're so familiar with the character that you've played and I'm sure created on the Jack Benny series, yet he wasn't always the man behind the railroad counter or the floor walker. He was always some
Jack
kind
always
of
referred to him as his nemesis.
nemesis.
He says, well, the nemesis character, because I played a variety of things, but they were all the same fella, and he never had a name like Mr. Kitzel, had a name and so on. But if he ever referred to him by name, he just called me my name, Mr. Nelson. And
That's right.
so many people, I'd meet people on the street. They say, "Hey, you're that fellow on the Jack Benny show." I say, "Yeah. What's your name?" Because they really didn't know you.
Yeah.
But it was really familiar. Now you worked on some of the biggest network comedy shows too, doing other things.
Oh, sure.
What
I
were
was
some
I
of
was
those?
in the Blondie show. I was
The neighbor.
next door neighbor, Herb Woodley.
Herb Woodley.
Sure, I was regular on that. And I worked with Cantor. I worked with just about anybody you want to name in the comedy field. I worked with at one time or another. I mean, I wasn't regular on all those shows, but I worked them all.
Whenever they needed a good comedy foil,
Yeah.
or
Well,
someone to
used to have a
zing in.
standard thing. You'd go in and the writer'd say, "Now, be as funny on this show as you are on the Jack Benny show." And I always said, "You write it as funny, and I'll be as funny, because I'm just as funny as the material, and that's as funny as I am." But
you were with Parky Carcass too, weren't you?
yes. I was regular with Parky. I did a running character. I can't even remember the name of it now. It was not a long series. It didn't last for long. And, Parky, of course, unfortunately, had an operation that wasn't successful, and he ended up in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Had a back problem.
Well, how did you land these shows? You get a job with Jack Benny, for example. Do they just come to you? Or do you have to
Actually,
go out and hustle,
yes.
or-
No. In the later days, you just got the calls. Now, I'm not saying all actors did that, but I never went out after jobs. I didn't call directors to say, "Why don't you use me on your show?" or anything like that. In the very early days, back in those earlier days that I was talking about, when I was doing the $5 shows and the $3 shows and that type of show, then you kept a little book, boy, and you knew exactly when that director cast, and you'd call him up. You knew whether to tell him a joke and hang up, or whether to ask him for a job, or what to do. And I was famous for my little black book at that time, because I knew them all, and I knew how to approach them. And you had to do that then, because you were fighting for very little money. And if you didn't go around and see them and remind them you were alive, you just didn't get the calls. But as the business got bigger and there were more people listening to the shows, more people would catch that show and say, "Hey, well, why don't we use him next week?" and so on. So I think that's the way our calls came, mainly in the later days.
When you, I'd like to find out what it took to put on a Jack Benny show.
Jack Benny's show was really quite easy to do. I'm talking now from the actor's standpoint. Obviously, the writing was meticulous. Jack honed a lot of that writing. He sat with the writers a great deal. He, if there came down to a rock-bottom decision as to a joke in or out, it would be very often Jack's decision that made that happen. And but for an actor, it was a very simple show to do. You'd go in, we'll say on Saturday, you'd read through once. Just sit down, read the script straight through, get up and leave, and you'd come back in on Sunday. You'd read once around the table, go and read it once on the mic, and that's all until showtime. And it was just that easy to do.
So the whole thing was really right in there with the writing.
Well, it was that, and also that Jack knew his people, and they wrote for those people. And Jack had a great thing that I don't think any other comic in the business had. If you were to pick up a Jack Benny script and read it, you'd say, "Well, wait a minute, where are Mr. Benny's jokes?" Because Jack didn't do jokes. He did looks, he did takes, he fed, really, you, the actor around him. That's the way he conducted his show. The big jokes were in the hands of the people who surrounded him, which was most unusual. And it showed that he had tremendous confidence in himself, because there were a lot of, I could name one, and I won't, but there was one man who was very famous as a comedian, and when you would do the dress rehearsal, if you had a big joke that got a big laugh, when you came back to do the show, you didn't have that joke. He had the joke, and very often he couldn't understand why the joke didn't play on the show like it had in the rehearsal. And the reason was it was built for you and it wasn't built for him, but he never learned that lesson. But Jack, on the other hand, had no such insecurity, and so he gave those jokes to his people. He surrounded himself with characters that people expected to hear also. As soon as he said, "Oh, mister," people said, "Oh boy, here it comes. He's going to get it," you know. And if he said, "Excuse me," and the fellow said, "See," he says, "Oh boy, here it comes. Now they're going to do that routine." The people were in on it, and I think they enjoyed being in on it. And I guess the fact that the show stayed on top all the years that it did proved that.
How long was he on? How long were you with Jack on radio? Through the whole radio
Through
thing,
the
from
entire radio
34
time, yes.
until-
That, of course, as I say, was just an insert on an Eastern show. But from the time he started his show out here, I worked with him. I did not work regularly right at the beginning. I worked just spasmodically. But after about 2 years, I guess, I was pretty steady. We'd do 39 shows in the season, and I'd usually do, anywhere between 25 and 30 of those shows. So
That's
on
pretty regular, yeah.
consistently.
You made a nice, easy move into television with him then.
Yes, well, television came along, and, you know, you had to go with it. I'd kind of wish this business were still here, and I kind of think it would have been if we hadn't had the same people in charge who were going to be in charge of television. I'm talking about the networks, I'm talking about the ad agencies, because I think then you'd have seen a big fight between the two. I think they would have each fought for their share of audience. And I believe today there is a very definite place in this country for good radio. You know, a lot of people in the big cities think, oh, well, I turn on television, I've got 7 channels to choose from, as we have here, more than that, I think, in New York. But there are many parts of the country where they can't even get television, and many parts where they have their choice of 1. And I think that radio gave them a great deal more than television in those areas, certainly. But I guess the networks aren't much concerned about that because they're making more money this way.
Well, but see, radio is in itself an art form, if you want to get real heavy about it. But it should be able to provide the public with comedy and mystery.
That's
and
right.
drama,
There should
stories.
be a great deal more variety than there is today. Today we have talk shows, we have news, but we're the kind of things that we did in radio before. They're gone. Although there's some slight resurgence, I don't know whether it'll really last, but I would like to hope that it might.
You'd like to do something on radio regularly
sure,
today? I bet you do a great job with it.
Well, you know, once in a while, we still have a show out here that's done for the Salvation Army. And sometimes we don't have the most magnificent scripts that ever came down the pike, but it's fun to go and do it because
It's a heartbeat theater.
Yes, once again, at least you're doing a radio show. If you want to hear yourself, you got to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. They get, you know, real good time slots.
Yeah. The CBS Mystery Theater is doing.
Yes, well, that of course is a different cup of tea,
Yeah.
and they're making a real effort, and I understand that the response to that has been very good.
Excellent, yeah. They've gone a second year on it, so that's.
So they just might, we just might get a certain portion of it back. How much, I don't know.
We can hope.
I think the cost factor is what keeps them from going heavily into it.
What else did you do on television?
Oh, well, I did a lot of the I Love Lucy shows and My Favorite Husband and, Benny Specials, of course, and his regular show while it was on. I have not worked as heavily in television as I did in radio. That was really where I did the overwhelming majority of my work. I still do commercials, I do one for Harris Trust and Savings.
You are Hubert the
Hubert
Harris
the Harris Lion, sure. I've been Hubert for, I think, 11 years now.
Can we hear, a lot of Chicago area listeners will be happy to hear Hubert the Harris Lion.
You know, let me tell you a story about that. It's a funny story. I got off the train. I used to travel by train. I'm a trustee of our pension welfare plan. And I used to go in New York by train, and so I'd have about 3 hours to kill in Chicago. So I was walking uptown one day, and I thought, I'm going to go see that bank that I've been doing this thing for a few years now. So I walked in, and I'm standing looking around, and some gentleman came up and said, could I help you? And I said, oh, no, I just want to see the bank. I do Hubert the Harris. He says, you do Hubert? I said, yes, stand right there. Stand right. And I thought, what did I do? What's going to happen? He's gone. A few minutes. Down from the PR room comes the PR man. He says, you are Hubert the Harris Lion? I said, yes. He said, come with me. Takes me upstairs into the PR room, and there are 20 people around at typewriters. He said, ladies and gentlemen, the voice of Hubert. And they all stood up at their typewriters and applauded like this. I got hysterical. He says, have you ever seen any of the commercials? And I made the mistake of saying no. And he said, and now he calls, and they get a projectionist, and they project these things, and I sit and look at them, and then he said, Mr. Harris is retiring today from the bank, and he would just be heartsick if he didn't meet you. I want to see if he's still in the bank. And he called, and he was. We went down in the elevator and across and up in another elevator, and then it looked like a C.B. DeMille set, because here are these great marble columns. Way at the end of this is a desk, and a little old gentleman is sitting behind the desk, and went all the way down there, and it was Mr. Harris, and Mr. Harris was just finishing with somebody, and he got up, came over, shook my hand. They called a photographer, came up and took pictures, and the greatest routine I ever saw in my life, and he was just delightful, and it was just unbelievable. I got back and I said to my agent, you know something, I've been doing that show too cheap, I'll tell you that.
You did a personal appearance and you didn't even know it, huh?
But it was so funny to go through all this. But they were just thrilled to death.
You do a lot of commercial work, don't you?
No, I don't do a lot anymore. I
You
used to do
have?
quite a bit. Yes, I've done quite a bit in the past. But now Harris and, very little else. Very little else.
Just taking it easy.
Yeah. Well, we've been traveling a bit, my bride and I. And she likes to travel, you see. So she's gotten me into Europe, and she's gotten me into New Zealand and Hawaii, and I think maybe next it'll be Africa. So
Really?
Uh-huh.
You're going to give them the old, oh, do I?
I think she's going to feed me to a lion when she gets me over there.
One last thing I want to talk to you about. The cinnamon bear.
Oh, that's another funny story. I had a gentleman write me about that, and he said, you're in this. And I wrote back and I said, no, I'm not. And the reason I said I'm not, I went to the trouble of going to my books and going through it, because I've kept books ever since I started back into freelance radio in the 30s. So I read through every one of these things right up to today, and I said, no, I did not ever do such a show. I said, yes, you did, and also your wife's former husband was in it, Hanley Stafford. And I said, well, I asked Viola. Viola said, no, he didn't do anything like that, I'm sure. And so finally the gentleman sent me the tapes, and I played them, and sure enough, there is Hanley. He's the crocodile, and I'm Captain Tin Top.
Tin Top, yeah.
And then it dawned on me, why? This was back before AFRA came into existence, and Glenn Heisch, who was a close friend of mine and did a lot of the shows that I did down at KFI, I figured out, must have called us and said, hey, fellas, I got this thing that I want to do, and it doesn't pay anything, but would you come and do it? And I'm sure that that's the reason for it, and that's the reason it's not in my book, was because there was no fee attached to it. And so they decided they were going to reissue this, and they have now. And AFRA made a deal with them, and I want to tell you, 2 years ago, for my performance, I think I got $1.86, and last year I got $1.43, and next year I'm looking forward to 85 or 90 cents.
Well, see, it just keeps you traveling. That's well, you should go to Maybeland then on Soda Pop Fuel and the Magic Airplane. That was a great series.
It was a cute
Beautiful
show,
story,
cute
yeah.
show. And some of the, we've sat, and I figured out some of the people. He thought that, I've forgotten who he thought was on it, and I said, no, that's Cy Kendall. I think he thought it was Lou Merrill, and it was Cy Kendall, and various people I was able to pick out. But the one person we have never been able to figure out is who the little boy was. To this day, we don't know.
Jimmy.
Jimmy,
Judy
that's
and
right.
Jimmy were the twins,
Judy was Barbara Lee Wong. Little girl that she's still teaching school out here, and she did it, but she can't for the life of her remember who the boy was. And I've gone through in my own mind, and I've asked the young fellows that have grown up around here, and not a one of them remembers doing it. So
isn't that an interesting thing, though? That it would have been, and it was a greatly well-loved serial in Chicago. I mean, it played year after year after year, and the department store sponsored it, and it was great.
Well, I got this letter first from this gentleman, and got the tapes, and they were very bad because they're very hard to hear, not good copies. And then our national exec wrote to me, and he said, do you know anything about the Cinnamon Bear? And I wrote back, I said, are you putting me on? Now, come on. And then I told him the whole story about this. So I helped fill him in on this, and they wanted to make a deal on it of some kind with AFTRA. And so they did. Actually, strangely enough, it was very nice of the gentleman who was involved to make the deal, because actually that series was made before the union was in existence. So he had no responsibility to pay anything to anybody on that particular series. I can't say the same for a lot of the stuff that's floating around
today. That's right, yeah. Well, you've been part of so much of the stuff then and now, and you've been great on it. And there's a lot of people out there who want me to say thank you for all of the fine performances you've turned in over the years.
Well, that's very kind of you, Chuck. It's been a gratifying business to be in, and it's given me a lot of pleasure, and I'm glad if it's given other people pleasure too.
If you were to get a job on another kind of a Jack Benny program, and he says, can you spare some time to work in it, what would you say?
Ooh, can I?